As Ruashi gazed at her reflection, it felt as though she were in a different realm altogether. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her beautiful visage bore not a single blemish. This was something she had never dared to wish for during her 2 years of existence in the apocalypse. I have actually been reborn 6 months prior to the end of the world. Before she could ponder this revelation further, a woman barged in. Today is the first day of sophomore year. Just because you have no desire to study doesn't mean others share your sentiments. Get out of here and don't hinder my education. The woman before Ruashi was someone she recognized. Tilting her head, the innocence in her eyes masked the malice lurking beneath. Zhang Yi, weren't you supposed to be dead? In the first year of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi had fallen victim to zombies due to lagging behind. Ruashi held an unfavorable impression of Zhang Yi, who, despite being merely a maid, treated her poorly. Taking advantage of her status as the illegitimate daughter of her grandmother and her close relationship with the housekeeper, Zhang Yi often spoke ill of Ruashi in front of their grandparents, who were already not fond of their only granddaughter and grew increasingly disdainful thereafter. Glaring at Ruashi's face, which could incite jealousy even among the gods, Zhang Yi dug her nails into her palm, sneering, "Ha! Dream on. How dare you curse me?" With that, she attempted to slap Ruashi. Having survived for 2 years in the apocalypse, Ruashi was more than capable of evading a blow. But upon catching sight of a familiar figure outside the door, memories from her past life flooded her mind, momentarily rendering her dazed. In this life, she no longer yearned for familial affection. Slap! Ruashi turned her head, and the slap landed upon her shoulder. Ouch! My dear, does that hurt? The newcomer was her grandmother, Zhang Lao, adorned with jade bangles and gold jewelry, her wrinkles barely perceptible. At over 60 years of age, she appeared more youthful than many women in their 40s. Zhang Lao tenderly stroked Zhang Yi's hand, completely oblivious to the fact that her own granddaughter had just been struck. Ruashi observed the two, deep in thought. Zhang Yi was Zhang Lao's illegitimate daughter, and the housekeeper was her grandfather, Zhang Lao's illegitimate son. Both had liberal mindsets, indulging in their own affairs, openly raising their illegitimate children, and even mingling with one another. Neither of the elderly had any resources to squander, relying solely on her inheritance. Indeed, this old rascal, over 60, was taking advantage of her fortune, bullying her, and allowing others to strike and insult her. In her previous life, she had been exceedingly foolish. In this life, she would safeguard her inheritance and hoard supplies. With a cold voice, Ruashi declared, "Get out." What? Zhang Lao's eyes widened, as if the sun had risen from the west. Her granddaughter, who had always been obedient, was now audaciously shouting at her. It was utterly incomprehensible. "You useless wretch, who indulge your foul temper." Zhang Lao raised her hand, intending to strike Ruashi. Ruashi sidestepped, grasping Zhang Lao's wrist. With a swift motion, she redirected the blow toward Zhang Yi's face. Caught off guard, the smug Zhang Yi received a resounding slap, the force of which was several times greater than her own attempted strike on Ruashi. Zhang Lao gazed upon the prominent imprint left on her precious daughter's face, wishing fervently that she could take the blow in Zhang Yi's stead. She pointed her finger at Ruashi. "You little wretch, have you grown wings? Just wait until I beat you to death. Go ahead. Continue," Ruashi commanded in a sharp tone. "Once the inheritance is settled, you won't see a single cent of it. Tomorrow, the full amount of her 400 billion inheritance would be credited." Ruashi pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on her, revealing a chilling calmness that felt akin to plunging into an icy river. Zhang Lao halted momentarily, a shiver running down his spine for no discernible reason. "Learning to threaten your own father now, huh?" She silently withdrew her hand. "As if I were desperate for your meager inheritance." With that, under the oppressive weight of Ruashi's stare, Zhang Lao awkwardly chuckled and led Zhang Yi out. Zhang Yi covered her face, glaring at Ruashi with seething anger, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. After all, the entire estate relied on Ruashi's inheritance for sustenance. Once they tricked Ruashi out of her fortune, how would she continue to flaunt herself? Zhang Yi thought to herself. As they walked away, Zhang Lao muttered, "That little wretch doesn't even know what's wrong with her, barking like a dog." Zhang Yi echoed, "Let's not stoop to her level, she's not worth it." Suddenly, Ruashi appeared behind them, her hands resting on their shoulders, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them. Are you still barking? Do you need a leash to keep you in line? Zhang Lao clenched his jaw, saying nothing, and restrained the fidgeting Zhang Yi. After all, she was merely a granddaughter. What storm could she stir? In the end, wouldn't the inheritance still belong to them? Once they received the inheritance, they would have plenty of ways to torment Ruashi. Zhang Yi stomped her foot, her expression one of murderous intent, as she begrudgingly turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Ruaxi's expression remained indifferent, suppressing the cold, murderous intent in her eyes. In her previous life, when the apocalypse suddenly descended, she was betrayed by her family and closest kin, cast into a tide of zombies, leaving no trace behind. Ruashi sensed that the remnants of her past life still lingered within her, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, she had but two objectives: stockpiling supplies, excavating the earth. The current estate, situated in a bustling city, was not conducive to digging underground passages. Thus, Ruashi ventured to the suburbs. After a day of reconnaissance, she chose a vineyard as her starting point, intent on excavating an underground tunnel connecting to several desolate courtyards. Upon the arrival of the apocalypse, Ruashi planned to take refuge underground, within a 6,000 square meter vineyard and a number of 100 square meter courtyards. Excavating the underground tunnel was merely a precaution, a backup plan. If one hideout were discovered, there would be another. Upon leaving the vineyard, Ruashi unexpectedly struck up a conversation with an elderly woman from the village. Upon learning that Ruashi was seeking workers to dig a basement, the woman mentioned that she knew many laborers. Thus, beneath the locust tree at the village entrance, Ruashi leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, awaiting their arrival. Before long, a dilapidated truck came to a halt nearby, and a dozen middle-aged men dressed as workers disembarked, their clothes speckled with scattered cement, wearing helmets. They appeared rather frail in stature. To Ruashi's astonishment, she discovered that there were numerous individuals with disabilities among them. She surmised that this group of workers must have a benevolent leader guiding them. The kind woman enthusiastically remarked, "My dear, they have returned. They are rather dirty at the moment. Just wait here while I go and brief them on the situation." Ruashi nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your trouble." "Oh, no need for such formalities. It's a trivial matter." Waving her hand dismissively, the woman approached the group of workers and exchanged a few words with them. The workers turned their gaze towards Ruashi, their expressions warm and endearingly earnest. Hurriedly setting down the sunflower seeds in her hand, Ruashi walked over as well. From the driver's seat of the truck emerged a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, possessing handsome features and a robust physique. His posture was remarkably straight, and sweat had soaked through his shirt. Despite wearing a worker's helmet, he exuded a scholarly air, complemented by his spectacles. He approached the kind woman, who began to make introductions. This individual was named Wu Weigua, the foreman of the workers, who also took on the role of a driver. Chapter 2. Stockpiling. With a sincere tone, Ruashi inquired, "Brother Wu, may I ask how many workers you have in total?" "The construction period is approximately 2 months, and I require around 100 workers." Wu Weigua replied, "With such an extended schedule, is the salary a fixed monthly amount? It is quite challenging for individuals, particularly those with disabilities or middle-aged individuals, to find work in this field. Generally, for jobs with a specified duration, the salary is fixed monthly. If it rains and work cannot be performed, the worker's livelihood becomes uncertain. Thus, a fixed salary brings peace of mind." Ruashi responded promptly, "The working hours are 9 per day, with a daily wage of 400. On rainy days, workers are exempt from labor and receive a compensation of 100, with additional allowances for special circumstances." Ruashi was straightforward, presenting the wages and the required number of workers without hesitation. Perhaps moved by her candor and generosity, Wu Weigua felt a sense of nervousness. "Sister Ruashi, let us sit down and discuss this further." Ruashi nodded in agreement. The elderly woman, also touched by Ruashi's sincerity, poured sunflower seeds and beer for the two of them. Come, Brother Wu, you must be tired from work. Have a drink to cool off. I shall prepare some fruits." The elderly woman's husband was among the workers, and the favorable terms proposed by Ruashi filled her with joy. Wu Weigua, sitting upright, exchanged polite remarks and continued the conversation with Ruashi. Meals are provided thrice daily, and accommodation is included. However, feeling somewhat uneasy due to the excellent conditions, Wu Weigua asked, We have many individuals with disabilities here. Are you certain you wish to collaborate with us? Ruwashi smiled, resembling a neighborly little sister in front of Wu Weigua. Individuals with disabilities are still human. As long as they can work, that is sufficient. Sensing Wu Weigua's concerns, Ruwashi added, rest assured. Those who rely on their own abilities to work need not worry about others' opinions. I am very eager to cooperate with you. Wu Weigua gazed at Ruwashi with newfound respect. In this era, individuals like her, who regard people with disabilities with fairness, are rare. After finalizing the details, Ruwashi left her contact information and departed. The contract would be signed a few days later, as Wu Weigua needed time to gather over 100 workers. By this time, night had fallen, and the thought of the repugnant couple at the estate sent a chill through Ruwashi's gaze. After booking a hotel, she began formulating a detailed plan for the construction of an underground passage and base. Since childhood, Ruwashi had harbored a dream of excavating the earth. She envisioned creating rooms underground and cultivating vegetables for sustenance. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she encountered inhumane treatment, leading to her untimely demise. The underground environment is characterized by thin air and numerous harmful substances, necessitating a substantial number of plants to produce oxygen and absorb toxins. Thus, plants are indispensable. She planned to acquire 10,000 each of various suitable potted plants: bamboo palm, asparagus fern, spider plant, yew, bird of paradise, money tree, dragon fruit tree, aloe vera, peace lily, Chinese evergreen, cycad, happiness tree, safety tree, banyan tree, fan palm, lucky bamboo, and pothos, all chosen for their adaptability to subterranean conditions. Plant dozens of saplings outdoors, storing any excess within the confines of a designated space. Next, one must procure building materials such as cement, floor tiles, and wall decals. Given the dimness of the basement, careful consideration should be given to the selection of wall finishing materials, ensuring they possess characteristics such as moisture resistance, waterproofing, sound insulation, and durability. Wall decals should be made from environmentally friendly materials, demonstrating excellent moisture and water resistance. For floor tiles, glazed tiles are ideal due to their rich colors, smooth surfaces, and robust waterproof qualities. The wall decoration should employ diatom mud, which can absorb harmful indoor gases while providing a pleasing texture. For finishing panels, options like plywood, teak, beech, and water ash are recommended. Once the basement is constructed, it typically requires a year before it is habitable, necessitating artificial maturation. To expedite this process, one should introduce plenty of pothose plants, utilize electronic air purifiers, and strategically place water basins to dissolve formaldehyde, along with activated charcoal bags. In approximately 4 months, this method can absorb around 95% of harmful substances, rendering the space livable post-apocalypse. In the 2 months preceding the apocalypse, a global economic crisis erupts, causing prices to soar. Thus, Rushi must stockpile 90 of her supplies within 4 months. At midnight, a fortune of 4 billion arrives, providing Rushi with a sense of relief. Until the inheritance is fully secured, her anxiety lingers. In her previous life, that cold-hearted family had deceived her. This time, they shall receive not a single cent. Now, the formal stockpiling begins. For food and daily necessities, supermarkets cannot supply such vast quantities at once, necessitating online purchases. Vegetables and fruits, rich in vitamins, must be accumulated in abundance. Rushi aims to gather 5,000 pounds of pomelo, along with various dragon fruits, 2,000 pounds each of red-skinned white-fleshed, red-skinned red-fleshed, and yellow-skinned white-fleshed varieties. Additionally, she intends to acquire 800 pounds of kiwi, 2,000 pounds of passion fruit, 2,000 pounds of lemons, 1,000 pounds of honey tangerines, 6,000 pounds of longan, 8,000 pounds of lychee, 4,000 pounds of oranges, 6,000 pounds of apples, and 10,000 pounds of bananas, ideal for alleviating constipation in the post-apocalyptic scenario. She plans to procure 4,000 pounds of peaches, avoiding hairy peaches due to their association with hemorrhoids, as well as 4,000 pounds of mangoes, 6,000 pounds of jackfruit, 6,000 pounds of jujubes, 2,000 pounds of water pears, 4,000 pounds of green pears, 4,000 pounds of bayberries, 2,000 pounds of starfruit, 4,000 pounds of cantaloupe, 8,000 1,000 pounds of strawberries, and 1,000 pounds each of avocado and hawthorn. Furthermore, she aims for 4,000 pounds each of sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, and yams, along with 1,000 pounds of Hainan wax apples, 2,000 pounds of pineapples, and 4,000 pounds of cherry tomatoes, including varieties like Sunshine Rose, Giant Peak, Summer Black, Seedless Red Grapes, and Black Finger, totaling around $1 million. Quite economical. In her quest for fruits, how could she forget persimmons and durians? Rushi purchases two nearly 3-meter-high old persimmon trees, transported from 1,000 kilometers away in the south, complete with leaves and fruit, for 20,000 yuan. She plans to place them at the entrance of her space for protection and good fortune. Additionally, she reserves 2 durian trees from a neighboring country to be positioned at the center of her space. These 2 durian trees are expected to yield over 800 durians, with the fruits shipped from abroad, along with shipping costs amounting to approximately 400,000 yuan. There is no ulterior motive. It is merely for aesthetic pleasure and personal joy. A myriad of vegetables, totaling 10,000 pounds, was procured. As Ruashi lacked culinary skills, she contemplated the prospect of hiring a chef in the future. However, abducting individuals is a considerable endeavor, especially in a time when the law is stringent and relentless. Such illicit actions are impermissible. It is paramount to abide by the law and embody the virtues of a good citizen. Perhaps it is best to consider this only in the event of an apocalypse. She also ordered 10,000 pounds each of soy sauce, salt, vinegar, ketchup, monosodium glutamate, shrimp roe, fish sauce, and oyster sauce. Additionally, she acquired 20,000 pounds each of chicken essence, honey, granulated sugar, malt sugar, Sichuan pepper, chili, ginger, scallions, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and dried tangerine peel. As the apocalypse loomed, the seas became tainted with countless corpses, rendering the production of artificial salt impossible, leading to its scarcity. Consequently, she purchased an additional 40,000 pounds of salt. Chapter 3. Hoarding Goods, Part 2. For whitening, she procured 20,000 tubes of black toothpaste, and for dental pain, 20,000 tubes of Yunnan Baiyao. She selected soft-bristled electric toothbrushes, as hard bristles are detrimental to dental health, ordering 100,000 sets. With the national dental health rate below 4%, virtually everyone has encountered dental issues. Ruashi pondered the idea of acquiring a dentist as well. She gathered towels, mirrors, combs, facial cleansers, toners, sunscreens, body washes, bath sponges, shampoos, and conditioners, along with slippers and various basins. For drinking water, she ordered 100,000 packs, each containing 20 bottles. Storage boxes of various sizes were also acquired, totaling 6,000 sets. In anticipation of outdoor survival during the apocalypse, she amassed tents, sleeping bags, camping lanterns, outdoor drinking utensils, insulated bags, lighters, hiking backpacks, climbing shoes, various knives, first aid kits, and raincoats. She ordered 60,000 sets of mosquito-repellent incense and flower water. Given the abundance of plants and grass stalks, she realized there was no use for them. Nevertheless, she decided to purchase toilet paper, starting with 100,000 packs. After completing her selections, it was already 6 in the morning. Ruashi remarked, "I accidentally pulled an all-nighter. No matter, I shall forego sleep." Having accustomed herself to the rigors of apocalyptic life, she was alert and vigilant, prepared for midnight raids by enemies seeking to pilfer her supplies. Thus, she refreshed her makeup and resumed her shopping for materials. Ruashi, possessing obsessive-compulsive tendencies, was compelled to complete her objectives immediately. She rented a spacious courtyard to store her supplies, planning to transfer them into her storage space when the coast was clear. Next on her list were rice, flour, oil, wheat, buckwheat, green beans, and red beans. Purchasing from an ordinary supermarket proved insufficient, as supplies were limited, and accumulating items gradually was far too tedious. Consequently, Ruashi placed an extravagant order of thousands through a grocery app, only to find her account suspended the following day. Undeterred, she acquired a new phone number and registered a new account to continue her orders. After exhausting 4 accounts, she successfully hoarded 20 tons of rice and oil. However, she lamented, "Oh dear, it appears I have overindulged." With a sigh, she attributed it to her wealth, as she simply could not resist purchasing everything to fill her storage space. Glancing at her phone balance, she was astonished to find it at 39 billion. How could there still be so much money? Ruashi exclaimed. Then let the hoarding continue. Barbecue is undoubtedly indispensable. Early in the morning, Ruashi arrived at the barbecue shop and cleared out the entire street's offerings. She was so indifferent to the variety of barbecue that she didn't even bother to ask for names, simply tossing her card onto the table to cover the entire bill. The onlookers behind her were left in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. What on earth is this? Having grown accustomed to the peculiar gazes throughout the day, Ruashi, with practiced ease, donned sunglasses, a mask, and a hat before taking a seat in front of a luxurious Maybach. Passers-by murmured, "Have the affluent become so ostentatious nowadays?" She continued her shopping spree, purchasing an array of snacks, 2,000 pounds of spicy and sour boneless chicken feet, 400 pounds of chocolate cereal, 2,000 packs of shredded duck, 2,000 boxes of beef cubes, 200 pounds of egg rolls, and 10,000 packs of various spicy strips. Additionally, she ordered 40,000 packs of tomato-flavored chips and 20,000 packs of cucumber-flavored ones. There were also 1,000 pounds of jelly, 10,000 packs of wang rice crackers, and 10,000 boiled eggs. Furthermore, 2,000 pieces of purple candy from the battle-hardened nation, and 6,000 boxes of chocolate in flavors such as strawberry, cocoa, matcha, durian, and milk. Floral candies and chewing gum, each with 10,000 boxes of rose lychee, jasmine green grape, hibiscus, and orchid flavors. Fruit milk candies in 10,000 boxes included strawberry, blueberry, green plum, pineapple, cola, apple, grape, lemon, durian, and chocolate flavors. She also ordered 4,000 packs of cheese sticks, 20,000 pounds of northeastern sausages, and 60,000 pieces of sweet and sour, black duck, spicy, and durian-flavored chicken and duck necks. There were 1,000 boxes of mung bean cake, 4,000 pounds of bread and purple rice, black rice, rye, and milk lactic acid flavors, along with 2,000 boxes of handmade green dumplings and mooncakes filled with matsutake mushrooms, pepper beef, golden coconut, durian, red bean paste, rose petal paste, wisteria paste, and nut flavors. She ordered 5,000 boxes each of yogurt, pure milk, lactic acid, coffee, milk powder, goat milk, bottled water, fruit and vegetable juice, fruit tea, and protein drinks. Additionally, she decided to purchase a few more jars and bottles. Upon reviewing her list, Ruashi noted the remaining items: firearms, pharmaceuticals, seafood, pork, beef, lamb, rabbit, chicken, duck, ice, electrical appliances, generators, and various special daily necessities. Rather than buying seafood at the market, which seemed tedious, she opted for fresh catches directly from a seaside noodle shop in Yangon. Without hesitation, she booked a plane ticket and landed at the noodle shop 2 hours later. Upon arrival, she opened her phone to find a call from old Zhang. Without a moment's thought, Ruashi hung up, noticing the screen was flooded with hundreds of missed calls. It was evident that old Zhang and his eager relatives were anxious for her inheritance. Aware of their impatience, Ruashi decided to let them stew in their urgency. Hearing that the noodle shop area had recently become unsafe, she prudently hired 10 bodyguards, charging into the slaughterhouse with great fervor. Each of the 10 bodyguards was a retired Special Forces soldier, having earned the nation's highest accolades and ranked among the top 3 in the global bodyguard list. Upon entering, Ruashi was taken aback by the horrifying scene. Live individuals were bound to the cutting boards, with a blade reminiscent of ancient executioners poised above them. Nearby, a group of menacing figures stood, unmistakably up to no good. They pressed down on the shoulders of the individual and made an incision in the abdominal cavity from the side of the body. Then, starting from the incision, they meticulously separated the layers, exposing the kidneys fully and removing the connections to the kidneys. It was then that they reached the most grotesque part. Ruashi's eyes fell upon a mosaic of horror. Her lips twitched, as if she had stumbled into the wrong place. Symbolically covering her eyes, she asked the bodyguard leading her, "Good sir, I specifically requested a slaughterhouse for pigs and chickens. Why have you brought me to a place for kidney harvesting?" The bodyguard, clad in sunglasses with hands crossed, stood respectfully to the side. Upon hearing Ruashi's words, his indifferent expression shattered in an instant. Surely, he had not misheard. This employer had hired them at a high price merely to witness the slaughter of pigs? He had thought they were there to save someone from kidney extraction. Apologies. I misunderstood your intentions. This place is not safe. Allow me to escort you out. However, the next moment, they found themselves surrounded by a group of masked gunmen. The leader among them threatened, "How dare a few little mice venture into our headquarters alone? What audacity! Within 100 miles. Who was unaware that this territory belonged to them, harboring lucrative captives, with layers of security that made entry nearly impossible. Even passing dogs would receive a couple of slaps, and the ants on the ground would scatter in fear. These little mice had somehow infiltrated without a whisper of warning." Hearing the term headquarters, Ruashi's legs trembled. If she had not misheard, this was indeed the center for kidney harvesting, heavily guarded. No wonder the bodyguard she had hired for 200 million demanded to arrive by helicopter. She had thought it was merely a veteran's occupational hazard, but it was indeed to evade those defenses. The bodyguard seemed to sense Ruashi's fear and reassured her, "Rest assured. We will protect you. Did you bring guns? No. Did you bring ammunition? No. Did you bring tanks?" Ruashi's inquiries grew increasingly feeble. "No. Then what did you bring?" She felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Just our lives will suffice." Chapter 4. The future tycoon is a chef. Upon hearing this response, Ruashi fell silent. They swiftly navigated through the densely populated tropical rainforest, the trees beside them flickering past like shadows. Bullets flew chaotically, resembling a vast spider's web, while the bodyguards moved with agility, weaving seamlessly through the rainforest. The bumpy ride nearly caused Ruashi to regurgitate the durian she had just purchased for 400 yuan. The fierce wind stung her eyes, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Indeed, the investment of 200 million was worthwhile, albeit a bit taxing on the eyes. Just as they seemed to be on the verge of escape, they arrived at a dead end, confronted by a wall bristling with electric fencing, crackling ominously. After sprinting for over 10 kilometers, the bodyguards were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, their initial confidence now faltering in the face of this barrier. "This is bad. We need to turn back." Their minds swiftly sifted through various solutions, making decisive judgments without hesitation. Ruashi, already feeling overwhelmed, held her forehead, black lines forming above her head. It seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. Without uttering a word, she retrieved a signal flare from her pocket, igniting it and launching it into the sky. A vibrant plume of multicolored smoke immediately ascended, startling numerous birds from the branches above. Prior to her arrival, she had taken precautions. Should any danger arise, the mere act of firing this flare would summon her hired individuals via helicopter to her aid. Initially, she believed these 10 Special Forces soldiers to be reliable, but it soon became evident that they had veered off course, proving otherwise. Having once faced death, she valued her life immensely, contemplating various possibilities and preparing alternative solutions in advance. As she gazed upward, the sky was shrouded in smoke, her people awaiting her outside, likely to arrive faster than those engaged in nefarious activities. However, her attention was suddenly captured by an unusually large bird perched on a crooked tree next to the electric fence. An adult-sized avian creature clung to the branch, slowly inching toward the edge, which extended just beyond the wall. With a gasp, she exclaimed, "No, that is a person." The bodyguard followed her gaze, clearly seeing the figure on the branch. It was apparent that the individuals here were either deceived or abducted, with countless souls each year yearning to escape, a common tragedy. Considering that Ruaksu was still a young girl, she might feel an overwhelming urge to save this person. The bodyguard couldn't help but add, "Rescuing someone comes at an additional cost." Retracting her gaze from the figure, Ruaksu smiled faintly, "I am not short on funds." "Very well, we shall rescue him." The bodyguard wore an expression of confidence, as if he had discerned her intentions. "I possess wealth, but no ailments," Ruaksu replied in a calm, deep voice. In this world, everything must adhere to considerations of cost-effectiveness. Upon hearing her cold words, the bodyguard tilted his head in surprise, casting a discreet glance at Ruaksu. It was quite unexpected. He had assumed she was a sheltered flower, overly protected by her family. Yet, it appeared she possessed a modicum of intelligence. Or else, she wouldn't have chosen to hire them. The escape was fraught with challenges, yet fortunately, the bodyguards exhibited remarkable agility. Soon, 2 helicopters whirled into view, the surrounding winds whipping fiercely, causing trees to bend at sharp angles. A dozen individuals clad in black descended from the helicopters, their sunglasses shielding their eyes, standing in perfect formation on either side. At that moment, Ruaksu's anxieties finally dissipated, and she leaped from her bodyguard's shoulder, feigning composure with her hands clasped behind her back. Her gaze was obscure, exuding the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Excellent. Arriving 10 minutes ahead of schedule warrants a doubled reward. One bodyguard, noticing something, widened his pupils beneath his sunglasses. Watch out above. Suddenly, an unidentified object plummeted from the tree. Ruaksu swiftly raised her head, a shadow growing larger. Bang! Crash! Moments later, Ruaksu struggled to rise from the ground, relieved that her quick reflexes had spared her. Otherwise, she would have perished once more, reborn to solitude. Who would be so callous as to throw objects from such heights? Upon recognizing the dark shadow sprawled on the ground, her gaze became utterly entranced. This was indeed a person. The youth possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with fair and delicate skin, two elegantly arched brows, and a prominent, noble nose, resembling the most exquisite creation of the goddess Enwa. Several bodyguards were rendered speechless, having never encountered such beauty, especially in this impoverished noodle shop. They warned Ruaksi, "Be cautious, keep your distance." Yet, despite their words, they proceeded to lift the young man, binding his arms securely. "Miss, how should we handle this individual?" As she gazed at the youth's face, fragmented images suddenly surged in Ruaksi's mind, conjuring memories that should not have been hers. These disjointed glimpses coalesced, hinting at a narrative she could scarcely fathom. The boy, endowed with dual abilities, vanquished a zombie king, wielded an array of weapons, and ultimately emerged as the sovereign of a post-apocalyptic world, founding a new tribe. How could such events, not experienced in her past life, manifest in her memory? She dismissed the perplexity, choosing to focus on the potential. If this young man was destined to be a significant figure in the future, perhaps she could leverage that to her advantage. She noticed the spatula tightly gripped in his palm, her gaze deepening, concealing her true thoughts. A spatula? Could he possibly be a chef? Just when she was lamenting her inability to acquire a cook, one had conveniently presented himself. "Let's take him with us," she decided. Upon receiving her command, the bodyguards complied, gently placing the young man into another helicopter, treating him with greater care due to his remarkable beauty, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Even their typically cold-hearted employer broke their principles, opting to save him. Indeed, even the most unfeeling employers find it difficult to resist the allure of a handsome face. Sensing the peculiar looks from the bodyguards, Ruaksi shrugged. "Don't get the wrong idea. He pressed my leg painfully, and I demand compensation." Unbeknownst to her, she had retrieved 2 wheelchairs from her space, taking a seat in one. "Make another for him. When he awakens, he can repay me." The bodyguards, initially touched by her sentiments, exchanged glances, bemused by her ambiguous behavior. Surely, someone who could afford to hire them as bodyguards was not so petty as to quibble over a trivial amount of money. It was clear she was speaking in contradictions. "We understand. Wealthy individuals enjoy playing with words," they thought. Ruaksi pressed her fingertips to her brow, perplexed by her own disbelief. Her intentions towards the young man were devoid of ulterior motives. She merely sought to acquire a powerful figure as a chef. In the opulent presidential suite, the youth's eyelashes fluttered, signaling the onset of consciousness. "I know you are awake. Do not fear, I shall not harm you." Ruaksi, seated in the wheelchair, supported her chin with one hand while toying with the spatula the young man clutched tightly. This spatula was nothing extraordinary, merely crafted from gold. Yet, it seemed to hold significant value to him, as he clung to it even in unconsciousness. "You saved me," he murmured, concealing the chill that lingered in his gaze. His demeanor composed, yet an aura of frost enveloped him. "What do you desire? I shall grant you anything." Such a domineering declaration made Ruashi want to laugh. Before her, even the wealthiest magnates appeared dimmed. Chapter 5, Stockpiling, Part 2. I am not in want of money, but rather in need of a chef. Upon hearing Ruashi's request, the youth revealed a chilling aura. "How do you know my culinary skills are exceptional? Have you investigated me?" Ruashi regarded him as if he were a fool, gesturing toward the golden spatula in his hand. "I would indeed like to investigate, but your life dossier has been thoroughly wiped clean, and accessing it would require funds. Nevertheless, as far as I know, a mysterious force has been pursuing you relentlessly. By staying close to me, you might at least survive. Otherwise, with your current fragile physique, you wouldn't last 3 days." Noticing the youth's silence, Ruashi, feeling unconcerned, raised her hand, signaling the bodyguards to escort her out. She was entirely confident that the youth would acquiesce to her request. Take a moment to ponder, my petite and delightful chef. With that remark, the room was left with only the sound of Fu Yunma's heavy and furious breathing. He hung his head, seemingly contemplating Ruashi's words. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his piercing gaze narrowing as he focused on the clock on the wall. Meanwhile, Ruashi, watching the surveillance feed, was startled. Truly, as a future overlord of the apocalypse, he immediately detected the hidden camera she had set up. Inside the official vehicle, her expression shifted, and the bodyguards sitting stiffly felt a chill run down their spines. This employer was the most bizarre and unique they had ever encountered. Just a single expression could lead to pay raises or cuts, their moods shifting unpredictably, reminiscent of a Cancerian in love. Upon arrival, they disembarked. As per usual, the men in black exited first, forming two lines, their sunglasses and suits lending them an imposing presence. The wealthier one becomes, the more one cherishes life, especially in a noodle shop where the law holds little sway. They had finally reached a true slaughterhouse, the air thick with the stench of excrement. There were two reasons for not directly purchasing seafood and meat in coastal cities. First, purchasing in large quantities might attract the attention of the government and media, risking targeting when the apocalypse strikes. Second, the country had banned weapons, and the noodle shop area was chaotic, with many underground markets where firearms could easily be procured. Ruashi leisurely accepted the white handkerchief handed to her by a man in black, covering her mouth and nose as she surveyed the pig pen. The pigs, chickens, ducks, and rabbits here were all destined for slaughter to be sold in the market. As a staunch carnivore, she needed to stockpile ample amounts of pork, lamb, beef, rabbit, chicken, and duck. 5,000 pigs, rabbits, chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep were to be slaughtered on the spot. The transaction proceeded smoothly, coupled with her unwillingness to haggle. All quantities were selected within 2 hours, totaling 20 million. For seafood, they would head directly to the seaside to fish for fresh catches. 10,000 pounds each of blue crabs, hairy crabs, red crabs, and king crabs, as well as 20,000 pounds each of lobsters, prawns, razor clams, abalones, sea cucumbers, scallops, and shrimp, shark, large opium fish, giant moray eel, large croaker, salmon, smallmouth fish, barracuda, skate, yellow croaker, monkfish, flounder, red sea bream, sea driftfish, octopus fish, sardine, redhead fish, bighead fish, pomfret, pointed nose fish, cutlass fish, Mr. Fish, noodle fish, blackfish, throwback fish, pike, dace, red cutlass fish, river cutlass fish, assorted mixed fish, mandarin fish, bighead treasure, 9-rabbit fish, fathead fish, discus fish head, tuna, octopus, island fish, tonla fish, squid, and snakehead, 500 pounds each. Harvested from the seas and shipped worldwide, the storage facility contained vast quantities of ice. Ruashi swiftly packed it all into her spatial inventory, 40 tons of ice, no more, no less. After the apocalypse, temperatures would undoubtedly skyrocket, plunging the world into relentless heat. A single misstep could lead to heatstroke. Eventually, global power grids would fail, rendering air conditioners useless, leaving only ice to regulate body temperature. The seafood harvest would take at least 2 days to complete, and she intended to stay no longer. Now came the most crucial step, firearms and weaponry. This was her true purpose for visiting the coastal town, where such dealings thrived. On her way back to the hotel, Ruashi resumed her shopping spree. Preservation containers, tableware, cookware, bedding sets, wedding supplies, totaling 100,000 in expenses. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. She added to her haul 200 sets each of sleds, roller skates, skateboards, swimming goggles, kayaks, and snowboards. 2,000 units each of golden handcuffs, electric shock cuffs, electronic wristbands, and shackles. 1,000 sets each of automatic mahjong tables, chessboards, playing cards, rabbit chess, and tile games. 1,000 units each of digital cameras, surveillance cameras, video doorbells, smart plugs, and smart drying racks. 4,000 desk lamps and light tubes. 10,000 flashlights. 40,000 AA and AAA batteries. 50 units each of ice cream makers, shaved ice machines, yogurt fryers, juicers, meat grinders, soy milk makers, barbecue grills, smart cooking machines, coffee makers, multifunction appliances, curling irons, weighing scales, walkie-talkies, massage chairs, eye massagers, foot spa machines, cervical massagers, portable heating cooling boxes, microwaves, and robotic vacuum cleaners. Household appliances? Absolutely. She also secured 20,000 generators, 20,000 cooling patches, 10,000 bottles of refreshing mint spray, 5,000 smart misting fans, 5,000 sets each of sun protection gear, skincare kits, sunglasses, and UV blocking umbrellas. She then purchased mint seeds and fresh mint, enough to last a lifetime. For culinary indulgence, she acquired 400 sets each of cake and ice cream making equipment. Rumors spoke of a prodigious figure in futuristic robotics returning to the country, bearing cutting-edge technology, robots capable of human interaction. Ruwashi contemplated leveraging her financial prowess to meet this visionary. And perhaps, while she was at it, she'd procure a few intelligent robots to guard her home. As she approached the doorway, an intoxicating aroma wafted towards her, compelling Ruwashi to step inside. "Wow, this smells incredible," she exclaimed, ravenously devouring an array of delectable dishes laid out before her, accompanied by fruits, pastries, and beverages. After savoring a moment of indulgence, she paused to inquire, "So, is this the culmination of your morning's efforts? I find it quite satisfactory." The young man, adorned in a Pikachu apron, halted momentarily while presenting the dishes, turning his face away in a haughty manner and letting out a cold snort. "Cooking for you is merely temporary. One day, I shall depart." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The noodle shop lacked safety, and once she returned to her homeland, she would uncover who had stolen his passport and even hired an assassin against him. The previously warm scene was shattered by the youth's icy words. Noticing his candidness, Ruwashi remained unperturbed, elegantly dabbing her mouth with a napkin. "I have already drafted the contract. The duration is 2 months, with provisions for meals and accommodation. 2 months would be ample time for her to master all culinary skills. Once accomplished, she would kick him to the curb before the apocalypse." Chapter 6. The 6th day of rebirth. "By the way, what is your name?" she inquired. The young man, awkwardly removing his apron, turned his head away from Ruwashi and coldly uttered, "Fuyunma." What? Ruwashi, who had been composed, suddenly found herself unsettled. Fuyunma was the renowned technological mogul known for his exceptional robotics expertise. Had he not returned to the country? Who, then, was the person seated before her? Surely, it could not be a mere coincidence of names. However, in the next moment, she watched in astonishment as Fuyunma effortlessly unlocked her phone. If an ordinary person had touched her phone, she would have berated them for their rudeness, let alone someone who so boldly bypassed her phone's security. Staring at his celestial visage, all her curses lodged in her throat. "All right, I admit it, I am a face enthusiast." She could not bring herself to utter any foul language in front of such a handsome face. Moreover, she was certain he could not possibly unlock her phone. "My dear little chef, tampering with your master's belongings may lead to consequences." Her tone was gentle, laced with a hint of playful coaxing. Yet Fuyunma detected an undercurrent of threat in her words. Rarely did anyone express dissatisfaction towards him, and this stirred an unusual feeling within him. "Are you looking to purchase firearms and ammunition?" Upon hearing this, Ruwashi could hardly remain seated, nearly overturning the entire table. She recalled that her phone not only had dual-layer protection but also operated on dual systems, each requiring different security locks. In less than 2 minutes, Fuyunma had managed to breach those protective barriers. Ruwashi flashed a smile that could rival death itself as she snatched her phone back from Fuyunma's grasp. "What a joke. I am a model citizen. Do not slander my character." To her surprise, Fuyunma found her furious demeanor rather endearing, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "I have a friend who deals in weapons. I could introduce you." Perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, he added, "He will sell it to you. If he doesn't, he might as well abandon his business." Such domineering words instilled a sense of security, as if implying, dare he refuse to sell? I shall take action against his family. Ruwashi's lips curled slightly. She felt as if she were being shielded by someone. "Thank you. I shall ensure your salary is increased." However, she was not one to easily trust Fuyunma. Thus she instructed the dozen or so bodyguards to accompany her, armed, to guard against any deceit on Fuyunma's part. Observing the woman's fully armed posture, Fuyunma's brows furrowed slightly, his silence reflecting his discontent. "She does not trust me." Noticing Fuyunma's darkening mood, Ruwashi flashed him a sweet smile, as delightful as honey. She then turned away, leaving behind a cold and indifferent silhouette as she headed toward the arms purchasing venue. Fu Yunma averted his gaze, no longer watching her, his fists involuntarily clenching. He felt he had lost his mind, voluntarily offering to assist this woman. Even more absurd was that he found himself sulking over her lack of trust. She was merely a woman who had rescued him out of self-interest. Once the 2-month period had elapsed, they would part ways without a trace. Fu Yunma seized the Winnie the Pooh toy that Ruoshi often embraced and struck it with force. It seemed as though he was suppressing something, his dangerously sharp jawline radiating a chilling wrath. "What are you doing?" Ruoshi suddenly appeared behind him, snatching the crumpled toy from his grasp. "If you are displeased with me, why take it out on a child's toy? Damn it. This was a limited edition toy, one she had painstakingly collected, and usually, she only dared to hold it gently. Yet now, it was being used by Fu Yunma as a punching bag. She glared at him, her gaze as icy as a thin blade, her aura shadowy and intimidating. Under such scrutiny, Fu Yunma's bloodthirsty eyes revealed his evident anger. It was merely a toy. How could she raise her voice at him over it? What of it? If you find it unacceptable, go find someone else who won't hit it. The atmosphere had turned sinister to the extreme when she suddenly broke into a smile. "You do not still believe you are the esteemed figure celebrated in the tech realm, do you? There is someone in the country currently usurping your position." The weapons had been procured and entrusted to the bodyguards, bound by confidentiality agreements, ensuring their safety. A hefty sum had been spent to uncover Fu Yunma's true identity. This Fu Yunma was indeed a tech magnate. The one in the country was merely an imposter. Numerous individuals had been stationed at various airports, all for the purpose of capturing Fu Yunma. However, Fu Yunma's pampered disposition should not be indulged. Alarm bells rang within Fu Yunma's mind. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Ruoshi replied in a tone devoid of inflection. "Your passport, ID, and research achievements have vanished. Do you not feel the slightest inkling of this? Moreover, your research accomplishments have been sold at a low price to a machine company by that imposter." In just a few sentences, it was as if a colossal, thunderous bomb had detonated, leaving Fu Yunma's profound, bottomless black eyes filled with chaos and confusion. His once proud identity has been usurped by another. He traversed various countries in pursuit of advanced technology, only to have his research achievements exploited and sold at a pittance by the very orchestrator of his misfortune. Who could it be that has relentlessly pursued him, setting this intricate trap? Ruoshi cast a glance at Fu Yunma's tightly clenched fists, remaining composed as she casually fiddled with a doll beside her. Well, if one doll becomes wrinkled, there is always another. After all, it is merely a limited edition doll worth a little over 10,000. Surely, Fu Yunma should grasp the underlying implication of this. Fu Yunma pressed his lips into a thin line, remaining silent. He was all too aware of Ruoshi's meaning. "Damn, why does it feel as though this woman has him in her grasp?" Ruoshi spoke in a delicate tone. "Let me warn you. Do not entertain thoughts of leaving me. If you cook well every day, perhaps I might take pity on you and help you seek revenge." Fu Yunma raised his gaze, confronted by a beautiful and innocent face, yet the words that escaped her lips were chillingly ruthless. He had initially thought she was merely a wealthy heiress, but her decisive manner was unexpectedly fierce. What kind of person is Ruoshi truly? Sensing Fu Yunma's probing gaze, Ruoshi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she grasped his chin, regarding him from a lofty position. Lowering her voice to create an air of intimacy, she remarked, "My delicate little chef, if you leave me now, you will have nothing." Fu Yunma turned his head away, his voice somewhat cryptic. "You are my savior. I will honor the 2 months I promised you. My service is merely to repay a debt of gratitude. Do not misconstrue it." Ruoshi noted the hint of crimson blooming on Fu Yunma's cheek. She smiled gently, rising to create distance as she turned to depart. "Those assassins are lurking at the airport, but do not worry, I will ensure your safe return home." What a delightful surprise this is. With weapons acquired and a channel to obtain super-intelligent robots established, she declared, "All right, the 6th day of my rebirth begins. It's time to relax." "Thank you," Fu Yunma replied blandly, yet his clothing was twisted in his grip. He gazed at her retreating figure, akin to a flower atop a high mountain, beautiful yet unattainable, while he himself had plummeted from the pinnacle to the depths. Chapter 7. Returning home inside the car, Ruoshi reclined lazily, while Fu Yunma anxiously fixed his gaze on the window. "Can you really ensure my safe return? What if those people blow up the plane?" Ruoshi jolted at the thought. It hadn't crossed her mind. But could such a thing be possible? To eliminate a researcher, they would even risk drawing national attention. Ruoxi was genuinely startled by Fu Yunma's imaginative leap. Truly, as a researcher, his creativity is commendable, if only it could be channeled elsewhere. Elsewhere? Fu Yunma met her languid gaze, feeling the air around them grow tense. He turned his head to evade her eyes. Surely, it could not be as he feared. What is her true intention in saving herself? Fu Yunma has been perplexed by this question for days and has resolved to make it the focus of his new research. It is known that this woman possesses immense wealth, and she could easily afford any five-star chef. Why, then, did she specifically seek him out and go to such great lengths to rescue him from the flames? The only plausible explanation is that Ruoxi has fallen for him at first sight. Yet, a woman of her stature, a rich heiress, could have any man she desires. Why is she fixated on him? This seems to lead him into a conundrum. Ruoxi raised her gaze, and her eyes fell upon Fu Yunma, who resembled a cool and aloof youth. His fair complexion and sharply defined jawline were accompanied by an aura of chill, reminiscent of pristine snow in winter. Damn it, why does this man increasingly resemble a domineering character from a comic? In the presence of her 400 billion, even the wealthiest tycoons would pale in comparison. How could she allow herself to be outshined by Fu Yunma? Ruoxi's heart seethed with dissatisfaction, her eyes darkened, and her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a sharpness and displeasure. Yet her beauty remained radiant and captivating, like a flower atop a high mountain, beautiful yet unattainable. The temperature within the car plummeted, causing the bodyguards to huddle closer in their jackets, shivering. What on earth is happening between these two? Why does each of them appear increasingly glum? Did they not have enough fun last night? Who knows, and we dare not inquire. Soon, Ruoxi and her companions entered the airport passage, typically reserved for celebrities. This time, with a grand gesture, Ruoxi secured exclusive access to the passage, declaring that no one could enter without her permission. With her 400 billion, she lacked financial constraints and delighted in extravagant spending. Who could blame her for her wealth? The journey home proved to be smoother than anticipated. Throughout the trip, Ruoxi dozed with her eyes half closed, while Fu Yunma maintained a stoic silence. Each averted their gaze, as if observing separate worlds, allowing the bodyguards to be engulfed in confusion. Each head adorned with 3 question marks. What transpired between these two last night? Were they simply fatigued from their revelries? Or perhaps their voices were hoarse from shouting, leading to their reticence? Their demeanor suggested a quarrel, yet it felt ambiguous. Upon disembarking, Fu Yunma dutifully followed Ruoxi, carrying his own suitcase without uttering a word. Ah, Ruoxi, how I have longed for your return. Just as she prepared to enter the car, a hand, adorned with an array of gold and silver jewelry, grasped hers. How did this individual know her return schedule? Did Zhang Lao camp at the airport to find her? How flattering indeed. Casting a careful glance over Zhang Lao, she noted his disheveled appearance, with remnants of sleep still evident in his eyes. Gone was the previous air of elegance and affluence. Instead, he bore dark circles beneath his eyes, a testament to his struggles during her time abroad. This realization brought a slight smirk to Ruoxi's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Though she had been overseas, she had not neglected affairs at home. She had sold the villa where Zhang Lao and his wife resided, leaving these parasites with nowhere to turn but to sell their jewelry and bags, resorting to renting accommodations. In truth, they could have utilized the funds that Ruoxi previously bestowed upon them to purchase a modest residence. However, having been indulged by Ruoxi, they developed a disdain for smaller abodes and insisted on residing in grand estates. The outcome was predictable. That sum of money was swiftly squandered. Ruoxi withdrew her hand from old Zhang's grasp, her tone cool and detached. May I inquire if you require my assistance? Witnessing Ruoxi's abrupt change in demeanor, old Zhang felt a surge of anger, his eyes flashing with a cunning malice. Oh dear, my beloved granddaughter, after a brief sojourn abroad, you return and disregard your grandmother. Do you deem me a burden in my old age? Regardless, you remain my granddaughter. Though you may scorn me, I shall never scorn you. With a grimace, he produced a handkerchief and feigned tears, deliberately raising his voice to attract the attention of passers-by. As anticipated, the onlookers, unaware of the circumstances, began to rally in defense of old Zhang. Good heavens, how heartless can this woman be? This elderly lady raised her with care, and now that she has achieved success, she forgets her roots and disdains her elder. Truly, a disgrace to society. How can such a person continue to exist? Would that her life could be exchanged for those who have made significant contributions to society. The devil walks among us. Hell is empty. Old Zhang inwardly reveled in his amusement, for had it not been for the audience, his lips would have curled into a smile of triumph. Fu Yuma, who had been keeping his head down and remaining invisible, lifted his gaze, observing Ruashi's retreating figure with a mixture of intrigue and curiosity. He had not anticipated that this woman had such a domineering grandmother. Who said she was my grandmother? A melodic, clear voice interjected. From the moment of my birth, my parents abandoned me to her care, only for her to toss me aside like a mere plaything, transferring me to others. Until I turned 10. She never fulfilled her duty as a guardian, and after that, she continued to neglect me, living off the inheritance from my adoptive parents like a leech. In truth, she has never raised me. Rather, I have supported her for 8 or 9 years. Ruashi's words resonated with clarity and conviction, captivating those around her. The previously chattering bystanders fell silent, some feeling sympathy for Ruashi's plight. This poor girl, how unfortunate to have such a selfish grandmother. Yet, a portion of the crowd questioned the veracity of Ruashi's statements. Puffed, today as youth fabricate tales without a second thought. How dare you believe her nonsense? Ruashi narrowed her eyes, reflecting on her parents who had abandoned her, showing no concern for her well-being. They traveled across the country, only seeking out old Zhang when funds were low, and when he ran out of money, he turned to her for her adoptive parents' inheritance. This perfectly embodied the adage that parents are true love, while children are mere accidents. It would not be long before that couple returned to the country with their adopted daughter, intent on claiming Ruashi's adoptive parents' fortune. The thought elicited an involuntary laugh from Ruashi. After being discarded by that couple, old Zhang had promptly sent her to an orphanage. Following 3 to 4 years at the orphanage, she was adopted by a wealthy couple unable to conceive. Regrettably, after nurturing her for several years, her elderly guardians passed away in succession due to illness, leaving her with only a few billion in inheritance. Chapter 8. The completion of the basement. The apocalypse approaches the group of vampires led by Elder Zhang. Having heard rumors of her inheriting a fortune, feigned a longing for their granddaughter and brought the merely 10-year-old girl back, all the while scheming to seize her inheritance. Perhaps her adoptive parents had foreseen such a scenario, and thus arranged for a lawyer to draft a will stipulating that she would only receive her full inheritance upon reaching the age of 20. This precaution was intended to safeguard her from being deceived at a tender age, allowing her to mature and think independently before claiming her fortune. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had fallen victim to treachery and relinquished her inheritance. As the apocalypse loomed, she met a tragic fate, designed by Elder Zhang and his accomplices, perishing amidst a horde of zombies. Suddenly, Ruashi smiled, causing Elder Zhang's heart to leap in alarm. What was happening? This insolent girl had grown wings and dared to defy her orders. Wasn't her wealth essentially his? How dare she sell off family assets, the selfish wretch? One day, he vowed to reclaim every penny of that inheritance, leaving nothing for that little usurper. Oh dear, my heart aches. Elder Zhang, cunning and crafty, feigned a collapse. Yet, Ruashi showed no inclination to assist her, observing coldly, her expression clearly saying, "Continue your performance. I am entertained." Bystanders, wary of becoming entangled, refrained from offering help, while someone called the authorities. Faced with no alternative, Elder Zhang awkwardly lay on the cold ground, continuing her charade, her inner fury towards Ruashi intensifying. A chuckle escaped Fu Yunma, who was typically serious and reserved. He had not anticipated that Ruashi possessed such resilience. Her background was indeed tragic. He had initially assumed she was merely a pampered heiress, not realizing the hardships she had endured. With Fu Yunma's laughter, the attention of the crowd shifted to the remarkably handsome youth. Onlookers were enchanted. Wow, the aloof, handsome guy smiled. He smiled at me. In that moment, everyone forgot about the elderly woman sprawled on the ground, lost in her theatrics. Ruashi flashed a friendly smile at Elder Zhang, then entered a luxurious vehicle, with Fu Yunma following closely behind. You little wretch. Elder Zhang quickly scrambled to her feet, chasing after Ruashi's car for a few meters, only to be met with the noxious fumes of exhaust. The kind-hearted passerby who had previously called for help now felt disillusioned. It turned out to be an act. The girl had spoken the truth. This elderly woman was nothing more than a selfish individual employing moral coercion. In a moment, public opinion turned sharply in favor of Ruashi, as bystanders began to point and whisper about Elder Zhang. Bah! What despicable people! Do they not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Having endured a few restless days, coupled with a long wait at the airport, and without having washed her face or brushed her teeth, Elder Zhang's mood turned sour. After this debacle, she felt as if she might explode with rage. The construction project for the basement has been underway for 5 days. Ruo Shi, the employer, has been overseeing the work diligently. Upon returning to the country, her first destination was, naturally, the vineyard to assess the progress. Thus, Ruo Shi brought Fu Yunma to the dusty construction site of the vineyard. Observing the uneven cement floor, Fu Yunma couldn't help but smirk. Is this truly the woman's residence? How shabby and dilapidated it appears, reminiscent of Xue Baochai's humble abode. Many workers had not seen Ruo Shi before. They merely cast her a fleeting glance before returning to their tasks. At that moment, Ruo Shi resembled a superior officer making an unexpected visit, engaging the workers in casual conversation. Are you satisfied with your wages? How is the food? Any grievances? The workers replied cheerfully, hee. The pay is about the same as other construction sites. On rainy days, we even receive over 100 yuan in subsidies. The chef we hired has 20 years of experience, and he can whip up various flavors. In short, we are quite satisfied. Earning money here makes many in our village envious. Ruo Shi continued her inquiries, and the workers answered her questions with earnestness, their honesty shining through as they diligently continued their work. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma, on the other hand, was sneezing repeatedly, appearing quite out of sorts in this environment. Ruo Shi cast a sideways glance at him, tinged with disdain. What an arrogant man he is, Fu Yunma remarked. In a little over a month, the basement will be nearly completed. Ruo Shi was now preparing to purchase tools to eliminate formaldehyde. Your identity can be replaced. You can investigate on your own without needing to follow me all the time. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a stack of money to Fu Yunma. If it's not enough, come to me again. She pressed down on the accelerator as she got into her vehicle, leaving Fu Yunma standing there in a daze. By the time he gathered his thoughts, her vibrant red car had already sped away. He looked down at the several thousand yuan in his hands, his handsome face darkening in frustration. Ruo Shi actually hit him with money. 2 months swiftly passed, and Fu Yunma found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, on Ruo Shi's side, the basement construction was nearing completion, and she began the task of removing formaldehyde. 1. Placing electric fans in every corner for ventilation. 2. Utilizing physical adsorption with activated charcoal and zeolite. 3. Applying a constant light spray. 4. Constructing with environmentally friendly materials, completed. 5. Introducing plants to absorb harmful substances from the air. Once these tasks were accomplished, the formaldehyde levels would be tested to ensure they met standards before occupancy. In the final fortnight before the apocalypse, a global economic crisis erupted, leading to the collapse of numerous companies. Elder Zhang and his group of parasites found themselves on the streets, accustomed to a life of luxury and unwilling to seek employment, relying on relatives for meager sustenance. Frantically begging Ruo Shi for money. Seeking solitude, Ruo Shi chose to retreat to the seaside for a brief respite. She lay under the sun at the picturesque beach, donning sunglasses and leisurely soaking in the warmth. In the distance, the evening glow painted the horizon in shades of crimson, gradually merging with the sea's surface. Seagulls soared freely against the sky. After a while, Ruo Shi, radiating a languid charm, turned over. Tired of lying idle, she sought something to occupy her time. In moments of leisure, she seeks ways to spend money. For Ruo Shi, spending is an exhausting endeavor, akin to the daily grind of a routine job. Beside her, with a fruit platter in hand, Fu Yunma paused, his distinctly boned fingers momentarily halting. Are you weary of my culinary creations? Ruo Shi lifted her gaze, her starry eyes adorned with a few delicate pearls. Perhaps it was the physiological saline of having slept too long. Every gesture she made exuded a languorous beauty. The contract stipulated Fu Yunma's employment for merely 2 months, yet he had lingered by her side for 6, disguised and pursued by a relentless group. Fu Yunma remained with Ruo Shi, assuming the role of a humble cook. The thought of his former glory as a distinguished researcher contrasted sharply with his current fall to the status of a mere chef, leaving him with an unresolved tempest of resentment. However, each time he beheld Ruo Shi's blissful smile while savoring his dishes, he gradually lost himself in her praises. In truth, being a cook was not so bad. What if one day Ruo Shi grew tired of his culinary delights? Chapter 9. I am not short of money. Then, He would fervently experiment with new flavors, ensuring she would always relish fresh delicacies, never growing weary of them. What if one day Ruwashi no longer cared for food? He would confine her until her love for gastronomy was rekindled. A shadow of obscurity clouded Fu Yunma's eyes, concealing his inner turmoil. Ruwashi, oblivious to the disquiet beside her, continued to indulge in her meals, lost in her shopping spree. 2,000 packs of sanitary napkins, day and night. Due to the excessive purchase of medications drawing the government's attention, Ruwashi decided to open 10-chain pharmacies. Cold medicine, aspirin, norfloxacin, amoxicillin, smecta, pain relief tincture, analgesics, antipyretics, eye drops, disinfectants, sleeping pills, and more. All right, she thought, reclining comfortably. What other medications were there? Ruwashi took a bite of the fruit Fu Yunma had offered. Her cheeks puffed like a little rabbit, soft and adorable. Fu Yunma gazed at her silently, waves of emotion stirring within him. She had been purchasing incessantly these days. Was she preparing to retreat into the mountains? Ah, the mountains, a splendid refuge. Suddenly, she recalled the contraceptive pills. Ruwashi sprang to her feet, nearly toppling the fruit platter held by Fu Yunma. Those who betrayed her, her fiancé and sister, were the root cause of her demise in her previous life. In the Tiger team, these two had conspired together, never forgetting to slander Ruwashi, inciting discontent among their peers. Consequently, when pursued by a horde of zombies, someone had to serve as bait. The entire team unanimously pushed Ruwashi towards certain death. Thus, when the apocalypse arrived, if an opportunity arose to lure this pair of scoundrels into the fray, she would confine them. Oh, how delightful it would be! With a thoughtful addition of contraceptives, perhaps laced with something extra. Ruwashi contemplated this plan, admitting to herself that it might be a bit far-fetched, yet undeniably practical. In the previous life, how could one forget the enmity simply due to rebirth? It is only just to repay it doubly. Contraceptive pills? Fu Yunma pressed his thin lips tightly, his sword-like brows furrowing in displeasure, as if he had just consumed a worm. It would have been one thing if Ruwashi was merely stockpiling supplies, but to purchase this? Could it be that she intends to establish a harem in the mountains? The mere thought of it sent a sudden jolt through Fu Yunma's heart. What do you need this for? He inquired, concealing his emotions and adopting a seemingly indifferent tone. The hand that had been offering Ruwashi fruit trembled slightly before retracting. Resuming the task of peeling an apple, Ruwashi savored a sip of the exquisite 1982 vintage wine, her crimson lips appearing even more alluring, radiating an air of confidence. It is useful, she replied, unwilling to elaborate further, considering it was merely for a small chef she had taken under her wing. Why bother discussing it in depth? As long as it satisfies her palate, that is sufficient. What use could it possibly serve? Fu Yunma pressed further. Ruwashi lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his profoundly dark orbs, a shiver of cold sweat trickling down her spine. What was it? Did this little chef seem to harbor dissatisfaction towards her? Was it her salary that troubled him? If he was displeased, he ought to voice it rather than gaze at her so intently. One might mistakenly believe she was vying for his wife. My delicate little chef, do you have any grievances lately? I have certainly noticed your efforts these past few days, producing a myriad of new dishes daily, each unique. If you desire a raise, I have plenty of money at my disposal. Just name your price, and I shall directly transfer it to your account. Observing Fu Yunma's increasingly dark expression, Ruwashi raised an eyebrow playfully. You shouldn't confine yourself to the kitchen all the time. Your face has become as dark as smoked meat, making it seem as though I deliberately mistreat my employees. Before Ruwashi could finish her sentence, Fu Yunma set down the peeled apple, dismissing her with a cold shoulder as he headed to the beach to surf. I'm not short on money. Ruwashi picked up the sweet apple and took a bite. Her gaze was drawn to the picturesque scene of handsome men and beautiful women dressed lightly by the seaside. Not short on money, yet you come to work for me? Uff, it's not as if you're some future tycoon. Chapter 10. The sudden tsunami. Ruwashi hummed a little tune, continuing to lounge. She silently admired the smooth lines of Fu Yunma's abdominal muscles. The eight-pack, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared even more robust, his handsome features exuding an air of brooding authority. He looked every bit the future magnate, Ruwashi mused. However, as her gaze slowly drifted upward, she sensed something amiss. Why were the waves rising ever higher? A cacophony of desperate cries filled the air, as beautiful people frantically fled. It dawned on Ruwashi that a tsunami was imminent. She recalled that tsunamis were rare in this area, which was why she had chosen to reside here. In her previous life, There had been no reports of fatalities due to a tsunami in this locale. Was it possible that her rebirth had triggered a chain reaction of unforeseen events? Positioned under a coconut tree, she was at a safe distance from the sea. She rose leisurely, biting into the apple that Fu Yunma had sliced for her, making her way towards the seaside villa she called home. Ah, this apple is quite sweet. Apple. As she abruptly turned her head, she was met with an empty space beside her. Oh no, it seemed that Fu Yunma had not yet returned. Had he been swept away by the waves? In her previous life, Ruoxi would have rushed into the sea in a panic to rescue Fu Yunma. After all, he was a future magnate, a life worth saving. Yet now, she felt indifferent, swaying her graceful figure back to the villa. To plunge into the water now would be akin to courting death. If she failed to find him, she might endanger her own life. Having been granted a second chance at life, she could not afford such a risk. Moreover, Fu Yunma was destined to become a prominent leader in the impending apocalypse. How could he easily perish? Wait, if she could be reborn, what was there that was impossible? Ruoxi pressed her luscious lips together, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, she discarded the apple core and grabbed a surfboard, dashing towards the sea. Her adoptive parents had enrolled her in numerous activity classes during their lifetimes, most of which were sports. With their home by the seaside, Ruoxi had learned to surf from a young age, even obtaining a certification a few years back. At 18, she had specifically trained in skydiving, earning a professional parachuting license. At the center of the tsunami, Fu Yunma surveyed his surroundings, resembling a curtain of water as he swiftly navigated through the waves. Yet, as time passed, despair began to creep in. The once brilliant glimmer in his eyes dimmed, for he realized he was in a bottomless pit, with no exit in sight. He made a decisive gamble. Perhaps there was still a chance to escape the tsunami. The further he ventured, the more challenging it became, testing both his psychological resilience and physical prowess. A moment of carelessness could lead to his demise. Fu Yunma's gaze flickered, and the image of Ruoxi's serene and exquisite sleeping face flashed through his mind. This woman was likely still peacefully asleep. Surely she would not be swept away by the waves, right? In that moment, he found himself wishing that Ruoxi would be drawn into the chaos, yet simultaneously did not wish for her to be. Lost in thought, a familiar figure darted in from one direction, moving with practiced precision and resolve. Fu Yunma's breath caught in his throat, as Ruoxi's presence shattered all his facades. Strangely, in the face of life and death, he felt little panic. For death was an inevitable part of existence. Yet, seeing Ruoxi charge in with such vigor stirred something deep within his long-isolated heart. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to be a gentle and charming little chef. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Fu Yunma, his ears ringing as he lost control of his body and collapsed. Hey, what are you doing? Ruoxi, having finally located Fu Yunma, felt tears welling up in her eyes. The space at the center of the tsunami was shrinking, and they were on the verge of being engulfed by the waves. Yet Fu Yunma chose this critical moment to fall asleep. This unreliable individual truly leaves much to be desired. Chapter 11. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Subsequently, Fu Yunma could scarcely recall how he had returned, only aware that upon awakening, he discovered several tens of thousands of yuan beside his pillow. Also, a termination contract? Fu Yunma's lips were parched and cracked, his handsome visage tinged with a sickly pallor. Within his exquisite, alluring peach blossom eyes lay an abyss of endless darkness, evoking a sense of dread akin to plummeting into an unfathomable chasm. He clenched the contract tightly, crumpling it into a ball before discarding it into the trash. You pulled me from the depths, only to abandon me again, Ruoxi. Oh, Ruoxi. The thought of escape was utterly futile. Meanwhile, Ruoxi, who was inspecting the completeness of the furniture in the basement, absent-mindedly touched her nose. Why did it feel as though someone was speaking ill of her from behind? After completing her inspection, Ruoxi ascended the basement stairs to the first level. The basement was structured in 2 levels, both of which were suitable for habitation. The second level served as a precaution. In case of an unwelcome intrusion on the first level, it was a backup. The passage leading to other yards was also located on the second level. Continuing upward, she noticed numerous shovels and cement tools in the stairwell, alongside a dedicated room for storing construction equipment. Why, after having completed the basement, were so many tools still left behind? The apocalypse was dreadfully monotonous. Perhaps digging could provide some respite, aiming to excavate several meters beneath the Earth's surface. Digging out the Earth. Oh, what a delightful endeavor. Ruoxi joyfully bounced a couple of times before reaching the door leading to the surface. On either side stood two intelligent robots, equipped with 360-degree cameras for surveillance. Even the door was smartly welded shut. Entry required facial recognition, fingerprint unlocking, and voice command keywords. After overcoming 5 layers of security, one still needed to present a hand gesture to the camera. Should one fail to gesture within 3 seconds, hidden machine guns would unleash a torrent of fire upon the entrance. Satisfied, Ruoxi nodded. It must be said that Fu Yunma had quite an array of capabilities. He could construct robots, cook, and entertain her with songs on the piano, violin, and guitar during her bouts of boredom. Yet, this fellow was far too reserved, lacking in verbal communication. Suddenly, Ruoxi swung the door open, only to meet those familiar eyes. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door, but a fair hand moved quicker, blocking her way. "Are you avoiding me?" It was a statement rather than a question, as Fu Yunma's typically expressionless face was now adorned with a bright smile. Dressed in athletic where instead of a white shirt, he seemed like a different person entirely. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Fu Yunma, remaining unperturbed. Previously, he had embodied the archetype of a stoic senior. Had he now adopted a more cheerful demeanor, like a sunny boy? It appeared that his brush with death had imparted a newfound perspective. Fu Yunma's dark eyes sparkled with mirth, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ruoxi. "Why are you silent, my master?" His voice, though slightly hoarse, carried a hint of magnetism. "Master?" Ruoxi's eyes darted away, her thoughts racing. Could this fellow have lost his mind? He was hardly a pet to be addressed as such. The situation has become quite awkward, eliciting a sense of embarrassment. The emotional intelligence displayed is remarkably low, significantly diminishing the impression. Does the master not favor this form of address? Fu Yunma lowered her gaze, exuding an air of disdain. The construction of the basement must be intended for the confinement of those men, a mere plaything. Why seek out those courtesans? Why engage in frivolous pursuits typical of ordinary wealthy women? Is it that he cannot satisfy her needs? In Fu Yunma's eyes, the purpose of a wealthy woman building a basement is singular, to keep men. Contemplating this, she cast a sidelong glance behind Ruoxi, searching for traces of a man. "Master, it is quite cold outside. May I come in for a moment?" Ruoxi detected a hint of grievance in the tone, sending a chill down her spine. Was she the only one feeling this embarrassment? She felt as though she could dig her fingers into the ground. "No, absolutely not. The basement is to be my sanctuary in a future apocalypse. How could I allow anyone to enter so easily?" Upon hearing Ruoxi's refusal, Fu Yunma's suspicions deepened. There must indeed be a man hidden inside. Ruoxi, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, "Why are you still here? Our relationship is strictly professional. The contract has long expired. The salary I provided was sufficient for you to secure housing. Are you dissatisfied with the pay? Do not assume that calling me master grants you the right to remain here. Sweet talking will not suffice." Fu Yunma's ears flushed a deep crimson. "Actually, I can take action." This statement struck Ruoxi like a bolt from the blue, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of this handsome man blushing. Wait a moment. Was Fu Yunma not supposed to be a future mogul? Although his current identity as a research leader has been usurped by illicit entities, how could he possibly degrade himself to the point of clinging to a wealthy woman for petty gains? Unable to restrain herself, Ruoxi queried, "Surely you haven't become foolish from surfing the internet?" In Chapter 12, Fu Yunma appeared dazed, transforming from a cold, aloof senior into an endearing little puppy. "What is foolishness, master?" Fu Yunma blinked innocently, his once handsome visage now taking on an adorably bewildered expression, giving Ruoxi the impression that a little puppy tail was sprouting behind him. She even felt that his lips were shaped in a way that was irresistibly cute. So adorable, I longed to pet the little dog's head. Lost in thought, Ruoxi found her hand inexplicably reaching out, pausing for a moment in surprise. As she gently patted a few times, she exclaimed, "Wow, this feels delightful." Unable to help herself, she continued to caress him. Fu Yunma's eyes sparkled with delight as he shook his little head and nuzzled against Ruoxi's fair wrist. "Master's hand is so soft. I long to kiss it," he said in a soft, tender tone, laced with youthful innocence, yet more so with an endearing, beguiling quality that tugged at one's heartstrings. It felt as though a kitten's paw had brushed against her heart, sending delightful shivers throughout her being, akin to an electric current radiating from her wrist. Ruoxi, overwhelmed, covered her face. Just a short while ago, he had been the aloof senior. Now he had transformed into a little puppy. Had he truly become foolish from surfing? If he had, what was he doing running toward her? Return home and stay there. The apocalypse is imminent. Ruoxi abruptly withdrew her hand from Fu Yunma's grasp, swiftly shutting the door with her other hand. Yet, at the moment the door was about to close, she glimpsed a grotesque group of individuals staggering towards her. Their faces were pallid and lifeless, their hair a ghastly green reminiscent of wilted grass, and their mouths gaped open to reveal sharp teeth, with remnants of flesh lodged between them. Were these zombies? The end of the world had indeed arrived prematurely in this life. Ruoxi quickly scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of anyone else. Only Fu Yunma stood outside the door. The horde of zombies surged forward, drawing nearer. Fu Yunma's eyes were clouded with a misty veil, his cheeks puffed up like an irate little squirrel. Oh no! Those hideous creatures are terrifying. I am truly frightened, he whimpered as he burrowed into Ruoxi's embrace. Ruoxi's enchanting gaze resembled the shimmering depths of the ocean, dark and brooding like a domineering CEO. How splendid it was, wealthy indeed, now embodying the role of a tyrannical magnate. She was nurturing a little puppy, with no other option. As the pursuers drew ever closer, Ruoxi pulled Fu Yunma inside. In the first basement level, within the charming pink living room, Ruoxi lounged on the plush sofa, scrolling through the news. Her right hand absent-mindedly caressed Fu Yunma's hair as he knelt before her, radiating blissful contentment, while she pondered the intricacies of life. Initially, her intention had been to venture out and adopt a small dog or cat to accompany her through the tedium of the impending apocalypse. Now, it seemed the end had arrived early, and she had acquired a little puppy brother. Ruoxi's gaze fell upon Fu Yunma with a mix of longing and frustration, her stomach betraying her with an audible growl. Alas, she was hungry. Although she had spent over 2 months honing her culinary skills alongside Fu Yunma, she had resorted to eating for the past 6 months, never even stepping foot into the kitchen. Despite Fu Yunma's apparent folly, he should still possess the ability to cook. After all, culinary skills ought to have become second nature by now. With a gaze reminiscent of a bedridden emperor, she spoke weakly, "Huan, it is I." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma tilted his head in confusion, failing to comprehend. Believing Fu Yunma was indicating his inability to cook, Ruoxi felt tears of despair welling up. What a disaster. Not only has this fool lost his wits, but he cannot even prepare a meal. What purpose did she have for keeping Fu Yunma around if he could not cook? This was hardly a shelter, after all. Since I am hungry and you cannot cook, perhaps it would be best for you to leave. There is no place for you here. Ruoxi's words were blunt and devoid of compassion, as though she had never known Fu Yunma throughout the past 6 months. If she could not derive any benefit from him, why should she harbor a sense of maternal sympathy? In a world rife with refugees, she could save one, but not all. Thus, in the face of the apocalypse, one must embrace selfishness to survive. This lesson was one Ruoxi had learned painfully from her past demise. Human nature was unpredictable. Who could say what betrayal might lurk in the shadows? Fu Yunma lowered her gaze, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of her lips in the solitude of the room. How utterly heartless. After 6 months of unwavering care, she could so callously dismiss him. Chapter 13. The childhood sweetheart Fu Yuhan's call. I can cook. Whatever type you desire, I can provide. With that, Fu Yunma dashed into the kitchen, bustling about. Please wait a moment, my esteemed guest. Rushi suddenly sat upright and followed him into the kitchen, her heart racing with concern. What if this little pup were to set the kitchen ablaze? Her apprehension lingered, but before she could step inside, Fu Yunma gently pushed her out. Clad in a Pikachu apron, he squinted with a tender smile, lightly nudging Rushi's shoulder. You are my little princess. Do not enter the kitchen. The smoke will soil your lovely attire. Rushi protested, but I can wear an apron too. I absolutely cannot allow you to be alone in the kitchen. What if everything gets burned? The smoke could ruin the princess's complexion, leaving her looking unkempt, he replied with a charming grin. A princess's hands are meant for manicures, not for wielding a greasy spatula. With a soft chuckle, Fu Yunma nodded and closed the kitchen door. Rushi stood outside, bewildered. Had he lost his mind? Unsure. She decided to wait and see. Thus, Rushi reclined on the sofa, the television broadcasting the chaos outside in real time. A horde of zombies surged forth. And even after being shot by the police, they continued to rise. To protect the citizens, the airport had been requisitioned by the government as a refuge for those in distress. The emergency passage was packed, filled with anguished cries and despair. Many were in tears. some even clad in pajamas. Were there individuals in mere undergarments? Rushi switched off the television and turned to the downloaded series on her computer, tearing open a large bag of sweet and sour duck necks, indulging in her comfort food. For this homebody, life couldn't be more blissful. Before long, Fu Yunma presented her with a plate of neatly cubed fruit, speared with toothpicks. Please enjoy some fruit first, my dear guest. My new dish will be ready shortly. Rushi raised an eyebrow, responding indifferently. She adopted an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a cold and domineering businesswoman. Upon receiving her acknowledgement, Fu Yunma beamed with a silly grin. You look so lovely while watching television. It's a sight one could admire endlessly. Rushi cast a glance at him. This little pup had become rather sweet-tongued since his apparent foolishness, showing potential to be quite the heartbreaker. Fortunately, her heart was a steadfast tree, never inclined to blossom. Otherwise, she might have already succumbed to Fu Yunma's tender charms. Rushi contemplated that she was offering Fu Yunma a sanctuary, a space for secure existence, while he prepared meals and attended to her daily needs. This arrangement seemed mutually beneficial. Should he wish to leave, she could easily see him off. Regardless, by the time it arrives, she will have grown weary of the culinary creations of Fu Yunma and will seek a new chef. She continued to focus on the television, savoring the sweet strawberries that Fu Yunma had meticulously cut for her. Indeed, they were delightful. Soon, Fu Yunma had completed the meal, but Ruashi, having indulged in snacks and fruits, found herself unable to eat anymore. I'm full. You can have the rest, she said, turning away to retreat into her room, her demeanor cold and indifferent. This scene truly pierced Fu Yunma's heart. The lavish spread before him lost its appeal. Yet, he nodded obediently, kindly reminding her, remember to stand for a while after eating, master. Lying down immediately may lead to weight gain. Ruashi, disinterested, did not respond. She despised being nagged, even when it stemmed from genuine concern. Being alone was far more appealing. She could do as she pleased. After eating, if she wished to lie down, she could do so, and with a treadmill available, exercising was always an option if she gained weight. Clearly, Fu Yunma's well-meaning words fell flat with Ruashi. Don't forget to wash the dishes, she added. 3 lines of black irritation formed on Fu Yunma's forehead. Did this woman possess no sense of romance whatsoever? Well, it was fine. He could spoil her to the point of dependence, ensuring she would never leave him. Ruashi's room was expansive, equipped with a password lock, fingerprint scanner, and facial recognition for maximum security. Spanning 500 square meters, it was the largest room in the basement, complete with an en-suite bathroom, study, cinema, and a dressing room. Each small room was secured with different fingerprint and password locks. The entrance to the second level of the basement was cleverly concealed within the dressing room's partition. Ruashi was grateful for her childhood sensitivity to numbers, which allowed her to memorize codes quickly and retain them easily. Upon reaching the second level of the basement, she found her breathing slightly labored. She retrieved 60 potted plants from her space, arranging them thoughtfully. Some of the previously placed pots had begun to wither, causing Ruashi to purse her lips in frustration. Humans rely on the oxygen exhaled by plants to survive, while plants depend on the carbon dioxide breathed out by humans. Although there were many plants, the oxygen was scant. Simply put, there were too few people around. Suddenly, Ruashi recalled that during her stockpiling, she had accumulated dozens of tons of marble and dilute hydrochloric acid in her space. This could provide the carbon dioxide the plants needed. Industrial methods could also be employed, such as the high-temperature combustion of limestone. However, burning limestone underground posed significant safety risks. Marble and dilute hydrochloric acid would suffice. Ruashi entered her laboratory, donned protective gear, and began synthesizing carbon dioxide. Before this, she fertilized the plants and loosened the soil. She also powered the artificial sunlight to supplement the plant's light intake. After over an hour of diligent work, Ruashi inhaled a deep breath of fresh oxygen, feeling utterly content. At that moment, her phone screen lit up, displaying thousands of missed calls and messages. Zhang Lao and the dog parents who had just returned from their global travels were automatically ignored by Ruashi. As she scrolled down, she stumbled upon an unfamiliar number, presumably belonging to Ma Li Su, the obedient daughter adopted by the dog parents. In the next moment, a call came from her childhood friend, Fu Yuan. Upon seeing that familiar name, Ruashi's heart quivered. This man, who had grown up alongside her and once vowed to protect her for a lifetime, had engaged in a clandestine affair with Ma Li Su after the apocalypse. Alongside Zhang Lao and the dog parents, ultimately pushing her into the horde of zombies. Past events rushed back like a whirlwind, pulling Ruashi into the vortex of her memories. During the dark period following the death of her adoptive parents, her childhood was shrouded in gloom. Yet, Fu Yuan appeared like a ray of light, rescuing her from the mire. In her most challenging moments, he provided her with whatever he could. Even during a school team-building event, when she lost her footing and tumbled down a steep hill, Fu Yuan instinctively reached out to grab her, only to roll down alongside her. Throughout their descent, he exerted every ounce of strength to shield her from the bumps and bruises. Later, when they arrived at the hospital, the examination revealed she had only minor abrasions, while Fu Yuan was left paralyzed, unable to walk again. From that day forth, Fu Yuan was confined to a wheelchair, and she devoted herself to caring for him meticulously. She vividly remembered that day in the hospital, where the warm sunlight billowed the white curtains. Fu Yuan sat in his wheelchair, attempting to stand. Yet, no matter how hard he strained, he could not move an inch. Suddenly, he calmed himself, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and resumed his previously refined demeanor. Even in such a dire state, his eyes remained tranquil, with a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. Gazing up at her, his voice was crisp and gentle. "Xiaoxi, what should I do? I feel so sad right now. I want to hold you, but I realize that the last time I initiated a hug was probably the last time." Her palms grew clammy as she crouched down, trembling hands tightly embracing Fu Yuan. It was once he who rushed to her. Now, it was her turn to approach him. After a long while, the person in her arms did not respond, and her heart was already in turmoil. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Yuan interjected, "Xiaoxi, how about we get engaged?" "Okay," she replied, "but please don't think poorly of me. If you do, it will make me unhappy." "I won't, never," he assured her. "If you ever come to dislike me, just let me know, and I will quietly leave, without causing you any trouble." Ruashi came to her senses and took a sip of water to calm herself. She had indeed kept her promise, never once looking down upon Fu Yuan. Yet, he had unhesitatingly abandoned her for a new love. Ruashi felt a pang of sorrow for Fu Yuan's legs. Was this truly the reason behind his betrayal and his entanglement with Mali Su? Fu Yuan's intense desire to eliminate her stemmed from the fact that she was the one responsible for his paralysis. As she gazed at her phone screen, Ruaxa swiped up and chose to answer the call. "Hello, Cece, are you alright? Where are you? I'll come to get you." The voice on the other end was laced with urgency, yet Ruaxu remained indifferent. Her tone was frigid. "No need. I am doing quite well at the moment. I realize that I've been rather distant these past few months due to family matters, but it was all for our future together. I also understand that your mood has been affected by my aloofness, but now that the apocalypse is upon us, Cece, my dear, this is not the time for tantrums. Quickly send me your address. I will brave any danger to bring you to my side." Upon hearing this, Ruaxu began munching on a pack of snacks, simultaneously criticizing him for his lack of consideration and unreasonable fuss. He lamented about doing it all for their future, which might not even be for their sake. Given that Fu Yuan was destined to marry the likes of Mary Su in the end, Ruaxu rolled her eyes elegantly and mused about how, during these past months, she had been preoccupied with traveling, exploring, and constructing a basement, completely disregarding Fu Yuan. How did it come to be that Fu Yuan was too busy and distant, causing her unhappiness? TSK, listening to Fu Yuan's theatrics was far more entertaining than watching a soap opera. "Go ahead, continue," she encouraged him. After a brief pause, he replied, "What? Cece, stop joking. I am now confined to a wheelchair, having saved you back then. My mother cherishes me as her treasure, and I regard you as mine. Being so humble before you makes me feel I am betraying my parents." Interrupting him, Ruaxu replied, "I've heard this spiel far too often. Can you switch it up?" "You." Fu Yuan, infuriated, fell silent. At this moment, Mary Sue gently patted his back and took the phone. "Sister, please don't be angry with the young man. You are a girl alone in the world, easily preyed upon by zombies, and being devoured by them is quite painful, not to mention deadly." Ruaxu continued to savor her tangy tomato-flavored potato chips. "Wow, this little white lotus sure has a lot of inane chatter." A long string of utterly pointless remarks. "Who are you, the third party with Fu Yuan?" Ruaxa teased, her tone laced with mockery and a hint of nonchalance. Mary Sue maintained her calm demeanor. "Not at all, sister. I am a child adopted by my parents, who are now here with us. I know you've longed to be close to your parents all these years. Please send me your address, and we can come to fetch you, all right?" This woman had the audacity to be so shameless. The young man was willing to grant her a life-saving favor. Yet she still threw a tantrum. She was bound to bring about her own demise. And to claim she was the young man as third party, what nonsense. She was the legitimate girlfriend. Thank you very much. Ruaksu thought this insufferable woman was merely engaged to the young man. It wasn't a marriage. To label her as a third party, as if she were something impressive, was utterly ridiculous. Inside, Ma Lisu was silently mocking, yet she maintained an outwardly obedient demeanor. On the other hand, Fu Yuan was like a straw set ablaze, his anger intensifying. Ruo Shi, having inherited a fortune of billions, had completely disregarded her parents and siblings, relying on him to arrange care for her relatives all this time. He had invested so much in her, only to be met with her distrust regarding her family's feelings. Did she truly doubt him so? Before Fu Yuan could retort, Ma Lisu soothingly massaged his shoulder. In contrast, Fu Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. Look at little Su. She is considerate while I'm under pressure. Can't you learn to be a bit more composed like her? Ma Lisu blushed shyly, gently tapping Fu Yuan's chest with her tiny fist. No, my sister is just spoiled by our grandparents. I grew up without parents, so I'm more introverted and not as lively as her. Seeing Ma Lisu like this, Fu Yuan felt a flicker of comfort in his heart. You're just fine as you are. Ruashi has been too comfortable. Since she won't send me her address, let her experience some hardship outside. Only then will she realize she needs to come back to me. Did you hear that, Shishi? If you really don't want to come, then scram. I want to indulge you. Before he could finish speaking, Fu Yuan halted, his gaze frozen on his phone screen. The call had been disconnected 5 minutes ago. Ruashi. Fu Yuan gritted his teeth, venting his fury over the dropped call. It had always been him who hung up first. This time, Ruashi had done it. She just cut off his call without a word. Had she lost her mind? Oh no, another zombie invasion. Let us flee to the next refuge, quickly. Ma Lisu commanded the nearby bodyguards to push Fu Yuan's wheelchair as they rushed outside. In the chaos, a shoe was lost. But there was no time to pick it up. Urgency filled the air. The group looked disheveled and covered in dust. Meanwhile, Ruashi opened her television app, lounging on the soft sofa while unwrapping a bag of snacks, enjoying herself. Wow, because of the sudden apocalypse. A beloved show that had updated so slowly has now released all its episodes at once. She munched happily, savoring the moment. Chapter 15. Fu Yunma's Injury Crack. A sharp sound echoed from the upper right corner, reminiscent of breaking porcelain. Ruashi frowned, wondering what Fu Yunma was doing. As she had asked him to wash a dish, she intended to continue lounging, but the thought of Fu Yunma being foolish prompted her to rise. She abruptly pulled open the door leading to the basement. Peering through the peephole, she saw the tall figure of Fu Yunma lying motionless on the ground. Her gaze shifted to the right, where blood was seeping from his wrist, forming a shocking pool of crimson on the floor. Ruashi was immediately drenched in cold sweat. She rushed out and knelt before Fu Yunma, checking for his breath. In formal attire, a certain individual felt an overwhelming sense of desolation within, murmuring for the insufferable woman to tend to his wounds. The pain was excruciating. How could he still be alive? Ruashi pursed her lips, somewhat disheartened by the situation. Her delicate fingers glided over the slightly warm nose of the aloof young man, whose exquisitely beautiful lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, now appeared quite pallid, evoking wicked thoughts of crushing and kneading them. Indeed, one could not deny that this young pup was rather pleasing to the eye, though he was excessively tall, lacking a certain charm. Observing the woman before him hesitate to speak, Fu Yunma felt as if his heart were being playfully clawed by a kitten, an uncomfortable sensation. Why leave words unspoken? If he had any shortcomings, he wished to be informed so he could amend them. Otherwise, if he continued in this manner, Ruashi would eventually send him away. Unfortunately, Fu Yunma was currently on the verge of fainting, unable to articulate his thoughts, and forced to keep his concerns bottled up. Gazing at Fu Yunma's gruesome wrist and the shattered bowl nearby, Ruashi began to piece together the events that had transpired. This man had managed to injure himself while washing a bowl, fortuitously avoiding a major artery in the process. One might wonder whether it was bad luck or good fortune. Unperturbed, Ruashi set about searching for a medical kit. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma remained frozen in place, his muscles numb and sore, compounded by the incessant bleeding from his wrist, a combination of agony and discomfort. Where's the medical kit? Let me see, Ruashi called out, scanning the living room. Fu Yunma helplessly shook his head, unable to refrain from offering a reminder. It's in the drawer on the far right shelf. This foolish girl was merely shouting from across the room, as if the medical kit would miraculously fly into her hands. "Oh, I found it, thank you," Ruoshi exclaimed, retrieving the medical kit from the drawer, only to turn and sense something amiss. "You haven't fainted?" She raised an eyebrow, signaling Fu Yunma to begin his excuses. Fu Yunma, feeling wronged, pressed his lips together and managed to pull himself upright. He took the medical kit from Ruoshi's hands and proceeded to bandage the wound on his wrist with one hand. By the time Ruoshi would have tended to him, he would have already sipped the soup of the dead. Feigning misery, Fu Yunma lamented how this woman, devoid of any compassion, displayed an utter lack of sympathy, truly cold-hearted. "I just woke up. I apologize for the trouble, master." "Well, it's good that you understand," Ruoshi replied, brushing her empty hands together before turning on the television and tearing into a duck neck. She indulged herself, as if the previous scene had never occurred. As though Fu Yunma did not exist at all. It was amusing. She had provided him with shelter and sustenance, and yet on the very first day, he managed to injure himself while washing a bowl. In the preceding 5 or 6 months, Fu Yunma had never encountered such a mishap, yet it happened today. Wait a moment. Hadn't Fu Yunma been a bit foolish after surfing at the seaside a few days prior? Oh, she had almost forgotten. Ruoshi lifted her gaze to meet his damp, puppy-like eyes. Perhaps it was the sharp and icy quality of her stare that caused Fu Yunma to falter. Nearly losing his balance, his pale lips pressed tightly together, glistening with unshed tears of grievance. Ruoshi pressed her lips tightly together, her long, exquisite legs crossed, coldly gazing at the unsightly bandage wrapped around Fu Yunma's wrist. With a face that resembled a celestial being, how could he have managed to create such an unappealing bandage? "Come here," Ruoshi's voice was chilling. Though inherently soft and sweet, it transformed into a commanding order reminiscent of a domineering CEO, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority that brooked no dissent. Chapter 16. "You are no less humble than anyone else, Ruo." She raised an eyebrow, her handsome face devoid of warmth. She resembled a president engrossed in official duties, her fair, bony hand casually resting on the edge of the sofa. It was not her intention to appear aloof. If she did not consciously manage her expressions, she naturally bore a cold, expressionless visage. Fu Yunma lowered his head, the tips of his fingers clutching a Pikachu apron turning pale, his beautiful face betraying a resolute spirit. "Master, I am injured," he thought, pondering if this woman could truly be so heartless as to bully an injured person. If she intended to do something to him, what could he do? Nothing but remain unyielding, even unto death. He was not like those men who played around with Ruoshi, grinning foolishly. With that thought, Fu Yunma cast a furtive glance at the unclosed door, which seemed to stretch endlessly. What lay beyond that vast space? Was it filled with numerous men? Ruoshi had arrived so late, perhaps ensnared by those pretty boys, unable to extricate herself? Fu Yunma's throat felt parched, tears shimmering in his eyes as he bit his lower lip. "Master, could it be that you have been ensnared by some younger brother again, leading you to treat me with such indifference?" Ruoshi, languid and mischievous, narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, her expression inscrutable. She was indifferent to the seemingly romantic atmosphere. "Can you speak to me properly? Have you become foolish from riding the waves and learned to speak in riddles? I called you over. Do not change the subject." Though unaware of where Fu Yunma had acquired such phrases, her straightforward nature found them ineffective, even sending chills down her spine. "All right," Fu Yunma stifled his tears, pouting in grievance as he knelt before Ruoshi, but inadvertently tugged at his wound. "Master, it hurts." "Serves you right, hold it in," Ruoshi coldly critiqued, only then realizing she still clutched an unfinished duck neck in her hand. "Wait a moment, let me finish this first. You can stand up and sit on the sofa." However, Fu Yunma, cheeks puffed in indignation, remained as motionless as a squirrel. After savoring the last bite of her duck neck, Ruoshi looked up. Her enjoyment abruptly halted upon seeing Fu Yunma still kneeling. "Are you waiting for me to help you up?" Her face bore no expression, resembling a fierce queen of hell. Fu Yunma's cheeks grew even rounder, his earlobes and cheeks flushed crimson, and his already reddened eyes began to shed small pearls of tears. "Master, you are being harsh with me," he whimpered. "I did not dare to wait for you to assist me. Look at this pitiful appearance." Any ordinary person would have already helped Fu Yunma to his feet and scolded those who dared to bully such a gentle child. Ruoshi pouted and stood up. Fu Yunma's sobs were intermittent, and his eyes, bright with a crimson hue, were filled with Ruashi. Was she finally going to help him? If she didn't, he feared his legs would buckle from kneeling, and his tears would run dry. But in the next moment, Fu Yunma's pupils dilated in shock as she simply walked past him. Ah, it is good that you do not dare. Fu Yunma's entire body stiffened. He straightened his back, his pale fingers gripping the edge of his Pikachu apron tightly. What was he truly hoping for? Suddenly recalling something, Ruashi turned back to add, if you manage to stand up and sit on the sofa, then kneel again unexpectedly, I shall no longer want you. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma, with one hand braced against the sofa, struggled to rise. Despite being a head and a half taller than Ruashi, he appeared both small and endearing. As for Ruashi, she stood at 160 centimeters, yet exuded an aura of 190. Please do not abandon me. I shall be obedient in the future, I implore you. As he spoke, Fu Yunma began to whimper once more. Ruashi expressed her disdain with a pout. Oh, stop your incessant crying. If you must weep, go to the Great Wall to do so. But Meng Jiangnu wept at the Great Wall for her deceased husband. And you are not dead, master. It would not be appropriate for me to cry there, would it? After receiving a glare from Ruashi, Fu Yunma obediently closed his mouth and lowered his head. The moment Ruashi caught sight of Fu Yunma's thick hair, her first reaction was, wow, this fellow has been engaged in research for so long, and yet has not gone bald. What to do? He was so adorable, soft and fluffy like a little puppy. Her heart desired to touch him, and her hands did not hesitate to reach out, ruffling his delicate, soft hair. Ah, it feels so pleasant to touch. Ruashi's usually stoic expression softened slightly into a smile of satisfaction. Please do not pull at my hair, it will fall out. Fu Yunma swatted Ruashi's hand away gently, yet her fair skin remained untouched. Ruashi placed her hand atop his head once more, only for Fu Yunma to swat it away again. He flailed his arms like a kitten whose fur had been ruffled, his glossy lips pouting. His entire demeanor protested his anger, yet she remained unfazed. You are no less than anyone else. You are a person and not inferior to anyone. Henceforth, you are not to call me master, kneel arbitrarily, or cry at the slightest provocation. You are a grown man and should learn to take care of yourself. Our relationship is merely one of employment, and you are not my pet. Ruashi continued to touzle Fu Yunma's fluffy hair, her expression a blend of seriousness and indifference. Wow, this hair is just too delightful. I cannot control my hands. But to continuously ruffle someone else's hair felt so embarrassing. Might as well inquire with Fu Yunma about the cost of his hair. Perhaps he could shave it off and gift it to a doll. This way, she could indulge in its softness whenever she pleased. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Ruashi swiftly dismissed it. Fu Yunma was a man who valued his image. He would likely refuse such a request. It would also be rather unkind to coerce him into it. She could not bring herself to commit such a morally dubious act. Fu Yunma lowered his gaze, his long, elegantly arched eyelashes concealing the fervor within his eyes, every cell in his body rejoicing. He forced a self-deprecating smile. I possess nothing now but you. Will you not abandon me? I promise to heed your words henceforth. Resting her fingers on her chin, Ruashi feigned deep contemplation. Oh, is that so? Chapter 17. A little spoiled Ruashi stated earnestly, I wish to have your hair. Could you shave it all off and give it to me? In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. Ruashi withdrew her hand from Fu Yunma's head, muttering softly under her breath. Humph. If you want tea, give it, then you want tea. How stingy. Fu Yunma furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of anger. Yet, upon seeing her adorably round face puffed out like a little chubby cherub, he could not help but laugh. This little woman truly held no romantic feelings for him. What could possibly be amiss? Was it that she preferred the aloof and distant type, or perhaps the playful puppy-like charm? Or had other men satisfied her appetites, leaving her disinterested? Women's minds were indeed perplexing. With a slight smirk, he replied, all right. Ruashi had braced herself for rejection, yet Fu Yunma acquiesced so readily, as casually as one might discuss the pleasantness of the weather. This left her utterly bewildered. Noticing her silence, Fu Yunma added, however, I have one condition. I wonder if my little princess might oblige. His words flowed smoothly, betraying a hint of hope as he gazed at Ruashi, his entire demeanor radiating affection. The sight made Ruashi blush. She hastily pulled out a tissue to wipe her lips clean of any remnants of grease. It seemed the foolish Fu Yunma was rather taken by the idea of romance. Perhaps their seclusion had affected him more than she realized. Yet this did not hinder her bluntness in expressing her desires. I have plenty of money. How much do you need? Just name it. Though in this post-apocalyptic world, money had lost its significance, it appeared to be her only means of bargaining with Fu Yunma. I do not want money. Then what do you desire? Thus concluded this exchange, marked by Ruashi's forthrightness. Fu Yunma fell silent, clutching the medical kit, his large frame curled up in the corner of the sofa, resembling a forsaken puppy. Upon returning from washing her hands, Ruashi was greeted by this scene. She instinctively chose to overlook Fu Yunma's envious expression, as dwelling on it might lead to impulsive decisions. After all, she was a woman of spirited vitality, and with a solitary man in close quarters, Ruashi feared she might one day succumb to the temptation of teasing this big dog. As Ruashi approached her door, preparing to enter the code, she noticed someone gazing in her direction. Turning around, she found Fu Yunma sitting upright, ostensibly watching television. However, the television was not actually on. Fu Yunma's expression remained impassive as he stealthily shifted his gaze to the right, casting a furtive glance at Ruashi. Oh no, he had been discovered. Hastily, he redirected his eyes to their original position. After a few moments of silence, with no sound of the door opening, he could no longer contain himself and surreptitiously glanced at Ruashi once more, only to meet her gaze. He could only manage an awkward smile and a slight nod of his head. Haha, I'm just watching TV. Are you heading back to your room? Ruashi's eyes sparkled with mirth as she suppressed a laugh and nodded. But your TV isn't on. Oh, Fu Yunma finally turned his attention to the television, feeling utterly embarrassed, his eyes stiffening in surprise. How strange, it had been on just a moment ago. Had he inadvertently pressed the power button? Where was the remote? Rising from his seat, Fu Yunma began searching for the remote control. Ruashi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, unsure of why Fu Yunma had been spying on her door code and what his intentions were. Yet, his bewildered and clumsy demeanor made her want to chuckle. He looked utterly foolish. Noticing Ruashi's laughter, Fu Yunma found himself laughing at his own folly. It was entirely his fault for being so focused on Ruashi that he had been caught red-handed. Ah, now that you won tea, let me call you master. What should I call you instead, little princess? He attempted to divert the conversation, hoping Ruashi would forget the earlier awkwardness. Taking a seat, Ruashi opened a box of beef jerky and began to eat. You can call me Xiao Shi or Little Drama Queen. Little Drama Queen? Fu Yunma tilted his head in confusion. Because I'm a Cancer, and Cancers are often referred to as Little Drama Queens, skilled in the art of sarcasm. While Ruashi internally thought that the title was better suited for him. Well then, Little Drama Queen, I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Ruashi nodded simply in response. On the surface, she appeared aloof, but internally she reveled in the thought, wow, I'm so cool, the icy female CEO. How impressive. If she could not be the woman of a domineering CEO, she would embody the role herself. Today, Ruashi was once again relishing her charming demeanor. However, her brief acknowledgement struck Fu Yunma like a thorn, piercing his heart and triggering a whirlwind of thoughts. Was she truly so impatient to return to her room and indulge in the company of those men? What did he lack compared to them? Fu Yunma wished Ruashi would express her opinions honestly instead of responding with indifference, leaving him feeling inadequate and eager for improvement. Meanwhile, Ruashi savored the beef jerky, her face aglow with happiness, oblivious to the tumult of emotions swirling within Fu Yunma. She and Fu Yunma are not particularly close friends, so why engage in such ambiguous conversation? Straightforward girls have their own joys. At least they are free from love-induced delusions. By the way, I just touched your head, and my hands were unwashed, coated in oil. I truly apologize. It's all your fault for being so adorable that I couldn't resist giving it a little rub. You wouldn't mind, would you? Such playful apologies make it impossible to be angry, and even if one were to feel irked, it would be hard to express that anger, especially since Ruashi has already offered an apology and showered him with compliments about his looks. A ghost of a smile, reminiscent of death, lingered on Fu Yunma's face, as he nearly lost the facade he had maintained for hours. Gritting his teeth, he mused. How could I possibly blame you? How could I dare to? Ah, but he has a touch of obsessive cleanliness. No, he must take a shower. Immediately, as Ruashi turned on the television, a figure flitted past her, leaving a fleeting impression accompanied by a waft of osmanthus duck neck aroma. As long as it's not my fault, that's good. Wow, Fu Yunma smells of osmanthus. It pairs oddly well with the duck neck, both enticing and fragrant. Suddenly, she remembered that she had forgotten to assign him a room. She couldn't possibly let him sleep on the living room sofa. Ruo, she patted her clothes and, clutching a large bunch of room keys, skipped to select a room for Fu Yunma. The first room greeted her with a burst of youthful charm, a bear-shaped chair, a small round table, cat paw cushions, a pink bunny bedside rug, a whimsical quilt, fairy-like curtains, and an array of playful decorations, including a dreamy shell lamp and a fairy table lamp, not to mention countless adorable plush toys. It was all so charming. There were a total of 14 rooms, each more delightful than the last, filled with toys that resembled a dreamlike doll castle, which was hardly suitable for Fu Yunma. Ruo, she felt a twinge of a headache. She still had to clear out a room for Fu Yunma, which sounded quite troublesome. Moreover, she needed to find some male essentials. Although these items were available, she was feeling rather lazy. As Ruo, she rummaged through the space for men's clothing and daily necessities. She grumbled to herself, thinking that once Fu Yunma finished his shower, she must make him do something to reward her. Chapter 18. Little Fuzai, could you do me a favor? Fu Yunma knocked on the glass door of the bathroom. Despite the fog that clung to it, one could still vaguely discern the outline of his muscular shoulders. Ruo, she reclined in a relaxed position, the variety show conveniently reaching its commercial break. She stood up and strolled to the bathroom door, engaging in conversation through the barrier. What is going on, Little Fuzai? Calling him by his full name felt too formal, while Little Fuzai had a nice ring to it, reminiscent of something a chef might say. Upon hearing this nickname, Fu Yunma surprisingly felt little aversion. In fact, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upward. As expected of the little troublemaker, even the name she bestowed upon him felt like something a couple would share. Feigning surprise, Fu Yunma inquired, "Why do you call me Little Fuzai?" Ruo, she stood at the door for a moment, her senses filled with the delicate fragrance of osmanthus, a scent that was faint yet sweet, evoking the image of autumn leaves beneath ginkgo trees, basking in the aroma of osmanthus wine, rich and fragrant. The tone of the conversation unconsciously softened. Because of the auspiciousness, it sounds so festive and pleasant. Fu Yunma leaned against the wall, nearly losing his balance and falling awkwardly. Straightening up, he cleared his throat, forcing himself to regain composure. Was it not because the playful little spirit and Xiao Fuji shared names akin to those of couples? He had overlooked the fact that the person before him was an unyielding and straightforward woman. However, he noticed that the playful little spirit had softened her tone while speaking to him. She was no longer the proverbial iceberg. Progress was evident. Persevere. Carefully, Fu Yunma inquired, "All right. Could you do me a favor, dear little spirit?" Ruashi was quite displeased with the weak tone he adopted while addressing her, as if she were somehow bullying him. Was Fu Yunma truly foolish, or was he merely pretending? Even when surfing the waves, he still knew to bathe, cook, and tend to his wounds. With this thought, Ruashi began to doubt Fu Yunma's motives for clinging to her. In his previous life, he was a formidable figure in a post-apocalyptic world. Why, in this life, was he so relentlessly dependent on her instead of uniting forces and establishing a base? Did she possess a base of her own? Fu Yunma was not to be trusted. He was quite cunning. Speak plainly, without beating around the bush. Fu Yunma felt a slight tremor within. Why had her tone shifted once more? Had he erred again? Do you have any men's clothing available? The more Fu Yunma spoke, the quieter his voice became, until he fell completely silent. How could a girl possibly have men's clothing? Wasn't that a redundant question? What was happening? Had he grown increasingly foolish over the past 6 months? Ever since meeting the playful little spirit, he had confined himself to the kitchen daily. The heat and humidity were far more unbearable than the coolness of the laboratory. Yet, the thought of seeing the playful little spirit's delightful smile upon tasting his newly crafted dishes gradually consumed him. Each day, he became a mere cooking machine, devoid of emotion, solely focused on culinary experimentation. He even neglected to clarify that his scientific identity had been usurped by a scoundrel. After all, compared to the sterile laboratory, he preferred the warmth and fragrant ambience of the kitchen, where the flames seemed to whisper that culinary delights were soon to be born. "Yes, I've placed it in your room. Your room key is at the door." Ruashi's heart finally eased, realizing it was merely this matter. She had thought Fu Yunma was alone in the bathroom, possibly injuring himself again. "By the way, while bathing, you didn't come into contact with your wound, did you?" The injury on his wrist made washing hair and bathing quite challenging. "Ah, it's hard not to touch it. I'm fine, the wound no longer hurts. You needn't worry, dear little spirit." Fu Yunma glanced at his hand, which had long since lost sensation, now heavy and damp. He offered a nonchalant smile. Wounds were familiar to him. They were no longer painful. Oh, that is good to hear. As Ruashi listened to the television, the advertisement concluded and resumed. She turned to settle onto the sofa, ready to enjoy a light-hearted and comedic variety show. Wait, I've already thrown my clothes into the washing machine, and now I have nothing to change into. Could you, my little troublemaker, please pass me a set of clothes? Chapter 19. A misstep in the bathroom. Ruashi paused mid-unwrapping of her nougat candy, reluctantly standing up to fetch Fu Yunma a change of clothes. Why didn't he bring his clothes before taking a shower? Ah, right, because she had ruffled his hair with her duck neck-greased fingers. Casually grabbing a set of dinosaur onesie pajamas, she walked to the bathroom door and knocked. I've got them. Open the door, just a crack, don't swing it wide. With a soft click, the door opened slightly, revealing a slender, elegant hand, pale and finely boned, strikingly beautiful. For some reason, Ruashi instinctively stretched out her own hand, comparing it to his. Wow, his fingers are even thinner than mine. A man's hand, slimmer than a woman's. Just how gaunt was Fu Yunma's entire frame? A pang of sympathy struck her. Despite knowing how to cook, he couldn't satisfy his own appetite, leaving himself so painfully thin. Lost in thought, she barely registered when his hand suddenly recoiled, only to seize hers in a tight grip. A sensation of weightlessness overtook her as the bathroom door slowly widened. In the span of a second, she was yanked inside. Holy, the air fell silent, thick with steam and stifling heat. Ruashi pressed the dinosaur onesie against her face, collapsing onto something soft and warm. She dared not open her eyes, her mind a tangled mess. I shouldn't have compared hands. I shouldn't have, I'm dead. At the same time, she was grateful she had the foresight to shield her face with the pajamas. Otherwise, it would been like one of those cringe-worthy idol dramas, an accidental kiss, and what an epic embarrassment that would been. A long moment passed, yet the person beneath her remained motionless. Ruashi kept her face buried, not daring to make a sound. After all, Fu Yunma had only asked her to hand him clothes, but she, in a moment of inexplicable impulse, had offered her hand instead, landing them in this mortifying predicament. If I don't feel awkward, then the awkwardness belongs to someone else. She consoled herself inwardly, but her traitorous heart betrayed her. This was a first for her. How was she supposed to react? Would Fu Yunma think she'd done this on purpose, that she was throwing herself at him? A sharp hiss of pain broke the silence. Fu Yunma lifted a hand to the back of his head, fingers coming away slick with blood. Beneath him, the trembling culprit remained frozen. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Little troublemaker, could you maybe get up first? His voice was laced with resigned amusement. His left arm, wrapped in bandages, was already soaked through with blood, the wrist numb and immobile. So he could only prop himself up with his right hand, struggling to sit upright, dragging along the shivering Ruashi, who was still clutching his rigid abs for dear life. Ruashi sensed a movement from Fu Yunma, and her hands, unbeknownst to her, encountered something firm. As she rubbed it, it felt surprisingly soft, with distinct contours. Although she was uncertain of what it was, she found herself becoming addicted to the sensation. Noticing Fu Yunma's lack of resistance, Ruashi began to indulge herself in the exploration. Wow, little Fuzai, what is this? It feels even better than your hair. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her, and she withdrew her hand in alarm. Could it possibly be the man's abdominal muscles? Oh dear, she felt guilty. She begged for punishment. In that instant, her dinosaur pajamas slipped down and fell onto the smooth floor, exposing Fu Yunma entirely before her. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, its density diminishing rapidly. Tiny droplets of steam on the adjacent mirror glided down its edges, producing a gentle, crystalline sound. Ruashi's flawless cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with bewilderment. She wished fervently for time to halt, to escape any sorrow. In her line of sight, Fu Yunma supported himself on the ground with both hands, struggling to keep his body upright. His tall figure, handsome face, and well-defined upper body exuded a captivating allure. Unwiped droplets cascaded from his soft black hair, tracing along his long neck, and fell into the alluring dip of his collarbone, glimmering under the soft, warm light. His expression was tense, his gaze distant, with eyes as profound as the deepest lake. A mere glance from him felt like a gentle caress of spring, drawing one into a tender embrace. For reasons unknown, gazing at Fu Yunma's stunning visage so close, Ruashi's first thought was to mischievously tease him, to see him cry. his face flushed and eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet reluctant to retort, was a tantalizing prospect. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly realized that she was straddling Fu Yunma. Lowering her gaze, her hands rested perfectly on his chest, feeling the rapid thrum of his heartbeat. No, she could distinctly sense that her own heartbeat was even more fervent than his. A hint of shyness enveloped her, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, upon observing the solid 8-pack beneath her hands, her desire to touch it surged once more. Thus, with an awkward smile, she playfully patted Fu Yunma's abs. Ha! How embarrassing. This should be less awkward now, right? She sighed in relief before giving his abs a few heavier pats. Wow, this sensation is truly exquisite. Having had her fill, she contemplated slipping away, but the fear of leaving Fu Yunma exposed held her back. Fu Yunma's expression was far from pleasant after being patted by Ruoshi. His left hand was still wrapped in bandages, the wound having reopened. Coupled with the earlier motion and the weight of Ruoshi upon him, both external and internal injuries had occurred. Little darling, I truly cannot endure any longer. May I rise for a moment? This was his second request. Ruoshi pursed her crimson lips tightly, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. She was acutely aware that Fu Yunma's injury had rendered his lips pale and his complexion weak, suggesting he was far from well and might faint at any moment. Yet, what if he were to be uncovered below? She couldn't voice her concerns, feeling too shy, for she was an innocent soul. However, remaining in such a state of tension was not ideal. Suddenly, she recalled her persona in front of Fu Yunma as the domineering female CEO. With a demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant, she declared, I am weary. Little Fuzai, please carry me back to the sofa. The moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. Oh dear, that sounded rather reminiscent of a wicked stepmother. She could distinctly sense Fu Yunma stiffening at her words, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Here she was, tormenting a wounded man. It felt rather cruel. Ruoshi hastily added, very well, you may. But could little darling rise first? Fu Yunma responded promptly, without hesitation. His little darling, even in her mischief, deserved his utmost affection. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Due to his left hand being injured, he was relying predominantly on his right hand, which was beginning to tremble. A one-handed princess carry should be feasible. He could not refuse his little darling. Her every whim must be fulfilled. Noticing that Ruoshi remained silent and showed no inclination to rise, Fu Yunma tentatively inquired, is little darling's legs sore, unable to get up? Perhaps you could lean against the wall while I assist you? Such tender, considerate words. Ruoshi's expression remained largely unchanged, her brows conveying a chill, emanating an air of unspoken authority. She appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, she was a bundle of nerves. What if Fu Yunma were indeed exposed below? She felt faint. Oh heavens, let the storm rage ever stronger. Just as the tension reached its peak, the phone on the living room sofa rang, signaling an incoming call. The winter holiday had just ended, leaving her slightly disoriented. As the ringtone of Bears Have Arrived echoed, Ruoshi instinctively sprang up and began to dance. With her hands crossed in front of her, she swayed and twirled her hips, even breaking into song. The fragrance of grass, the sweetness of berries as she hummed. She flung her little dinosaur pajamas onto Fu Yunma's face and bounced out of the bathroom. Fu Yunma was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed in astonishment at the doorway, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Clutching the adorably mismatched dinosaur pajamas against his handsome visage, his mind went blank. What had just transpired? What had he witnessed? The typically aloof Ruoshi danced before him, displaying an unexpectedly soft and endearing countenance. The transformation from a domineering queen to a sweet little sister was as shocking as Qatar's defeat by Ecuador in the World Cup. He feigned ignorance, transforming into a naive puppy, attributing his demeanor to a moment of foolishness while surfing. Was Ruoxi stirred by a particular song? At that moment, she picked up her phone, the screen illuminating with a call from Wu Weigua, and without hesitation, she chose to answer. Upon connecting, the audio quality on the other end was subpar, filled with noise, rendering the voices intermittent. Ruomizi, where are you now? I hope you're unhurt. I'll come to escort you to a temporary shelter. The concern emanating from the other end warmed her heart. Over the past 6 months, she had been traveling across the globe. With the advent of the apocalypse, such beauty would be forever lost to her. Hence, she spent most of her time on the road. Many picturesque locations had succumbed to desolation, vanishing from this world. In Ruoxi's eyes, each vista embodied life. As the apocalypse loomed, these scenes would fade away, and she yearned for them to reside in her memories, immortalized within her albums. These were the remnants of their existence. Consequently, she managed most of the construction projects in the basement remotely, with Wu Weigua handling the actual processes. She was immensely grateful that Wu Weigua chose to trust her, believing in a client he hadn't seen for half a year. His efforts in securing jobs for disabled workers illustrated his loyalty and compassion. Reflecting on this, Ruoxi's tone softened. Wu Dage, rest assured, I am doing well. Please take care of yourself and be cautious in trusting others. Presently, she possessed ample resources to assist Wu Weigua temporarily. Yet she knew that true resilience in the apocalypse required him to stand on his own. Although she feared becoming a martyr, she sincerely wished for his well-being. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Weigua insisted on knowing Ruoxi's location. When she hesitated to disclose it, he sighed heavily. Ruomizi, I've heard that many have sought to recommend workers to you over the past 6 months, yet you still chose us, providing stable and generous employment for us disabled individuals. You are a good person, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Hearing this, a deeper smile graced Ruoxi's face. Wu Dage, how have you been? I heard you formed a small team for the apocalypse. As Fu Yunma emerged, he was greeted by the sight of Ruoxi, usually stoic, now smiling gently. As warm as an April breeze, her every gesture exuding an endearing charm. Which wild man is this little imp chatting with? Fu Yunma's eyes darkened. She had never smiled at him in such a manner. The torn bandages revealed a gruesome wound, still unhealed and swollen from exposure to water, a ghastly pallor enveloping it. He stood silently, observing the woman on the sofa and the wild man on the phone sharing laughter, his lips tightening into a thin line of uncertainty. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode towards Ruoxi, a sweet, sunny smile adorning his face. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ruoxi inadvertently raised her head, only to meet Fu Yunma's smiling gaze. In an instant, he walked over and sat beside her. Did I fail to satisfy you just now, my little diva? Earlier in the bathroom, he had sensed her fondness not only for his hair, but also for his physique. This was a promising sign. To win a woman's heart, one must not only capture her stomach, but also her desires. By continually igniting her passions, he aimed to make her gradually accustomed to his presence, rendering her unable to live without him. As Ruoxi listened to the dire account of the apocalypse on the other end of the line, she asked, "What did you say?" Doubting her own hearing, she wondered if this was something she could access without cost. Anticipating her reaction, Fu Yunma opened his mouth to repeat himself, but was interrupted by Ruoxi. Wait, let me transfer you 100,000 first, then you can say it again. She felt uneasy about receiving something for nothing. A minute later, as she gazed at the transfer record on her phone, Ruoxi displayed a satisfied smile. Suddenly looking up, her eyes sparkled. What did you just say? Please repeat it. Fu Yunma replied. All right, my little diva remains the same straightforward girl. Meanwhile, Wu Weigua, who had been rambling about the state of the world, was oblivious to Ruoxi's realization that she had yet to hang up the call. She gestured for Fu Yunma to be quiet and walked into her room with the phone in hand, leaving Fu Yunma alone on the couch, his handsome face displaying irritation. Interrupted by her, he had momentarily forgotten his purpose of gathering intel on the wild man while feigning injury. He had even torn the bandage from his wound, exposing the ghastly injury in hopes that Ruoxi would feel pity for him and show him more concern. But now, she had slipped away without a trace. Once back in her room, Ruoxi let out a sigh of relief. She had heard that men who had just finished washing up were creatures driven by primal instincts, best left undisturbed. It was best for Fu Yunma to calm down on his own. When he first emerged from the bathroom, she had noticed the wound on his hand and his pale, weak expression, yet she had no desire to assist him. To be precise, she was not accustomed to proactively helping others. If someone had previously aided her, she would certainly return the favor. If Fu Yunma were truly incapacitated and unable to tend to his wound, she might assist him. After all, it would be inappropriate for someone to die in her abode without a trace. Moreover, Fu Yunma still had the strength to speak, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Lying on her plush bed, Ruoxi rubbed her stomach. I'm hungry again. Since her rebirth, her appetite had grown increasingly voracious, especially for meat. Opening the refrigerator, she gazed at the abundant ingredients, yet was at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, a series of squeaks emanated from the wall, reminiscent of some creature gnawing. Living underground inevitably leads to unexpected visits from neighbors. Sure enough, a large groundhog emerged from a crevice, locking eyes with Ruashi. In that instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. Ruashi's mind raced, devising two contingency plans. The first plan involved returning the groundhog to its point of origin. However, such an action might provoke the groundhog family, inviting potential retribution, which seemed unwise. Should one simply allow the groundhogs to proliferate unchecked? The second plan entailed sealing the hole, thereby obstructing the groundhog's route back to relay news. Ruashi discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Being situated in the basement's lowest level, the walls were constructed from the sturdiest materials. Logically, the groundhog should not have been able to infiltrate so easily. Even if it had forced its way in, it would surely have lost a tooth. Yet, this particular groundhog appeared only slightly dusty, its two prominent white teeth standing out conspicuously. Had it emerged from the wall? Could it be that the underground passage connecting 12 courtyards had been breached by this creature? Ruashi rolled up her sleeves, seized a nearby broom, and dashed towards the groundhog with surprising speed. The groundhog, however, remained unperturbed, bounding away with a leisurely gait, glancing back as if to taunt Ruashi. She mused. This little rascal wouldn't be able to flaunt its bravado for long. The underground passage was equipped with traps, and once ensnared, escape would be impossible for the groundhog. Ruashi swiftly bound the groundhog's neck with a rope and tethered it to a pillar, allowing it to struggle to its heart's content. She offered the creature a friendly smile, and it trembled, gradually calming down, its small eyes averted from her gaze. Upon reaching the underground passage, Ruashi discovered the opening and retrieved 2 packets of potent rodent poison from her supplies, which she inserted into the crevice and sealed with cement, painting over it with white paint. To preempt any potential return visits from the groundhog family, should they notice their companion's absence, Ruashi thoughtfully placed several powerful sticky traps in the corner. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she turned her attention away from the bound groundhog, considering it a makeshift watchdog at the entrance of the underground passage. With a newfound pet in the form of a groundhog, she tossed it a small carrot and returned to her room. Suddenly, the sound of a tender infant's cries echoed from within. Ruashi paused, initially suspecting it was a figment of her imagination. Yet, as she approached, the cries grew louder. Indeed, there, at the edge of a plush bed, a chubby little baby was slowly crawling, perilously close to tumbling off. The baby's round face overflowed with cherubic softness, clad in an adorable rabbit-themed onesie. With eyes resembling dark grapes, the infant gazed at Ruashi in a daze, slowly raising its plump little hands, yearning for an embrace. Ruashi's heart skipped a beat as she hastened over to grasp the back of the baby's outfit. How had this little one managed to escape? During the pre-apocalyptic stockpiling period, while vacationing by the seaside, I found a baby girl in a university trash bin, this very pink and tender little one before me. University dumpsters often conceal such grim realities. Likely abandoned by a female student after giving birth, an unfortunately common occurrence on campuses. With travel occupying my mind, I had no intention of raising a child. So Ruashi temporarily stashed the infant into her spatial storage. Presumably, while retrieving rat poison earlier, she accidentally brought the baby out as well. Placing the child on the floor to play, Ruashi pulled out a baby bottle, intending to prepare formula. Scooping half a bottle of powdered milk and adding boiling water, she paused in contemplation. Why wasn't the formula dissolving? Was the bottle too small, the water insufficient? Staring at the little one rolling on the floor, Ruashi scratched her head in frustration. She had no experience with childcare. Suddenly, the melodious notes of a piano drifted from upstairs. Fuyama was practicing, despite the bandages around his bleeding scalp and left hand. Who had the leisure for music in such a state? Ruashi scoffed, then blinked in realization. If he could play the piano one-handed, surely he could handle a baby? With that thought, she clumsily scooped up the child. The baby's plump cheeks puffed like a rabbit stuffing its mouth with tiny radishes, irresistibly tempting Ruashi to poke them. Squish. Her fingers pressed into the soft flesh, producing bubbly, drool-dampened sounds. Instantly, the little one's bunny-themed pajamas were soaked, her lips smacking wetly. Her eyes are absurdly large. Her whole face is just eyes, Ruashi mused, unimpressed. The baby's cheeks reddened under the pinch, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lips trembling like a wronged rabbit. Then WAH. The ear-splitting wails began. Expressionless, Ruashi watched the tantrum before decisively restraining the flailing arms and marching to the living room. The piano halted mid-note. There sat Fuyuma, pristine in an unbuttoned white shirt that hinted at sculpted collarbones. His bandaged left hand rested aside while his right, elegant and long-fingered, lingered on the keys. His posture was regal, a fallen prince gracing the mortal realm. Lifting his gaze, his eyes met Ruashi's, luminous, captivating, framed by gold-rimmed glasses that added a touch of scholarly allure. Most would be melted under such a gaze, but Ruashi merely frowned, her left hand tucked in her pocket, the right dangling the sobbing infant like an incongruous accessory. Breaking eye contact, she glanced down at the tear and snot-streaked baby, utterly disrupting the romantic atmosphere. Behold little Fusey, so impressive. And then, observe this small child, a disheveled mix of tears, snot, and drool, a sight most unseemly. Ruashi, with a sigh of resignation, extracted a few tissues to wipe the child's visage clean. At that moment, Fu Yunma's gaze shifted to the little one, his expression grave. Could this small child, appearing scarcely a few months old, be the offspring of that little vixen? For the past 6 months, this little vixen had been by his side, leaving no opportunity for childbirth. Had she given birth before their acquaintance? A tumult of confusion swirled within Fu Yunma as he approached Ruashi, feigning indifference. He managed a strained smile. What an adorable little baby. Who gifted you this precious one? To Fu Yunma's inquiry, Ruashi paid little heed, tossing the child onto the carpet to play independently. Who would willingly give away their own child, especially to someone as unreliable as me? I found this little one in a trash bin. The initial fantasies were swept away like leaves in a tempest, leaving only the suffocating feeling of disappointment. It is widely known that all mothers worldwide claim their children were found in the refuse. This child truly was the biological offspring of that little vixen. Watching Ruashi prepare formula, alongside the red-faced infant frolicking on the carpet, Fu Yunma eventually relented. He vowed to treat both mother and child with kindness and ensure they would not be mistreated. Chapter 22. The little bunny is too young to watch television, so I shall take on that duty. But who is the child's father, and where is he now? Could he be hiding in the little vixen's room? The thought struck Fu Yunma, leaving him feeling superfluous and insignificant. This little one is exceedingly adorable. Where did you find her? Ruashi replied, let me tell you. You wouldn't be able to find one. Few are as unfortunate as her, returning from a trip with an extra child. If he were to know the address, even rummaging through trash bins would yield no such treasure. Ruashi's words, in Fu Yunma's ears, transformed into, let me tell you how to have a baby. You wouldn't be able to. Fu Yunma nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Indeed, I cannot bear children. Ruashi chose not to engage further with Fu Yunma, focusing instead on the formula instructions. Had she known, she would have dropped the child off at the police station. What a hassle this was. Little Fusey wished to find another, utterly unaware of the trials of parenthood. The two spoke in their own worlds, entirely out of sync. Fu Yunma reached out to touch the child, only to have his hand swatted away with a resounding smack. Ouch! The deliberate extension of his left hand had met with a painful rebuff. Yet, to capture the little vixen's attention, all was worth it. The child thought, I sense you are trying to provoke me, but I lack evidence. With tear-filled eyes, the little one let out a heartbreaking wail before Fu Yunma could utter a sound. Wow! Initially perplexed by the ratio of water to milk powder, Ruashi found herself further exasperated by the commotion of the little one, her head spinning with frustration. Xiao Fuzi, do not torment her. Soothe her to sleep. In a concealed angle, Fu Yunma shot a fierce glare at the child. Yet, the little one wailed even more violently, as if intent on uprooting the entire basement. Reluctantly, he relented, a gentle smile gracing his face as he tenderly caressed the infant's belly. Sweetheart, it's time for slumber. If you don't sleep, the big bad wolf will come and gobble you up. Strangely enough, this only intensified the child's cries, a heart-wrenching melody that tugged at his heartstrings. Furrowing his brow, Fu Yunma exclaimed, still crying? If you continue, your mother won't give you any milk powder. Wah wah wah, Fu Yunma. Do not frighten her. Scare her again. And there will be no dinner for you tonight. Ruashi approached with a full canister of milk, forcefully inserting it into the child's mouth. This time, the temperature was just right, and the milk powder had largely dissolved, prompting the little one to cease her wailing and suckle contentedly. All right then, Fu Yunma. Having received a reprimand from Ruashi, sulkily closed his mouth and retreated to a corner of the sofa, nursing his injured wrist like a beleaguered puppy yearning for solace. However, Ruashi was wholly devoted to the child, offering him not even a glance. Thus, Fu Yunma sought to assert his presence once more. What shall we name the little one? This inquiry caught Ruo Shi's attention. She had yet to bestow a name upon the child. The cries echoed like an army crossing the Yangtze, leaving her astounded. Let us call her Xiongbaki. Xiongbaki? What? Fu Yunma thought he had misheard. Ruo Shi regarded him with a look that suggested he was foolish, repeating the name. Xiongbaki is a powerful name, memorable as well. I am concerned that I may forget if I choose another. Although her memory was commendable, she harbored a peculiar flaw. She could never seem to remember others' names. Fu Yunma inquired. Does the child's father share the surname Xiong? Ruo Shi turned on the television, only to discover a lack of internet connectivity, forcing her to resort to her computer. Who knows? Perhaps we could call her Ruo too, as serene as a woman and as agile as a rabbit. This phrase metaphorically refers to an army, and it sounds quite imposing. Any name will do. I am not particularly skilled at naming. It is evident that you indeed lack naming prowess. Fu Yunma sat quietly beside her, cradling the child. Surprisingly, this time, the little one did not resist while suckling the bottle. She was unusually docile. Then I shall call you Tutu, for your nursing resembles that of a little rabbit. Quite adorable. Tutu playfully kicked him with her chubby little hand. Pointing at Ruo, she with her other hand placed firmly on her hip, a commanding gesture that made her appear remarkably mature for her age. Fu Yunma was rendered speechless. This little rascal ought to be named Xiongbatsi, a miniature version of her mother. Rabbit seemed somewhat displeased, likely because she found the television drama unappealing. Yearning instead for Peppa Pig, Fu Yunma gently placed Rabbit beside Ruo Shi, her heart secretly amused. Rabbit, unable to comprehend Fu Yunma's words, merely babbled, clutching her bottle as she burrowed into Ruo Shi's embrace. Ruo Shi, engrossed in a thrilling scene, instinctively lifted Rabbit out of Fu Yunma's arms. Her expression stern and fierce. She is still a baby. She shouldn't watch television. It's bad for her eyes, so I shall take care of it. Fu Yunma nodded in agreement. I wholeheartedly concur. What business do young children have with television? Although Rabbit understood nothing, she seemed to sense something amiss. Just as she prepared to wail, her chubby little lips were silenced by a pacifier. Fu Yunma confined Rabbit's hands, preventing her from disrupting Ruo Shi's viewing pleasure. Fearing that Rabbit might cry and disturb Ruo Shi, he quickly retrieved the pacifier to pacify her. Observing the now quiet Rabbit, Fu Yunma let out a sigh of relief. This little rascal was quite the handful. Ruo Shi produced freshly made milk tea and an assortment of snacks from the snack box, indulging herself while watching television. The refreshing milk tea slid smoothly down her throat, delightful and utterly satisfying. A casual glance at the two beside her revealed a heartwarming scene, one large and one small, embracing harmoniously, and Rabbit had ceased her cries. Ruo Shi couldn't help but admire Fu Yunma. He indeed possessed a talent for childcare. Since you can't cook with one hand, why not assist me with the child? I'll handle the cooking, she proposed. Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow, questioning. Can you even cook? After all, he was aware that Ruo Shi had hardly set foot in the kitchen, with him serving her meals while she simply awaited her food at the table. How could such a delicate creature possibly cook? It would be a miracle if she didn't burn the kitchen down. Ruo Shi detected a hint of disdain in Fu Yunma's tone, propping her chin on one hand. Her beautifully arched eyebrows lifted slightly as she fixed a frosty gaze upon him. If I can't, I can always learn. Unlike some who injure themselves washing dishes and can't even lift a finger to cook, Fu Yunma felt as if he had been insulted. Ruo Shi rummaged through her supplies, discovering plenty of baby items, yet conspicuously absent were toys. She felt a twinge of frustration. Her initial stockpiling had not been intended for raising a child. Chapter 23. The errant parents call suddenly. Inspiration struck Ruo Shi as she cast a meaningful glance at Fu Yunma. At that moment, Rabbit was tugging at Fu Yunma's hair, and no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself, his face contorted in agony. It appeared that Rabbit was quite fond of little Fuzi. Fuzi, you're in research. Surely you can make toys? Ruo Shi handed Fu Yunma 2 packets of spicy strips while taking Rabbit from him. Finally liberated from the clutches of the little imp, Fu Yunma felt a mix of relief and despair, nodding in acknowledgement. I am capable of fulfilling your every desire. Suddenly, 2 packets of spicy strips appeared in my hands, causing Fu Yunma to pause momentarily. He had never tasted such a delicacy, having only glimpsed it in the supermarket. The last time he encountered it was when Ruo Shi savored it with great delight. Since childhood, his mother had groomed him as her successor, imposing numerous restrictions on his freedom. In contrast, that fellow Fu Yuhan enjoyed a life of unrestrained liberty. It remains uncertain whether his mother discovered his disappearance, or whether she realizes that the current Fu Yunma is merely an imposter. Most likely, she does not. A subtle bitterness began to swell within him, yet he skillfully concealed his emotions. To Roashi, he appeared as nothing more than a gentle, healing puppy with a tender smile. However, Fu Yunma failed to notice that his small, instinctive gestures upon receiving the spicy strips had already caught Roashi's keen eye. She surmised that her little darling must have recalled some unpleasant memory, necessitating comfort. Accustomed to her dominant persona, she was not adept at offering solace. With a calm tone, she remarked, "Dear man, do not be sorrowful." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma lifted his gaze, a blush creeping across his face, leaving him feeling quite flustered. What? Has the little diva finally acknowledged me as a man? Yet, the tone and phrasing felt rather peculiar. Noticing his silence, Roashi assumed he found her words inadequate for consolation and that he craved financial support instead. "If you desire anything, just use my card." After uttering this, Roashi felt it was rather inappropriate. In this post-apocalyptic world, money seemed to hold little value. A house full of banknotes appeared more decorative than functional. A sigh escaped her lips. As Fu Yunma's face grew increasingly flushed, Roashi added, "You still have injuries. Perhaps the matter of toys could divert your attention from your sorrowful memories." Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Fu Yunma thought the little diva had finally remembered his wounds and felt a pang of sympathy for him. However, just as a smile began to form on his lips, her next words extinguished it. "You should create those toys sooner rather than later. What if, one day, your injuries prove fatal and no one is left to craft toys?" Fu Yunma pondered. Although he recognized her intention to comfort him, why did this reassurance only deepen his sadness? In Ruashi's embrace, the once lively rabbit suddenly fell silent, blinking its tear-filled eyes, fixated on her, as if love hearts were about to spring from its gaze. Facing the adorable, chubby human child, Ruashi maintained her stoic expression, as cold as if gazing upon a stranger. With a voice devoid of warmth, she stated, "If you continue to stare at me, I shall not show you Peppa Pig. What if you step into a muddy puddle and make a mess of the stored cement?" At that moment, Ruashi resembled one of those obstinate mothers online who, under the guise of caring for their children, forbade them from watching television. In truth, her intentions were not solely for the well-being of the little rabbit. Rather, she simply wished to prevent it from lounging idly, feet kicked up, engrossed in television. Much like those adults who, upon witnessing children living in abundance, feel compelled to impose upon them additional homework. Having once endured the rain, they are inclined to break others' umbrellas. Consequently, she added, "If you refrain from crying for 2 days, you may indulge in 3 hours of Peppa Pig, but only if you have first dedicated 2 hours to watching live news broadcasts and learning fundamental knowledge." She had already forgotten that the little rabbit was merely 6 months old, incapable of speaking or walking, and perhaps even unable to comprehend a single word. As a first-time mother, she was inexperienced. The rabbit gazed at Roashi with an innocent smile, drooling slightly, its soft, chubby cheeks resembling 2 little dumplings. So endearing. With such a tiny head, Roashi felt she could boast of 10 such adorable bundles at once. Nearby, Fu Yunma stood silently as a flock of crows flew overhead. In just a few months, the little one had begun to show signs of being willful, and she could already envision what the rabbit's future life would entail. "Why aren't you eating the spicy strips I gave you?" Roashi tossed the rabbit back to Fu Yunma, tearing open the spicy strips, the aroma of fragrant chili oil wafting through the air. She savored the snack with delight, enjoying every bite, tantalizing both Fu Yunma and the rabbit with her indulgence. Her phone vibrated incessantly. Upon glancing at it, she activated Do Not Disturb mode and tossed it onto the sofa, resuming her leisurely state. It was a call from her parents, likely seeking to hold her accountable. In her carefree moment, she preferred to remain undisturbed. Suddenly, a sound signifying the call had connected resonated from behind her. Roashi calmly turned to find Fu Yunma looking utterly bewildered. Just a glance made Fu Yunma feel as though he were in an icy chamber, coldness seeping into his bones. He hurriedly waved his hands, pitifully attempting to explain. "I'm sorry, I couldn't keep the rabbit from accidentally answering the call. It should be nothing, right?" No sooner had he spoken than, without activating the speaker, a thunderous voice erupted from the other end, laden with reproach, its tone filled with disdain. Fu Yunma froze, contemplating hanging up, but Ruashi snatched the phone from him. "Hello. Who is this? Ru Chong erupted in fury, his forehead breaking into a sweat, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a confrontation. Yuan Xiaozue attempted to intervene, her petite face exuding innocence and grace. The other men seeking refuge against the wall couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Wishing to shower affection upon Yuan Xiaozue. Strong baby, let us not resort to this. No matter how rebellious she may be, she remains our daughter. Gazing at his wife's beautiful visage, Ru Chong's demeanor softened slightly. Humph, I would rather disown her than endure that unsightly individual. I demand he send me the address to retrieve her to a safe place. Yet she has the audacity to refuse. Ugh, that wretched thing. He spoke these words while holding the phone close, deliberately ensuring Ruashi heard, reveling in her growing anger. The dialogue between the man and woman on the other end had not escaped Ruashi's notice. She could only describe it in 2 words, vulgar and, adding another 2, disgusting. Her voice was chillingly indifferent, akin to conversing with a stranger, devoid of any emotion. When Ruo Chong choked on his words, his expression became exceedingly unpleasant. You insolent girl, what did you say? Repeat it if you dare, he spat, his words reeking of vulgarity. Yet, Ruashi remained unfazed, her demeanor tranquil and composed. Beside her, Fu Yunma felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the fray, wishing he could dive into the phone and deliver a sound thrashing to Ruo Chong. Ruashi's gaze silenced Fu Yunma. She could handle this trifling matter herself. After all, it was merely a verbal exchange over the phone. At their age, in their 40s, still resorting to childish pet names. Affection is one thing, but using others as stepping stones for their own romantic endeavors. Venting their frustrations on a woman. Such behavior reveals a profound lack of masculinity. You demand my address merely to summon me to your side, expecting me to shield you from danger, yet you present your exploitation with such brazen audacity, you shameless wretches. Oh, but I stand corrected. Even dogs possess greater nobility than you, for at least they nurture their offspring. You, on the other hand, lay eggs and abandon them, neglecting your parental responsibilities for even a moment, only to turn around and demand money from me, seeking my assistance in your demise. When will you 2 miscreants meet your end? Only then will I consider sending you my address, so I can feed your remains to my dogs. Albeit a futile attempt to accrue some merit, which even the Buddha would scorn. Nevertheless, it would serve to give you both a semblance of worth. Chapter 24. If you must lock for a lifetime. After a barrage of verbal assaults, Ruo Chong attempted to interject several times, only to find that his words could not keep pace with Ruashi's sharp tongue. Frustrated, he endured her tirade, yearning for an opportunity to retort, but finding himself rendered speechless. You, were it not for my sewing, would you even exist? Could you possibly possess 40 billion? Besides, you're perfectly fine now. Ruo Chong, incensed and at a loss for words, felt his cheeks flush crimson from the indignity. If Ruashi were before him, he would have certainly slapped her until she confessed and apologized. Alas, it was merely a phone call, and he tightened his grip around the device, nearly crushing it in his fury. Just as he was about to shatter the phone, Yuan Xiaozue intervened, gently seizing the device from him. Her tone was soothing, a stark contrast to Ruo Chong's demeanor. My dear daughter, I acknowledge that we have been neglectful, allowing you to grow up starved of love. However, this does not justify your defiance against your father. He is your creator, no matter his faults. His intentions were to provide a foundation for your independence, fostering resilience and strength. Truly a masterclass in disingenuousness, Yuan Xiaozue, this so-called mother, mirrored the memories Ruashi harbored, self-absorbed and deluded. As Ruashi listened, she couldn't help but chuckle, disregarding Yuan Xiaozue's words entirely. The phone then chimed a low battery warning, but she felt a sense of relief after venting her grievances. For the first time in years, her frustrations had been audibly released, leaving her feeling liberated. She tossed the phone to Fu Yunma and retreated to her room, requesting, "Please charge the phone. This mobile phone serves as a backup device, devoid of any significant privacy concerns, thus rendering one unperturbed by any potential discoveries by Fu Yunma." Fu Yunma nodded, noting that it was the first time he had witnessed the little drama queen exhibit such pronounced emotional fluctuations. However, having listened to her just moments ago, his heart ached profoundly. How utterly despondent she must have been to utter such heavy words, rejecting her ill-mannered parents. Henceforth, he vowed to care for her diligently, to heal her, and to help her transcend the shadows of her childhood. With a playful gesture, The little rabbit extended its tiny paws and circled Fu Yunma's shoulders, seemingly conveying its presence. "Are you joining us?" Fu Yunma gently pinched the plump cheeks of the rabbit, suddenly finding this child increasingly endearing. In response to his handsome visage, the rabbit beamed with a silly grin, its small fists quietly rising, and with a soft thud, it playfully punched Fu Yunma's face. Upon returning to the room, the clock indicated 6:30, the perfect hour to witness the sunset. She hummed a little tune as she opened the door to the passageway, only to discover that the little groundhog had fallen asleep on the floor. She pondered about crafting a cozy little home for the small creature after returning from watching the sunset. The chosen spot for viewing the sunset was a quaint little courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Although the path leading there was not excessively long, it was still a considerable distance. Adhering to her principle of minimizing walking, she retrieved a medium-sized bicycle from her space and opted to ride there. The underground space was meticulously designed, perfectly accommodating the bicycle with little difference from the surface. In under 6 minutes, she made a turn and reached her destination. She first activated the surveillance system to check for any zombies or other desperate survivors nearby. After a careful observation, she input the password and fingerprint, and only after facial recognition confirmed her identity did she feel secure enough to venture outside. The little courtyard, having been neglected for an extended period, was overgrown with weeds, and the wooden house stood empty and desolate. If this place appeared inviting, it would attract numerous fleeing individuals, thereby exposing the exit of the underground passage. So it was best that each courtyard remained as bleak as possible. From her space, she summoned a lounge chair and a small table, draped with an orange tablecloth exuding a rose fragrance, adorned with a water bottle and a few fresh flowers. A fairy basket overflowed with an assortment of snacks, and a passion fruit milk tea was ready with a straw. Reclining in the lounge chair, she gazed at the breathtaking sunset on the horizon, immersing herself in its gentle, romantic ambience. Soft instrumental music played from her phone, everything proceeding according to plan. Breathing in the fresh air and savoring a sip of milk tea, she began to drift into a light slumber. It was quite pleasant. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears from a distance, suggesting the presence of more than one person. It could either be zombies or fleeing humans. In the next moment, voices began to emerge, drawing closer. To her surprise, someone was approaching, an unexpected turn of events for Ruashi. This place, situated at the foot of the mountain, generally saw no visitors. Most individuals fled towards the city or to rural areas for farming, as cities harbored food resources in supermarkets and such. In contrast, this courtyard was surrounded by scarcity, offering little in the way of thirst-quenching fruits. She rose calmly, placing the lounge chair and other items back into the spatial realm, and returned to the corridor. Soon, a group of jovial individuals strolled by, and she found herself transfixed, for one among them bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Yunma. Accessing the surveillance of the basement's first level, she discovered Fu Yunma nestled on the couch, cradling a rabbit while engrossed in a television show. Thus, the figure outside was an imposter, an individual intent on putting him to death. After surveying the courtyard, the group retreated, leaving behind the man and a middle-aged woman. The woman, with her poised and graceful demeanor, shared a slight resemblance with the man, and she recognized her from a photograph tucked within Fu Yunma's wallet, most likely his mother. What a small world this was. She fetched a stool and settled in to observe the unfolding drama. Concealed near the two individuals was a simulated wooden camera, perfectly positioned to capture their conversation. Donning her headphones, she could clearly discern their dialogue. The man remarked, "Clearly, someone spotted him in this vicinity. How could a living person simply vanish?" Fu's mother snorted disdainfully. Perhaps he was devoured by zombies. In such desolate wilderness, even beasts would steer clear of him. Occupying the position of heir and achieving nothing, what is he even doing with his research? In this apocalypse, his skills are utterly worthless. He might as well die quickly. These cold-hearted words seemed hard to believe coming from Fu Yunma's own mother. She was taken aback, contemplating the lengths to which one would go for the sake of a family's legacy, even to the point of plotting the demise of their own child in favor of a substitute. Was it truly worth it? In this apocalyptic reality, no matter how much wealth their family possessed, money had become mere scraps of paper without value. Why, then, did Fu's mother remain so determined to eliminate her own son? Their conversation continued, filled with terms that eluded Ruashi's understanding, likely specialized jargon. Maintaining a stoic expression, she retreated to the underground lounge, where a brilliant idea began to form in her mind. With prey so close at hand, how could she allow them to escape? Yet, mere contemplation was insufficient. Action was imperative. After a considerable wait, the man and Fu's mother finally approached the mechanism's location. Below lay a trap, equipped with a mechanical cage that could transport its occupants to the lounge. The simulated wooden camera concealed ether, and upon pressing the release button, the ether gas was unleashed. Before long, the two conversing individuals, still animatedly chatting, succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed. The trap was activated, the ground beneath them caving in as they slowly descended, producing faint sounds until the earth restored itself to its original state. Just like that, two living beings vanished. The underground trap was encased in a golden cage, with a track reminiscent of a subway running beneath it, transporting the cage and its occupants at a languid pace. In a short while, both the cage and its captive emerged before Ruashi. The track vanished, leaving a flat expanse of ground. In the center of the lounge hung a curtain, which Ruashi drew down, causing the concealed golden gate within the wall to descend as well, separating the control panel from the cage containing the unconscious pair. She arranged several pots of plants to prevent suffocation. Within the flora lie concealed miniature cameras, while in the corners, intelligent surveillance devices audaciously observe, tracking human movements. Upon exiting and securing the door, she ascends to the control station, fixating on the monitors. Throughout the ordeal, Ruashi's demeanor remains impassive, her movements precise and efficient. In the surveillance footage, the cadre of bodyguards, noticing the prolonged absence of the two individuals, enters to investigate, only to discover their disappearance, prompting a search of the premises. Ruashi had anticipated this. Earlier, as the mechanisms were set in motion, she had ventured outside, deliberately opening the rear gate to fabricate signs of a struggle. This ruse was intended to lead the bodyguards to believe that the individuals had exited the compound. As expected, the bodyguards stumbled upon the open rear gate, with evident signs of activity, and swiftly rushed out. The exit led up the mountain, providing ample opportunity for their pursuit. Meanwhile, the two captives awaken, lost and clamoring in confusion. The walls are soundproofed, rendering any external noises inaudible. Ruashi hesitates, contemplating whether to disclose this situation to Fu Yunma, considering that it pertains to avenging him. Fu Yunma still possesses a photograph of his mother in his wallet, indicating a profound affection for her. Should he discover that she has secretly confined his mother, would he not seek to compel her to release her? Uncertainty looms, for human intentions are often inscrutable. Ruashi purses her lips, her brows knitting into a furrow. In this apocalyptic era, each step she takes must be executed with utmost caution. Complacency is not an option. Yet, the very act of detaining these two is a means to avenge Fu Yunma, and she must eventually reveal this to him. Ruashi bites into an oversized lobster, purchased for 200,000, seasoned with garlic and a spicy flavor. Its taste exquisitely refreshing and succulent. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction washes over her. Sipping her milk tea slowly, she reflects on Fu Yunma's unfulfilled hunger, deciding to prepare a meal for him, while subtly gauging his sentiments regarding his mother. As Ruashi presents the lobster before Fu Yunma, a slight smirk graces his lips. The tail of the lobster is larger than his face. One wonders about the size of its original form, or perhaps the little diva simply enjoys the finer things in life. After a few bites, he is pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Did you prepare this? It tastes better than what a professional would make. His expression is one of disbelief, as if he has encountered something extraordinary. How could it be? When did the little diva learn to cook so well? Ruashi clears her throat gently. Of course not. It was packed from a 5-star hotel before the apocalypse. If she could conjure such culinary delights, she would have no need for Fu Yunma. However, she must not let him discover her secret. Thus, she reluctantly accepts the title of culinary master. Certainly, it was not my doing. Perhaps it was the air fryer that created this. Fu Yunma nods. That is indeed a possibility. Ruashi raises an eyebrow. You would rather believe it was the air fryer than me? Why do I sense a lack of respect, even if it is true? The insatiable desire for competition begins to stir within her once more. Do not doubt my words. Next time, I shall personally demonstrate my culinary skills for you. By then, she will have mastered all the culinary arts. She intends to labor quietly, and then astonish Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma muttered softly. What is produced can merely be observed. Ruashi narrowed her eyes, a sense of danger looming. What did you say? Fu Yunma, towering at over 6 feet tall, considerably taller than Ruashi, instinctively shrank back under her pressure. It's nothing. By the way, Rabbit has fallen asleep in the cradle, so please keep the television volume low. Look at how considerate this man is. Ruashi acknowledged with a hum, noticing the television had received a signal, and began watching the live news, lowering the volume. Please eat quickly, or the lobster will grow cold. After their earlier exchange of glances, Ruashi became acutely aware of Fu Yunma's impressive height. It seemed she must devise a way to keep Fu Yunma in check, lest he engage in unruly behavior. How about handcuffs with no keyhole? Xiao Fuzi, do you enjoy wearing handcuffs? Ruashi asked candidly, not bothering to conceal her thoughts. Donning gloves. Fu Yunma was elegantly dissecting the lobster with a fork when Ruashi's words reached him, causing him to freeze momentarily. His handsome features displayed little emotional fluctuation. Yet he lifted his gaze with a smile. As long as you like it, I shall too. With a handkerchief, he meticulously dabbed at his mouth, each movement exuding grace. However, only he was aware that upon hearing her playful remark, his blood raced, and he felt an uncomfortable warmth enveloping his skin. Even his earlobes subtly flushed with a hint of crimson. Handcuffs seemed rather intriguing. Ruashi, without glancing at Fu Yunma, retrieved the keyless handcuffs, approaching him with the intention of securing him without further ado. However, Fu Yunma intercepted her. Ruashi raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Are you unwilling? It seemed evident that a man's words are often mere pleasantries. While he professed willingness, inwardly he was quite resistant. Very well, if you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. After all, there are myriad ways to restrain someone aside from handcuffs. Fu Yunma shook his head. Handcuffs are acceptable, but Xiao's Jing. Yours are keyless. Once fastened, they cannot be undone. Do you intend to bind me to your side for eternity? Was this a veiled confession? Fu Yunma blinked innocently, his cherry blossom lips curling into a warm smile. Yet, Ruashi did not ponder the deeper implications. She merely rummaged through the space without considering whether the handcuffs had a keyhole. It was only upon Fu Yunma's reminder that she realized this fact and attempted to retract the keyless handcuffs in favor of those with a keyhole. No need. The keyless ones are far more amusing. If they are to be locked, let it be for a lifetime. Fu Yunma halted Ruashi's retreating hand, his tone imbued with sincerity. At the sound of Fu Yunma's words, the air around them thickened, interspersed with bubbles of pink. Chapter 25. I adore you. No matter how long, I shall wait. This, of course, is merely the world as perceived by Fu Yunma. Ruashi maintained her impassive demeanor, brushing away Fu Yunma's hand. Strangely, gazing at the obedient little Fuzai, Ruashi found herself whimsically imagining him as a fluffy puppy, longing to pat his little head. One must strive for what one desires. Ruashi rose on her toes, inching closer to Fu Yunma's face. What is this little drama queen up to? Surely. Fu Yunma's eyes sparkled with a certain expectation, his cheeks flushing with shyness, his eyelashes fluttering. The heart lock, binding for a lifetime. It seemed that even a straightforward girl could sometimes awaken to deeper sentiments. However, the anticipated tenderness did not materialize. Instead, she felt a warmth atop her head. Ruashi's delicate fingers delved into Fu Yunma's thick hair, gently tousling it. How delightful! With her other hand, she deftly secured handcuffs around his wrist. The click echoing in the air. Fu Yunma stared blankly at Ruashi, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. In her eyes, he resembled a silly little puppy, adorably daft. How endearing! Fu Yunma, oblivious to his restrained hand, was entirely captivated by Ruashi's compliment. Astonishing! The little drama queen deemed him adorable. Just then, the rabbit in the crib stirred abruptly, letting out a wail. In a reflexive response, Fu Yunma broke free from Ruashi's grasp and rushed to the rabbit, cradling it with concern. Be good, little one, time for sleep, he murmured, gently soothing the baby. In his patient attempt to lull the child to slumber, Ruashi was completely forgotten. Observing her suddenly empty hand, Ruashi calmly lowered her elevated posture. The little Fuzai, once tormented by a human child, had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Is this still the Fu Yunma she knew? Ruashi began to reevaluate her relationship with him. She had adopted a child named Rabbit, unable to care for it herself, and had entrusted it to Fu Yunma. With injuries to his head and left wrist preventing him from cooking, he could only assist in caring for the child. To prevent any impulsive actions, she had cuffed him, making childcare quite inconvenient. It seemed she had unwittingly taken on the role of a caretaker for a future overlord of the apocalypse. This, perhaps, was not ideal. Little Fuzai, have you ever considered venturing out to explore the world beyond? Ruoshi suddenly interjected. Fu Yunma, who had been feeding the child, halted momentarily, the handcuffs emitting a faint clink. The rabbit cried even louder, as if accusing the man before her of withholding nourishment. Fu Yunma's expression darkened slightly, his pallor reflecting his weakened state. His voice came out soft and feeble. I only wish to be by your side. Do you wish to send me away? The outside world, while seemingly appealing, held far less allure than the presence of the little drama queen. How could he possibly venture out alone? She had saved his life. Had it not been for her, he would have perished long ago. For the past 6 months, he had clung to her side, using the threat of those pursuing him as an excuse to remain close. Gradually, he found himself drawn to this woman, who exuded an air of mystery and confidence, yearning for a deeper understanding of her. Yet, she remained as unfeeling as a cold-blooded creature, devoid of any warmth. After 6 months of close proximity, he had begun to unravel his own emotions, yet she eluded his comprehension. The woman was distant and meticulous, her gaze towards him akin to that of a caretaker observing a pet, always on guard. She possessed wealth, but no heart. It was already a stroke of fortune that she regarded him as a man. He feared that in her eyes, he was merely a temporary chef. Jealousy gnawed at him, a jealousy directed towards those men whom she sheltered in her own quarters. What did they possess that earned her unwavering loyalty? Everything she desired, he had. And for what he lacked, he would strive with all his might to attain. Do you truly offer me no chance at all? Ruashi furrowed her brow, her long, fair hands crossed over her legs. Her expression was extraordinarily indifferent, radiating an icy demeanor, reminiscent of pure snow in winter. Clad in adorable pajamas, she paradoxically projected the impression of someone donned in a tailored suit and polished shoes, adorned with an exquisite leather watch. She regarded Fu Yunma with a softness akin to a domineering CEO, gazing at his cherished wife. What opportunity do you seek? A chance to cook? Even injured, you still ponder the art of cooking. The corners of Fu Yunma's eyes flushed crimson as he pursed his lips, a picture of grievance. An opportunity to pursue you. Stop thinking about cooking. What about now? Ruashi's profound gaze appeared inscrutable. So, you are pursuing me now? In her previous life, she had been betrayed by family, suffering significant emotional trauma, which led to acute stress disorder and depression. She resorted to binge eating, hoping to heal through travel. Furthermore, having focused solely on her childhood friend Fu Yuhan, she had little interaction with other men, rendering her somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart. Thus, she genuinely believed that Fu Yunma merely saw her as a refuge, never considering anything beyond that. Conversely, Fu Yunma was deeply sensitive, lowering his head to conceal his emotions. Like a rabbit with an intuitive sense, her small hand gently touched the back of his head, offering him a sweet smile. No wonder she was the darling of the little actress. She was utterly adorable. The child of the person one loves is always seen through a soft lens. I have been pursuing you for several months. Have you not noticed? Even the faintest hint should have registered. Her tone was tinged with a blend of lament and playful sarcasm. Somehow, witnessing Fu Yunma's woeful expression and his peculiar tone made Ruashi laugh. She pinched the bridge of her nose, exclaiming, I truly cannot deal with you, little actress. I am not a little actress. You are the little actress. Fu Yunma retorted, fuming. You don't even realize that I like you, you dull-witted fool, little actress. Clearly, I have made my intentions abundantly apparent. Which man would willingly serve as a woman's personal chef for an extended period without any form of compensation? I respect your pursuit of excitement, for it is a reflection of your youth. However, after I have unequivocally expressed my affection for you, your repeated rejections have relentlessly trampled upon my shattered heart. Fu Yunma gazed intently at Ruashi's face, ultimately unable to utter any harsh words, and forced out 2 words between clenched teeth. You, fool. During this period, the grievances I have endured have all erupted due to a single catalyst. My heart feels incredibly constrained, overwhelmingly so. This marked his inaugural experience of affection, laden with confusion that he could only suppress within his heart, too timid to articulate. Observing the handcuffs binding Fu Yunma's wrists made it difficult for him to embrace the rabbit. Thus, Ruashi gently took the unusually quiet creature from his grasp. Yet, unbeknownst to them, something amiss occurred, for as soon as the rabbit nestled in Ruashi's arms, its tiny paws began to flail restlessly, refusing to settle. with no alternative. She returned the rabbit to its crib. At last, the two could engage in a private conversation. Ruashi produced 2 bottles of red wine from 1988, pouring half into glasses and adorning the dining table with a few fresh flowers in a water pitcher. With a gesture inviting Fu Yunma, who remained perplexed by her intentions, she encouraged him to partake. This moment served as an opportunity for an earnest dialogue, a chance to unveil their innermost thoughts. Fu Yunma nodded slightly and took a seat opposite her. His injured left hand rested on the table. Ruashi stole a glance, but refrained from commenting. Speak your mind. If you truly harbor no feelings for me, I shall not pursue you further. I will depart quietly, he declared, biting his lower lip, his jaw tense. Having mustered considerable resolve to utter those words, anxiety coursed through him. Had he been too harsh? Would the little darling be disheartened? While others regarded him as a mere backup, he still contemplated the well-being of others. Fu Yunma chastised himself for being so spineless, a lovesick fool. Once, he had been the idol pursued by countless girls, yet now, he found himself repeatedly lowering his dignity for Ruashi. Yet, in the face of love, dignity holds little value. In this lifetime, he had succumbed to Ruashi's influence. Though he spoke with such decisiveness, only he truly understood the depths of his own heart. Even if Ruashi were to send him away, he would stubbornly linger. After a prolonged silence from Ruashi, Fu Yunma could only steal a glance, only to find that she had already taken a sip. The dim light danced upon the wine glass, and as she took a few sips, her crimson lips glistened with a seductive sheen, seemingly inviting him to taste. Fu Yunma's breath hitched, his Adam's apple bobbing as he fixated on her lips, his gaze deepening with intensity. He appeared vulnerable only in front of Ruashi. To the outside world, he remained the aloof and unapproachable senior. After a lengthy pause, Ruashi softly parted her lips. Are you certain that you truly have feelings for me? What if it is merely a fleeting whim? Like Fu Yuan, who falls in love with every new woman he encounters, swiftly transferring his affections. With the example of Fu Yuan, she almost believed that all men in the world were the same, possessing the same character. Now, she begins to harbor expectations towards Fu Yunma. Perhaps it is worth a try. Could he be her salvation? In Fu Yunma's eyes, although Ruashi's face bore no expression, he inexplicably sensed a wave of sorrow emanating from her. His heart ached inexplicably. I like you very much, but I will not pressure you with words like I have done this or that for you. We share a certain fate. Coincidentally, I enjoy cooking and adore children. At present, you are in need of someone to assist with childcare and meals, so would you be willing to compromise a little and allow me to share your life? Upon finishing, Fu Yunma hurriedly added, rest assured, I will never be a burden to you. Ruashi's gaze fell upon the wrist of Fu Yunma's hand. Fu Yunma's heart skipped a beat. Today's injury was merely an accident. I will definitely be more careful in the future. I promise I will not disturb you. His expression was earnest. His hands placed awkwardly on the table, lips pressed tightly as he met Ruashi's gaze, as if he were ready to bare his soul. Seeing Fu Yunma's earnest demeanor, Ruashi found him endearing, her lips curling into a playful smile that made her blossom like a flower. How foolish he was. She felt an urge to ruffle his hair, curious about the thoughts swirling in his mind. He seemed utterly oblivious, resembling someone entranced by love, intelligence seemingly absent. Yet, why did her heart flutter? Although Fu Yunma could not comprehend the reason behind Ruashi's laughter, he found himself grinning foolishly as well, shaking his head. Ouch! He forgot about the injury sustained when the little troublemaker had tackled him in the bathroom, leaving a painful bump on the back of his head. Wait, don't move. Ruashi stood up, approaching him with a medical kit. Her icy fingertips accidentally brushed against his ear, causing Fu Yunma to freeze, paralyzed by her touch. He remained utterly still, allowing Ruashi to manipulate his head as she wished. With a sigh, she lightly flicked his forehead. Silly, you don't need to move your head back to its original position. I am tending to your wound. Her tone was stern yet infused with a tenderness that Ruashi had never exhibited before. Fu Yunma's tense expression softened as the fragrance of the girl enveloped him, mingled with a hint of wine, an intoxicating combination that set his senses ablaze. Every fiber of his being rejoiced, completely captivated by Ruashi. Before long, Ruashi had finished bandaging him, having grown accustomed to injuries during the apocalyptic days of her past life. She was adept at dressing wounds. When she glanced down, noticing the uneven bandages on his wrist, her previously relaxed brows furrowed once more. Let me change the bandage on your hand as well. However, Upon realizing that she had finally acknowledged his injury, Fu Yunma was not the least bit pleased. Would the little troublemaker become upset if she saw his wound? Would she sulk if he didn't allow her to change it? You think I am like you? I wouldn't even complain about the pain. Fu Yunma murmured softly, I played the victim. You just didn't notice. The half-spoken words made the tenderness on Ruashi's face gradually fade. She had indeed seen it, yet chose to turn a blind eye. On this point, she truly hadn't handled it well. Then why not make it more obvious? She said, struggling to keep her tone neutral, though it still came out sounding like a reprimand. Don't make me guess every time. It's exhausting. Fu Yunma nodded obediently. Understood. Next time, I'll shove my wounds right in your face so the little drama queen will know I'm playing the victim. Ruashi, she nearly laughed in exasperation. Perhaps she shouldn't have called him the little drama queen. Fu Yunma had more than earned that title himself. You shouldn't hint at suffering in such a roundabout way. But if I don't, you want to even pay attention to me. You can say it outright. Ruashi interrupted calmly, her hands never pausing as she dressed his wounds with practiced efficiency. Speak your mind. Whatever you're thinking, just say it. I want to get angry. I love you. Fu Yunma's burning gaze fixed on her, reflecting her exquisite, ice-cold beauty as if she were his entire world. The sudden, blunt confession caught Ruashi completely off guard. But Fu Yunma wasn't finished. I hope you'll give me a chance. I'll love you well, and since I enjoy cooking and taking care of children, I can lighten your burdens. After that lengthy speech, the last sentence was clearly the main point. The offer was far too tempting. Ruashi's resolve, already wavering, now teetered precariously. Give me 2 minutes to think. Fu Yunma respected her request and nodded. All right, I'll wait, no matter how long. But don't feel pressured, my feelings are my own. Even if you reject me, I want to do anything drastic. He continued earnestly, we can just try dating. If, after some time, you decide it's not working, you can kick me to the curb. I'm reasonable. I want to cling to you. But at least let me die knowing why, all right? Chapter 26. All talk. No action, and then there were the men she kept in her room, and the question of who Bunny's father was. Little drama queen. Fu Yunma ventured hesitantly, watching Ruashi's expression carefully. May I ask? About the men in your room? When she showed no reaction, he pressed on. What is your relationship with them? Then, hastily, he added, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Ruashi tilted her head in confusion. 3 giant question marks practically floating above her. Men in her room? Since when were there men in her room? When had this misunderstanding even started? TSK. Xiao Fu's imagination is truly something else. No wonder he's in research, always concocting new dishes. There are no other men in my room, she said flatly. Why would you even ask that? I've never even. She cut herself off. Ahem. Virgin here. Never touched a man. Hastily covering her mouth. She realized she had spoken too much. The fact that she had not possessed a man worth 400 billion seemed indeed disproportionate to her wealth. I am not the sort of person to be frivolous. I simply have yet to encounter someone who stirs my heart. Fu Yunma. He had thought that this little diva was just like others in her circle, playing games. It took him a considerable amount of time to overcome this psychological barrier. Yet now, the little diva informed him that there was no need to overcome it, for the issue was entirely non-existent. However, at this moment, none of it mattered. A sense of joy and exhilaration bubbled within her. If they were to be together, they would both be each other's first love. The mere thought of this brought a smile to her lips. Regardless of the little diva's demeanor, I find myself enamored. Ruashi's heart skipped a beat. Her expression remained aloof. She returned to her seat and took a couple of sips of wine, using the intoxication to voice her inner doubts while conveniently shifting the topic of conversation. I know where the people pursuing you are. She opened her laptop, revealing the surveillance footage from the lounge, showcasing individuals confined in a cage, barely clinging to life on the ground. Among them, Fu Yunma recognized them all too well. One was his mother, and the other man, the mastermind behind his pursuit. The false heir from the charade of the true and false heirs. How could they possibly be imprisoned in a cage? Fu Yunma's complexion changed dramatically, a certain emotion fermenting within him. Can you tell me what this is? Ruashi replied, your mother and your twin brother. Fu Yunma wanted to articulate something, but swallowed his words. He had assumed that the little diva was indifferent to his plight. Yet she had been quietly keeping his affairs in mind, silently avenging him. Sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, she truly cared for him. He vowed to double, triple, and quadruple his efforts to look after the little diva in the future. Observing his hesitation, Ruashi suspected he still harbored illusions about his mother. Consequently, She took out a recording pen and pressed play. Perhaps she was devoured by zombies. In such desolate wilderness, even beasts would not spare her. Occupying the position of heir without any achievements, what was he doing with his research? In this apocalyptic world, his skills were of little consequence. It would be better for him to meet his end. The voice was all too familiar to Fu Yunma, and he lowered his head in silence. Assuming his silence was born of sorrow, Ruashi continued to savor her red wine. Your mother regards you as a mere tool. She not only knew of the plan to kill you, but may have even participated in it. Of course, she wishes to eliminate you. If you were to show her mercy, feeling pity for her, then as though I had never known you, I would allow both her and you to escape. This was, of course, a test. How could she easily let them go? They had not saved her life. Their goodwill towards avenging him was of no consequence. If Fu Yunma continued to oppose her, what could she do? Naturally, she would have to imprison them indefinitely. To release them so easily would only invite trouble in the future. They would undoubtedly return, posing a significant threat to her. Fu Yunma suddenly raised his head, declaring that such a scenario would never come to pass. My life nearly slipped away at their hands. If forgiveness is to be sought, let them pay with their lives. His expression was grave, imbued with sincerity. The thought of personally ending their lives filled me with fervent rage. Ruaxi raised an eyebrow. It was as anticipated, yet beyond reason. Allowing their deaths to be so mundane lacked excitement. They must experience the consequences of provoking you in a more inventive manner. This task of creativity shall rest upon your shoulders. Devise a thorough plan for me, and we shall experiment upon them one by one. Excellent. This is precisely the approach to take. One must understand the focal point of their existence. Past grievances should not be forgotten. Yet there is no need to elevate their importance excessively. Merely treat them as a source of amusement in life. Ruaxi felt a sense of satisfaction. It appears that Xiao Fuji is quite commendable. She does not indulge in naive sentiments and is adept at cooking and child-rearing. By the way, what were you saying just now? This question left Fu Yunma perplexed. Had he uttered something amiss? Ruaxi lightly tapped Fu Yunma's forehead. Fool. You just said, I like you. Have you forgotten so soon? It seems you do not hold me in such high regard after all. Although Fu Yunma struggled to comprehend fully, he instinctively echoed Ruaxi's challenge. I like you very much. The little tease had just confessed her affection for him. Could this be construed as her acceptance of his declaration? Ruaxi pursed her lips, stepping closer to Fu Yunma to smooth out his disheveled collar. These verbal declarations are mere tricks for young girls. I wish to see tangible actions. At that moment, the man, feeling overwhelmed, sensed a rush of heat surge to his head. His fingers tightened, and in the next instant, he pulled her into an embrace. Their faces drawing perilously close, their noses nearly touching. His hand caressed her skin, his delicate fingers pressing gently upon her lips, tracing softly. The sensation was tender and intoxicating. Yet, even as she found herself ensnared, Ruaxi remained unfazed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It was as if she knew Fu Yunma would not dare to cross any boundaries. Damnable woman, Fu Yunma cursed inwardly, realizing that he indeed lacked the courage to act against the little tease, fearing her ire. He was utterly at her mercy. Strangely, this sensation was not entirely unpleasant. His gaze reflected the woman's stunning visage, fixated on her luscious, inviting lips, his expression inscrutable. As Ruaxi grew increasingly uneasy and attempted to break free, she was suddenly met with warmth upon her lips. It felt as though an insulator had transformed into a conductor, sending shivers throughout her body, her legs growing weak. She had never encountered such an experience. Oh dear, what should she do? She was utterly inexperienced, though she spoke boldly. Her practical skills were non-existent. Stiff as a statue, Fu Yunma pressed closer, even pinching her cheeks with his fingers, compelling her to pout her plump lips. Now extend them. His voice was magnetic and sultry. As Ruashi's mind momentarily short-circuited, she stared blankly, allowing the man to manipulate her, utterly at a loss. What? Yes, just like that. Playing the innocent. She was still a pure child, oblivious to the world, observing the once arrogant woman transform into a timid little kitten. Fu Yunmo realized that the little diva was all talk and no action. With a helpless smile, he pressed closer. Breathless and entwined, desire surged. Overwhelmed by various sensations, her legs grew weaker, and she melted against the man, her body languid. Faced with his handsome visage, Ruashi gradually succumbed, unable to restrain her responses. The air was thick with a burgeoning atmosphere of intimacy. Chapter 27. A woman 3 parts drunk, acting until you weep. Ruashi felt as though a century had passed. Yet the man showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he became increasingly fervent. At last, the little bunny awoke, crying. She nudged the man gently, her tone soft and reproachful. The baby is awake. Could you check if she wet her pants? Oh dear, it's my first love, and I have no experience. Fu Yunma cleared his throat, nodding. His eyes still tinged with crimson. Wait for me, don't move, I'll be right back. Ruashi, her gaze hazy, thought, how dare he give me orders? Before my 400 billion, even the wealthiest tycoon pales in comparison. She mumbled a few more words, which Fu Yunma barely caught, shaking his head indulgently. Yes, yes. You are the domineering CEO, I want to compete with you. Then I shall be the pampered little wife of the domineering CEO. Ruashi let out a tipsy hiccup, muddled. Nonsense. You are my little Fuzai, my exclusive little chef, and my baby's caretaker. The words exclusive and caretaker filled Fu Yunma's ears, flooding him with a sense of happiness, almost making him clench his fists in delight. All right, your exclusive caretaker is off to soothe your little bunny to sleep. You behave here and don't wander off. He spoke with the gentle tone used to lull the bunny to slumber, treating Ruashi as if she were his little baby, the one he cherished, his precious little darling. Rarely, Ruashi obediently nodded, propping her chin on one hand, watching Fu Yunma as he tended to the bunny. The sight was so tender it could overflow with warmth, as if the bunny were his own daughter. Little Fuzai, Ruashi called softly, and Fu Yunma, ever attentive, quickly responded. I'm here. Is the little diva feeling dizzy? Just wait for me for 2 minutes, and I'll make you a hangover soup. Oh, Ruashi's head felt heavy, her eyelids drooping. Why are you so good to me? You don't have some sort of strategy system like in novels, do you? Is this kindness merely to fulfill a task? A woman 3 parts drunk, acting until you weep. The consciousness was somewhat clear. The questions posed were genuine inquiries that emerged under the influence of alcohol. With a suppressed chuckle, Fu Yunma couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the questions. What kind of inquiries are these? If I had any system, would I require your assistance to save my life, let alone be rescued by you twice? His intentions were purely benevolent, devoid of reasoning. Ponder that yourself. Ruashi, in a state of bewilderment, shook her head. I cannot fathom it. I do not understand. Could you perhaps articulate it directly? Fu Yunma's posture visibly stiffened as he slowly turned to meet the gaze of the dazed woman. In that moment, upon witnessing the misty gaze in Ruashi's eyes, he realized that her previous words were earnest. She genuinely did not grasp his feelings. All that he had expressed and done had been in vain. After a prolonged internal struggle, he found himself compelled to confess his feelings to the oblivious girl. It is because I like you, I like you, I like you. Now, remember this, let us chant it thrice together. He anticipated that Ruashi would not comply, yet her tender, alluring smile captivated him. I like you, I like you. I adore my dear wife. Upon uttering these words, her dreamy eyes remained fixated on Fu Yunma, her brows adorned with a smile. The dining table was adorned with fresh roses, and soothing, gentle melodies filled the air. At that moment, it felt as though they were the only 2 souls in existence. Above them, their respective magnetic fields extended towards one another, intertwining at the center and transforming into a singular, connected heart. In that instant, they resonated on the same frequency, bound by their magnetic fields. However, the enchanting atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the cheerful laughter of Rabbit, startling Fu Yunma, who had never witnessed such a sight before. She can actually laugh. Ruashi, puzzled, tilted her head, wondering why Rabbit, being human, had never laughed before. Indeed, Fu Yunma, feeling somewhat awkward, shifted uncomfortably, recalling his injury to the back of his head. Ruashi's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Little Fuzai is quite peculiar. Did he consume alcohol as well? To appear so foolish? Observing Fu Yunma's genuine concern for Rabbit and recognizing their newfound relationship, she deemed it appropriate to reveal Rabbit's origins. Rabbit is not my biological daughter. Upon hearing this revelation, Fu Yunma exhibited no overt surprise, as if he had anticipated it all along, regardless of her lineage. Since the little girl was chosen for adoption by Ruashi, he would treat her as his own. However, his words trailed off, causing Ruashi to blink in displeasure. She found this habit of his most irksome. He often spoke the first half of a sentence, leaving the latter half to be squeezed out like a troublesome excretion. You always leave your thoughts unfinished. Such a habit is undesirable. Spare me the rest. I do not wish to hear it. Sulking, she turned her head away, avoiding Fu Yunma's gaze. He stood frozen for a moment, then quickly apologized, realizing his misstep. I apologize for my poor habits. I shall amend them. I hope, dear little artist, you might grant me another opportunity for redemption. Should there be a next time, feel free to silence me entirely. After a moment, Ruoshi still did not turn her head away, which made Fu Yunma anxious. Finally, she uttered, "What comes next?" Though Ruoshi's response did not directly address the question, it subtly indicated her inclination to forgive Fu Yunma. He nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, the little artist possesses a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. Her charming contradictions are utterly delightful. Moreover, childbirth is excruciating. Raising a single adorable bunny is sufficient. Ruoshi need not suffer the trials of motherhood. The mere thought of it fills him with joy. His face radiated happiness and contentment. Ruoshi shot him a disdainful glare. "Humph, is that all? Look at your meager aspirations. I thought you had something of great significance to share." Fu Yunma shook his head earnestly. "This is indeed significant. Everything concerning the little artist is of utmost importance." Chapter 28. Why didn't you stop me? Ruoshi, continue to indulge your child. Do not gaze upon me, she exclaimed, feeling embarrassed by his overly sentimental words. Oh my, they rendered her bashful. Due to her intoxication, her throat felt parched, her speech tinged with a nasal quality. Fu Yunma, oblivious to Ruoshi's expression, mistook her languid demeanor for playful affection, his cheeks flushing crimson. Meanwhile, Ruoshi's delicate face glistened with tiny beads of sweat. She activated a small fan, a refreshing breeze alleviating her drunkenness. Sighing, she mused, "It appears I am quite inebriated." Unsteadily rising, she leaned against the wall and made her way to her room, regretting her earlier indulgence. The after effects were rather potent. After letting out a hearty belch, she waved her hand through the air, dispersing the scent of alcohol. Observing the man still tending to the sleeping bunny, she chose to bypass him. But as she passed, he grasped her hand. "Sit quietly for a moment. I shall prepare some hangover soup for you." Fu Yunma affectionately ruffled the hair of the swaying woman. He desired to carry her like a princess, yet found his hands shackled by handcuffs, leaving him with a resigned smile. Indeed, these cuffs constrained his movements significantly. Nonetheless, as long as the little artist is pleased, he would never remove them. As he entered the kitchen, Ruoshi, however, would not remain seated. Unsteadily, she leaned against the wall and collapsed onto the sofa, familiar with the surroundings. She opened a drawer and took out 2 packets of beef jerky, savoring the taste. "Delicious," she exclaimed suddenly, feeling parched. "Little Fuji, I am thirsty. I crave sweet pears," she mumbled to herself. Fresh from his culinary endeavors, Fu Yunma seemed to hear her calling but hesitated. Peeking out, he saw Ruoshi sprawled on the sofa, her mouth still occupied. He shook his head in exasperation. "First, drink the hangover soup, then I shall peel the pears for you." He retrieved a peeler from his apron pocket, ready to prepare the sweet pears. Ruoshi straightened her posture, her vision slightly blurred as she gestured in the air with her hands. "No need to peel it. I can bite it directly," she proclaimed, opening her mouth and taking a bite towards Fu Yunma's right hand. "Ouch. All right. No peeling, just a little nibble. Let go now, and I shall wash it for you." Ruoshi bit down rather hard, causing cold sweat to bead on Fu Yunma's forehead. Yet, he did not immediately pull away, constrained by handcuffs and unable to push away with his injured left hand. He leaned his forehead against Ruoshi's, their faces close, both flushed and warm, which only intensified the heat between them. Ruoshi disdainfully released her grip, creating some distance, and after finishing her bite, she let out a satisfied belch. "Wow, your face is so hot. Stay away from me." Fu Yunma, feigning a bit of drama, first drank the hangover soup. With no time to wipe the drool from the bite marks on his hand, his previously severe cleanliness obsession seemed to wane as he lifted the hangover soup and offered it to Ruoshi. Though he had mentally prepared himself for her to vomit on him, she surprised him by drinking it without even glancing at its contents, exclaiming sweetly, "Look, I'm being good. I drank it, so can I have a fragrant pear now?" The bitter hangover soup was consumed merely as a pretext for the promise of a pear. Fu Yunma had also prepared some sugar-coated snow pears, intending for her to savor them before drinking more. He helplessly ruffled Ruoshi's messy hair, a look of adoration gracing his face. "All right, I will wash it for you, my little drama queen." Ruoshi dismissively swatted away his hand that was patting her head and pulled out a spicy duck neck to nibble on. If you wanted to give me a fragrant pear, you should have done it earlier instead of talking so much. If you don't want to give it to me, then I won't have it. I have my duck neck." She pouted, her mouth still busy. Her cheeks were flushed, the scent of alcohol mingling with the spicy aroma of the duck neck. Even in her drunken stupor, she was intent on snacking. What a peculiar logic she had. Merely conversing with her was somehow a refusal to offer her the pear. Fu Yunma smiled wryly, deciding to refrain from further pointless chatter, and retreated to the kitchen. He would wash the pear for his little drama queen, lest she become truly upset. Burp. A full belch combined with the taste of liquor escaped Ruoshi as she clutched her stuffed belly, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. "After eating so much, why didn't you stop me? Eating this much at night will make me gain weight." In a huff, she turned her head away defiantly and sat 2 meters away from Fu Yunma. Whether he gave her food or not, she would find a reason to be upset. Fu Yunma reflected on the enigma that was women, truly bewildered by the adorable yet foolish nature of the girl before him. Although he did not comprehend why his little drama queen was upset, he knew he must appease her. He could not leave her feeling neglected, for it would harm their bond. He contemplated the bittersweet reality that she harbored little affection for him. "I apologize for my contradictory behavior, craving snacks yet fearing weight gain, thus delegating the indulgence to you, watching you consume them on my behalf. I reveled in selfish delight, oblivious to the fact that my dear troublemaker might also gain weight from these treats. In such situations, one must fight magic with magic." As the conversation progressed, Ruoshi shook her head, sensing something amiss. An ominous premonition crept upon her. Surely he wouldn't. "Indeed," Fu Yunma continued, "since my little troublemaker dislikes snacks and worries about weight, henceforth I shall undertake this burden. Allow me to suffer through consuming these." "Absolutely not," Ruoshi protested, her crimson-tinged eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I merely requested restraint, never claimed dislike." "Humph. Clearly you've been coveting my snacks all along. They're mine to enjoy. I will eat them, I insist. Were snacks this delicious, she'd gladly perish from overindulgence, even if it meant bursting with 400 billion calories. Whoa, Xiao Fu is bullying me." Fu Yunma pressed his lips together in feigned distress. "Yet if I permit your indulgence, you'll grow angry again. Truly, I know not how to please you. You're the one tormenting me." Internally, he marveled at her drunken antics, utterly adorable, yet outwardly maintained his wounded facade. This display left Ruoshi hiccuping in frustration, her rounded belly swaying as she wavered indecisively. "I may eat snacks, but you must stop me, preferably with token resistance that ultimately fails. Even successful restraint would anger me." Fu Yunma pretended to ponder deeply. "Ah, so it's performative, the appearance of opposition without genuine prevention." "I don't quite." Under Ruoshi's baleful glare, his words faltered. "Choose your response carefully, Xiao Fu. I don't converse with spring insects." Thus admonished, how could he claim misunderstanding? Understood. Crystal clear. Since when did threats enter the equation? His initial plan to feign ignorance and tease his little troublemaker had been thoroughly thwarted. Chapter 29. Bestial Abilities. Wu Weigua adopts Ruoshi's parents. Ruoshi transitioned from drowsiness to deep slumber in an instant. Without access to her room, lacking passcodes or permissions, Fu Yunmo reluctantly arranged her on the sofa for the night. Fearing she might tumble, he prepared a makeshift bed on the floor nearby. The woman's porcelain complexion bore a delicate drunken flush, her sleeping visage radiating innocent charm with slightly parted lips, a dangerously alluring combination. This would be a sleepless night indeed. Suddenly inspired, Fu Yunma retrieved his phone, activating the camera. Dinner is served. Should his little troublemaker awaken and disavow her drunken promises, dismissing their tentative relationship as alcohol-induced ramblings, all progress would be lost. Evidence was essential. At the mention of dinner, Ruoshi bolted upright, scanning her surroundings with bleary alertness. "What would you like to eat? Do you have sweet and sour pork ribs? Are there any new dishes?" Fu Yunma patted her back reassuringly. "All your favorite dishes are here, but before eating, you must promise me one thing." Drunk Ruoshi? The next day at noon, Ruoshi woke up slowly, stretching lazily. "Why do I feel so exhausted?" She twisted her stiff neck, wincing at the soreness. Fu Yunma seemed to be bustling about in the kitchen, but she couldn't be bothered to greet him and simply retreated to her room. "I need a shower first, never drinking this much again." The news on the television flickered intermittently, the signal unstable, but she could still make out the report. The gist was that the zombie horde was growing increasingly vast, and their bites carried a contagious virus. The government had lost control of the situation, leaving civilians to construct their own fortified bases. Walls taller than the Great Wall, reinforced with electric fencing, encircled these strongholds. Some experts proposed digging underground shelters within temporarily safe zones, emulating historical tunnel warfare tactics against the undead. However, rudimentary basements were insufficient to withstand zombie assaults. Deeper excavation was necessary. Yet the deeper they dug, the thinner the air became. Without proper ventilation, survival would be precarious, and food supplies would inevitably dwindle. Thus, the suggestion was swiftly dismissed by the public. The so-called experts, lacking concrete plans, were merely grasping at straws. Ruashi hugged a cushion, idly drying her damp hair with a towel. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed across the screen. Wu Weigua, just as she remembered him, shouldering an injured man with mangled legs. Rushing toward a white tent, his face was smeared with grime, exhaustion etched into his weary eyes. Is that Brother Wu's base? On the 5th day of the apocalypse, some individuals had begun awakening to supernatural abilities. Given Wu Weigua's formidable strength, she wondered if he had awakened as well. As if summoned by her thoughts, Wu Weigua called, "Little sister, are you sure you want to come to our base? You're still in the city, right? That remote area might not have many zombies, but with global resources depleted, wild beasts will inevitably turn on humans. It's still unsafe here." His voice carried unwavering reassurance. "Don't worry, our base is mostly men. If you join us, you'll be our treasured little sister. We'd never let you down." Touched by his protective words, Ruashi softened. "Brother Wu, don't worry. I stay home most of the time and rarely go out. I'll be fine. Thank you for checking in on me so often." Seizing the chance to shift the topic, she added, "I just saw you on TV. Tell me, has your base already seen people awakening to abilities?" She sighed inwardly. "It's inconvenient for me to travel alone, and I don't want to be a burden. I'd like to figure out how to awaken my own abilities before seeking refuge with you." The words were merely to placate him. With her spatial ability in hand, she could bask in the courtyard's sunlight and breathe fresh air whenever she pleased. In the absence of necessity, one would refrain from venturing outside, opting instead to remain entirely within the confines of home. Observing Ruashi's steadfastness, Wu Weigua could only sigh in resignation. "Very well. I understand that you are resolute in your decisions. Please take care of yourself. Should you find it unbearable, send me your address, and I shall personally come to fetch you." Indeed, our base has seen a considerable number of awakened individuals, and I too have manifested pyromancy. However, there exists no particular secret to it. It simply occurred after a bout with zombies, as if awakening was an inevitable consequence of such encounters. Fighting zombies? Ruashi pursed her lips, furrowing her brow. The closer one is to the undead, the swifter the awakening of abilities. Yet, she had scarcely encountered a zombie thus far. What was she to do? Suddenly, she recalled 2 living individuals confined within her home. Perhaps she could glean insight from them. "Could you enlighten me on the various abilities that exist?" In her previous life, she had perished before awakening any powers, only knowing that Fu Yunnan possessed healing abilities and Ma Lisu commanded water. The specifics of other abilities remained a mystery, as only a few members of her team had awakened powers. Wu Weigua elaborated, "My water ability can unleash a fountain, and there exists a hierarchy within these powers, with water being a counter to fire. Currently, the base is replete with healers, which is fortuitous for aiding the afflicted, though those bitten by zombies require higher-level abilities for salvation. The wood abilities are neither plentiful nor scarce, but few can wield them skillfully. They often struggle with direction, inadvertently harming their allies. Overall, the collective proficiency is rather low, compounded by difficulties in securing supplies, while zombie incursions continue intermittently. Initially, our progress surged dramatically, but now it has stagnated." Listening intently, Ruashi pondered deeply. It seemed imperative to rely on the laboratory to study the zombie virus, which led her thoughts to Fu Yunma. In her previous life, he had been a formidable figure during the apocalypse, a paragon of scientific excellence. Yet now he found himself reduced to the role of a mere cook, or even a caretaker. It felt unjust to burden Fu Yunma with such a fate. However, the presence of a laboratory here offered an opportunity. Should Fu Yunma wish to research the zombie virus, she could facilitate that endeavor, allowing him to focus on his studies, provided he continued to prepare meals and tend to the child. Noticing Ruashi's silence, Wu Weigua added a few more remarks. "By the way, I have heard of an ability user from another base who can comprehend animal psychology, colloquially referred to as an animal ability user. They can communicate with zombified animals and manipulate their minds, turning them against human zombies, inciting a vicious conflict between animal and human undead. Animal ability user? Ruashi mused. Intrigued by this novel terminology, Wu Weigua coughed lightly. I cannot ascertain if this is merely a rumor or a deception. If such individuals truly existed, we would have little to fear from zombies, and the apocalypse would hardly warrant its grim title. Perhaps it should be called a war between animals and humanity instead. Furthermore, I have encountered your parents. Ruashi's heart skipped a beat. You took them in? She questioned, her mind racing. These two vampires are running amok. Had I known, I would have drawn them here and confined them, rather than allowing them to burden others. Wu Weigua remained blissfully unaware of the subtle disquiet in Ruashi's tone. Of course, after all, they are your biological parents. They fled here, and as the elder brother, it is my duty to host them properly. Chapter 30. The Captive Duo, by Jingjing and Fu Yunhai. Yesterday, their original base was besieged by zombies, forcing them to flee under the cover of night. By chance, our base is nearby, and we were able to rescue them. Yes, and your sister and brother-in-law. In such dire circumstances, they have not abandoned each other, which suggests a strong bond between them. Ruashi let out a cold laugh. They are not husband and wife. One is my former fiancé, and the other is a sister adopted by my parents who abandoned me in my childhood. This group of vampires has come to Brother Wu to feed again, using her name to indulge themselves. It seems I must devise a swift plan to draw them in and confine them properly. Letting them roam outside for a few days has led them to believe that the apocalypse is a delightful escapade. Abandoning you? What a family of rats. They claim to me that you share a close relationship, yet I never expected this. Wu Weigua expressed deep remorse, as if awakening from a dream. How dare they treat you this way, abandon you, and have your sister cozy up with your former fiancé, all while deceiving me under your name for sustenance. No wonder Ruame appears so obedient and reliable. Her kin in the base rely on her to bully others. Initially, I intended to turn a blind eye. Yet it seems that family has bullied Ruame in the past as well. But now that I have brought them to the base, since they dare to mistreat you, I shall no longer show them kindness. He declared with righteous indignation. Ruashi was plotting something within her mind. There is no need for you to go out of your way to trouble them, Brother Wu. Wu Weigua responded. Yet they treated you so poorly. You are my sister, and now that I have the means, I must avenge you. Ruashi replied with a smile. Not seeking trouble does not mean I will let them off the hook. They enjoy using my name to enjoy free meals, so let us not feed them at all, allowing them to search for sustenance on their own. As long as your base does not provide for them, they will inevitably leave in disgrace over time. Once they exit the base, they will surely blame me and call for me. At that point, I can lure them here and set a trap. Ruashi contemplated this, keeping the latter part to herself. First, to avoid worrying Brother Wu, and second, to prevent the news of the underground base from leaking, which could invite disaster. Wu Weigua praised her brilliance, acknowledging that Ruashi indeed had her own thoughts. However, if they were to starve in our base, it would be difficult to explain to the team. We should control their rations and generally refrain from meeting their needs. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Weigua again extended an invitation to form a team with Ruashi. Unsurprisingly, she declined. At that moment, Fu Yumon knocked on the door from outside, calling her to dinner. Ruashi paused for a moment, intending to first visit the underground passage to check on her newly acquired pet, the gopher, which had been provided with a cozy nest and was soundly asleep. Upon entering the lounge, the surveillance revealed that Fu Yunma's mother and the man appeared to be in a rather poor state of mind. Activating the broadcasting system, I altered the voice modulation. What are your names? The sudden inquiry startled the two, causing them to cower in the corner, trembling. Who are you? Why have you captured us? If my subordinates discover this, you will regret it. The man seemed to realize his precarious situation and faltered. To answer your question, I am Fu Yunma, a prominent figure in domestic technology. Should you dare to harm me, the outside world will not spare you. Upon hearing this threat, Ruashi let out a derisive laugh. You mentioned the outside world, yet you are currently confined in an impenetrable location. With just a flick of my finger, your lives are as insignificant as that of a mere ant. As she spoke, she pressed a button, and the ceiling of their cage began to slowly descend. In less than 3 minutes, they would either be crushed or suffocate. I will grant you anything you desire. I have resources, I have firearms. Whatever you want, I can provide. I beg you, show mercy and spare us. The man was genuinely terrified, while Fu Yunma's mother was already too frightened to speak. Ruashi spoke in a calm tone, then answer my questions sincerely. Whatever I ask, do not lie. Although her voice bore no apparent turbulence, it resonated with chilling intensity in the man's ears. This beside me is my mother, and Jingjing. She is of the Fu group. Ruo, she interjected sharply. What I want to know is not this. I ask again, who are you? And who sent you to kill Fu Yunma and usurp his identity? From the man's nonsensical utterances, it was evident he was neither the one who had lured Fu Yunma into peril nor intended to eliminate him. There must be a puppeteer behind him. Due to a day and night of hunger, both the man and Jingjing exhibited signs of weakness. Jingjing clutched the man's hand tightly, akin to a drowning fish grasping its only lifeline, revealing her deep trust in him. Trusting a man impersonating her own son? Ruoshi's brow furrowed slightly as she struck the table with great force, exuding an aura of intimidation. Do not feign any mother-son bond with me. You share no blood relation. Continue this charade, and you shall await your demise here. Her threat was venomous, having little patience to waste on the pair. She was eager to savor the delicacies Fu Yunma had prepared. Suddenly, the man, seemingly provoked, stood abruptly, pointing toward the camera. My mother is indeed my true mother, who allowed her to have only Fu Yunma as her son. I am Fu Yunhai, Fu Yunma's twin brother. Since childhood, he has monopolized our mother's affection, receiving everything he desired. Why? I am also her biological son. Ah, so that is the case, Ruoshi mused, her lips pressed together. Twins. No wonder they bore such resemblance. Yet, something felt amiss. If they were twins, why was only the younger brother retained while the elder was raised as a hidden, illegitimate child? She could not fathom that such a colossal entity as the Fu group could not accommodate a pair of twins. There must be some hidden truth. Since you remain unwilling to speak the truth, I shall no longer engage in futile conversation with you. The mechanism was reactivated, and the floor of the cage descended at twice the speed of the last time. The situation grew increasingly tense, with the burly man sweating profusely. At that moment, Bai Jingjing stepped forward. Indeed, he is my son. However, out of selfishness, I have kept both of my sons from being embroiled in the family power struggle, raising him outside since birth. He orchestrated an assassination attempt on Fu Yunma and then assumed his position, which was also my idea. This perplexing maneuver left Ruoshi bewildered. Why? Fu Yunma is also your biological son. How could you, as a mother, be so ruthless? Bai Jingjing scoffed, claiming that inheriting the family business was his destiny. Yet he suddenly delved into research and argued with me over studying abroad. Chapter 31, Weight Loss. From birth, he was groomed as the heir. And now he claims not to care about the Fu family's wealth? She found herself somewhat deranged, laughing foolishly. A dreamer, if he does not inherit. Shall that unworthy, illegitimate son take the reins? Since he does not respect himself and disregards his identity as the future heir of the Fu family, let him be replaced by his brother. After all, this is a debt he owes to his sibling. I sometimes truly regret not sending him away when he was young, leaving Yunhai behind. Upon hearing this, Ruoshi realized that the two of them were beyond redemption. Fu Yunma owed them nothing. Those decisions were not his to make, but rather by Jingjing's unilateral actions, playing a game of false identities. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. You nearly killed Fu Yunma, so you shall remain trapped in this small cage for eternity. This is your retribution. Leaving behind such a powerful statement, Ruoshi turned off the microphone and stepped outside. Regardless of Bai Jingjing and Fu Yunhai's cries, she did not look back. Stop. You cannot leave like this. I am hungry. Bring us food quickly, or you are committing murder. Feeding them, providing them with fresh clothes and baths. What a dream. Perhaps in a better mood, I might toss them a stale bun. Nevertheless, Ruoshi sensed that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. However, with them confined, there was no rush. Time would reveal their hunger. Fu Yunma waited outside for an indeterminate time. Behind him a cornucopia of dishes, fruits, milk tea, ice cream, and cake, everything one could desire. Ruoshi sat down, fork in hand, gazing in astonishment at the lavish spread before her. Do you think that with just the two of us, we can possibly consume all this food in one meal? Before the apocalypse, such a surplus could have been given to the bodyguards. Now, with only the two of them and 2 mouths, how could they ever finish such a feast? Fu Yunma lowered his head, resembling a chastised puppy, utterly aggrieved. I am not concerned about your hunger. Will you indulge in snacks again this afternoon? Ruoxi placed her hands on her hips and confidently declared, You are mistaken. Even if I am full at noon, I will still crave snacks in the afternoon. Eating has little to do with hunger. It is primarily about desire. She had long forgotten that just last night she had resolutely proclaimed that she would cook, while Fu Yunmao would solely be responsible for looking after the child. Now, due to her lingering in bed, the responsibility of cooking and caring for the child had fallen entirely upon the hands of Fu Yunmao, who had mobility challenges. Suddenly, as she stood up to serve the dishes, her foot inadvertently stepped on something, producing a beeping sound. Your height is 165 centimeters, and your weight is 120 jin. Please maintain this. Ruoxi's mouth was still full of braised pork. Are you being polite? She laughed awkwardly, kicking the scale aside and swallowing the meat she had in her mouth. This scale must be broken. Just a while ago, I was clearly only 90 jin. How could I have suddenly gained 30 jin? She remarked, shoving 2 more ribs into her mouth. Fu Yunmao continued to lower his head, stifling laughter. How about I fetch another scale for you to try again? This mischievous suggestion left Ruoxi momentarily speechless, nearly choking on the meat. Never mind. I don't care about my weight. Just kidding. How could I not care? Woe is me, my waistline, and my abdominal muscles. Catching a glimpse of herself in the nearby floor-length mirror, she noted her plump, youthful face. She didn't appear overly heavy, yet neither was she slim. The main issue was that she could no longer afford to be complacent. A stern expression could render her visage somewhat greasy. Her thoughts drifted to certain matters, and Ruoxi's spirits plummeted. What are you staring at? It's merely weight loss, something that can be accomplished with time. Fu Yunma's scrutinizing gaze caused Ruoxi's confidence to wane. With a timid voice, she suggested, how about you supervise me the entire time? I assure you, I will make you regret it. What was going on? After just one night, it felt as though Fu Yunma's presence had grown significantly more imposing. She was merely a tad heavier. She would never concede defeat. With a determined expression, her jawline tightened, and her countenance darkened. Ruoxi felt a sense of despair as she gazed at the lavish spread before her, finding it utterly unappetizing. Just moments ago, she had been fine. But after Fu Yunma's interference, she lost her appetite altogether. Hey, I haven't finished eating yet. Why are you taking it away? Fu Yunma proceeded to remove each dish that she attempted to reach for, unable to bear it any longer. Ruoxi picked up a few cherry tomatoes and began munching on them. Who cares about your meat? I'm on a diet. I'll eat fruit. Fu Yunma, with a resigned gesture, elaborated that not only should she control her diet, but also incorporate exercise. In the days that followed, Ruoxi's routine consisted of dumbbells, a treadmill, and jump ropes. Her meals comprised cold dishes of eggs, fruits, and chicken breast, accompanied by 2,000 ml of warm water. Ruoxi bit into a cucumber, striving to squat while balancing dumbbells in her hands. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma cradled a rabbit, keeping rhythm beside her. Come on, little bunny, cheer her on. Ruoxi nearly dropped the cucumber she was biting into. Bunny, you can talk now? She never expected that the first words learned by the little one would be encouragement for her weight loss journey. Alas, this weight must be shed. She spat out the cucumber and resolved to strive for her goals. 5 minutes later, on the sofa, Ruoxi lay languidly, her eyes vacant. Exhausted, she decided to take a brief respite before continuing. Familiar with the routine, she opened the drawer to retrieve some snacks, only to be halted by a hand. Looking up, she saw the soft, youthful face of Bunny. Further up, there was Fu Yunma, wearing a half-smile. Finally, she made it to the evening and opened the snack drawer. After a long day of toil, surely a little indulgence in snacks wouldn't be too excessive, right? Sensing Fu Yunma's gaze, Ruoxi froze, her expression blank as she retracted her hand. Suddenly, she reached back in, savoring the moment. With such a high volume of exercise today, a small treat should be acceptable. Just hold on a little longer. Fu Yunma, you've made it through the day. If you indulge tonight, all your efforts will be in vain. Ruoxi shook her head resolutely and picked up a handful of snacks. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. I shall feast on snacks today. No one can stop me. Then go ahead and eat, Fu Yunma replied. Ruoxi was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Wasn't he supposed to supervise her weight loss? Why was he now agreeing with her? Unbeknownst to her, Fu Yunma was narrating a bedtime story to Bunny and turned back slowly. Weight loss doesn't have to be so dramatic. If you've endured all day and feel dizzy or have a stomach ache, treating yourself tonight is merely a form of self-deception. So, continue being a happy chubby one. His tone was calm, as if he had genuinely relinquished his role in supervising Ruoxi's weight loss. In Chapter 32, Growing Strong Under the Shadow of Love, Ruashi's cheeks puffed up in indignation. She had no desire to be a happy, chubby person. Her aspiration was to become a joyful and domineering CEO. I may claim that I no longer wish to lose weight, but you must supervise me. She merely spoke without truly indulging in the snacks, merely satisfying her cravings. Silently, she placed the snacks back and closed the drawer. This conspicuous act caused Fu Yunma to chuckle in disbelief. How endearing was this little imp, amusing him to no end. I shall remember everything you said, and I won't forget. This is my first love, and I hope that if I ever go astray, you will guide me. Just as you did earlier. Ruashi pouted, muttering softly as if she had a wealth of romantic experiences. In truth, she had only been in one relationship. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss and shot a glance at Fu Yunma, indignantly questioning, "Wait, when did we start dating? You are merely my little chef." As the words left her lips, her mind exploded with fragmented images. Amidst the flickering candlelight, a scene of roses and a magnetic aura of affection dances in the mind, albeit hazily, likely due to the intoxication of the previous night. Shaking her head slightly, a wave of dizziness washes over her. Alas, what foolish antics did she engage in while under the influence? With a playful smile, Fu Yunma offers, "Shall I assist you in recalling the events?" He retrieves his phone from his pocket and presses play. On the screen, the flushed visage of Ruashi emerges, the light casting a dreamy haze. The girl sways unsteadily, waving her tiny hand towards the camera. Her cherry lips move to utter, "I like you." A deeper voice resonates, rich with a teasing laughter. Say it 3 times. Who does Ruashi like? The lingering echo, infused with a hint of hypnotic charm, renders one inexplicably docile. Indeed, the girl with the chubby cheeks smiles sweetly, burps adorably, and proclaims, "I like you. Ruashi likes you. Ruashi likes Fu Yunma. Is it okay now?" The video abruptly cuts to black, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in mystery. Ruashi falls silent, her expression icy. A tumult of emotions churns within, yet her exterior remains composed. Oh my goodness. Is that really her? The foolish girl from moments ago. Is that truly her? She yearns to escape this sorrowful world, wishing to take flight and flee the earth in an instant. Clearing her throat twice, she feigns calmness. "Oh, I see. I was indeed drunk last night, spouting nonsense. Please do not take it to heart." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from somewhere, drawing her attention to Fu Yunma's pocket. Does he possess a recording device? Leaning back, he states, "As long as you, my dear, do not initiate a breakup, I shall certainly not be the first to say it." The girl's fervent declaration feels like a multitude of slaps upon Ruashi's face. Ruashi bites her lip, instinctively retorting, "But I could resort to emotional manipulation to force you to break up first." She knows the answer, emotional manipulation. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma's initial shock gradually transforms into a placid calm. "It matters not, as long as you are willing to date me. If you find me unsatisfactory later, you may directly say the word, and I shall not cling to you. However, I shall ensure your satisfaction, striving for perfection in all matters." Ruashi nods in agreement. She turns to grab a piece of low-fat jerky and takes a few bites. Not bad. After a brief restroom visit, she notes a loss of 15 pounds. Losing weight seems rather simple. On some future day, Ruashi reclines in a massage chair, undergoing Fu Yunma's unique technique, her slender waist protesting in agony. "Fu Yunma, how could you set me up like this? That day, you lured me in with culinary delights." Upon discovering his ruse, he swiftly changes the subject. "Quickly, tell me, were you captivated by my beauty, succumbing to temptation?" Fu Yunma counters, "You are mistaken. My intentions were premeditated." In the gym, Ruashi donned a white tank top, and as she squatted, her well-defined abdominal muscles were prominently displayed, her face also appearing considerably firmer than it had been a fortnight ago. Her visage had seemingly shrunk 2 sizes, her nose stood tall, and she radiated a golden glow. Fu Yunma and Tutu, one large and one small, cheerfully clapped while perched on their little stools. "You're doing wonderfully, darling. Mommy is amazing." Tutu's chubby cheeks were puffed up, and after Ruashi wiped the sweat from her brow, she playfully pinched Tutu's round face. The sensation was delightful. Tutu, unfazed, drooled and giggled foolishly. "Mommy. Hug." The adorable little cherub, still unable to walk, mustered all her strength to stand up with her tiny hands clenched. "Fu Yunma, Ruashi. Tutu can walk now." In the next instant, Tutu predictably tumbled down, landing in an ungraceful heap. Her small face flushed red, eyes glistening with tears. She pouted as little pearls of tears cascaded down. Ruoshi she understood she should feel sympathy, yet inexplicably, she found herself wanting to laugh. Indeed, more than just a little. Ha ha! She burst into hearty laughter, clutching her belly. Fu Yunma, initially devoid of amusement, seemed to be infected by Ruoshi's joy and joined in the laughter, albeit somewhat ungraciously. Suddenly, Tutu's cries ceased, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the two adults who were nearly gasping for breath from laughter. Her little head tilted in confusion, and upon realization, her cries intensified, attempting to rouse the adults from their merriment. Humph! Here I am on the ground, and no one to help me. Ruoshi had a brilliant idea. Leaning close to Fu Yunma's ear, she whispered a few words. Fu Yunma hesitated, glancing at Ruoshi, unsure if it was appropriate. Ruoshi raised an eyebrow, her icy gaze challenging him. A heavy sense of pressure enveloped him. Fu Yunma nodded vigorously, signaling his agreement. There's nothing wrong with this. We're merely ensuring that Tutu thrives under the shadow of our love. It's for her own good. Subsequently, the two positioned themselves in front of Tutu, turning their backs to the light. Tutu, with tear-streaked cheeks, resembled a flower drenched in rain, her sobs subsiding as she wiped her sleepy eyes with her chubby hand, gazing at them with hopeful anticipation. However, in the next moment, Tutu's expression shattered, and she erupted into a full-blown wail. As she looked up, Fu Yunma and Ruoshi, with their strikingly handsome faces, were forming a heart shape with their hands. The light cast a shadow behind them, perfectly enveloping Tuesday. Overwhelmed by her parents' special affection, Tutu was moved to tears, gasping for breath. After several minutes of crying, she simply sprawled out, giving up on her tears. Despite her tender age, her face bore an expression of utter disillusionment. Ruoshi found Tutu's demeanor amusing and pulled out her phone, capturing several pictures. These would serve a great purpose, ideal for creating a meme. Chapter 33. The mischievous little one. Recently, the little one has grown increasingly spirited. After their last encounter, Tutu, in a fit of pique, refused to drink milk upon seeing her mother. With no other recourse, Ruoshi resigned herself to the situation. She decided to dangle sweets before Tutu daily. Look, Tutu, I have some candy. Doesn't it smell delightful? Tutu reached out with her tiny paws, but alas, she grasped at nothing. Ruoshi couldn't help but smile at her small victory. However, Tutu was far too young to indulge in sweets. She ought to drink milk instead. Oh, but I shan't give you any. Tutu pouted, on the verge of tears. Seizing the moment before the tears fell, Ruoshi deftly inserted the empty bottle into Tutu's mouth. Tutu kicked her legs in defiance. The bottle was large and devoid of milk, making it light enough for her to easily toss it aside. Thus, Ruoshi thoughtfully replaced it with a pacifier to stem the drool escaping Tutu's little mouth. At that moment, Fu Yunma approached, carrying a pot of boiled crayfish. Upon witnessing Ruoshi teasing Tutu, he wore a look of affectionate exasperation. You're picking on the child again. How old are you? He shook his head in resignation. Ruoshi turned her expressionless face towards him and mimicked his tone. In my heart, you will always be my little baby. The words, borrowed from another, felt rather sentimental. Fu Yunma's face flushed instantly, and he turned away in a huff. Dinner is ready. Today we have your favorite garlic and spicy crayfish. The little one's antics had become increasingly mischievous of late. As Ruoshi settled down, donned gloves, and prepared to peel the crayfish, she was halted by Fu Yunma. Allow me, you need only dip and savor the sauce. What a tender and considerate partner he was. Unfortunately, Ruoshi was not inclined towards such romantic gestures. With a wave of her hand, she declared, you don't understand. I relish the act of peeling them myself, savoring the juices. This is a pleasure you have yet to experience. Over time, she had begun to discern Fu Yunma's intentions. He wished to do everything for her, allowing her to merely recline and relax. Oh, was he intending to nurture her into dependency? Fu Yunma paused momentarily. It's fine, I understand. He aimed to make the little one gradually rely on him, ultimately becoming inseparable. Yet, it seemed that the little one was more astute than he had anticipated. Recalling a matter, Ruoshi opened her computer, which displayed real-time surveillance of Bai Jingjing and her child in captivity. At that moment, Bai Jingjing, having gone half a month without proper hygiene and subsisting solely on steamed buns, bore little resemblance to her former grandeur. Her hair was disheveled, akin to a wild woman. Clutching a bun and muttering to herself, Fu Yunhai, in a fit of impatience, shouted, "Can you keep quiet for once? It's because you refuse to listen that she won't let us go. Can't you just admit your mistakes? Wrong is wrong. My brother is so good. Yet you incited me to kill him. Look at us, turning against each other. Are you satisfied now? Happy?" In this moment of peril, he unhesitatingly chose to betray his mother, yearning for Ruoxi's pity and attention. Embracing the act of acknowledging one's mistakes, Fu Yunhai allowed himself to fantasize that perhaps the woman outside might have seen a glimmer of kindness in him and released him from his predicament. At this moment, hope was all he harbored, having grown weary of the unbearable itchiness, the absence of bathing, and the meager existence sustained by gnawing on steamed buns. Beside him lay a heap of discarded remnants of life, emitting a foul stench, for there was no restroom in sight. Bai Jingjing shook her head like a dice, her eyes devoid of life. "I am not at fault. He is my son. It is his own folly for not heeding his mother's words. If he were to die, it would be his own doing." Fu Yunhai, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Jingjing. "You have lost your mind, you lunatic." He then drew closer and struck her several times. Bai Jingjing, caught off guard, received 2 kicks and clung desperately to the dry bun, stubbornly repeating, "I am not at fault. I am not at fault." Ruoxi, gazing at Fu Yunhai's handsome visage, reminiscent of Fu Yunma's, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. How absurd it was that she, too, harbored desires to see her own brother meet a tragic end, yet here he was, feigning victimhood and placing blame squarely on his mother, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. What a disgrace to manhood. She bit into a succulent shrimp tail, savoring the delightful flavors as they slipped down her throat. "Not too bad," she mused, offering a simple compliment, wary that Fu Yunma might become overly proud. Turning her head, she noticed Fu Yunma, motionless, fixated on the computer screen, his expression inscrutable. Ruoxi assumed he was grieving for his mother, and rightly so. Who could bear to witness their mother in such dire straits? Even if she had nearly taken his life, there lingered a vestige of emotion within him. She understood the normalcy of such feelings. With a knowing touch, Ruoxi patted Fu Yunma on the shoulder. "What is this? Are you feeling sympathy for your mother?" Fu Yunma returned her gaze and shook his head. "I was pondering the man who bears an uncanny resemblance to me. It's rather unsettling. How might I suggest to the little diva that he should deal with that face?" During this period, Ruoxi had imparted much wisdom to him, the most crucial being to express thoughts as they arose. The guessing games between lovers were akin to a spy war, time-consuming and detrimental to their relationship. Thus, he found himself habitually offering blatant hints. A slight tremor coursed through him. It seemed the little diva was subtly altering him. Yet, the difference lay in the fact that while the little diva was guiding him towards growth, he was teaching her to depend on him. Every trivial detail fueled his desire for her reliance. He wished for her to feel that she could not exist without him. It felt as though she was instructing him on how to be loved while he was teaching her how to love him. Did she, at this moment, harbor feelings for him? Fu Yunma's palm enveloped Ruoxi's small hand tightly. In just a glance, Ruoxi discerned that this tall youth before her had begun to indulge in fanciful thoughts again, likely concocting melodramatic scenarios of unrequited affection. A slight headache brewed, and she rubbed her temples in exasperation. Hiss, she had already stated that she should not be called a little drama queen, and Fu Yunma embodies this title without a doubt. Fu Yunhai, bearing a countenance akin to that of the little fortune teller, is indeed quite detestable. I shall find an opportunity to mar that face. You may continue to dine in peace. Yet, Fu Yunma clutched her hand, unwilling to release his grip. Your hands will get dirty, he remarked, as Ruoxi raised an eyebrow sharply, exuding an air of intimidation. Stuck in a moment, unable to continue, Fu Yunma, with his towering stature, flinched in response. I apologize. Moreover, I do not wish for you to come into contact with any other men, not even a single finger. Ruoxi pondered this. She refrained from touching Fu Yunhai, but contemplated marring his visage. Was she to unleash her pet gopher to do the deed? Hiss, that gluttonous creature, which only knows how to eat, sleep, and excrete, might be better left alone. A mere watchman rodent, as long as it does not cause her any trouble, would suffice. Are you suggesting that they turn upon each other? Fu Yunma nodded in tacit agreement. Ruoxi accepted his offerings. One is your mother, and the other your twin brother. Are you truly so heartless? Chapter 34. Bai Jingjing and Fu Yunhai engage in infighting. Fu Yunma spoke with calm deliberation when they sought to eliminate me. The bond of kinship had long been severed. Ruoshi nodded, rising to her feet with a clap. During this period, Fu Yunma had transformed into a lovesick fool, and she had presumed he would act purely on emotions. It turns out he still differentiates between individuals. A warm current flowed through her, lifting her spirits. After finishing her meal, she reclined to watch some television. The phone rang once more, the same individual on the line. In the past fortnight, her biological parents, along with 4 others, had been pressured by Brother Wu's underlings and could no longer remain at the base. They had left. They attributed their plight to Ruoshi, blaming her for not having enough influence to protect them. When she answered the first call, she found their tone had notably softened, now warm and conciliatory. Their aim was to persuade Ruoshi to intercede with Brother Wu on their behalf, seeking refuge and kindness. Ruoshi, taken aback by their audacity, hung up immediately, intending to let them stew for a while. However, to her astonishment, Fu Yuanting, seemingly blessed with a protagonist's aura, had unexpectedly regained the ability to walk. In a mere half-month, he had even formed the Tiger team, aligning with the trajectory of his past life. Brother Wu mentioned that in the following days, he had the opportunity to interact with this team, most of whom had awakened their extraordinary abilities, and their resources were abundant. It was bewildering how, upon being expelled from the base with nary a provision, they had acquired such wealth of supplies within days. Moreover, the previously paralyzed Fu Yuanting had astonishingly risen to his feet. It was uncertain whether this was mere luck or a sign of a protagonist's blessing. As Ruoshi gazed at the television, she noted that the world was now engulfed in darkness. The outside realm had devolved into a brutal struggle for survival. Many starving individuals hid within gas stations, deceiving their unsuspecting kin and preying upon their flesh. On the 45th day of the apocalypse, society had descended into utter chaos. As Ruoshi pondered the situation, she contemplated how to systematically manage Fu Yuan and the other 5 after deceiving them into coming over. She walked to the stairwell, adjacent to the spacious lime room filled with tools for excavating and expanding the basement. Currently, the basement housed only herself and Fu Yunma, who was preoccupied with childcare. Xiao Fuzi, please design a systematic device that can effectively utilize the lime room structure to restrict movement and partition each person into their own space for collaborative excavation of the base. Ruoshi instructed. Turning back, she noticed Fu Yunma's look of confusion. Did you not understand? Ruoshi patiently explained her thoughts to him. Fu Yunma, still somewhat bewildered, nodded, indicating he grasped the concept now. Just as Ruoshi was about to express her gratitude, he added, "Is there any benefit for helping the little troublemaker?" His large eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ruoshi straightforwardly shook her head. "No, but if you desire something, feel free to tell me. As long as you assist me, I will do my utmost to accommodate your request. Of course, except for that one thing." Her gaze became slightly bashful as she glanced away. Fu Yunma furrowed his brows, tilting his head in confusion. "Which one?" Ruoshi pressed her lips together. "I will first seek revenge for you, dealing with Bai Jingjing and Fu Yunhai. You just stay put and wash the dishes. Don't injure yourself." She patted Fu Yunma on the shoulder before swiftly retreating into her room. In an instant, the living room was left with a bewildered Fu Yunma, standing in place, lost in thought. Which one? He wondered, wishing to simply sit in the little troublemaker's room. Surely that wasn't too much to ask. Ruoshi leaned against the door, exhaling in relief as if she had survived a calamity. Oh no. I haven't had a new drama to watch lately. Having read too many domineering CEO novels, I can't help but think of those wall slam moments. It's the author's fault for crafting such immersive scenes. I've even started imagining myself as the domineering CEO, though I essentially am one. She patted her cheeks to restore her cold demeanor before heading to the confinement area. Observing the surveillance, she noted that Bai Jingjing was now motionless on the ground, surrounded by a swarm of flies, her complexion pale and ashen. In contrast, Fu Yunhai seemed to be faring quite well, having consumed more than enough steamed buns, even pilfering Bai Jingjing's share. Bai Jingjing, emaciated and famished, still managed to muster enough energy to perform for the camera, speaking to it with a theatrical flair. "Fu Yunhai, I'm giving you a chance," Ruoshi remarked, a playful smirk gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with subtle mockery. The spectacle of dog-eat-dog was about to commence. Upon hearing his name, Fu Yunhai scrambled to his feet, eagerly attempting to curry favor. Thank you, beautiful sister, for the opportunity." Finally, fortune favored the diligent. Once he was out, he vowed to dismember the one who had captured him. This madman might not reveal his true name or voice, but that mattered little. With his prowess, escaping and discovering who had imprisoned him would be child's play. Ruwashi slowly interjected, "Don't be hasty. There are conditions. That woman beside you seems on the brink of collapse. Why don't you engage her in a scuffle to rouse her? In my presence, you audaciously sleep without restraint. As her most beloved son, do you not feel compelled to intervene?" This remark drips with sarcasm. "Ah, the most cherished son." Fu Yunhai's expression stiffened. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? After all, she is still my mother." Ruwashi took a bite of jerky, savoring the sweet milk tea. "Bai Jingjing is willing to go to such extremes for you. Even contemplating the demise of another son, your brother nearly lost his life at your hands. Indeed, she has treated you well, and your reluctance to part with her is understandable." Fu Yunhai, upon receiving a glimmer of hope, quickly plastered a smile on his face, agreeing, "Yes, yes, indeed. You are magnanimous." Ruwashi continued, "Then, if she disrespects me, shouldn't you, as her son, accept the punishment on her behalf? When she pretends to be filial while seizing her mother's food, she pays no heed to familial ties. How ludicrous! Little Fuzi is truly unfortunate to have such peculiar relatives. However, in this regard, she and Little Fuzi are quite compatible, both burdened by eccentric and useless kin, having suffered at the hands of their relatives." Fu Yunhai's expression suddenly shifted. "This is unnecessary. She is already an adult and does not require my support." He awkwardly laughed, attempting to change the subject. The moment his interests were threatened, he began to retreat. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Jingjing had awakened just in time to hear this exchange, her heart sinking. This was her son, whom she had cherished as if he were fragile. He was no better than Fu Yunma, who only loitered in the laboratory. She had expected her elder son to be more considerate than the younger, only to find them both lacking. It left her, as a mother, utterly disheartened as she steadied herself against the wall. "Son, what did you just say?" Fu Yunhai turned his head, alarmed. How had this useless old woman awakened? Would she discover that he was once again taking her bun? Surely, she wouldn't throw another tantrum? Shouldn't a mother prioritize feeding her son? If her son is not satiated, how can she enjoy her meal? You heard everything. Why ask so many pointless questions? Such cold-hearted words. Even a venomous snake would struggle to utter such merciless remarks. Bai Jingjing trembled with fury, resembling a madwoman as she clashed with Fu Yunhai. Their angry shouts and the sounds of blows intertwined, escalating the scene further. Ruwashi rested her chin on her hand, watching meaningfully. One could only wonder who would prevail in this mother-son brawl. Chapter 35. Is this a game of disfigurement? Though Bai Jingjing was petite, when she went mad, her strength was no less than Fu Yunhai's. He resorted to yanking her hair and delivering harsh kicks to her abdomen. Soon, Ruwashi sensed something amiss. While their fight appeared frenzied, their strikes were surprisingly gentle, merely appearing forceful. Aha! These two are conspiring to perform for her benefit. What could their intention be? To draw her out. Clicking through the computer settings, she discovered that there were miniature cameras among the plants, capable of capturing angles invisible to the surveillance. Sure enough, Bai Jingjing's pocket was struck, yet it remained unaltered. This implies that she possesses something hard within her pocket. It seems both individuals harbor aggressive weapons, merely awaiting the opportunity to approach Ruwashi and eliminate her. Ruwashi smiled confidently. To kill her, these two were simply unworthy. Although the cage confining them was a sealed chamber, its walls were equipped with numerous mechanisms. Beyond the cage, the wall adorned with potted plants concealed a gas that induces unconsciousness. Whenever the plants began to wither, Ruwashi would activate the release mechanism to incapacitate them, subsequently replacing the dying flora. After all, allowing them to suffocate to death would indeed be a pity. Fu Yunma bore the gruesome scars inflicted by the pursuers from Fu Yunhai, marks that remained indelible. However, did she truly need to utilize the smoke to incapacitate the two? Perhaps there was still room for amusement. Ruwashi's lips curled with interest. Life in the apocalypse had grown rather tedious. A simulated game would suffice. She retrieved konjac and pig glue from her spatial storage to commence the crafting of a human skin mask. On the wall hung a photograph of Mary Sue, serving as a model for creating an identical visage. Due to her prolonged absence from such endeavors, her technique had become somewhat rusty, prolonging the process. After approximately 15 minutes of using a hairdryer, she observed in the full-length mirror that her appearance closely resembled that of Mary Sue. Next came the task of mimicking her attire. A white shirt was out of the question, as far as she knew. Mary Sue adored white floral dresses paired with small leather shoes. Her hairstyle was equally charming, adorned with two sparkling star-shaped clips. After a complete transformation, she bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to Mary Sue. What of her eyes? The pitifully innocent gaze of Mary Sue could be replicated by donning colored contact lenses. Even Mary Sue herself would be perplexed, mistaking her reflection for her own. With a subtle smile before the mirror, she shed her previous expressionless demeanor, exuding a fresh, floral scent. Applying a clever shade of lip gloss and spritzing on gardenia-scented perfume, she became the very embodiment of Mary Sue. As time passed, Bai Jingjing and Fu Yunhai, noticing Ruoshi had yet to enter, assumed their carefully devised trap would soon yield no results. They slumped on either side, exchanging silent glances. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. A seemingly innocent and demure girl stepped inside, causing Fu Yunhai to fixate, as he had not encountered such beauty in quite some time. Had Bai Jingjing not pinched him, he would have remained entranced by her allure. Who was this enchanting figure? His mind faltered upon the sight of her. No, the only person who could possibly appear here, aside from those confining them, was this very individual. Each time the plants withered, someone had been replacing them with fresh ones in their slumber. Perhaps this lovely woman was merely a maid? Highly likely. Instantly adopting a pitiful demeanor, he implored, "Miss, you possess such kindness. I am quite hungry. Might you spare me a morsel to eat?" With a visage so non-threatening, a little coaxing should suffice. With a face strikingly similar to Fu Yunma's, the repugnant expression she wore truly nauseated Ruoshi. However, she skillfully concealed her emotions, her innocent doe-like eyes darting around. Yet, if I am unable to satiate my own hunger, what benefit could there be in feeding you? Fu Yunhai grasped the cage, pressing his face against the iron bars, hope igniting in his eyes. "Whatever you desire from me, miss, I shall comply, as long as you provide me with sustenance." "What if I desire your face?" Ruoshi replied with a pure smile. Even Fu Yunhai failed to detect the underlying tension, mistakenly believing yet another woman had succumbed to his captivating visage. Enamored by his exquisite features, "As long as you feed me, I am entirely yours." Ruoshi slightly tilted her head, her gaze resting on the ever-silent Bai Jingjing. Bai Jingjing fixed her stare upon her, exuding palpable wariness, hands clasped behind her back. "In that case, I do not want you. I desire the life of the woman beside you. What say you?" Fu Yunhai was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how someone who appeared so innocuous could utter such vicious words. Bai Jingjing was thrown into a panic, for she understood her son's temperament. He would go to any lengths for his own benefit. Ruoshi beamed. "I was merely jesting. I seek your skin, the very skin that could be peeled away." Each word dripped with malice, akin to the laughter of a demonic entity. Fu Yunhai timidly chuckled. "Miss, you must be joking, right?" He instinctively leaned back, retreating a few steps. "Oh, I am not joking. I find your skin quite acceptable," Ruoshi replied. Having learned from previous encounters, Fu Yunhai held his breath, sensing that a twist was imminent. It felt as though this woman was toying with him. Ruoshi continued. "A few delicate cuts across your face will suffice to achieve a disfigured appearance. My expectations are rather modest." No longer was it merely a feeling, it was a certainty. A chill ran through Fu Yunhai, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Jingjing. Ruoshi observed everything with unwavering composure. "If you choose to remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. I will indeed provide you with food." With that, she unexpectedly exited the scene. Fu Yunhai and Bai Jingjing exchanged puzzled looks, failing to comprehend her intentions. Soon after, Ruoshi returned, carrying a basin of chicken. The aroma of succulent juices wafted through the air, making the famished observer's mouth water uncontrollably. Fu Yunhai could scarcely believe this was intended for them. Ruoshi nodded, then shook her head. "To be precise, this is a reward for you. Once you finish, you must cut your own face, disfigure it, you see." Had it not been for the latter part of her statement, it could have been a romantic gesture. Fu Yunhai swallowed hard, gathering his courage. "All right, I accept your terms." He resolved to eat first and worry about the consequences later. After all, this girl seemed rather easy to persuade. A few sweet words afterward would surely suffice to smooth things over. The previous radio lunatic had tormented her for over half a month, yet she still received only a single bun daily, a miserly gesture that was utterly maddening. During this time, Bai Jingjing had repeatedly reached out, yearning for a morsel of chicken as charity, only to be met with cold glares from her own son, leaving her exhausted and helpless. She had not consumed any food for 3 days, and her bun had been snatched away. In Chapter 36, the realization dawned too late. Fu Yunhai's voracious manner of eating was utterly comical. Ruoshi could not help but laugh, asking, "Do you know whom you resemble at this moment?" With his mouth stuffed with meat, Fu Yunhai mumbled incoherently, "Wow, what?" Bits of meat wedged between his teeth. His filthy hands grabbing chicken from the floor to shove into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. Ruoshi casually beckoned with her slender fingers. "You look just like a dog, a little pug at that." Covering her lips, she chuckled softly. Although her words were laced with mockery, her tone was unusually gentle, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tenderness. Fu Yunhai grinned foolishly, hurriedly swallowing the chicken while swatting away by Jingjing's outstretched hand. He a dog, but also the beautiful sister's dog. Bai Jingjing sighed deeply, a look of defeat washing over her. It was clear to her now. Her son had been thoroughly spoiled. "Oh, how repulsive," Ruoshi remarked disdainfully, waving her hand dismissively at the air. "Such greasy, disgusting words. Looking at that handsome face and hearing such things is truly tormenting." She urged, "Hurry up and eat, and remember to mar your own face afterward." The foul stench of human refuse mingled with the aroma of chicken broth, creating an increasingly unbearable odor. Staying here for even a minute felt like a punishment. She turned and walked out without hesitation. Fu Yunhai had been keenly aware of Ruoshi's movements. Seeing her about to leave, he scrambled to his feet. Hey, don't go, sister. Give me a bit more to eat, please." Ruoshi, uninterested in turning back, reminded him, "If you mar your face, you won't miss out on the benefits." Fu Yunhai froze, realizing that Ruoshi's words were not a jest. This woman genuinely wanted him to disfigure himself. A flash of malice crossed his murky eyes as he glanced at Bai Jingjing. She recoiled, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely, this ungrateful child wouldn't. Fu Yunhai seized Bai Jingjing by the neck, declaring, "Since you wish to witness someone disfigured, why not mar my mother's face instead?" Bai Jingjing, her voice hoarse, struggled in vain. Having already fought with Fu Yunhai, her strength was depleted, and with no food for energy, her resistance was futile. "You are my own flesh and blood. You are ungrateful, heartless. Let me go. I am your mother." Fu Yunhai tightened his grip. "Shut up, you crazy woman. You're too loud." He turned to Ruoshi, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Sister, just wait. I will mar her face right away. Then you can provide us with food in the future," he muttered in a frenzied manner. Clearly, after being confined for more than half a month in a small cage, restricted in space, he had spent his days either in a stupor or pleading before the surveillance cameras. Such confinement had inevitably distorted his mental state. Of course, he was not the only one affected. Bai Jingjing, as if stimulated by some unseen force, widened her eyes, her face contorted with a neurotic expression, her hands tightening around her own neck. Perhaps startled by her demeanor, Fu Yunhai took a sudden step back. It was this very moment that granted Bai Jingjing the opportunity to draw a knife and slash at Fu Yunhai's face. The two engaged in another brawl. But this time, the knife originally intended for Ruoshi was turned upon themselves. Amid their scuffle, they hurled angry insults at each other. The noise escalating as they retreated and exchanged blows, their tumultuous clamor reverberating in the air. Ruoshi lowered her gaze and locked the door. Finally, the world fell silent. Now, it seemed, the dogs were fighting amongst themselves, and it would take some time before any resolution emerged. For now, she would simply lie low. After checking the system settings and confirming that no information was disclosed, she made her way through the underground passage, unlocked her door, and stepped outside. To her dismay, she realized that she still wore a pigskin mask. Her appearance transformed into that of a Mary Sue. Moreover, she donned a white floral dress, a garment she would never have worn previously. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing Ruoshi, the little rabbit mistook her for a stranger and burst into tears. Ruoshi pinched her brow. Groaning inwardly, the child was crying once more. She feigned a fierce demeanor, threatening, "If you keep crying, the louder you wail, the more I shall laugh." Startled by her fierce tone, the little rabbit paused, hiccuping through her sobs. Ruoshi tilted her head in confusion. It seemed this tactic worked on the little one. However, when the child cried again, the volume escalated. The little rabbit wailed even louder, her mouth wide open. Ruoshi pressed her lips together, realizing the child had merely tired herself out from the previous crying spell and was now preparing for another outburst. "What is it now, little rabbit?" Fuyama, drawn by the sound of her cries, approached and, upon seeing Ruashi's unfamiliar face, first hesitated, then expressed astonishment. Ruashi shook her head helplessly, evidently. Her mimicry was so exquisite that even Fu Yunma could not discern her identity. Just as she was about to alert him, Fu Yunma spoke first. "What are you up to, little actress?" "Fu Yunma, you recognized me? I have changed my outfit and my face, even donned colored contact lenses. Don't tell me you recognized me by my eyes." To her astonishment, she had indeed been unmasked. Fu Yunma needed only a fleeting glance to identify her. He smiled faintly, considering her figure. After spending so much time accompanying the little actress in her weight loss endeavors, how could he not know her physique? Physique? Ruashi was utterly perplexed. She had only heard of people recognizing familiar faces from their silhouettes, but identifying someone by their physique was entirely foreign to her. How does one recognize others by their physique? I am unfamiliar with this. Could you enlighten me? Observing Ruashi's serious demeanor, Fu Yunma shook his head. The exclusive recipe must not be disclosed. This overly dramatic response nearly made Ruashi retch. If you want to say it, fine. I'll go freshen up. It's quite a trial to endure this unattractive face. With that, she went to rummage for her pajamas. Fu Yunma, seeking to tease her a bit, wondered why she was not playing by the rules. If you were to ask again, perhaps I would divulge the secret to you. Ruashi remained calm, shaking her head. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. She brushed aside Fu Yunma's hand, attempting to enter the bathroom. However, Fu Yunma stubbornly refused to budge. Promise me a condition, and I shall tell you. Yet again, it was a condition. She still owed that to the surname Fu. Ruashi entered the bathroom without hesitation and locked the door. You haven't even revealed the last condition. You want to impose another? I'm not foolish. Fu Yunma felt a pang of regret, wishing he had refrained from such antics. Meanwhile, Rabbit was still fussing, and he had no choice but to suppress his melancholy and soothe Rabbit to sleep. Chapter 37. Activities couples can engage in soon enough. Ruashi emerged from the bathroom and settled onto the sofa. Why is Rabbit sleeping again? She eats and sleeps all day. This simply won't do. Perhaps we should devise a fitness plan for her or cultivate some hobbies. Don't you play the guitar and piano? She rambled on, assigning countless tasks to the 7-month-old Rabbit. Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow, exasperated. Just a reminder, Rabbit is only 7 months old. He borrowed a towel from Ruashi, adeptly switched on the hairdryer, and began drying her hair. Sitting on the sofa, Ruashi perched on a small stool in front of him. Rabbit, roused by Ruashi, was placed on the carpet and began to play listlessly with her toy car. The scene was heartwarming, resembling a genuine family of 3. Ruashi glanced down at her phone, sneakily activating the camera, directing it towards herself and the handsome Fu Yunma behind her. At that moment, Fu Yunma's gaze sparkled with affection, his eyes brimming with deep tenderness, complemented by his striking features and subtly defined physique, radiating an almost ethereal glow. Such a man was undeniably captivating. Ruashi feigned interest in her phone, capturing a candid photo of herself and Fu Yunma. Click. The camera made a sound, revealing her clandestine act. Turning to the phone screen, she fortuitously locked eyes with Fu Yunma in the photograph. Encountering those soulful eyes caused Ruashi to instinctively avert her gaze. Oh no, the secret of Snapshot had been discovered. She quickly turned off her phone and slipped it into her pocket. How embarrassing. Fu Yunma suppressed a chuckle. There's no need for embarrassment. In the future, if you wish to take photos, simply do so openly. We are a couple now. Ruashi, feeling somewhat bewildered, pondered aloud. What exactly can couples do together? Is it permissible to take photos openly? This inquiry left Fu Yunma momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly articulated certain actions that ordinary friends would refrain from, yet couples might freely engage in. Ruashi, raising her gaze, found his answer somewhat vague and pressed for more specifics, requesting a comprehensive list of all activities couples could partake in within a minute. Her questions were laden with a playful insistence, as if she were determined to extract every detail. Fu Yunma remained silent, his earlobes flushing crimson. Ruashi could not help but tease, inquiring what occupied his thoughts, noting the telltale blush upon his ears. He was slow to react, still grappling with his feelings. Fu Yunma's face burned a deep red, and ultimately, he was unable to utter a single word, his eyes tinged with embarrassment, resembling someone who had been wronged. Just then, Ruashi realized her internet connection was restored. Why don't you search for it, little troublemaker? She suggested. Nodding, she opened her phone. only for a chat application to reveal two messages from a sensitive-sounding nickname. Oh, how coincidental, Ruashi mused, noting that her own nickname, Dullard, corresponded eerily well with this person's username, resembling a couple's playful moniker. For reasons unknown, the term sensitive immediately conjured Fu Yunma's visage in her mind, leading her to subconsciously associate the word with him. Delving into the messages, she discovered they were indeed from Fu Yunma. Sensitive little troublemaker. Does the bunny want to play with her today? I know you're not fond of replying. Just double tap if you agree. Curiosity piqued. Ruashi double tapped Fu Yuma's avatar. I patted sensitive, and I adore you today. What was this? How had she inadvertently vocalized her inner thoughts? It seemed this chat application possessed a form of mind reading. Ruashi bit her lip, as if confronted with a conundrum. The domineering CEO, clearly unversed in the subtleties of chat applications, was at a loss. Once her hair was styled, Ruashi, with a frown, switched on the television, settling for an old drama from over a decade ago. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma, engrossed in his phone, stumbled upon her double-tap message, his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. This single message had the power to elevate his spirits for quite some time. It was improbable that the little troublemaker would ever utter such words in person, for she was a girl of strong will. Thus, Ruashi, feeling somewhat vexed, glanced up only to find Fu Yunma grinning foolishly. Driven by curiosity, she stealthily approached him. Leaning closer, she inquired, "What are you laughing about?" Startled by her sudden proximity, Fu Yunma jumped, his expression akin to that of a thief caught in the act. "And nothing," he stammered, his ears flushing once more. Ruashi frowned, bemused by why this little fellow blushed so easily when she hadn't done anything at all. "Little fellow, let me ask you something. Does double-tapping an avatar in this chat application possess some sort of divination, revealing the user's innermost thoughts?" Fu Yunma was momentarily perplexed. But then, recalling the previous interaction, he quickly grasped the concept. The little troublemaker was utterly oblivious to how to configure the app settings for the double-tap feature. Moreover, did she feel as though her innermost thoughts had been exposed? The little darling seemed to express her feelings with the phrase, "I love you so much today," through a playful nudge. Fu Yunma endeavored to suppress his inner joy, while the little darling remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, lost in confusion. He opened his phone to guide Ruashi on how to set up the playful nudge feature. Once Ruashi grasped the instructions, she suddenly realized the foolish question she had posed earlier. Stealing a glance at Fu Yunma, she noted his composed demeanor, albeit with a slight flush on his cheeks, which brought her a sense of relief. She was utterly frightened, having envisioned some sort of astrological divination akin to what the stars foretold. Ruashi was indeed an ardent astrology enthusiast. By the way, regarding what you asked me to search earlier, I found some intriguing suggestions. First, wearing matching outfits while shopping. Perhaps this one is still up for consideration. Riding the Ferris wheel together, gazing at the sea, holding hands while strolling down the street, flying kites, watching sunsets and sunrises, and climbing mountains. Ruashi felt a slight headache. It seemed that very few of these activities were feasible given their current location in the basement. However, raising a pet or a small dog, would a bunny suffice? Fu Yunma couldn't help but chuckle. The bunny is our baby, not merely a pet. But if we were to raise it, that counts too. Ruashi nodded, recalling their previous experience of drinking together, thinking it best to avoid a repeat. After all, she tended to get intoxicated easily, and she did not wish to fall prey to Fu Yunma's playful tricks again. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, Fu Yunma suggested, "How about watching a movie together?" The two quickly reached a consensus. "Great. What about a horror film?" Ruashi proposed. Fu Yunma cleared his throat, pondering the appropriateness of their choice. Shouldn't couples watch romantic movies together? Why opt for horror? He understood. When the chilling moments arose and the little darling felt frightened, he could open his arms to protect her. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase his boyfriend prowess. The little darling was indeed a clever one. Nevertheless, Ruashi did not dwell on such thoughts. She simply found life too mundane and yearned for a touch of excitement. She wished to experience the thrill of extreme survival and, more importantly, to learn some scare tactics to amuse the perpetually tearful bunny. After all, children are meant to play. Chapter 38, Sensitivity and Indifference, a couple's journey of adaptation. Ruashi stated earnestly, "We must cultivate the bunny's psychological resilience from a young age, enabling her to gradually become independent." Fu Yunma appeared slightly taken aback, but did not find it peculiar. "Are you suggesting we take the bunny along to watch a horror movie? After all, He and the little darling had embarked on their relationship in a rather unconventional order. Marriage first, love second, and only then did they have a child. However, did they truly wish to invite the little bunny into their intimate world? Fu Yunma's gaze shifted to the bunny, feeling somewhat conflicted. The little bunny, oblivious to the adult conversation, lifted her heavy head, blissfully giggling and fiddling with her toys. To a child, toys are of paramount importance. Ruoxi, unfazed, declared, "Since I have adopted her, she is as dear to me as my own daughter. Such delightful moments as watching a movie must surely include her." Accompanied by her beloved rabbit, Ruoxi harbored a mischievous grin within while maintaining a facade of righteous indignation. "If you disapprove of my unmarried status while bringing a child along, perhaps this romance should not even commence." Fu Yunma felt a profound sense of grievance. "I did not mean it that way. You have misunderstood. My intention was to suggest that couples should spend time alone to nurture their feelings. And given that the rabbit is too young, it cannot comprehend the profundities of cinema." Ruoxi interjected, "What you imply is that as long as the rabbit is present, we cannot cultivate our bond." She was straightforward, preferring directness over ambiguous hints. Such subtle insinuations felt reminiscent of the awkwardness of an ambiguous relationship, proving to be rather irksome and even exhausting. Rising from her seat, she decided to abandon the topic and retreat to her room for some rest. "It's merely a film. You are overthinking it. I fail to grasp what this man is actually contemplating." Fu Yunma grasped her hand, his face flushed with embarrassment, yet words eluded him, leaving him in a state of silent torment. Ruoxi bit her lip, unable to suppress her inner musings. This little fellow resembled a character from a novel, harboring unspoken thoughts until the protagonist departs in sorrow, only to pursue her in a desperate bid for reconciliation. Or perhaps all men are inherently the same, particularly adept at holding back. Having chosen to engage in a romance with this little one, she refused to allow unnecessary misunderstandings akin to those found in literary tales. "Speak your mind directly. I am aware you wish to convey something through this film, or perhaps engage in some activity. However, allow me to advise you, bottling things up is detrimental to your health." Fu Yunma retorted, "My health is quite well. Thank you for your concern, but please refrain." Seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation, he added, "You still owe me a favor. You cannot backtrack, little mischief maker." Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, expressing her dissatisfaction. It appeared that Fu Yunma's intentions had finally surfaced, revealing his true motives. Yet, did he truly need to be so circuitous? It felt as if she had previously let him down. "Do I seem like someone who would shirk responsibility? If I desire something, I will articulate it plainly, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it." Fu Yunma cautiously glanced behind her, as though she were a precious porcelain figurine, fragile and delicate, and any harsh word could shatter her. Observing his demeanor, Ruoxi felt a surge of complex emotions. It seemed she was only now realizing that in this relationship, Fu Yunma consistently played the role of the humble compromiser. Perhaps in love, the one who falls first instinctively invests more and yields more. Meanwhile, she remained oblivious, living independently and pursuing her desires without being swayed by Fu Yunma's opinions. What she termed clarity seemed more akin to a lack of seriousness regarding their relationship, compounded by her naivete and ignorance about love. Her unintentional actions now appeared to be a reflection of Fu Yunma's state. Ruoxi scrutinized Fu Yunma, noting the weariness etched upon his face, a stark contrast to the youthful vigor and pride he displayed when they first met. During this period, caring for the constantly crying rabbit while preparing meals with my hands bound in handcuffs has rendered my movements quite cumbersome. Presently, Fu Yunma revolves around both me and the rabbit, even sacrificing his own scientific pursuits. He appears no different from a housewife, embodying a quintessential love-struck individual. Ruoxi has begun to reflect on her own behavior, questioning how she has perceived Fu Yunma during this time. Having endured the heartbreak of a past life, she has transformed into someone seemingly cold-blooded. It feels as though trauma has turned her from a pure-hearted individual into a villain. Perhaps it is time for her to engage in some sincere self-reflection. Xiao Fuji, there truly is no need for you to lower your stance. Although I lack experience in romantic relationships, I believe a lasting relationship should be founded on equality between both parties. Continuing in this manner, I fear Fu Yunma may develop psychological issues. Fu Yunma, taken aback by Ruoxi's unexpected words, found himself at a loss for response. Why was she suddenly saying such things? Was she dissatisfied with him and contemplating a breakup? Ruashi rose onto her tiptoes and gently patted his shoulder, hoping to offer some comfort to the anxious man. I wish to continue this relationship, and I do not want to see you forsake the things you once cherished to revolve solely around me. That would be unfair to you. Fu Yunma's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to comprehend the notion of unfairness. Xiao Fuji was truly remarkable, exhibiting such warmth and tenderness. He realized that she had been continually teaching him, encouraging him to express his grievances openly, to articulate his desires directly, without beating around the bush. Throughout his life, he had concealed his affections, hesitant to voice his preferences until the day he finally obtained something he longed for. Yet, sometimes that day arrives too late. When the desire has waned, Xiao Fuji was the first to instruct him on the importance of expressing his affections candidly. A warmth enveloped him, an indescribable sensation that felt utterly wondrous. It was the delight of having one's feelings reciprocated, or perhaps the security of being loved without fear. As Ruashi grew weary from standing on her toes, preparing to squat, her waist was suddenly lifted. Looking up, she found Fu Yunma flustered, akin to a startled fawn. She chuckled softly, realizing that there was no remedy for the plight of two inexperienced lovers lacking innate talent in romance. One was slow to grasp, while the other was sensitive. Thus, they required time to acclimate to each other. Ruashi, not removing his hands from her waist, continued, "Since your heart is fully devoted to loving me, I should not act as an outsider. I must reciprocate with equal concern. I apologize for not being as attentive to you during this time." Fu Yunma hastily shook his head, signaling that there was no need to elaborate. Suddenly, a warmth spread across his lips, and his spine stiffened with shock. Chapter 39. Allowing Fu Yunma to freely enter her room, she extended her index finger, placing it gently upon his lips to silence his impending words. "Shu, I am currently teaching you the proper way to engage in a romantic relationship, for I genuinely wish for our bond to endure." It was almost laughable, an inexperienced individual instructing another who had never even encountered a woman on the intricacies of love. Even Ruashi found herself stifling a chuckle. "Your previous demeanor in relationships, the way you loved me, was misguided, as was my own. I am grateful we have realized this early. We still possess the chance to rectify our approach." Fu Yunma's fingers tightened imperceptibly as he embraced the waist of the woman he cherished, his limbs frozen in uncertainty. "I shall do as you say. I will heed your every word." Ruashi shook her head in disapproval. "Your current attitude is misguided. You must retain your own thoughts. You cannot simply acquiesce to my desires. Do not diminish your own stature, nor abandon your interests and passions. You must learn to love yourself. I have erred as well. I should not elevate myself too high. I must learn to love others, to love you." This unexpected confession of affection caught Fu Yunma off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Amidst her lengthy discourse, he fixated solely on 3 words: "I love you." Fu Yunma's heart soared once more, while Ruashi, aware of his obliviousness, felt a pang of exasperation. She was at her wit's end with this love-struck fool. Realizing that mere words were futile, she resolved to employ more assertive tactics. Placing her hand on Fu Yunma's neck, she drew him closer, tilting him forward. Though he instinctively attempted to evade, a gentle squeeze at his waist rendered him oddly compliant. As he gazed at her enchanting visage drawing nearer, all pretenses fell away, revealing an overwhelming tide of affection that seemed poised to spill from his very eyes. Yet, beneath this affection lay a morbid yearning. Unbeknownst to him, the metaphorical handcuffs had been loosened, falling to the ground unnoticed, as he remained transfixed by the woman before him. Inch by inch, they drew closer, the warmth of her breath cascading over his jaw, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. Just as their lips were about to meet, Ruashi subtly shifted her direction, resting against his shoulder and whispering softly into his ear, which had long since flushed crimson. "I know what you desire, the conditions for entering my room. Am I correct?" Fu Yunma's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, frozen in place. Ruashi recognized her intuition had proven accurate. After all, every time she returned to her room, he had covertly observed her inputting her passcode. It was likely he had already deciphered the code, yet remained unaware of how to bypass the fingerprint and facial recognition locks. Moments ago, Fu Yunma had stolen another glance. "I am amenable to granting you access to my room, and you may come and go as you please. However, you cannot simply enter without taking further action." Fu Yunma's mind came to a complete standstill. Gaining entry to the little diva's room was already a luxury. What more was expected of him? What was he to do? Ruashi exhaled a warm breath, causing his ears to tingle with a delightful sensation, the warmth spreading throughout. I have a laboratory. Will you assist me in researching the zombie virus? Had the zombie virus completely surpassed Fuyuma's original plans? What are you doing this for? You're injured. Ruashi patted his shoulder reassuringly. I'm simply bored. Consider it a pastime. By the way, have you made any progress on the expansion of the basement and its mechanisms? Fuyuma nodded slowly. This minor task is nothing to worry about. I promise to complete all the work within half a month. With such confidence, Fuyuma had finally returned to the proud boy he once was. Ruashi felt genuinely happy for him. This version of him radiated vitality. Taking a step back, she grasped his hands. The handcuffs have been removed. You are free now. You can now be considered the master of the basement. Fuyuma's joy radiated from within. You finally acknowledge me. He had waited long for this moment. At that instant, he was as delighted as a child who had received the candy he desired, innocent and pure. Ruashi shook her head in exasperation. Oh, this fellow is truly a handful. As she opened the door, Fuyuma finally beheld the scene within. In the past, he had imagined it would be adorably pink. But to his surprise, the first thing he saw was a wall of bookshelves. Upon entering, he discovered there was an additional layer of mechanisms. The wall was expansive, and the books were numerous and varied. He speculated that the switch might be hidden within one of the books. However, Ruashi simply kicked the wall beside her, and to his astonishment, the bookshelf slid aside. The most dangerous places are often the safest, she remarked, a clever ruse. Well done. Before him unfolded a sight drenched in pink hues, the space neither too large nor too small. As Fuyuma explored, he realized there was no extra space designated as a laboratory. Bring the rabbit over. I'll take you out to see the sunset, Ruashi suddenly said, intentionally diverting Fuyuma's attention to conceal the method of opening the second layer of the basement door from him. She was a person of strong vigilance. Entering her room merely granted access to her first layer of psychological defenses, not the entirety. Fuyuma complied and stepped outside, allowing her to approach the bookshelf. As the bookshelf shifted into the wall, a space opened up and Ruashi stepped inside. Placing her hand in her pocket to activate the button, she descended straight down as if riding an elevator. Upon reaching the second layer of the basement, she ascended the stairs and opened the door leading back to the first layer from within. Indeed, to access the second layer, one must first unlock it from the inside. After descending, she rose again, returning to the crevice of the bookshelf, maintaining a serene expression throughout. Just then, Fuyuma entered, pushing the plump rabbit along. Arriving precisely on time, as Ruashi pressed the wall mechanism before them, a door leading to the second underground level materialized. Calmly, she produced a key and turned it with a decisive click. Observing the staircase that mirrored the one from the basement to the surface, Fuyuma suddenly comprehended the situation. There was indeed a second level to the basement. However, with the little rabbit in the cart, descending the stairs posed a challenge. Ruashi assured them that it was simple, stating, I'll summon the elevator for you. As she descended the stairs, she knocked on the wall, causing an elevator beside the staircase to gradually descend. Fuyuma appeared to have discovered a new world, while the little rabbit, filled with curiosity, flailed with excitement at the intriguing sight. Ruashi led Fuyuma through the underground passage to meet his family. The screen displayed a grotesque scene. Men and women, neither fully human nor ghostly, lay sprawled on the ground, blood and excrement staining the earth. Their faces were marred, twisted in agony. Fuyuma glanced at Ruashi, feeling a pang of sorrow for her. To avenge him, she had sullied her hands. Ruashi teased, Don't look at me. I merely fanned the flames without lifting a finger, and I even sacrificed a fragrant chicken. Clearly, this was the grim aftermath of their mutual destruction. In Chapter 40, Chun Xuanbei, Fuyuma pushed the rabbit cart, bypassing the lounge. Ruashi called out to him, Are you really just going to walk away without seeing them? Fuyuma shook his head, his demeanor calm. They are a thing of the past. I wish to focus solely on my future. The notion of the future elicited a shared, knowing smile between Ruashi and him as they navigated the corridor with the rabbit cart. The passage was interminably long, and after what felt like ages, Ruashi grew weary and retrieved a bicycle from her spatial pocket. Come, sit here, she beckoned. Fuyuma glanced at the rear seat of the bicycle and without hesitation, mounted it. Perhaps I should ride while you sit back, he suggested. The little rabbit, momentarily forgotten in the corner, whined, vocally protesting against its unreliable parents. Go for it. was the only phrase the rabbit could utter. Yet it was sufficient to capture the attention of both adults. Fu Yunma's expression froze, caught in a moment of indecision. What should we do with the rabbit? Should I just push him down? He pondered aloud, tightening his grip around Ruashi's waist, yet he made no move to dismount. Ruashi firmly replied, just place him in the front basket. Reluctantly, Fu Yunma released his hold, stepping down to lift the rabbit. The basket is a bit jostled. That doesn't seem right, he remarked as he positioned the rabbit securely in the front basket. Ruashi mused that this man was truly a fool. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, revealing a quaint villa. After a long absence from the outside world, Fu Yunma inhaled the fresh air deeply. With the rabbit in tow, they wandered through the flower-laden grounds of the villa, spreading a blanket on the grass to camp out. As the sun dipped low, the villa's lawn rose high, accompanied by a staircase leading upward, while on the opposite side lay the riverbank, the wind blowing vigorously. It was hard to imagine that amidst a world strewn with corpses, there existed a family joyfully camping, encapsulated in blissful tranquility. Seated upon the riverbank, Ruashi felt the gentle warmth of the breeze tousling her hair. Her gaze drifted towards the playful laughter of Fu Yunma and Tutu amidst the blooming flowers. However, her heart was not inclined towards the scenic beauty at this moment. Her purpose for being here was to engage in a clandestine transaction. On her mobile device, Ruashi had enlisted the services of a platform notorious for hiring assassins, not for murder, but for kidnapping. Fu Yuan, along with Ruashi's parents and others, had formed a formidable team, and Ruashi had contracted a hitman to infiltrate their ranks, subsequently incapacitating them. Her objective was to capture 6 individuals without directly taking their lives. She merely instructed the assassin to deliver them to her. The price for this operation was 2 crates of ammunition, 50 rifles, and an additional 1,000 packets of compressed biscuits, along with 10 boxes of bread. In this apocalyptic era, such provisions would suffice to sustain their elite assassin group of over 100 for several days. The meeting was arranged at this very spot, scheduled for 10 o'clock in the evening. Now, at 6, Ruashi sought merely to witness the sunset, scout the surroundings, and ensure that the transaction remained unaffected by unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Fuzi, you and Tutu stay here and play. Do not wander far, she instructed. Fu Yunma and Tutu, having been cooped up in a school for 2 years, were now reveling in their newfound freedom. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the tranquility. Though faint, Ruashi's keen ears discerned the commotion, vehicles speeding by, accompanied by the chaotic sound of footsteps. Quick, back to the basement, she urged, rushing to Fu Yunma and pulling them towards the shelter. The entrance to the basement lay beneath the lighthouse on the riverbank, accessible through a small window, into which they hurriedly squeezed. Fu Yunma obediently followed, his lips pressed together as he gazed outside, seeing neither people nor zombies. What is happening? He inquired. Ruashi shook her head, her expression grave. No, someone is approaching in a vehicle, and not just one. As she spoke, 3 racing cars surged into view, pursued by a horde of zombies. Fu Yunma, astonished, questioned how she had sensed their arrival when all had seemed quiet moments before. Ruashi's lips remained tightly sealed as she focused intently on the oncoming cars. My adoptive parents were avid extreme sports enthusiasts. Their training honed my auditory skills, particularly useful in survival situations. They taught me to listen closely, to discern even the faintest sounds. Just then, it appeared that one of the racing cars had stalled. And without a moment's hesitation, Ruashi dashed outside, her face suddenly pale. What if the individuals she sought were killed? Fu Yunma reached out to restrain her, exclaiming, there are zombies out there. Ruashi, however, left only her silhouette behind as she commanded, you take Tutu back. With that, she locked the basement door, securing it with both a password and a fingerprint lock. Entry now required facial recognition. Within the confines of the space, she retrieved a racing car, revving it towards the encroaching zombies. Inside the stalled vehicle, Uncle Lee was in a state of frantic urgency. I will draw the zombies' attention, Master. You must escape from the roof at the right moment. Chun Xuanbei clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes that seemed on the verge of freezing. Yet, he maintained an air of nobility, his spine straight and unyielding, unafraid. His cool, thin lips pressed together, he managed to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. Thank you. Just as Uncle Lee, in a state of panic, flung open the car door. Preparing to charge out and confront the zombies, Chun Xuanbei called out to him. Wait, someone is coming. Ahead, Ruashi's sports car sped towards them, crashing forcefully into the zombies that had lunged at their vehicle. With a swift maneuver, she redirected the car, and Uncle Lee caught a woman's voice. "Young master, the driver of the approaching vehicle is instructing us to close the windows, to fall to the ground, and cover our mouths and noses with cloth soaked in alcohol." Without hesitation, Chun Xuanbei felt an intense curiosity about this sudden ally. Let us follow her instructions. After a considerable time, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The zombies that had been clawing at the car's doors and roof suddenly ceased their movements. It was unclear if they had dispersed. Uncle Lee, hesitant to raise his gaze, murmured, "Young master, it seems the zombies have left." No sooner had he spoken than a woman's voice rang out, commanding and resolute. "Quick, open the car door and come out." Her tone was authoritative, exuding the gravitas of a sovereign surveying her realm. Chun Xuanbei was momentarily taken aback, but complied. As he opened his eyes, Uncle Lee was startled by the sight of a zombie sprawled at the front of the car. "A zombie!" he exclaimed. Chun Xuanbei regarded the dormant creature outside without a trace of hesitation and swung open the car door. "Quick, get out." He covered his mouth and nose, swiftly making his way to the front of Ruashi's car, taking the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee, hindered by age and sluggishness, was engulfed by the awakening horde of zombies just as he attempted to exit the vehicle. Chun Xuanbei watched impassively as Uncle Lee was gradually dragged away, his demeanor as detached as that of a stranger. It was then that he noticed the driver was an exceptionally beautiful woman, seemingly still in her university years. Ruashi's brow furrowed, disregarding the man's astonishment. "Where are the people you promised to bring?" Her tone was cool, yet her voice retained a youthful lilt. Evaluating her appearance and voice, Chun Xuanbei was taken aback to find such a young individual offering such generous terms for their collaboration. He felt a jolt of shock within. Though he masked his emotions skillfully, the other two vehicles should now be safely stationed. "You appear to be merely 18. The subtext implied skepticism regarding Ruashi's capability to deliver the necessary supplies. Ruashi, undeterred, accelerated and executed a powerful turn, crashing into the zombies with the ferocity of a seasoned warrior. Her exposed arms showcased elegant muscle tone, enhancing her fierce and valiant demeanor. Without uttering a word, she proved her worth through action. Clearing his throat, Chun Xuanbei continued, "So, where are the supplies you prepared? I expect a handover of both goods and personnel." This woman possessed her own convictions. Ruashi furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of regret surfacing for having rescued him. Chun Xuanbei smirked disdainfully, for he was the young master of a criminal organization, and the five-star assassin group was but a trivial amusement for him. Countless women sought his attention, begging for a morsel of his favor. Could this woman before him be attempting to play hard to get? "I advise you to retract that statement," he warned, "lest our transaction falter, leaving you with nothing of value." This blatant threat elicited a laugh from Ruashi. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with resources. If a solution eludes you, it simply means the resources provided are insufficient. You still lack the commanding presence of a true tycoon. Why put on such a facade? Don't you find it rather awkward? Chun Xuanbei questioned her with a hint of disbelief. Ruashi scoffed, "If you don't know how to negotiate, allow me to instruct you. It should go something like this. Man, I require 100 pounds of apples. Kindly retract your previous statement." With a tilt of her head, she regarded Chun Xuanbei as though he were a mere child. "Have you learned, man?" Her audacious tone deepened Chun Xuanbei's gaze as he fixated on her enchanting eyes. The two locked stares, yet Ruashi's presence was equally formidable. She grinned. "What's the matter? Can't muster 100 pounds of apples? If so, refrain from issuing such commanding remarks. Without resources, you are unworthy." Chun Xuanbei fell silent, averting his gaze and gathering his composure. Could she truly possess such resources? In these dire times, having access to compressed biscuits and bread was already a luxury. Fresh fruit was a mere fantasy, all tainted by the zombie virus. If it existed, it was inedible. "Well, coincidentally, I do have some," Ruashi replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Not only apples, but an abundance of other fruits as well." "Oh, but I have none," she teased, tossing an apple towards Chun Xuanbei. He instinctively caught the apple, only to recoil in alarm, throwing it away with a jolt. "There's a virus." Panic overtook him, wiping away his previous aloof demeanor. Ruashi chuckled at his reaction. Realizing his folly, Chun Xuanbei's expression darkened as he demanded, "Did you intentionally try to scare me with an infected apple?" Ruashi nonchalantly picked up the discarded apple and took a bite, the sweet juice bursting forth. Deliciously sweet. Chen Xuanbei hesitated, his words caught in his throat. You actually dare to eat that apple? Ruashi regarded him as though he were foolish. This is a fresh apple from my stock, free from the zombie virus. Do you truly believe I would use a poisoned apple against you? If I wished to harm you, I wouldn't have rescued you in the first place. Chen Xuanbei appeared somewhat convinced. Do you have any more apples? Ruashi raised an eyebrow, playfully reproaching him, regretting your earlier bravado. Are you? Now you wish for one. Chen Xuanbei remained silent, his lips pressed together. He would not reveal to Ruashi that he had gone over half a month without fruit, surviving solely on compressed biscuits and a few meager snacks. In this apocalypse, fruit was indeed a luxury. Noticing his silence, Ruashi decided to ignore him. Yet, unable to restrain himself, he proposed. How about I offer you 100 packs of compressed biscuits in exchange for an apple? Ruashi looked at him with evident disdain. Do you think I lack some compressed biscuits? The apples have run out. Chen Xuanbei finally arrived at the designated trading location, only to be kicked down by Ruashi. Bewildered by the sudden assault, Chen Xuanbei was filled with rage. The remaining subordinates quickly surrounded him, inquiring, Young master, are you all right? As Ruashi stepped out of the vehicle, she encountered familiar faces. This group of subordinates was none other than the mercenaries she had hired at a high price when procuring firearms and ammunition in the southern region. They were actually serving this cold-faced man. The subordinates also recognized Ruashi, exclaiming, Miss Ra, what are you doing here? Chen Xuanbei suppressed his inner fury and asked, Do you know each other? One of the subordinates leaned closer to him and whispered the situation in his ear. Chen Xuanbei's expression darkened further. Ruashi realized he had discovered her substantial purchase of firearms and ammunition. How unprofessional these mercenaries were, disclosing their work content despite signing a confidentiality agreement. Quite displeased, she said, Enough with the delay, where are the people I requested? The subordinates, puzzled, asked what people. Ruashi narrowed her sharp gaze and gestured. One hand for the exchange, one hand for the goods. The subordinates gasped in realization. Miss Rua was indeed that generous employer. They were quite slow on the uptake and rather verbose. These mercenaries were truly unreliable. Ruashi silently scoffed and nodded. Hurry up, I want to see them, 6 people. Not one less. With Chen Xuanbei's permission, the subordinates led Ruashi to the car and opened the trunk. Please confirm if these are the 6 individuals. Ruashi took a quick glance. Her parents, covered in dust, her unconscious grandfather clutching a gold bracelet, and her seemingly unperturbed relatives, Fu Yuhan and Ma Lisu, who were tied together but appeared relatively unscathed. How could they have traveled such a long distance without a trace of dirt on them? Ruashi quickly sensed something was amiss and was about to warn them, but Fu Yuhan was quicker. He broke free from his restraints, brandishing a small knife against one of the subordinates' necks, threateningly demanding, Ruashi, what exactly are you trying to do, having them kidnap us? What kind of deal have you struck with them that they are so devoted to serving you? Have you been engaging in some unsavory activities while out there? Ma Lisu, hiding behind Fu Yuhan, timidly spoke up, Sister, we have called you multiple times, hoping you would come so we could protect you. But why, oh why? Are you so foolish as to sell your own body and incite them to kidnap your family? When Dad and Mom wake up and find out, how heartbroken they will be. You are a girl, you must learn to love yourself. In her words, Ma Lisu had already concluded that Ruashi had resorted to selling her body to have the mercenaries abduct them. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanbei observed the unfolding drama with an air of detachment. It is intriguing that this woman would demand the kidnapping of her own kin. How ruthless one must be towards their own family. Ruashi glared back at Chen Xuanbei's probing gaze, a cold smirk playing on her lips as she remarked, Say a few more words, and you shall have no opportunity thereafter. Chapter 42. Global excavation of basements in a sudden turn of events. Ruashi executed a swift side kick, disarming Fu Yuan of the knife in his grasp. His subordinates, seizing the moment, scuttled behind her, clutching their necks as if they had narrowly escaped death. Fu Yuan cradled his wrist, which throbbed as though broken, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you possess such formidable skills? You cannot be the real Ruashi. Tell me, where have you hidden her? He was convinced that the Ruashi before him was an impostor. Regardless of his thoughts, Ruashi remained indifferent, raising her right hand to dismiss him. Each of you who harbors ill intentions towards me, I must apologize. We are not acquainted. She commanded her captors, rebind them. ensuring the knots are as secure as those used for crabs. As if she were the leader of this band of mercenaries, Chun Xuanbei stepped forward, declaring, "Do not move. Let the employer handle this herself." The subordinates hesitated, torn, for the employer was a woman and a former client. "Young master, she has yet to deliver the goods. What will happen to them if she perishes?" Chun Xuanbei's expression revealed his indifference as he gestured towards Ruo Shi's vehicle. "She drove here, naturally. The goods are in the car." With their master's orders issued, the subordinates reluctantly remained passive, casting Ruo Shi an innocent look. Throughout, Ruo Shi maintained a composed demeanor, unfazed, with her hands tucked into her pockets, as if merely spectating a performance. The scene had divided into three factions, with Fu Yuanan beginning to retreat, intending to escape by car. "This is rather dull," Ruo Shi suddenly remarked. Without warning, she appeared behind Fu Yuanan, administering a potent tranquilizer into his neck. Though Fu Yuanan had prepared to react, crouching to evade, Ruo Shi seemed to anticipate his movements, the syringe plunging downward with swiftness that outpaced his descent. As Fu Yuanan succumbed to unconsciousness, Ruo Shi's voice dripped with icy derision. "On the day you tripped me on the lawn, was it your intention to ensnare me? Yet why would you then throw yourself into harm's way for my sake? Was it merely to earn my trust, even feigning paralysis?" Fu Yuanan's complexion paled drastically as he attempted to speak, but the drug took effect too swiftly, and he collapsed before he could utter a word. "You are indeed Ruo Shi, the genuine Ruo Shi." With only Ma Lisu remaining, Ruo Shi made a decisive motion, plunging the syringe into her back. Earlier, Ma Lisu had babbled incessantly, yet Ruo Shi had absorbed none of it. When Ma Lisu attempted to kick her, Ruo Shi effortlessly flung her several meters away. Indeed, she was but a delicate flower, weak and fragile. Ruo Shi chuckled softly, lifting the incapacitated figure and binding her securely like a crab. Before tossing her into the trunk of her vehicle, to prevent them from awakening, she administered 2 more injections. As she placed them in the trunk, utilizing the vehicle's body as a shield, Ruo Shi retrieved the transaction supplies from her space and set them before Chun Xuanbei and his companions. She extended her hand to Chun Xuanbei, signaling a willingness to collaborate. Observing the hand suspended in midair, he noted its remarkable strength, pondering how this woman had honed such prowess. Offering an olive branch, he presented the zombie virus to Ruo Shi, stating, "Our organization offers decent treatment. Although we have never recruited women before, I am willing to break that precedent for you. Such a skilled individual could not be overlooked. If she could not be recruited, she must not be left for other organizations." Chun Xuanbei's gaze was profound, devoid of any emotion. Both Ruo Shi and his subordinates were taken aback by his words. Nevertheless, Ruo Shi declined, saying, "I enjoy fruit, and if your organization lacks it, then I shall pass." Chun Xuanbei was taken aback by her response. So many women clamored to attach themselves to him, yet here was one who rejected his invitation. A woman burdened with 6 dependents. How could she possibly survive in this merciless apocalypse? Chun Xuanbei deemed Ruo Shi mad, as if she had no intention of preserving her life. Or perhaps, she belonged to another organization? A flicker of darkness passed through his eyes as he remarked, "In this apocalypse, there are no absolute foes or friends. What do you think, Miss Ruo?" Ruo Shi sensed the danger in his words and swiftly entered the vehicle. They intended to silence her. The special forces raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Ruo Shi's car, only to discover the tires remained intact. Ruo Shi, seated in the driver's seat, sped past Chun Xuanbei. All he glimpsed was her beautiful profile, stirring a restlessness within him. His subordinates intended to pursue her, but he restrained them. "Do not chase, let her go. She is merely a foolish woman." Arriving at the riverbank, Ruo Shi systematically disposed of the 6 individuals into the basement and activated the automatic transport mechanism. As the door opened, a tall figure stood there. Ruo Shi, puzzled, tilted her head and asked, "Didn't I instruct you to wait in your room? Why are you lingering at the door?" Upon seeing Ruo Shi, Fu Yunma's dim eyes finally sparkled, but his expression soured upon noticing the 6 individuals, especially when his gaze fell upon Fu Yuran. "Little troublemaker, who are they?" Ruo Shi detected the unease in his expression and recalled that both bore the surname Fu. Could they be relatives? "Do you know Fu Yuran?" Fu Yunma nodded. "Yes, he is my father's illegitimate son." Ruo Shi was left speechless and retreated to her room, inviting Fu Yunma to step outside. Fu Yunma, bewildered, inquired, "What's wrong?" Without hesitation, Ruoshi closed the door, offering no reply. For now, she set aside matters concerning Fu Yunma and focused on the 6 individuals on the floor. The construction site on the first floor remains unfinished, necessitating confinement within a gilded cage. To restrict their movements, chains bind their hands and feet, and each individual is assigned a designated area. In the lounge, the wounds on Fu Yunhai and her son ooze with pus and blood, presenting a grotesque sight. Currently, 8 individuals are confined in the basement, complicating management efforts. However, they represent valuable labor that could assist in the construction of the underground facility. To prevent them from raising an uproar, Ruoshi plans to render all 8 individuals mute with poison. Just as she believed everything was proceeding according to plan, tranquility was shattered one evening. A global blackout ensued, and the last news broadcast revealed that numerous bases had discovered methods for oxygen storage, prompting them to dig into basements in a bid to replicate the tunnel warfare tactics of the last century against zombies. Chapter 43: Infection with the zombie virus. During the first summer of the apocalypse, bases outside engage in fierce battles over food supplies. Meanwhile, Ruoshi reclines on a cool mat, indulging in ice cream and playing video games. Beside her, Rabbit plays with toys, embodying a Zen approach to parenting. Fu Yunma reminds her that the captives have awakened. Are you not inclined to meet them? His gaze suggests he is already aware that the 6 confined individuals are Ruoshi's relatives. Ruoshi silently powers down her gaming device and opens her computer to check on the progress of the zombie virus research. With a professional demeanor, she immerses herself in work, clearly unwilling to visit Fu Yuan and the others. Fu Yunma shakes his head in resignation. After all, he must indulge his girlfriend. The structure of the virus appears peculiar, resembling a mutated species yet akin to parasites. If a host is not found within a prolonged period, the virus will perish. Ruoshi furrows her brow, inquiring about the remaining quantity of the virus. Fu Yunma's expression dims. There is little left. However, I will strive to discover ways to prolong its life. You must absolutely refrain from venturing out again. He continues to ramble on, akin to a father overly concerned for his daughter. Ruoshi can't help but chuckle at his endearing demeanor. Indeed, boyfriends with a fatherly disposition often appear somewhat daft. You seem a bit foolish. Fu Yunma shakes his head earnestly. No, you should say, silly little one, you are truly foolish. Ugh. Fu Yunma begins to exude a certain cheesiness, incessantly commenting on various matters, his speech growing increasingly syrupy. Ruoshi, a straightforward girl, has also begun to adopt a teasing tone. It is no wonder the recent meals have lost their appeal. Fu Yunma, momentarily taken aback, queries, what? Ruoshi taps his forehead. Because you have been cutting corners, secretly indulging in oil, you have now transformed into a greasy old man. Fu Yunma protests, and the two engage in light-hearted banter. Rabbit hugs her small frame tightly, trembling. Oh dear, the little rascal and little troublemaker are so noisy. Though her speech is not yet fluent, she can awkwardly call out her parents' nicknames. Ruoshi casts a skeptical glance at Fu Yunma. Who taught her to say that, you? Fu Yunma quickly shakes his head. It is unjust. She learned it herself. Ruoshi seized a nearby feather duster, pursuing Fu Yunma around the room, while Tutu joyfully clapped her hands in the background. Yet, in the next moment, Tutu's smile shifted to Ruoshi's face. A horrifying zombie film played before them, and Tutu screamed more pitifully than the ghosts within. She curled into Ruoshi's embrace, but when Ruoshi found it uncomfortable, she tossed Tutu into the arms of the equally frightened Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma fared no better, covering his ears and burying his head in Tutu's embrace. It seemed events were unfolding in an unpredictable manner. Initially, he had envisioned the little diva hiding in his arms out of fear. How had it transformed into him seeking refuge in Tutu's embrace instead? Tutu was frightened as well. Her little legs kicked vigorously, finally managing to push her father away. In the end, Fu Yunma and Tutu sat side by side, facing away from the screen, their heads buried deep into the sofa. Meanwhile, Ruoshi munched on popcorn, casting a bemused glance at the two, as if observing two lunatics. Was it merely a scary film? Did they truly need to react so dramatically? Fu Yunma and Tutu nodded fervently. It is terrifying. Mama, I'm scared. Daddy, frightening. Ruoshi sighed in exasperation, urging them to muster the courage to face the storm. They had already reached the less terrifying part. Fu Yunma tentatively inquired, really? Tutu, in her sweet voice, protested, no, Daddy, don't. Yet, ultimately, Fu Yunma succumbed to Ruoshi's temptation, turning around, only to be met with a shocking visual that nearly made his heart leap from his chest. He swiftly turned back, questioning his existence. Ruoshi, with a look of disdain, enveloped the trembling Fu Yunma in her embrace, fiercely protective. Even if a ghost truly appeared, with me shielding you, what is there to fear? Fu Yunma inhaled a deep breath of her comforting scent, finally subdued his inner turmoil. But I will still be afraid. Clenching his fists, he felt a slight bruise on his wrist, not very noticeable and concealed by his clothing. He touched the bruise, his heart tumultuous. Ruoshi furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. The Fu Yunma of the past had been a formidable leader in the apocalypse, commanding millions with decisive action and organizational acumen. But now this man, frightened by a horror film and timid, could he truly be the legendary Fu Yunma? Little Fuzi, what did you originally study in university? Fu Yunma, still trembling, replied, psychology. Ruoshi pondered, sensing a hint of being outmaneuvered. Could Fu Yunma's current demeanor be a fade? If it were, it would only suggest he was exceptionally adept at concealing his true self. Unaccountably, Ruoshi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This unsettling feeling lingered in her heart until the movie concluded, refusing to dissipate. Little diva, what's wrong? The movie has ended. Fu Yunma called out to Ruoshi several times, but she remained unresponsive, lost in her own world. As Ruoshi regained her composure, her expression remained serene as she shook her head gently. I am a bit weary. I shall rest for a while. You and Rabbit should retire early as well. Fu Yunma, perplexed, glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was merely 8 o'clock. The little diva was known to be a night owl, often not retiring until 2 in the morning. Sleeping at midnight was considered early for her. What could possibly be amiss today? Little diva, are you feeling unwell? Ruoshi did not turn back, simply stating, no, I am just a tad fatigued. Indeed, she felt somewhat drained. Their lives, shared among three, were ostensibly free and unfettered. Yet, a vague sense of incompleteness nagged at Ruoxi's heart, as if something essential was missing. Perhaps the novelty had worn off, and she was growing weary of it all. With such thoughts, she truly felt like a heartless woman. Fu Yunma settled Rabbit comfortably, his gaze lingering on Ruoxi's slender silhouette, his emotions swirling within him. As he raised his right hand, the bruise upon it became increasingly pronounced, dark lines beginning to spread outward. His throat felt parched and bitter. Studying the zombie virus inevitably meant exposure to the infectious agent. Perhaps this was for the best. At least the little diva need not worry about the virus leading to death and disappearance, nor would she have to venture out to capture more of the contagion. By the way, little Fuzai. Ruoxi suddenly turned back, catching a glimpse of Fu Yunma hastily concealing his hand behind him. What are you hiding in your hand? Fu Yunma maintained a calm demeanor, responding, nothing much. He extended his hand, casually displaying it, his sleeves conveniently masking the infected skin. Ruoxi did not dwell on it, instructing, go and incapacitate those 8 individuals. Bring one of them to the laboratory for experimentation. Fu Yunma inquired with uncertainty, what is the matter? Ruoxi replied nonchalantly, we need a host to store the zombie virus. We cannot allow it to vanish. Fu Yunma felt a torrent of words rising within him, yet he ultimately swallowed them down. He longed to reveal that he had already been infected by the zombie virus and that no one else was needed. However, fearing that the little diva would worry for him, he decided against it. All right. Sensing Fu Yunma's unease, Ruoxi stood on her toes and gently tousled his hair. Chapter 44. An inevitable end to becoming a zombie. Ruoxi. Just because we have yet to develop the virus antigen does not mean we won't in the future. We have ample time. There is no need to rush, Fu Yunma said, lowering his gaze and revealing a brilliant smile. Yes. Yet. He might not have much time left. Suddenly, Fu Yunma asked, little diva, haven't you always wanted my hair? Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion. What is the matter? Your hair is indeed soft and irresistibly tempting to touch. In former times, such praise would have sent Fu Yunma leaping with joy. Now, however, he lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his gaze. Since you like it, I could shave it off and give it to you. Ruoxi laughed, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Silly, now you are my boyfriend, and I can touch you whenever I wish. Why must you shave it off and give it to me? Once you shave it, it will no longer look appealing. Fu Yunma fell silent, unable to bear the thought of deceiving her. Ruoxi noticed Fu Yunma's despondent demeanor and asked, what troubles you? We still have ample time. The research on the zombie virus can progress at a leisurely pace. If we cannot make any breakthroughs, it matters not. I shall support you without fear. At worst, we could live our lives in the basement, and that would be quite agreeable. Fu Yunma appeared somewhat comforted, his eyes sparkling as he nodded. In truth, he was uncertain how much time they had left. Yet, he resolved to stay by the little diva's side for as long as possible. Should he ultimately succumb to zombification and pose a threat to her, he would quietly depart. Fu Yunma's gaze fell, his long eyelashes concealing the tumultuous emotions brewing within. Ruoshi, savoring a lollipop, sensed something amiss. Today's candy lacked sweetness. Perhaps it was due to the little fellow's troubled spirit that she had lost her appetite for it. She harbored a premonition that he was certainly concealing something from her. Before bed, I am headed to the holding room. Would you like to join me? Fu Yunma eagerly nodded and followed closely behind. Suddenly, Ruoshi came to a halt, and Fu Yunma, unable to stop in time, collided with her, his solid chest striking her nape. Ruoshi felt slightly dazed from the impact and crouched down, exclaiming softly. Fu Yunma quickly extended his hand to assist her, inadvertently revealing the bruise on his wrist. Little diva, I'm sorry. Are you all right? As his hand reached out, Ruoshi seized his wrist firmly, her gaze fixed upon the bruise, the dark lines swirling ominously around it. With an icy tone, she inquired, "What is this?" Fu Yunma attempted to withdraw his hand, but Ruoshi's grip was unyielding, leaving him no opportunity to conceal the truth. "It's nothing, just a minor accident while cooking. It will heal in a couple of days." Upon realizing he still refused to be truthful, Ruoshi felt a mix of anger and amusement. Who gets a bruise and has something living sprout beside it? In her agitation, Fu Yunma instinctively jerked his hand away. Perhaps I hit it a bit too hard. Yet, Ruoshi's expression grew increasingly frigid as she scrutinized Fu Yunma's face, her gaze deepening. For she had distinctly observed that at the moment the little fellow's emotions surged. His eyes were not crimson, but instead sprouted numerous dark strands. This was an ominous sign of zombification. When had he been infected? Could it have been during their last outing for trade, when she had asked Fu Yunma to wait inside? Yet he had followed her outside and been injured by a zombie? When I asked you to wait at the basement door, did you come out to find me? Fu Yunma quickly denied it. I obediently stayed inside. Ruoshi, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, demanded sharply, "Then how did you contract the zombie virus?" Fu Yunma stood in stunned silence, wanting to struggle against the truth, but ultimately surrendering. He sighed, turning his head away, unable to meet Ruoshi's gaze. "How did you know?" Ruoshi could not bear to tell him that his appearance was already undergoing changes, so she resorted to deception. "I'm guessing," she replied. "So how exactly did the infection occur? Speak the truth." Fu Yunma replied weakly, "Perhaps it happened accidentally while researching the virus. I really don't know." Ruoshi delved into her memories. That day, when she rescued Chen Xuanbei and handed him an apple from the car, she had indeed seen a tall figure in the corner, which resembled a human rather than a zombie. "On the day I went out to save someone, you emerged. I saw you," she teased Fu Yunma. At this juncture, Fu Yunma decided to confess everything, his smile tinged with bitterness. "You went out alone to rescue someone. How could I just stay at home waiting for your return? What if you encountered danger out there?" However, he encountered that group of zombies, yet they did not harm him. Instead, they surrounded him for a while before veering away. Ruoshi was taken aback. What? Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend. The zombies, upon seeing Fu Yunma, did not attack but encircled him, sparking an absurd hypothesis within her. In this lifetime, Fu Yunma had nearly perished twice, both times saved by her. But what about the last life? If no one had saved him then, Fu Yunma would have long been dead. The one who lived on was Fu Yunhai, who had assumed Fu Yunma's identity. Thus, could it be that the esteemed leader of the future apocalypse, the legendary hero who merged multiple bases and garnered widespread admiration, would be Fu Yunhai? Ruoshi felt on the brink of madness with this conjecture. Therefore, even though she had saved Fu Yunma twice, could she still not alter the fate that had destined him to die and become a zombie? Ruoshi would rather believe that Fu Yunma had merely been infected by the zombie virus in the laboratory, as that would still leave room for redemption. Fu Yunma, the little rascal, called her name several times without receiving a response. Ruoshi lifted her head, an overwhelming sense of loss engulfing her, as if she were adrift in an endless ocean without purpose. Anxiety, restlessness, and sorrow swirled within her. "Xiao Fuzai, I feel like having a drink." Without hesitation, Fu Yunma turned to fetch the alcohol. All right, just wait for me. Whatever Ruashi desired, even if it was mentioned casually, Fu Yunma would take it to heart, diligently fulfilling her wishes with remarkable efficiency. Ruashi had merely drafted an experimental research report, and upon exiting, she was greeted by an exquisite spread of red wine and gourmet dishes on the dining table, enhanced by the flickering candlelight, which was already enchanting. Yet, instead of sitting down, Ruashi pulled out numerous roses and arranged them in the living room. The fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air, exuding a vibrant vitality. Ruashi could already sense that due to Fu Yunma's presence, her abilities were on the verge of awakening. She merely needed a catalyst. Fu Yunma emerged with Ruashi's favorite garlic and spicy crayfish, accompanied by a simmering hot pot. Upon seeing the room filled with stunning roses, he paused momentarily. He and the little rascal shared an unspoken understanding, a tacit connection that had formed unknowingly over time. Even in silence, they could discern each other's thoughts. This is also the reason why Fu Yunma often tilts his head, unable to face Ruashi. Yet he knows that every time he gazes into Ruashi's eyes, he only perceives what the little drama queen wishes him to see. Her true thoughts will forever remain concealed beneath the surface. After all this time, he still fails to comprehend her essence. Is the little drama queen preparing to abandon him? Fear not, for this is a sweet romance, devoid of excessive heartache. There may be a hint of anguish, as a touch of bittersweetness is indeed delightful. Chapter 45. Out of control, Ruashi uncorked the red wine and poured it into glasses. Why are you still dawdling? Sit down and drink. We shall not cease until we are intoxicated. Fu Yunma felt an inexplicable urge to laugh and playfully interjected, last time. I wonder which little fool drank the first cup and passed out. Ruashi paused, her displeasure evident as she pouted. You talk too much. Drink up. You go first this time. You barely drank last time. Perhaps aware of the impending infection from the zombie virus, Fu Yunma grew increasingly audacious. All right. After downing several cups, he continued to indulge. Ruashi, momentarily stunned, halted her chopsticks for the hot pot. I didn't expect you to drink so well. The wretched competitive spirit surged within her, and she grabbed her glass, pouring it down her throat. Yet, after just a sip, she set it down again. Last time, she had succumbed to intoxication while Fu Yunma remained sober, taking advantage of her state. This time, however, Fu Yunma, having consumed several bottles, displayed no signs of inebriation, as if he were merely sipping water. Ruashi, suspicious, picked up the red wine and scrutinized its alcohol content, doubting whether they had mistakenly chosen the wrong bottle. Upon inspection, she realized, to her astonishment, they had indeed erred. They had taken a higher proof white liquor, a staggering 60 degrees. Turning to Fu Yunma, she regarded him as if he were a peculiar creature. Yet, this creature continued to pour the fiery liquor into himself, oblivious to moderation. Ruashi hastened to him, snatching the glass from his grasp. Stop drinking. You're risking your life. Fu Yunma tilted his head back, his gaze dazed and unfocused, laughing with abandon, evoking an inexplicable tenderness within her. As was her custom, Ruashi ran her fingers through his hair, gently tousling it. Thus, Fu Yunma leaned against her, grinning foolishly in silence. The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow, and the once closed rosebuds had blossomed significantly. The living room appeared breathtaking. Yet Ruashi found herself devoid of the desire to appreciate its beauty. The stillness was as profound as ever. Unexpectedly, it was Fu Yunma who broke the silence, his voice quivering slightly. Little drama queen, will you abandon me? Ruashi straightened her back, her entire being gradually stiffening. She swallowed hard, her throat constricting, and replied, No. As long as you do not forsake me, I shall never abandon you. This phrase was what Fu Yunma had once told her at the onset of their relationship. She never anticipated that she would now echo those very words back to him. What had her response been when he first uttered that statement? It seemed so distant now. Some of it had faded from her memory. Yet she recalled, but I will enact cold violence to compel you to cast me away. Fu Yunma chuckled to himself, his voice husky, as he raised his gaze to meet Ruashi's. In that moment, Ruashi's breath caught in her throat, akin to a fish gasping for air, desperately trying to struggle but realizing, upon regaining her senses, that she could neither fight nor needed to. She recalled her previous response, but I will resort to cold violence to force you away. Now, Fu Yunma echoed those very words back to her. Regret washed over Ruashi as she lamented the foolishness of her past statement. How heartbroken and despondent Xiao Fuzi must have felt upon hearing such a reply. Ruashi lifted her head, only to find that despite her efforts to remain composed, her fingers trembled uncontrollably, mirroring the collapse of her emotions spiraling in an uncontrollable direction. Fu Yunma chuckled lightly, remarking that after knowing her for so long, this was the first time he witnessed her lose control. He had not anticipated that it would occur after he had transformed into a zombie. It was rather unfortunate. I find great pleasure in seeing you lose your composure. It is in those moments that I believe you love me the most, he mused, oblivious to her turmoil. Ruashi gazed at him, her once impassive expression gradually unraveling. Vitality blooming on her face like a rose in full bloom. Her countenance was painted with sorrow and deep affection, yet there was an overwhelming sense of determination. Suddenly, she pinched Fu Yunma's chin, lifting it slightly. Under his incredulous gaze, she leaned in. In that instant, all her facades crumbled, and her emotions poured forth uncontrollably. At that moment, she understood her heart better than anyone else. She loved Fu Yunma. She would never abandon him, even if it required every ounce of her strength. She would protect him and Rabbit without fail. Her long lashes fluttered, and perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, both were enveloped in a warm, soft haze. Their love entwined, reminiscent of savoring ice cream, needing to be relished slowly, time and again. Ruashi's hands entwined around Fu Yunma's neck as she leaned against him. Fu Yunma stood up, moving slowly against the wall, only to inadvertently trip over a nearby potted plant. The commotion stirred Rabbit from slumber, expressing its displeasure with cries. Yet the two remained oblivious, lost in their own world. After a while, Rabbit tired from its wailing, rolling over with a bottle in its grasp. Still murmuring its first coherent words in slumber, "Keep going." Ruashi awoke first, surveying the disarray of the room, shaking her head in exasperation. She urged Fu Yunma to drink less, but he stubbornly insisted on pouring more alcohol into his mouth. Now, he was inebriated late into the night. Exhausted Ruashi, her dark circles prominent, slowly rose. However, just as she stood, Fu Yunma pulled her back into his embrace, murmuring softly, though she could not discern his words. Feeling a twinge of discomfort from his grasp, she shot him a glare and struggled for a while before finally extricating herself from his hold. She opened her computer, her mind filled with thoughts, though not in abundance. Standing by the bedside, she called out to Fu Yunma several times, only to find him sleeping as soundly as a log, rolling over to continue his slumber. Ruaxi rolled her eyes gracefully, estimating that Fu Yunma would not awaken until the afternoon, much like the last time. The little rabbit's milk must have been finished. She needed to prepare more for it. Ruaxi retrieved the formula and clumsily prepared the milk, this time measuring just the right amount, a commendable improvement. The exquisitely crafted little rabbit clung to the playpen, hugging its bottle and smiling joyfully. Watching the rabbit, Ruaxi couldn't help but smile with rare contentment, for usually when she played with the rabbit, it either involved teasing it or provoking it to tears. Then the rabbit would turn its back to her, arms crossed, puffed up in indignation, often ignoring her for the entire day. Raising a child brought its own pleasures, though Fu Yunma seemed less than joyful. Nearly every night, he was kept awake by the rabbit's cries, having to change its diapers, and when it caught a cold and vomited, he would spend the entire night in companionship. As Ruaxi sat beside the rabbit, she reflected on Fu Yunma's sacrifices over this period, her heart heavy with guilt. Suddenly, while the rabbit sipped from its bottle, its delicate brows arched in curiosity, its gaze carrying a hint of mischief. Ruaxi? Chapter 46. Joyful Hot Pot. The rabbit fixated its eyes on Ruaxi, clutching its large bottle. Its expression somewhat peculiar. It slowly extended a small hand, wishing to touch Ruaxi's face, but she deftly evaded. Ruaxi merely took it as the child's playful antics, not pondering it further. Taking a bite of chocolate to stave off hunger, she made her way to the lounge, needing to meet Fu Yunhai. If Fu Yunhai truly was the future overlord of the apocalypse, he would become a hero revered by many. Keeping him confined would not bode well should an emergency arise. The uncertainty loomed large. Passing by a small dark room, Ruaxi paused at the door. This room housed Fu Yuhan and his 5 companions. Remembering Fu Yuhan, she realized that she had not checked on them in several days. It had been Fu Yunma caring for them all this time, and she wondered how they were faring. Feeling a surge of curiosity, she entered. Fu Yuhan, leaning against the wall in a dejected state, suddenly perked up upon hearing movement. His eyes widened in uncontainable joy upon seeing her. Xiaoxi, this game is utterly dull. Uncle and aunt are getting on in years. Their health is frail. They cannot endure such torment. Please, let me out, all right? He spoke gently, as if every word was for Ruoxi's benefit. Ma Lisu chimed in, Sister, I know you dislike me, but if you wish to punish me, do so alone. Spare my father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother. After all, they are your elders. The two began to rally, and soon the four elderly individuals joined in the cacophony, creating quite the uproar. What an ungrateful wretch. You have the servants bring food daily. Yet there are no vegetables. Do you wish to choke your father to death? Moreover, what have you arranged for us, and why have you confined us? Ruoxi impatiently dug at her ear, her tone frosty as if addressing a stranger. Be quiet, or I shall not extend the same kindness to you as I have to him. She cast a glance at the 6 individuals, their spirits seemingly quite buoyant. Oh, how surprising that Fu Yunma has shown restraint and even provided them with food. It was laughable. She had offered Fu Yunhai and Bai Jingjing merely a bun each per day. Providing them with sustenance was already a luxury. How could they dare to be picky? As if on a holiday? Fu Yuan, sensing his presence overlooked, spoke with displeasure. You claim Fu Yunma treats us well? Huh, you truly lack discernment. Behind your back. He withholds water from us, has struck me, and insulted me. Fu Yuan began to recount his grievances against Fu Yunma, incessantly chattering. So, why have you allied yourself with Fu Yunma? Has he coerced you into this? Deep down, do you not wish to rescue us? If you are being threatened, just blink. Ruoxi, unwilling to engage in conversation with the dim-witted, found a chair, sat down, and took out some chocolate to nibble on. Melissuo's eyes, filled with malice, darted around. Jealousy distorting her features. She was supposed to be her parents' favorite daughter. She and Brother Fu were meant to be true love. She should be the one enjoying chocolate at that moment. Why did Ruoxi have the privilege of sitting there in peace? Over the past few days, she had tried to entice Fu Yunma at every opportunity, yet despite employing all her wiles, he had scarcely acknowledged her. She could not fathom what sorcery Ruoxi had employed to command the attention of such a handsome man. Melissuo smiled sweetly. Sister, is there something between you and that brother? Her tone carried an inquiring undertone. Fu Yuan had not considered this before, confident in his own allure. After all, Ruoxi would forsake everything for him. However, with Melissuo's insinuation, he became wary. Ruoxi, have you truly adorned me with a green hat? The 6 individuals began to chatter among themselves, creating a cacophony. At that moment, Ruoxi sensed the need to thwart their schemes sooner than anticipated. Leaning against the table, she opened her computer and began to play a game. Soon, unbeknownst to her, Fu Yunma had awakened and brought forth a hot pot, placing it before Ruoxi, steam wafting enticingly. The 6 onlookers stared, their mouths watering. Ever since the apocalypse began, they had subsisted on compressed biscuits. On fortunate days, they might snatch some bread. Never had they encountered a hot pot, especially one that smelled so delectable. Fu Yunma shot them a frosty glare, and the 6 fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Subsequently, he lowered his head, attentively tying a protective cloth around Ruoxi, his breath brushing against her earlobe. A shiver coursed through her, and she shot a furious glare at the instigator. This fellow had known her earlobes were sensitive since last night and had refused to relent, now teasing her in front of so many. Fu Yunma took great delight in Ruoxi's embarrassed demeanor, smiling with pleasure. My dear, enjoy your meal. I shall tend to the baby now. Ruoxi understood that his words were not directed at her, but rather a declaration of possession. How childish. As expected, once Fu Yunma left, Fu Yuhan no longer possessed the audacity he had earlier. Angrily, he approached the cage's edge, pointing his finger at Ruoxi and demanding, Speak quickly. Have you been unfaithful to me? What is this baby he mentioned? After not seeing you for half a year, you haven't been entangled with someone else, have you? A barrage of meaningless accusations ensued while Ruoxi was preoccupied, focused intently on her hot pot, paying no heed to the nonsense. After expending a lifetime's worth of invective, the 4 elders realized that Ruoxi remained indifferent to their tirade. Savoring the delectable aroma of the hot pot lamb, the elders exchanged glances, deciding to adopt a gentler approach. Mother Ru lay weakly in Father Ru's embrace, reminiscing, My daughter, do you recall when I carried you for 10 months? I endured sleepless nights and unbearable pain, longing to leave this world, yet the thought of you kept me going. Ruoxi, without hesitation, interjected, Didn't Grandma say I was a preemie, born after 7 months? Mother Ru was momentarily taken aback, confusion washing over her as she glanced at Elder Zhang. Seeing the situation had escalated, Elder Zhang resorted to deceit, saying, "Perhaps I misremembered." Ruashi took a sip of her sweet milk tea, letting out a contented sigh. The 6 onlookers, watching with envy as they salivated, looked utterly disfigured by jealousy. Their teeth clenched. Ruashi elegantly wiped away her sweat, reminding them that those who do not speak the truth seldom survive the second night. This blatant threat made Elder Zhang grit his teeth in frustration. Could this audacious girl truly dare to harm her? Previously, Ruashi wouldn't have even crushed an ant, fearing to cry for a long time if she did. Quickly bring your grandmother some hot pot. Are you trying to give her a heart attack? After filling her stomach, Ruashi nearly retched at such a revolting remark. Then, with a pleased lift of her brow, she declared, "From now on, each of you shall have 1 bun daily. No more, no less." As she passed by them, she nodded slightly, no need for excessive gratitude. With that, she turned and strode out. Chapter 47. I give you 3 minutes. Elder Zhang realized that Ruashi was not jesting, and panic set in. If she remained silent about the truth, could this girl truly harm her? Wait, let me tell you, we are not your biological parents. We merely adopted you to receive a hefty adoption fee. However, we discovered it was a scam. Ruashi halted, intrigued. "Oh, pray continue." She signaled Elder Zhang to elaborate. Yet, before he could utter another word, she was silenced by Father Ru's hand over her mouth. Clearly, Father Ru wished for her to cease. Ruashi grew weary. If they chose silence, so be it. After all, none within those confines could escape. In her previous life, she had met a tragic end. In this life, she intended to repay her grievances 100-fold. In the corner, Ma Lisu silently observed the silhouette before her, quietly channeling her water-based powers towards Ruashi. Quick dodge. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fu Yuanan instinctively shouted, surprising even himself. Yet, Ruashi had already sensed the impending attack a moment before Ma Lisu launched it, tilting her head and shifting aside. Only a slight mark marred the wall. Ma Lisu gazed at Fu Yuanan in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Fu, why did you warn her? She is the reason we have fallen to such depths." Fu Yuanan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ruashi's neck, where several crimson marks were visible. Were these the marks left by that dog of a man? His expression hardened as he disregarded Ma Lisu, wishing to confront Ruashi, but finding himself restrained. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Seeing their mutual animosity, Ruashi had no inclination to waste time with them. Naturally, she would not let Ma Lisu's sneak attack go unpunished. With a condescending glance, she regarded Ma Lisu as one would a condemned wretch. A slight smile graced her lips. Ma Lisu, a week of fasting. With that, she turned and exited with an air of nonchalance. Ma Lisu, feeling utterly drained and numb, slumped against the wall. Her gaze filled with resentment directed at Fu Yuanan. As for what would transpire next, Ruashi had no interest. However, Ma Lisu's actions had served as a reminder. Those with awakened powers were difficult to control. Measures must be taken to subdue them. Upon her departure, Fu Yuma entered, brandishing a whip that cracked against the wall with a chilling sound. His cold eyes narrowed, and the previously raucous group fell silent, huddling together in the corner. "Please, spare us." Zhang trembled, pleading. Fu Yuma sneered. "The moment you dared to shout at her, you should have foreseen this." Under Fu Yuma's supervision, the construction in the basement progressed steadily. As long as he was present, the others toiled with fervor, fearful of any negligence. Fortunately, the walls were soundproofed. Otherwise, Ruashi would have been driven mad by the noise. Ruashi made her way to the lounge, where Fu Yunhai and Bai Jingjing were confined. In recent days, she had provided them with decent meals, no longer mere buns, but rice. Buns were unsuitable for poisoning. The rice, laced with a slow-acting toxin, ensured that the more they consumed, the swifter their demise. Ruashi meticulously controlled the dosage to time their deaths precisely. Though Fu Yunhai was destined to be a formidable figure in the post-apocalyptic world, what did that concern her? If he perished, so be it. Eventually, greater leaders would emerge in the wasteland. The two, their faces marred and grotesque, trembled at the sounds emanating from the broadcast, their spirits visibly lifted, shaking with anxiety. Ruashi had intended to engage them in conversation, to provoke them a little, but their current state rendered her disinterested. Truly, it was all rather tedious. Thus, Ruaxi chose to venture outside to gather herbs. After all, one cannot remain cooped up indoors during the summer without indulging in a delightful excursion. The surroundings offered an abundance of items, yet she departed empty-handed. As she passed by the door where Fu Yuan and others were confined, she heard their pitiful cries. It seemed that Xiao Fuses was not as merciful as one might think. Upon stepping outside, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Chen Xuanbei, who was stealthily searching for something in the courtyard. Casting a wary glance around to ensure there were no ambushes, Ruoxi retreated to observe Chen Xuanbei from the shadows. Chen Xuanbei searched intently for some time, refusing to relent, and drew ever closer to the entrance of the basement. Initially seated before the surveillance monitor, leisurely savoring ice cream, Ruoxi suddenly noticed that one of the camera feeds had gone dark. Coupled with Chen Xuanbei's suspicious behavior, it became evident that he had discovered someone resided in this courtyard. With a sudden crack, a noise emanated from the entrance to the basement. To her surprise, Chen Xuanbei had uncovered the hidden spot beneath the wooden bed in the courtyard. However, even with the entrance compromised, Ruoxi remained unperturbed, for she was acutely aware that Chen Xuanbei lacked the means to unlock the door. Even if he succeeded, she could activate the self-destruct mechanism. Bombs were buried beneath the wooden cabin, ensuring the destruction of the courtyard should the need arise. This was precisely why she had established several bases. Should one be discovered, she could promptly abandon it for another. After numerous failed attempts to crack the code, Chen Xuanbei had no choice but to retreat and summon reinforcements. It seemed he was determined to penetrate this location at any cost. Meanwhile, Ruoxi enjoyed the cool breeze from the electric fan, with ice cubes placed before it for added refreshment. Only after the ice had completely melted did she proceed to the next step on the control panel. On the other side, Chen Xuanbei glared at the door that resisted all efforts to pry it open, his brow furrowed in frustration. "You have 10 minutes to breach this door." His subordinates wiped the sweat from their brows in compliance. Suddenly, a screen illuminated on the door, displaying a message: "There are bombs buried beneath the courtyard. I grant you only 3 minutes to vacate this premises." The countdown commenced immediately. At the mention of explosives, panic ensued among his subordinates. "Young master, what shall we do? Bombs are no trifling matter." Yet, Chen Xuanbei was not deterred. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated. "Ignore it. Continue prying the door." None dared to heed his command, instead retreating several steps, intent on escaping. Chen Xuanbei, incensed by their cowardice, bellowed, "You imbeciles! In such a small courtyard, how could I possibly have planted a bomb underground?" One subordinate timidly suggested, "What if there is another exit underground?" Chen Xuanbei's expression darkened, and silence fell among them. Tentatively, his subordinates inquired, "So, young master, shall we leave or not? Only half a minute remains." With his lips pressed tightly together, Chen Xuanbei felt a twinge of reluctance. Retreat. No sooner had he spoken than they dashed towards the exit. Just as they crossed the threshold of the courtyard, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending the entire wooden cabin soaring into the air. Flames spread rapidly, engulfing everything in their path. Chen Xuanbei furrowed his brows, unable to believe that the bomb was real. This was dire. It would attract zombies. "We must flee." Chapter 48. Fu Yunhai's ambush. At that moment, Ruoxi had already returned to the main basement and sealed off the abandoned underground passage. Watching the hurried figure of Chen Xuanbei escape on the surveillance monitor, Ruoxi felt a twinge of boredom. But how did Chen Xuanbei know about the basement and the cameras? Sipping her milk tea, she connected the dots to Fu Yunhai. When Fu Yuan and the others were imprisoned, they were thoroughly searched, yet no locator was found. As the overlord of the apocalypse in her previous life, Fu Yunhai was certainly not as simple as he appeared. He must be hiding something. Ruoxi abruptly stood up, nearly dropping her milk tea. The echoing sound of squeaks from the empty corridor was the unmistakable cry of the groundhog tethered at the door. A groundhog would never make such a raucous sound upon seeing a familiar face, which meant Ruoxi remained calm and swiftly approached the surveillance room door, locking it securely. She leisurely took a few more sips of her milk tea, suddenly craving durian. At the entrance to her space, 2 durian trees stood sentinel, bearing hundreds of fresh, ripe durians. She retrieved the largest durian, slightly opening it, but the incision was not large, about 10 pounds. If her intuition served her correctly, Fu Yunhai had already devised a way to escape. Wait, little Fuzai seemed to still be supervising Fu Yuan and the others in the confinement room. Damn it. The color drained from Ruoxi's face, and she suddenly found her milk tea unappealing. Without hesitation, she wrapped the durian in newspaper and dashed out. Sure enough, A menacing Fu Yunhai was crouched at the confinement room door, prying at the lock with something in his hands. Ruashi instinctively thought of little Fuzai inside. She could not allow any harm to come to him. As Fu Yunhai managed to pry the lock open, Ruashi stepped forward, raising the durian high, ready to strike. However, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Fu Yunma was descending from the room. It turned out little Fuzai was not in the confinement room. Ruashi sighed in relief and made several gestures, signaling him to hide. At the moment Fu Yunhai turned his head, Fu Yunmo received the message and concealed himself beneath the staircase. Fu Yunhai, seeing no one, flashed a dark glimmer in his eyes. Although the door was ajar, he did not enter. After creating a slight opening, he suddenly turned, pressing against the door, scanning left and right with great caution. Fortunately, Ruashi had already hidden in the surveillance room and remained unseen. The last time she had encountered Fu Yunhai, she had worn a mask of Mary Sue. This time, she retrieved a pig gelatin mask from her space, donned it, and changed her attire, ensuring her appearance was completely transformed. The reason she concealed her true identity from Fu Yunhai was simple. She intended to confine the 8 individuals together in the future. If these 8 shared an overly close bond, they might very well devise a cunning escape plan. She devised subtle tactics to disturb their hearts, sowing discord and animosity among them. At present, she remained unaware of the dangers concealed within Fu Yunhai, beyond the blades he wielded. In the surveillance footage, Fu Yunhai glanced around suspiciously before turning back and loosening his grip. In that very moment, as if connected by an unspoken bond, Ruashi and Fu Yunma both sprang forth and seized Fu Yunhai. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Fu Yunhai swung his weapon wildly, and Ruashi, positioned closest to him, bore the brunt of his fury, sustaining several cuts that oozed crimson blood. She noticed the blood-stained trousers of Fu Yunhai and pondered darkly if he had indeed murdered his own mother. Fu Yunma restrained Fu Yunhai, locking his arms, while Ruashi produced handcuffs to secure him. This time, not only were his hands bound, but his feet too, rendering his steps mere shuffles. The brief commotion concluded swiftly. Fu Yunhai glared intently at Ruashi's retreating figure, and under Fu Yunma's grip, he unexpectedly awakened his wood-based abilities. Vines erupted from the walls, extending toward Ruashi with relentless vigor. Impudent wretch! Fu Yunma kicked Fu Yunhai away and rushed forward to shield Ruashi from the impending attack. The vines pierced through Fu Yunma's chest, creating a gory wound. His once clear gaze became clouded, and he staggered, slowly sliding down the wall. Delightedly, I saved you this time, he mused. Now, you owe me a life, while I owe you two. Can you love me wholeheartedly, even if it's just half of the affection I bear for you? Yet, the agony from his wound silenced the latter part of his thought. Fu Yunhai, battered and bleeding, struck the wall in anguish, then decisively turned and fled, vanishing swiftly into the depths of the underground passage. Ruashi stood in shock, supporting the faltering Fu Yunma, utterly at a loss. I will fetch a medical kit. You wait for me. Fu Yunma grasped her hand, imploring, do not leave me. Ruashi, trembling, crouched down, her gaze cast low, at a loss for words. Yet, she remained by his side while his body lay grievously injured. Helplessly, she watched the one she cherished fall before her, sacrificing himself to save her. She could not rescue him. Suddenly, a sharp sting coursed through her arm. Ruashi slowly lifted her head, only to find Fu Yunma, who had seemed near death, now fervently drinking from her wound, drawing her blood. Like a heartbroken puppy, Fu Yunma licked her hand with an insatiable thirst, cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, his eyes glistening as if he had been wronged. She had forgotten that little Fuzi had transformed into a zombie and was not in immediate peril of death. With a sudden pull, Ruashi felt a jolt of irritation. She nearly reflexively struck Fu Yunma in response. He blinked innocently, playing the part of a guiltless creature, moving from one wound to another, like a true addict. Seeing him in such a state, Ruashi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, contemplating whether to strike him a couple of times, yet fearing for his core. In the corner, Fu Yunma sat against the wall, while Ruashi leaned over, her left hand propped against the wall, her legs straddling him. They maintained this position for an indeterminate duration, to the point where Ruashi's arms began to numb, as if her very essence was being drained. Yet Fu Yunma showed no sign of ceasing. Ruashi's frustration peaked. Xiao Fuzi, if you continue to drain me, I shall be quite vexed. To her astonishment, Fu Yunma stubbornly replied, I will not. The little imp was now genuinely upset. Since she was already incensed, she decided to follow through with her displeasure. She straightened up, firmly pressing her left hand against Fu Yunma's taut jaw, finally separating his mouth from her hand. If she didn't manage to break free, she felt as though she would be completely drained, and in the end, it would be her demise rather than his. Fu Yunma tilted his head back, his voice soft and even slightly petulant. Do you find me distasteful? Chapter 49. An explosive revelation. Shi, with no other choice, released her grip on Fu Yunma's jaw and leaned against the wall to rise. Since Xiao Fuzi seemed unharmed, she needed to address the aftermath concerning Fu Yunhai. However, Fu Yunma was not about to let her go easily. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, nuzzling his furry head against her. Shi forcefully pressed down on his restless head, violently loosening his grip, and successfully stood upright. Stay still, or else I shall strike you. Fu Yunma complied, settling down obediently. His previously gaping chest began to heal, new flesh sprouting within a minute, with dark lines visibly tracing the surface of his skin. Her gaze drifted downward to his tantalizing abdomen, prompting Shi to clear her throat twice and turn away. Change your clothes first. Fu Yunma's handsome face flushed with heat. After all, they were like an old married couple, yet he still felt shy. She retorted defiantly, You should take a look in the mirror at that flushed face of yours before mocking me. As soon as her words left her lips, she turned on her heel and walked away, not bothering to assist Fu Yunma to his feet. He slumped on the ground, pulling out a small mirror to scrutinize his visage, realizing indeed that he appeared quite flushed. Upon this realization, his face reddened even more, as if it might explode. In the next moment, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Staring intently at his reflection, the whites of his eyes were riddled with dark lines, rendering him more grotesque than a machine. The more his emotions surged, the more the dark lines multiplied, yet they vanished completely once he calmed down. Would the little imp find him repulsive in this ghastly state? Shi entered the chamber where Fu Yunhai had imprisoned Bai Jingjing, discovering Bai Jingjing lifeless on the floor, a knife lodged in her chest, with a pool of blood nearby. The cage had been violently dismantled, even the alarm system rendered inoperative. It appeared Fu Yunhai had awakened a dual ability, showcasing remarkable talent. With just a touch from Fu Yunma, one could awaken a unique power. Indeed, he was destined to become a formidable figure in the future. Shi, surprisingly, did not feel bitter. She was quite content with herself. After scrutinizing the corridor more closely and following the trail of blood, she gradually arrived at the exit of a courtyard. Clearly, Fu Yunhai had managed to escape. She clenched her fists, only to abruptly release them. Finding a spot to sit, she took out the durian she had initially prepared, feeling somewhat disheartened. Alas, she had intended to use Fu Yunhai's head to crack the durian, but now that he had fled, she regretted not acting sooner. In a fit of vexation, she hurled the durian to the ground, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. She collected the fragments onto a plate and began to savor the fruit's exquisite flavor. Why did Fu Yunhai choose to break free just as Qin Xuanbei arrived? Firstly, it was inconceivable that they had conspired together, as Fu Yunhai had no means to communicate with the outside world. Suddenly, she tapped her head in realization. The courtyard Qin Xuanbei had found was precisely the one where she had abducted Fu Yunhai and where he had vanished. Thus, did Qin Xuanbei and Fu Yunhai share an acquaintance? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Outside the door, Qin Xuanbei approached with a serious demeanor, yet saw nothing amiss. Are you certain there are no bombs inside? Having been terrified by the explosion a few hours prior, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fu Yunhai, reclining in a chair, narrowed his piercing eyes, making the scars on his face appear even more menacing. I cannot be sure. However, my mother and I were both disfigured by that woman. I managed to escape, but my mother was brutally murdered by that wicked creature. Shi frowned, dismissing his words with a practiced nonchalance. It seemed she had experience in deflecting blame. Qin Xuanbei pressed his lips together, contemplating the reliability of Fu Yunhai's claims. Show me. Is she the woman in question? A strong premonition washed over Qin Xuanbei. This woman might be the same one involved in the previous hostage exchange. One of his subordinates produced a photograph, revealing Shi's image, though it was unclear when it had been taken. In the picture, Shi appeared striking and composed, focused on driving, embodying both beauty and resilience. Although her complexion was fair, she exuded a sense of vitality. Fu Yunhai was captivated at first glance. Ruoshi, unperturbed, leisurely savored the durian, even preparing a durian pizza in the air fryer. After all, Fu Yunhai had never seen her true visage. She remained confident in her disguise. Enchanted by her beauty, Fu Yunhai's heart raced wildly, as if he had fallen for this woman he had never met. It's not her. Qin Xuanbei frowned deeply, astonished that it was indeed not her. Why did he feel a tinge of disappointment? Show me other photographs. His subordinate then displayed images of Fu Yuhan and 5 others. Fu Yunhai's gaze immediately fixated on a photo of Ma Lisu. His pupils constricted in shock, as if he had encountered a monster. It's her. That woman, cold-hearted and despicable. She deserves to die. It was evident he was vehemently resistant to seeing Ma Lisu's photograph. Qin Xuanbei signaled his subordinates to put away the photographs. Yet his brow remained furrowed. One of his men could not help but inquire. Her name is Ma Lisu. My impression is that she is a frail woman. Are you certain you have not mistaken her? Fu Yunhai fervently nodded. It is indeed she who caused my disfigurement. Ma Lisu. Even if she were to turn to ashes, I would recognize her. Within the monitoring room, Ruoshi took a bite of durian pizza, savoring the unfolding drama with delight, akin to indulging in a series while snacking. The intention behind her impersonation of Ma Lisu was to sow discord among them in the basement, yet by a twist of fate, she inadvertently turned Ma Lisu into a shield. Nevertheless, such details were of little consequence. Having finished my meal, it is time to conclude this affair. Ruoshi wiped her mouth clean, letting out a satisfied burp before departing. She retrieved the detonation button for the bomb. Farewell, my erstwhile trading partner Qin Xuanbei. How unfortunate that you crossed paths with the fool Fu Yunhai. I saved your life last time. Consider this a reclamation. Meanwhile, Qin Xuanbei stood on the ground, an unsettling sensation gnawing at him. This intense feeling grew more pronounced with each passing moment. The organization's healing specialist was tending to Fu Yunhai's wounds, and all seemed normal around them. Yet, Qin Xuanbei felt an inexplicable anxiety and a premonition of impending misfortune. With his nails digging painfully into his palm, he snapped to attention, abruptly raising his head and sprinting towards the courtyard, commanding everyone, evacuate immediately. His subordinates were initially taken aback, struggling to comprehend. But with their master's orders, they had no choice but to comply and hurriedly followed suit. Although Fu Yunhai was reluctant, knowing he would rely on Qin Xuanbei in the future, he activated his intelligent wheelchair and followed behind. Just 3 seconds remained when the intelligent screen above the door illuminated, displaying the final countdown. Only those at the back caught sight of the timer, but it was too late for them to react. Chapter 50. Let me explain. A tremendous explosion erupted from behind, sending Qin Xuanbei hurtling through the air and crashing to the ground, his mind buzzing. Fortunately, he sustained minimal injuries, merely suffering from temporary ringing in his ears. Fu Yunhai, following closely behind, was propelled from his wheelchair, entangled in a tree, his clothing torn by branches, reopening his recently healed wounds. Fu Yunhai, in disbelief, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Qin Xuanbei approached him with an air of calm. Having endured 2 explosions, he had grown accustomed to the chaos. Yet, the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. He had narrowly escaped death. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. With a stern expression, he ordered, "We must return to the base. The sound of the explosion will attract zombies. And this is no safe place." His subordinates hesitated, "But we have several brothers still inside. Should we not retrieve their bodies?" Qin Xuanbei replied coolly, "Will bringing back their corpses serve any purpose? Burying them is an alternative." Casting aside such a callous remark, he took his place in the driver's seat. "Hurry up. Don't waste time." His subordinate glanced at the yard reduced to ruins, gritting his teeth, yet ultimately climbed into the vehicle. "We will capture the mastermind and spare no mercy." Fu Yunhai felt a deep-seated resentment. The dismissal gnawed at his insides. His fists clenched tightly, nails embedding into his palms, blood trickling down. Yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain. Noticing Fu Yunhai's sluggishness in getting into the car, Qin Xuanbei honked twice, his expression growing increasingly frigid. The initial intention of rescuing this Fu was to harness the technology within his mind, to exploit it for his own endeavors, to develop the desired innovations. Yet, the actions of this Fu had proven to be exceedingly foolish. Fu Yunhai felt provoked, slamming the car door shut and turning his head away. Unwilling to engage with Qin Xuanbei, the harm inflicted upon Xiao Fuji was far from sufficient punishment. Ruoshi clapped her hands. unwilling to let Fu Yunhai off the hook so easily, and tidied up the mess as she exited the surveillance room. She noticed Fu Yunma still sprawled on the ground, unmoving, and her heart skipped a beat. Hurrying over, she checked for his breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. It seemed he had merely fallen asleep. En Ruo, she prepared to leave. Fu Yunma reached out to grasp her hand. Don't go, please. Ruo, she was at a loss for words. It was so cold on the ground. Why was he lying there expecting her company? Get up. Fu Yunma pouted, a hint of grievance in his tone. Oh, little drama queen, I'm not feeling well. He clutched his chest as he spoke, his face pale and weak. Had she not just checked his breath, which was undeniably steady, she might have been convinced. Ruo, she brushed aside Fu Yunma's hand, removing the pig-shaped mask to reveal her true appearance. Fu Yunma gazed at her face, grinning foolishly. You look better now. You were so ugly just a moment ago. Ruo, she nodded. His observation was indeed accurate. Thus, she rewarded Fu Yunma with an embrace, pulling him up and holding him for a moment, gently patting his shoulder. They clung to each other, seeking comfort. Ruo, she had truly been frightened. She was terrified that Fu Yunma might have sacrificed himself to save her. If that had occurred, she would have carried the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Eventually, it was the alarm clock that separated them, Fu Yunma reluctantly releasing Ruo, she's waist as the clock indicated it was time for the rabbit to be fed. Ruo, she waved her hand. You go feed the rabbit. I will prepare the meal. Fu Yunma looked at her, as if he had seen a ghost. You cook? Ruo, she stood tall with confidence. Of course. Otherwise, you won't manage. Her confidence stemmed from discovering a marvelous air fryer, capable of cooking a variety of dishes. A simple dinner would suffice, sandwiches with meat, egg, lettuce, and tomatoes, along with pancakes. Fu Yunma hesitated for a moment, eyeing Ruo, but upon seeing her assured expression, he ultimately believed her. Very well, remember to add less salt, and wait for the water to boil before adding it. Ruo, hurriedly urged Fu Yunma, I know. You go feed the baby. The little bunny is almost starving. Fu Yunma turned back repeatedly, laden with questions, as he descended to the first level of the basement. Once Fu Yunma was finally sent off, Ruo, entered the holding chamber and activated the automatic switch, allowing the body of Bai Jingjing to be mechanically transported away, eventually to be disposed of on the mountain. In another holding room, upon seeing Ruo enter, Fu Yuan stood up joyfully, seeking reconciliation. Xiao, please don't be angry. It was my mistake. I was so caught up in work that I neglected your feelings. But I did it for our future home. Please, let me explain. Ruo, took a bite of chocolate, seemingly indifferent, as she inspected the system in the holding chamber for any issues. After completing her checks, she turned to leave with a sense of duty. Her children's father awaited the meal she had prepared. Fu Yuan shouted, You cannot possibly forget me. If you didn't still have feelings for me, why would you imitate Xiao Su's style and wear a white dress? You clearly prefer red. You are definitely jealous. Listen to me, my relationship with Xiao Su is purely platonic. I view her as your sister, and that's why I care for her. Please don't misunderstand. Ruo's figure stiffened at his words. To Fu Yuan, it seemed he had guessed correctly, and he continued, I didn't know you disliked Xiao Su or your parents, which is why I got close to them. Now that I understand, I will sacrifice for you. Suddenly, Ruo raised her hand, applauding, and turned back with a smile, exuding an air of beauty and dominance, her every gesture imbued with allure. Even clad in white, her commanding and captivating presence could not be masked. Fu Yuan's breath caught, his eyes fixed intensely on Ruo. Ma Lisu slumped against the wall, having endured several lashes that left her looking battered, her lips chapped and peeling. Yet, her gaze towards Ruo was devoid of pretense, sharp and venomous with jealousy. Ha ha ha, are you satisfied now, sister? You've taken what rightfully belonged to me. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Can you sleep peacefully at night? Ruo looked down at Ma Lisu with indifference, as if observing a mere ant. In her past life, she had trusted these relatives, only to be betrayed and pushed into a horde of zombies, leaving no trace behind. Ma Lisu had always harbored malice. Her current treatment of Ruo, was merely mild in comparison. With so many hungry souls outside, how many would eagerly work here just for a meal and some peace? It seemed that Ma Lisu had simply grown idle to the point of madness. Chapter 51. Who will wash the dishes? Ma Lisu, your workload doubles tomorrow. You are not permitted to sleep until it is completed or face punishment. Ruo resembled a judge presiding over a court, while Ma Lisu and her companions stood as defendants awaiting their fate. Ma Lisu felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, utterly losing control. You are nothing but a thief. A robber. Standing high outside should clearly be me, yet you have usurped my position. Dear relative, you shall pay for this. Water congealed in the air and surged towards Ruoshi. Unperturbed, Ruoshi merely smiled and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the water that had been aimed at her changed course and surged towards Fu Yuan. Reacting swiftly, Fu Yuan crouched down to evade it, but Ma Lisu, unfortunately, bore the brunt, becoming drenched by the very water conjured by her own ability. The salinity of the water was alarmingly high, akin to sprinkling salt upon a wound. Not only Ma Lisu, but Fu Yuan and the others were left astonished. Xiaoxi, what ability did you just utilize? They were bewildered, having never encountered such a skill capable of manipulating objects. A chill crept over them. In truth, Ruoshi herself was unaware of how her powers awakened. Perhaps it was due to her frequent interactions with Fu Yunma. While moving items, she suddenly discovered her immense strength, able to shift objects with mere thought, without needing to touch them directly. Little Fuzi truly is a treasure. Although she had been chastised by Fu Yunma numerous times, they dared not raise their voices too much. Yet they could not help but whisper among themselves. With their own safety at stake, who had the capacity to care for Ma Lisu's feelings, her wounds, or her drenched garments? Ma Lisu's expression cracked, turning grotesque in an instant. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. Fu Yunma, who had been indifferent towards her these past few days, crouched down to dry her face and assist her to her feet. In that fleeting moment, Ma Lisu's heart fluttered, nearly leaping from her chest. Fu Yuan possessed such deeply affectionate eyes, devoid of any pretense, even when gazing at a pig. His expression remained tender. Yet, despite this, Ma Lisu found herself captivated. Ruoshi chuckled disdainfully. Perhaps this was why Ma Lisu had long harbored feelings for Fu Yuan, yearning to snatch him from Ruoshi's grasp. To merely gaze at the surface. One cannot attain a fulfilling love, dear sister. Perhaps Ma Lisu felt a twinge of jealousy and began to murmur again. Ruoshi, disinterested in further banter, stepped outside where Fu Yunma awaited at the door. It was evident that Fu Yunma harbored no fondness for Fu Yuan. Ruoshi felt fatigued. Today's exertion had been considerable. How about you have some bread for dinner? I wish to rest, she suggested. Fu Yunma, helpless, tousled Ruoshi's fluffy hair. I knew it. How could you possibly cook? Let me handle it. What did he mean by that? The playful yet inexperienced Ruoshi felt indignant. Fine. Tonight I shall take charge in the kitchen, and you can just relax and watch television. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and headed for the kitchen. After Ruoshi departed, Fu Yunma's smile gradually faded. He turned to lock the door, casting a significant glance at Fu Yuan. Just a simple gaze. Yet Fu Yuan shuddered, hastily averting his eyes. Ultimately, Ruoshi conceded, for she had no knowledge of cooking, and Fu Yunma insisted on supervising, fearing she would set the kitchen ablaze. Oh, worry not, it's merely cooking. With a firm push, she expelled Fu Yunma from the kitchen before retrieving the versatile air fryer to commence the preparation of dinner. Half an hour later, Ruoshi curiously observed as Fu Yunma devoured the sandwich she had crafted, wondering if it was indeed as delightful as it appeared. Fu Yunma chewed thoughtfully. Pausing for a brief moment, it was undeniably delicious. Although it was ostensibly a roasted chicken leg sandwich, it emanated a rich aroma of durian. Remarkable. Yet, Ruoshi felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Fu Yunma directly addressed her, inquiring, "Little glutton, why are you sweating? Is it hot in here?" Ruoshi hastily shook her head, dabbing at her perspiration with a couple of tissue papers. However, Fu Yunma pressed on, "You aren't secretly indulging in durian behind my back, are you? Feeling guilty?" Rendered speechless, Ruoshi nodded slightly, confessing, "I only had a small piece." Fu Yunma opened his mouth to say something, but Ruoshi preempted him. "All right, I confess. I ate a durian that weighed over 10 pounds, so I can't manage dinner now. Besides, I'm feeling a bit dizzy and inclined to sleep." Fu Yunma smiled gently. "So? It seems like it's your turn to do the dishes tonight. Such a little glutton you are." Ruoshi retorted with righteous indignation. "I haven't eaten a thing tonight. You devoured it all. I cooked, so whoever eats should wash the dishes." Fu Yunma, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested, "Why don't we let Bunny decide? Whoever she calls first gets to wash the dishes tonight." Ruoshi turned her head defiantly, dismissing the childish game. "I'm not playing such a silly game." Glancing at Bunny, who was joyfully playing with a ball on the ground, she suddenly wished for her to grow up quickly. But the little one was only 8 months old, far from adulthood. Eventually, Ruashi relented. Fine, it's a deal. Let Bunny decide who washes the dishes tonight. After all, Bunny was usually cared for by Xiao Fuzi, who even fed her milk. Their bond was solid, and she would surely call Xiao Fuzi's name first. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Fu Yunma lifted Bunny into his arms. Ruashi felt as though she had been cleverly outmaneuvered. The most intricate schemes were undoubtedly those of Xiao Fuzi. Nearby, Bunny babbled adorably, standing up only to tumble down again. Go for it, little one. Fu Yunma chuckled softly. I didn't expect our little star to lose so quickly. So tonight, you shall do the dishes. A wager is a wager. Before Ruashi could fully comprehend her defeat, she began to protest. That doesn't count. We hadn't even started. This time, it was her name that was called. Next time, it would surely be Xiao Fuzi. Fu Yunma chuckled with a mixture of amusement and deep affection. All right, if you say it doesn't count, then let the competition officially commence. Ruashi raised an eyebrow in delight, hiding behind the sofa so Bunny wouldn't see her and call her name. Yet, just moments later, Bunny's innocent voice rang out once more, little star. Love you. The overwhelming affection was something Ruashi was not inclined to accept. Gloomily stepping out, she challenged. Why is it only my name being called? Why not yours? What is this I love you? I don't recall teaching her to say that, she mused. Suddenly, she paused, realization dawning upon her. The rabbit had been restless all night, with little Fuzai by her side. Could it be that Fuzai talked in her sleep often? Regardless of the reason, she had lost. Accepting her defeat, she said, You should rest. I'll do the dishes. Chapter 52. Wu Wei's sudden visit. Fu Yunma skillfully picked up the dishes, joking. How could I let you wash the dishes? Go watch television. I'll handle this. Ruashi's eyes lit up. Really? Fu Yunma attempted to ruffle her fluffy hair, but she evaded his touch. Let me ruffle it. If you don't let me, I want to help you with the dishes. Ruashi was so engrossed in their conversation that she didn't notice Fu Yunma's playful affection. She couldn't allow anyone to ruffle her hair. It should be she who ruffled Fu's eyes. Pursing her lips, she feigned seriousness. Are you threatening me? Fu Yunma shook his head while reaching out to touch her head. You are my girlfriend. How could I dare? Given his height advantage, he easily made contact. But as soon as he did, Ruashi swatted his hand away. Turning away, she was visibly upset and chose to ignore him. How could you not dare? She retorted, heading toward her room, determined to escape. But her true intention was to avoid the dishwashing duty. Pretending to be angry, she retreated to her room, ready to lie down. However, she never anticipated that Fu Yunma would block her path, standing there with a look of remorse. I'm sorry. I didn't consider your feelings just now. You can hit or scold me, as long as it makes you feel better. Ruashi silently scoffed. All she wanted was to evade dishwashing and not be patted on the head. Clearing her throat, she said, I forgive you. I'm tired and want to go to my room to rest. Please step aside. Wasn't her tone sufficiently calm? She was definitely not angry and hoped little Fuzai would cease speaking. Ruashi's expression was serious, her doe-like eyes blinking. Trouble? Has the little diva become so upset that she wishes to treat me as a stranger? Fu Yunma felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known better, he wouldn't have been so bold. He should have waited until the little diva was asleep to ruffle her hair. No, he couldn't let her go back. Why not? She questioned, her spirit demanding an answer. Fu Yunma's fingers instinctively tightened, his voice tinged with sorrow. Disputes between couples should be resolved the same day. If a girlfriend was upset, she needed to be comforted immediately, or the bond between them would weaken. So listen to me, little diva. I truly want to ruffle your hair in front of you again. Are you hungry? I can make you a cup of lemon water or a fruitcake. It would be harmless to ruffle your hair while you sleep. For some reason, Ruashi found his reasoning quite sensible, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. However, she truly was not angry. In a calm tone, she insisted, I am not angry. Fu Yunma shook his head, asserting, No, you are angry. Rushi's voice grew increasingly impatient. I am really not angry. Fu Yunma continued to shake his head, his tone becoming more resolute as he denied, You are indeed angry. Rushi exclaimed, I am not angry. She retrieved a packet of spicy strips from the drawer, tearing it open to take a few bites in an attempt to calm herself. However, Fu Yunma approached her, questioning, Didn't you say you were full? Why are you eating again? Rushi bit into another piece, turning her back to him, unwilling to face his handsome yet infuriating visage. At that moment, she had forgotten the initial reason for wanting to retreat to her room. Let me eat my spicy strips in peace. You should keep quiet, she retorted. Fu Yunma confidently replied, I maintain that you are angry. However, the books say that when a girlfriend is upset, one must not let her calm down alone. Regardless of what she says, one should comfort her, lest it affect the relationship. Rushi's emotions were evident on her face as she tossed the remaining spicy strips to Fu Yunma, saying, I can't finish these. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed toward her room. By the time Fu Yunma turned around, she had vanished from sight. All that could be heard was Rushi's voice from within, reminding, Don't forget to wash the dishes. Fu Yunma leaned against the door as Rushi exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, I finally shook him off. After consuming over 10 jin of durian, she felt a bit lightheaded and decided to retire early that night. She checked the surveillance in the control room. It was now 7:30 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. Yet, one of the surveillance cameras revealed a white light drawing closer. Rushi speculated it might be a passing fugitive. However, as she turned around, she spotted a familiar figure. Wu Weigua, Brother Wu? She observed Wu Weigua leading a team toward the small courtyard, conducting a perimeter check before setting up a tent inside the house. Zooming in on the surveillance footage, she noted the tools they carried, shovels and spades for digging. Rushi recalled a news report stating that many bases had discovered methods for subterranean survival, opting to excavate basements and emulate historical tunnel warfare. Could Brother Wu be considering digging a basement here? No, he had personally overseen all the underground projects. Logically, he should know there was already a basement. So why did he not simply find the entrance and figure out how to access it? His entire team comprised about 30 individuals, significantly reduced from before, and within the premises were still a dozen or 20 injured patients, wrapped in bandages. They must have been attacked by zombies and sought refuge here. Each of them bore weary expressions, looking frail, with several clutching their stomachs and curling up in corners. Not one person took out food to eat. They merely poured water or alcohol down their throats when hunger struck. A middle-aged worker approached Wu Weigua, saying, Boss, we only have 5 packs of compressed biscuits left. Should we rest for the night and head up the mountain for food first thing in the morning? The worker, whom Ruashi recognized, was the one who had inquired about opinions on wages upon her return to the country. Previously, his face had been round and amiable, but now he appeared gaunt, reduced to little more than skin and bones, a rather alarming sight. Wu Weigua took a swig of strong liquor, grimacing, lacking the refined and robust demeanor he once possessed. They would discuss matters later. The worker nodded slightly, gazing at the moon in the sky, his eyes devoid of sparkle, only reflecting the weariness wrought by fear and the trials of a crumbling world. Over the past few months, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep, and now he was enduring hunger, subsisting on meager rations of food every 3 days. Wu Weigua pulled out an old mobile phone, and as the worker set up a signal line at the door, he typed a message, the surveillance magnification unable to discern what was written. Suddenly, a notification chimed on Ruashi's phone. Coupled with Wu Weigua's recent actions, she was already prepared for what was to come. Wu Weigua, having fallen into such dire straits, was messaging her for what purpose? Supplies. Wu, where are you now? Before the apocalypse, you mentioned stockpiling quite a bit of supplies. Can we arrange a trade? I can offer firearms in exchange for food. Ruashi furrowed her brows. She currently had ample supplies of both firearms and food, rendering the exchange unnecessary. Yet, should she refuse? Or should she lend a hand to Brother Wu? It seemed that Brother Wu was aware of her continued concealment in the basement and her stockpiles. Yet he had not disclosed this to others, choosing to keep it a secret. He was now desperate enough to seek her assistance, even if it came in the form of a barter for sustenance, rather than a direct demand. Had it been anyone else, they would have banded together to force their way into her basement and seize her supplies. Ruashi hesitated, but ultimately resolved to assist them. After all, Brother Wu had treated her kindly in the past. She owed him at least a favor. She certainly couldn't emerge directly from the basement. They would soon be heading up the mountain in search of food. Thus, she would consider the supplies as a gift from the heavens. Ruashi tidied up, exited through a small courtyard, and made her way to the path leading up the mountain. She dug a hole beneath a large tree growing by a stream and marked it with an arrow, engraving the character for Wu. This way, when they ventured to the mountain in search of food, they would inevitably pass by this stream and discover her mark, unearthing the buried supplies. Once she completed this series of tasks, Ruashi's ears perked up as she heard sounds nearby. Footsteps. Could it be that Brother Wu had ascended the mountain so quickly? With no time for further contemplation, Ruashi hid among the bushes. The footsteps drew nearer, cautious and soft, suggesting only a few individuals were present. Sensing something was amiss, Ruashi realized the newcomers could not be Brother Wu and his companions. They began to converse in hushed tones. "Young master, I distinctly saw that woman slip into this thicket. As a solitary woman, she shouldn't have gone far." Chun Xuanbei wore a solemn expression, nodding his head, feeling an inexplicable anticipation within him. He eagerly awaited the moment he would encounter that woman once more, curious about the expression that would grace her face when she fell into his grasp. Since their last separation, an incessant itch had lingered in his heart. No woman had ever rejected him, as they had always flocked to him willingly. Reflecting on this, he irritably tugged at his shirt and unfastened 2 buttons, exuding an aura of mature allure, a charming robe behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Ruashi observed this scene with a detached demeanor as Chun Xuanbei and his companions swiftly passed by the thicket where she concealed herself. Suddenly, Chun Xuanbei halted, turning back. "Wait." His subordinates, puzzled, inquired about the matter. Chun Xuanbei gestured for silence, then cautiously retraced his steps, straining his ears to discern any sounds. "Someone is coming." Ruashi watched as they concealed themselves in the thicket beside her. Their hiding was far from complete, as they craned their necks, brazenly peering to see who approached. Ruashi remained silent, caught between the urge to laugh and the urge to cry. The newcomers were none other than Wu Weigua and his group, numbering over 30. With about a dozen present, the others likely remained in the courtyard to recuperate from injuries. It was evident that Wu Weigua was a kind-hearted man, as he had not abandoned the wounded but had instead made efforts to care for them. Yet, such benevolence often leads to misfortune. Ruashi felt a twinge of sympathy for Brother Wu. "What is this writing on the tree?" A flashlight beam illuminated a large character for Wu, accompanied by an arrow beneath it. Wu Weigua, deep in thought, crouched down to feel the soil below, which was loose and fresh, with recently uprooted weeds strewn about. It was a pit newly dug. "Boss, should we dig it up to see what lies beneath?" Wu Weigua, typically audacious, hesitated, recalling the recent explosions in the area. The workers, sensing his apprehension, stepped forward one by one. "It's fine, I'll go check for traps. You all stay back." "Let me. You're still young. I have nothing to lose. You all have family in the shelter. What would happen if you lost them? I came into this world alone, and I shall leave the same way. Let me see what lies beneath." At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the group. Perhaps we should refrain from digging and search for food elsewhere? There might be some edible yam roots on this mountain. Yet, they had been subsisting on roots and tree bark for nearly half a month, devoid of any nutrition. Some had already unearthed repulsive, wriggling white larvae from the tree, tossing them into their mouths as if they were indulging in a delicacy. Wu Weigua maintained a grim countenance, as the weight of all their anxieties rested upon him. "Someone called us to the mountain, claiming to exchange supplies. The writing on this tree bears my surname, and the pit is undeniably fresh, as though it was just excavated. Therefore, there is an 80% chance that it contains supplies." In the end, Wu Weigua chose to trust Ruashi, dismissing the workers and opting to excavate the pit alone. Soon, the materials were revealed: nearly 500 packs of compressed biscuits, an assortment of snacks, dietary fiber supplements, and even a large bag of the most scarce fruits in this apocalyptic world. A rare smile graced Wu Weigua's face. All the pressures of recent days dissipated like the gentle breeze, leaving him momentarily paralyzed on the ground, eyes glistening with emotion. The workers, sensing that all was well, gathered around to celebrate quietly, fearful of attracting zombies and monsters. Ruashi felt relieved that she had sent Wu Gu a message before coming up the mountain. For had they discovered the pit without her guidance, they might have hesitated to dig it up. A faint rustling emanated from the nearby bushes. Wu Weigua distinctly heard it. Who could it be? Vigilantly, he shielded the supplies behind him, nimbly retreating to the cover of a tree, his gaze fixed intently on the thicket. The bushes before Ruashi were also deemed dangerous, leaving her with no immediate escape. They watched in silence, observing Chun Xuanbei's reaction. A meow, clearly a human imitation of a cat's call. Ruashi stifled a laugh. They were utterly unreliable. As expected, this feline sound made Wu Weigua and the others fully aware that someone was hidden in the bushes, and they swiftly grabbed their submachine guns, preparing to fire. "Wu Gu, I just delivered the supplies to you," Ruashi exclaimed, but before she could rise, Chun Xuanbei was quicker. He clapped his hands and boldly walked out into the open. "Wu Weigua, I've long admired your reputation. We are members of the five-star assassin organization, and the supplies beneath are a gift from US, intended for a transaction. Ruashi was taken aback by Chun Xuanbei's audacity. It was outrageous to masquerade under her name while using her delivered supplies as a bargaining chip. Wu Weiguo's expression was one of skepticism. These supplies are from you. Chapter 54. Two tigers in combat. Chun Xuanbei, with utmost seriousness, affirmed, of course. Who else could it be? The ones who buried the supplies have long since departed. What harm is there in wearing someone else's attire? Wu Weiguo clearly doubted his words. Pressing him with a probing inquiry, how did you know I would come here and buried the supplies in advance? Were you monitoring us? His tone was decidedly hostile, as if he were convinced that Chun Xuanbei was surveilling them. Chun Xuanbei tightened his lips. I was merely seeking a fated individual. I am Chun Xuanbei. You may have heard my name. These supplies are trifling to me, and should you assist me, I can provide you with even more. What you possess now is merely a deposit. Wu Weiguo recognized that he was being offered an enticing promise. Yet the name Chun Xuanbei held considerable weight within the base community, known for his thrill-seeking nature as the general manager of the five-star base. He was undoubtedly a super-rich heir before the apocalypse. Such a person seemed unlikely to deceive them, for Chun Xuanbei had no need for these meager supplies. What kind of transaction do you wish to engage in? Chun Xuanbei's lips curved into a charming smile, finding the lower-class individuals rather easy to manipulate. One of his subordinates produced a photograph, handing it to Wu Weiguo and others. Wu Weiguo accepted it nonchalantly, his pupils dilating sharply, while the workers who peered at the photo gasped in astonishment. This is not. Before the worker could fully articulate his thoughts, Wu Weiguo's piercing gaze silenced him. Wu Weiguo scrutinized the photograph, having not seen Ruashi in quite some time, causing his hand to tremble slightly as it gripped the image. Observing their reactions, Chun Xuanbei realized they were familiar with her, his smile growing ever more radiant. This woman, do you know her? Where is she now? His 3 consecutive inquiries were brimming with a fervent desire to uncover more about Ruashi. Ruashi found herself unexpectedly embroiled in the situation, yet her emotions remained quite stable, as she had never disclosed her whereabouts to Brother Wu. Even though he was aware of her underground hideout and possessed maps detailing her locations, she trusted in his integrity, convinced he would never harm the innocent for selfish gain. His persistent care for the injured and those unable to fight spoke volumes of his character. As anticipated, Wu Weiguo fell silent for a few seconds before shaking his head, indicating he did not recognize her. The workers also fell silent, refraining from further comment. Chun Xuanbei, however, was not about to relinquish the hard-won information so easily. Should you fail to answer honestly, we will reclaim the supplies we delivered to you. A worker erupted in outrage, declaring that what had been given could not be taken back, especially since it was offered voluntarily. Suddenly, Wu Weiguo discovered a postcard among the supplies. Upon reading the handwriting, he was momentarily stunned, but his surprise quickly morphed into joy. The postcard bore the bold inscription, Brother Wu, considering our friendship, the supplies are yours. I, as a woman, have no need for a firearm. Wishing you well out there. This was penned by Ruashi, confirming that the supplies were indeed a gift from her, revealing that the man before him was deceitful. Wu Weiguo's ire began to simmer. Had Ruashi not written those words, he might have been duped by these scoundrels. Fueled by anger, he drew his weapon, exclaiming, You are deceiving me. Those supplies were not yours to give. Chun Xuanbei clearly did not anticipate his lies being uncovered so swiftly, his cold gaze fixating on the postcard. What was inscribed that unveiled the truth to those before him? Still as composed as a mountain, he smiled softly and said, I was merely jesting. You didn't take me seriously, did you? Wu Weiguo's eyes seemed to convey a fierce challenge. Since the supplies were not your gift, I shall overlook your previous conduct. Now, please leave promptly. Chun Xuanbei, confronted by the barrel of a gun, felt his rebellious spirit surge. He retorted coolly, Is it merely supplies? What others can provide, I can also offer, and I shall do so fivefold. As long as you can inform me of the whereabouts of the woman in the photograph, I am open to negotiations. I will ensure that I look after your brother in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Weiguo cocked his pistol, ready to fire. I have already told you, I do not know the woman in the photo. If you do not leave, be wary of my bullet piercing your head. Seeing Wu Weiguo's intent to act decisively, Chun Xuanbei felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had brought only a few people with him, and his chances of winning against them were rather slim. He decided to take a step back and spoke in a conciliatory tone, suggesting they discuss other matters. I see you all seem to be struggling, with hardly any meat on your bones. Would you like the supplies that have come your way? If you come to our base, I shall generously offer them to you. Ruashi, hidden amidst the thicket, grew weary of the spectacle and ceased to pay attention to their conversation, deeming it all unnecessary chatter. It was already midnight, yet her hearing remained keen, catching the faint rustling sounds in the jungle, neither distinctly human nor animal. The noise was subtle, but upon closer inspection, it bore the resemblance of footsteps. Could it be zombies? Oh no, this is bad. While Ruashi heard the ominous sounds, Chen Xuanbei and his companions remained oblivious, engaged in their conversation. If they were to wait until they realized the danger, it would be far too late. They had all ascended the mountain without vehicles, relying solely on their feet. Chen Xuanbei's demise did not concern him, but with Wu Ji's kindness towards her, it would be unethical for her to ignore the peril and not offer assistance. Though Ruashi did not consider herself a saintly figure, Ruashi stepped out, the underbrush crackling underfoot. In an instant, both Wu Weiguo and Chen Xuanbei's men turned their gazes toward her, their expressions varying upon seeing her visage. At last, Chen Xuanbei laid eyes on the woman he had been searching for over several days and gestured for his men to aim their guns at Ruashi. Wu Weiguo, filled with surprise, ordered his workers to point their weapons at Chen Xuanbei's men, unwilling to yield. Lower your weapons, or I shall put a bullet through your leader. Wu Weiguo threatened, pressing his gun against Chen Xuanbei's head with fierce intent. Yet, Chen Xuanbei's thoughts were solely consumed by Ruashi, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Dark and inscrutable. Clearly, he was unfazed by Wu Weiguo's menacing words. Gazing upon Ruashi's beautiful, fair face, Chen Xuanbei smirked mischievously and signaled for his men to lower their guns aimed at her. After a brief hesitation, the men, under Chen Xuanbei's sharp gaze, reluctantly complied. It is good to see you again. Have you made your decision? Are you interested in joining our organization? I assure you, you will be our cherished member. Upon hearing this, Wu Weiguo became displeased, asserting that if Ruashi were to follow them, she would also be their beloved member. And no one would willingly align with a deceitful and unreliable man like him. Chapter 55. Surrounded by zombies, the two men began to argue, but Ruashi interjected. Zombies are approaching, stop the chatter, and hurry down the mountain. Wu Weiguo was somewhat taken aback. His first reaction was to wonder how the girl knew, and his second was to unconditionally trust her. He immediately holstered his weapon and followed closely behind her. Although Chen Xuanbei harbored doubts, he too decided to follow, questioning how she knew that zombies were approaching. The darkness enveloped them, rendering the beam of their flashlight woefully inadequate, obscuring most of the path ahead. To avoid stumbling into traps set by hunters, they moved cautiously through the thicket. Ruashi, preoccupied, offered only a brief guess to the inquiry, effectively ending the conversation. Chen Xuanbei, undeterred by the dismissal, shrugged off the silence. Ruashi was well acquainted with the terrain and quickly found a shortcut down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, they retraced their steps. Standing atop a 4-meter-high cliff, they could see a small courtyard in the distance, teeming with zombies, dark masses writhing against the walls. Wu Weiguo's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is bad. We still have people in that courtyard. Chen Xuanbei replied nonchalantly. How many people? If there aren't too many, then let it be. No need to play the savior. And besides, even if you tried to rescue them, you wouldn't succeed. Admittedly, Ruashi found herself in agreement with this statement. Wu Weiguo, frowning, clenched his fists in silence. Chen Xuanbei, seeking to provoke, teased, "What's wrong? Are you planning to hit me? You can't save them, so why take it out on others?" He was clearly trying to stir the pot. Ruashi cast Chen Xuanbei a penetrating glance, suspecting that he harbored ulterior motives. She gently patted Wu Weiguo on the shoulder, attempting to soothe his frayed emotions. Witnessing a brother in peril, unable to render aid, was indeed a bitter experience, and it was only natural for his emotions to fray. Leaning in close, her voice soft and comforting, Ruashi whispered in Wu Weiguo's ear, "Do you remember the plans for the basement I constructed?" Wu Weiguo was taken aback by her direct question. He certainly recalled every detail of the buildings he had supervised, particularly the expansive basement project that had provided for many disabled workers. He was aware that there was a basement beneath the courtyard. However, exposing its existence recklessly could jeopardize Ruashi. He discreetly cast several glances at Chen Xuanbei, wondering why this interloper had not yet departed. Seeing the closeness between Ruashi and Wu Weigua, Chen Xuanbei's lips pressed into a thin line, his brows furrowing in irritation. Hey, what are you two getting so close for? Wu Weigua shot back with a cold glare. Mind your own business. In her heart, Ruashi was contemplating sending a message to Fu Yunma, urging him to open the door and allow those people into the basement, thus accelerating the construction progress significantly from 6 individuals to nearly 15. Certainly, this approach carries considerable risks, should any ill-intentioned individuals be among them. It would be challenging to maintain control. While complete control is feasible, as Fu Yunma, who previously studied psychology, possesses methods to hypnotize them into compliance, it remains a rather cumbersome task. I briefly outlined the general plan to Brother Wu, focusing solely on the rescue aspect, leaving subsequent arrangements for later discussion. Should they refuse to be utilized for her purposes, she would not release them either. They are her rescued individuals, and their fate rests in her hands. All she needed to do was inform Brother Wu. It is not a matter of her being heartless. If those individuals were released, they would likely expose the location of her underground hideout. Wu Weigua nodded appreciatively, while workers nearby held up a cross signal. Ruashi, utilizing a rather sluggish network connection, sent a message to Fu Yunma. If Fu Yunma did not receive it, it would mean that these individuals were destined for demise, with death unwilling to relinquish its claim on them. Regardless, Ruashi had done her utmost. Nearby, a cave caught Chen Xuanbei's attention as he felt overlooked, suggesting they seek refuge there in case zombies ascended the mountain. Ruashi calmly replied that the zombies had already made their way up, and entering the cave would indeed lead to a dead end. Wu Weigua furrowed his brows repeatedly, questioning how there could be so many zombies in this mountainous suburb. Chen Xuanbei settled upon a stone and remarked that 2 days prior, 2 courtyards had exploded, attracting the zombies due to the chaos and corpses. As he spoke, he cast Ruashi a meaningful glance. Ruashi pretended not to notice. As long as she remained silent, no one would know who was responsible. Wu Weigua, taken aback, inquired how he knew. The mention of Chen Xuanbei's distress brought forth vivid memories of the explosive incidents, causing his countenance to darken significantly. With a tone laden with bitterness, he retorted, I was present during both events. The 6 words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Wu Weigua could not help but chuckle softly. Ruashi, with her expressionless face leaning against a tree, observed that Brother Wu seemed to trust her quite a bit, as his spirits were relatively high, allowing for banter with Chen Xuanbei. However, Ruashi glanced at her phone once more, refreshing the screen, yet there was still no response to her messages. Typically, whenever Fu Yunma saw her messages, regardless of their content, even if merely an emoji, he would reply. Yet this time, there was nothing. There was a significant possibility that Fu Yunma had not seen her message or was deliberately ignoring it. Ruashi shook her head, dispelling such thoughts. Her gaze shifted to the small courtyard, where zombies had overrun the door, infiltrating through the walls and even the back entrance. The wooden house still emanated a faint yellow light, indicating the presence of someone inside. Ruashi seemed to surmise the grim conclusion, softly telling Brother Wu that the person might not have had the opportunity to escape. Wu Weigua's expression stiffened abruptly, without uttering a word. He prepared to leap from the small cliff to rescue his brothers. It must be said, Brother Wu is typically calm and composed, yet when it comes to his brothers, he often acts impulsively, allowing his emotions to take the reins. Ruashi symbolically restrained Brother Wu a couple of times, urging him to regain his senses. Descending now would only lead to certain demise. In an instant, Ruashi's body tensed, her keen ears once again detecting the ominous sound. Zombies were approaching. With swift motions, she seized Wu Weigua and fled along the ridge, only to realize that zombies seemed to be encroaching from 3 directions. Chen Xuanbei appeared to be in a daze. With zombies looming, why wasn't he running? Ruashi's gaze darkened as she fixed her eyes on Chen Xuanbei, concealing her true thoughts behind a veil of cold light. Chapter 56. Expansion. A sudden wave of panic gripped Chen Xuanbei. What do you intend to do? Ruashi gestured towards the cliff below. You are quite brave, coming here alone with 2 companions to capture me. Chen Xuanbei sensed the dissonance in her tone, yet with no retreat available. He felt he had no choice but to jump. The very thought of leaping from the cliff triggered Ruashi to unceremoniously push him over the edge. Since you are so courageous, kindly take the initiative to scout the way for us. Chen Xuanbei was an astute and composed individual, even amidst sudden chaos. He refrained from screaming, knowing that such noise would only draw the zombies closer, sealing his fate. His two subordinates hesitated, contemplating whether they should also leap to protect their young master. Ruashi called down, "Are you all right down there?" Chen Xuanbei was reluctant to respond. The ground below was a mire, and he was splattered with putrid mud, feeling nauseous. Ruashi, not hearing a reply, remained uncertain of their safety. However, the zombies perched atop the mountain were already honing in on the scent of humanity. If they did not jump soon, it would indeed be too late. Suddenly, Chen Xuanbei's voice turned frigid, nearly gritting his teeth as he declared, "It's fine down here. Jump without fear." Ruashi began to shift her position. "Your reassurance suffices. Let us leap to the left instead of remaining here." Chen Xuanbei had effectively eliminated one erroneous option for them. With his flashlight, Chen Xuanbei illuminated the left side, revealing a patch overrun with weeds and nearly devoid of soil. Clenching his fists, his face flushed with frustration, Ruashi, aware of Brother Wu's despondent state, gently patted his shoulder. "I will descend first, you wait here." Wu Weigua nodded, clearly disheartened by the loss of his brother, resembling a person who had lost half their soul. Moments later, Ruashi landed safely, confirming that all was well below. At that moment, Chen Xuanbei stepped aside, intent on using his knife to subdue Ruashi. Treating it as a child's game, Ruashi deftly snatched the weapon from his grasp and bound his hands with rope. It was not that Chen Xuanbei lacked the desire to resist. He found it astonishing that a mere woman had overpowered him so thoroughly. Furthermore, he sensed an extraordinary ability emanating from Ruashi. "What type of ability do you possess?" Ruashi secured Chen Xuanbei to a tree stump and blindfolded him with a mask. "Control type." "What is a control type?" "Incredibly strong?" Chen Xuanbei found himself utterly perplexed. His body was paralyzed, rendering him incapable of uttering a cry for help, as he feared attracting the attention of the zombies. Thus, he could do nothing but patiently await his companion's arrival for rescue. In that moment, he completely lost sight of his initial intentions, having been interrupted while attempting to win over Ruashi, only to find himself in a desperate flight from the undead. After being caught off guard by Ruashi's cunning maneuver, he sought to subdue her, only to be effortlessly overpowered in return. Control type abilities? "Wu, my brother, do descend quickly, one after another." Ruashi, eager to evade Wu Weigua and the others, retreated before they could arrive, wishing to avoid lingering in their company. She took a circuitous route to a nearby courtyard, where she discovered a horde of zombies of moderate size still foraging under the cover of night. It was uncertain whether the number of zombies had multiplied or if this area had become a veritable red zone. Fortunately, there was a dry well outside, which also had an entrance. She stepped onto a wooden barrel, firmly grasped the rope, and gradually lowered herself down until she reached the bottom of the well. From her space, she retrieved the control button and effortlessly opened the door, returning to the basement. The living room remained unlit, suggesting that Fu Yunma had succumbed to slumber and missed her messages. The rabbit, too, was sleeping soundly. Ruashi opened a bottle of beer and settled in the living room, as the heat outside caused her clothes to cling to her skin. Suddenly, a figure approached her silently from behind. Ruashi caught a slight sound. "Why are you awake at such an hour?" Fu Yunma inquired as he sat down opposite her, pouring himself a cup. "I couldn't sleep, since you hadn't returned," he replied. Ruashi nodded and continued to indulge in her meal. Fu Yunma, with a significant tone, asked about the meaning behind her text message. Surprised by his sudden inquiry, Ruashi had assumed he had merely overlooked her message. It turned out he was unwilling to assist those individuals, which seemed rather typical of him. "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to save them, as they could serve us in our endeavors. The construction of the basement is progressing too slowly, and we require additional manpower," she explained. Fu Yunma fell silent for a moment before acknowledging, "I concede that you are correct, but this also invites greater peril. Should we be exposed, hypothetically speaking, any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, even jeopardizing the basement itself." Ruashi understood his concerns. Having contemplated the same issue, what if they were to be discovered? "Xiao Fuzai, do you trust me?" The unexpected question left Fu Yunma momentarily at a loss for words. Urging her not to deflect the inquiry, Ruashi pressed on. "If you trust me, I will reveal my reasons. If not, so be it, for you will inevitably come to believe in me." With her insistence, Fu Yunma had no choice but to acquiesce. "I trust you. Besides you, I trust no one else." At that moment, the rabbit stirred, beginning to whimper, yet Fu Yunma was disinclined to tend to it. As he remained seated, Ruashi rose to attend to the rabbit. Noticing the unpleasant odor, she donned gloves and a series of protective measures, skillfully changing the rabbit's diaper with practiced ease. In truth, I can foresee the future. I am aware that one day the earth will shatter into myriad fragments, both large and small, forming miniature globes that will drift through the ethereal cosmos. This revelation is indeed genuine, yet whether these persistent nightmares that have haunted her dreams these past few days are prophetic remains uncertain. However, considering her prior foresight regarding Fu Yunhai's future as a formidable figure in a post-apocalyptic world, there is an 80% likelihood that it is, in fact, a premonition. Upon hearing this explanation, Fu Yunma fell silent, seemingly contemplating the veracity of her words. Were she to express such notions in front of strangers, they would undoubtedly dismiss her. Yet Fu Yunma knew Ruashi well. Her candid demeanor did not suggest deceit. Are you certain of what you say? Could it merely be a random dream? Ruashi shook her head. I have dreamed of these visions almost every night for over half a month. This is precisely why I have sought to increase our population to excavate an underground base. I fear that during a potential fragmentation of our base, we might be unfortunate enough to be divided. A larger area would at least provide us some security. At this juncture, there was no need for her to fabricate lies. Moreover, Fu Yunma could not conceive any other rationale that would lend her credibility. You need not worry about the population, recruit freely, and I shall assist you to the best of my ability. Should anyone prove disobedient, I can subdue them with mental medication. This was precisely what Ruashi had contemplated. Drug-induced control or mental manipulation would be necessary, of course, only if someone attempted to betray them after joining. Chapter 57. The mist. Ruashi returned to the matter at hand. So, those workers, were you truly unable to save them? Fu Yunmo remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I thought you were being overly compassionate. I feared you might attract trouble, so I refrained from rescuing them. Ruashi's mood did not significantly shift. After all, when the zombies invaded the wooden cabin, the lights remained on, and those workers had indeed not been saved. She had mentally prepared herself for this outcome. After satisfying her hunger, Ruashi returned to the surveillance room, where the footage displayed Chun Xuanbei and his companions lingering around the courtyard, showing no signs of departure. Brother Wu seemed intent on entering to search for his brother's body, but was thwarted. Now, Ruashi faced a conundrum: how to utilize these workers to her advantage. Chun Xuanbei was closely following Brother Wu, as if he had anticipated her intention to seek him out once more. For the time being, she could only wait and observe. At around 1 or 2 in the morning, Ruashi finally turned off the lights and retired to her room, but the sound of the switch seemed different this time, more muted. Had Fu Yunma engaged in anything during her absence? She returned to the surveillance room to review the basement footage. Initially, everything appeared normal during her absence. Fu Yunma had hurriedly emerged and opened the courtyard gate, allowing the workers to enter and arranging for them to sleep in the rooms beneath the courtyard. This was truly an unexpected delight. Ruashi had not anticipated that Fu Yunma had such a remarkable plan up his sleeve. However, the courtyard room held scant vegetation, and even that was barely alive, making it difficult for the workers to breathe. As Ruashi arrived at the threshold, she found, as expected, that every door remained open, with the workers slumbering at the entrances, trembling from a lack of oxygen. Upon her arrival, she was met with a wave of oppressive heat, leaving her breathless. She promptly set down a dozen or so pots of plants on the ground. The workers, sensing her presence, stirred awake, their vigilance directed towards Ruashi. Some recognized her while others did not. Who was she? The wife of their savior? The true mistress of this underground haven, of which they had been a part in its construction? They quickly approached her, extending their hands in greeting, expressing their gratitude with fervent words. Thank you for saving us. We shall repay this debt of gratitude. Ruashi, however, wished to hear little of these formalities and instead pointed to the plants on the ground, lifting a few to offer to the workers. Her tone was unassuming, yet it carried an undercurrent of gentle warmth. You are injured. For now, stay here. Place these plants in your rooms, and should they wilt and breathing become difficult, come to me again. The workers expressed their gratitude profusely, nearly bowing in reverence. Fortunately, Ruashi managed to stop them, aware that each of them was several decades her senior, even older than her parents. She feared for her own longevity. You need not do this. If you are willing, I have work for you. Should you choose not to venture outside, I can provide you with shelter and sustenance, ensuring you are well fed and entertained with activities such as mahjong. The workers, puzzled, inquired, "Do you have a mahjong table here?" Ruashi nodded, cautious not to reveal too much, as discretion was paramount. Initially, the workers appeared pleased, but then one recalled a vital point. "However, we have a leader. We must seek his approval. Only then can we agree." "Our apologies, benefactor," Ruashi assured them. "I will handle matters with Brother Wu. For now, focus solely on residing here comfortably." The workers looked hesitant. Sensing their lingering concerns, Ruashi reassured them, "Your injuries are not severe. A bit of ointment will suffice. I will not turn you away. Should I employ you, I promise not to dismiss you lightly over trivial matters." Gradually, the workers' apprehension subsided. "We are accustomed to our wounds. We are rugged men, and ointment is unnecessary. The cost of medicine could feed us for a week." Ruashi chose silence, merely providing an appropriate amount of alcohol and bandages. Returning to her room, she spent a sleepless night contemplating how to manage these individuals effectively. Ultimately, she decided on a points system, where attendance and overtime labor would earn them points. These points could be utilized much like currency, allowing them to purchase items or gamble in mahjong games. Yet, there remained a need for management. The workers' dormitory required a supervisor, along with the establishment of rules, rewards, and penalties. For instance, should individuals engage in playful scuffles, points shall be deducted. In severe cases, confinement shall be enforced until repentance is achieved. If one remains obstinate despite repeated admonitions, they shall be subjected to the humiliation of shackles during labor, followed by a punitive flogging. These notions, however, are merely preliminary. The pressing concern lies in establishing communication with Brother Wu on the ground. Chen Xuanbei has been shadowing him, and a strategy must be devised to divert their attention. At 4 a.m, Ruashi found herself unable to sleep. Thus she resolved to rise and engage in benevolent endeavors. Wu Weigua and Chen Xuanbei's associates had settled into slumber upon the lawn. Neither side remained vigilant, gazing at the starry sky as the first light of dawn began to emerge. However, a white mist started to waft through the air, and by the time they recognized the peril, it was too late. "What is that smell?" Witnessing his comrades succumb one by one, Chen Xuanbei covered his mouth and nose and fled, but after only a few steps, his legs grew weak and his eyelids heavy. With a thud, he collapsed. As all fell into unconsciousness, the mist dissipated, and Ruashi slowly emerged from the shadows. She produced a syringe and inserted it into Wu Weigua's arm. The moment the needle pierced his skin, Wu Weigua was jolted awake by a sharp pain, rubbing his head in confusion. "What just happened?" Ruashi, while rousing the other workers, replied, "Your comrades have been rescued, and I am here to escort you to them." Wu Weigua. At that instant, it felt as though a nearly lifeless fish had suddenly flopped back into the pond, gasping for air in sheer elation. To prevent Chen Xuanbei from feigning unconsciousness, Ruashi had preemptively administered a sedative, ensuring he would remain incapacitated for some time. However, to maintain a semblance of humanity, she refrained from administering the same to his 2 other subordinates, allowing them to awaken early and tend to Chen Xuanbei. With Wu Weigua, a total of around 20 individuals were gathered in the basement, necessitating an adequate supply of oxygen. Ruashi also arranged over 50 pots of plants. Upon the arrival of the initial group of workers, they rushed towards their leader, exclaiming, "Boss, you are here too." Wu Weigua surveyed the scene within and the food laid out on the table, his pupils wide with astonishment from the beginning to the present moment. "Sister Ruo, what is happening here?" Chapter 58. The rules. Ruashi maintained a composed demeanor, suggesting, "Let us take a seat and deliberate calmly. You have endured hunger for so long, and last night, you hesitated to partake in the supplies for fear of them being seized by Chen Xuanbei. Here, it is entirely secure. Please, nourish yourselves." Her considerate words deepened the workers' respect for Ruashi. Having gone days without sustenance, they were weakened and could barely muster the strength to eat. Previously, they might have subsisted on tree bark, but now the mere sight of food made them feel nauseous, as though they were afflicted by anorexia. Yet, in the face of survival, even if it meant forcing down food that repulsed them, they resolved to eat. After Wu Weigua nodded in agreement, the workers finally felt emboldened to begin their meal. "Sister Ruo, you have rendered me a tremendous service. Thank you so much." Ruashi, straightforward and candid, stated that she had a project requiring around 20 workers for construction. "Would you like to join?" Without hesitation, Wu Weigua agreed, "Absolutely. Ruashi was somewhat surprised. Was he not concerned she might betray him? Aren't you going to inquire about compensation and other details? She asked, handing Wu Weigua a freshly washed apple. She gestured for him to eat while they conversed. He accepted it, a genuine smile gracing his face, exuding sincerity. Your matters are my concerns, Ruashi. Moreover, you have aided me immensely by saving my brothers, providing us with shelter and supplies. We are grateful beyond measure. Indeed, Ruashi recognized her assistance had significantly helped them. Yet she initially feared Wu Weigua harbored ambitions of venturing out. It now appeared that his kind heart was solely devoted to his comrades, lacking any entrepreneurial aspirations. Wu Weigua's actions before and after the apocalypse demonstrated his commitment to addressing employment issues for the disabled, and his loyalty to his injured brothers was unwavering. This revelation finally eased Ruashi's anxieties. The work hours were set from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., with an hour for lunch, requiring merely 6 hours of labor each day and 4 days off per month. The salary would operate on a point system, with full attendance. The monthly pay would amount to 900 points, and with work hours, each individual could accumulate approximately 6,000 points monthly. Wu Weigua, confused by the concept, inquired about the purpose of the points. Ruashi patiently explained, I will designate a room to establish a small supermarket, and a window will be open for purchases, which must be made using points. Of course, we also have a system of rewards and penalties. Theft or fighting will result in point deductions, and offenders will face reprimands, with severe cases leading to confinement in a small dark room reminiscent of prisons from the last century. Wu Weigua clapped in admiration, exclaiming, Ruashi, your intellect is remarkable. Ruashi continued, somewhat nonchalantly, of course, your assistance is crucial in this endeavor. Otherwise, I cannot manage so many individuals alone. They are primarily your workers, and they will listen to you, so your role in securing their loyalty is essential. Wu Weigua waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. That is certainly no problem, rest assured. They won't cause you any trouble with me around. Whether they would indeed avoid trouble remained uncertain, as the future held endless possibilities. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ruashi waved goodbye, finalizing the arrangements. You all haven't had much sleep. You should rest for a while. I will have someone bring you daily necessities shortly. Ruashi paid little attention to the workers' subsequent conversations, as fatigue had taken its toll on her after a sleepless night. All she desired was to lie down and drift into slumber. Upon exiting, she encountered Fu Yunma, who inquired, Didn't you say you wouldn't save them? Ruashi raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Fu Yunma tilted his head, muttering, You gullible fool. You actually believed me. Humph, that stubborn, prideful man, she thought. Ruashi chuckled softly, stating that she would place the daily necessities into the cart, and if he was free, he could assist in delivering them to the others. Fu Yunma appeared astonished, as if his throat had constricted. After a prolonged pause, he slowly articulated, Are you truly going to take them in? So many people will require food, drink, and other supplies, and you must not succumb to a misguided sense of compassion. Please, reconsider. Ruashi shrugged nonchalantly, for she was not lacking in resources. The supplies she had stockpiled were sufficient for several lifetimes. Moreover, hiring them was intended for the expansion of the basement. She could not treat them as enemies, providing them with only a bun a day. The expansion of the basement was now their responsibility. He need not concern himself with it, and could rest easy. Fu Yunma opened and closed his mouth, swallowing his words. What about Fu Yuan and the others? Oh dear. He nearly forgot about those 6 individuals. Ruashi entered a room and emerged with a cart brimming with daily necessities. You should first deliver these supplies to the workers. I will handle the situation with those 6. Fu Yunma watched Ruashi's graceful figure with unease. With so many additional people suddenly in the basement, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly palpable. Was this truly wise? He turned to head towards the workers' quarters, but unbeknownst to him, Ruashi had returned. Snatching the cart from his grasp, Fu Yunma opened his mouth, intending to call out to her, You little rascal. Ruashi waved her hand dismissively. The little bunny is crying. You should console her. I will handle the delivery. He nearly forgot that Xiao Fuji's skin would develop corpse-like spots when agitated. And if the workers discovered that there were zombies in the basement, chaos would surely ensue. Ruashi did not look back, disappearing in an instant. The workers, upon seeing such an abundance of daily necessities, towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, could hardly contain their astonishment. Wu Weigua remained silent for a moment before managing to utter, Sister Ra, How do you possess so many supplies? Even toothpaste. When they were on the ground, even clothing had been a luxury, with only one garment to wear. If they needed to change after bathing in the river, they would resort to scavenging clothes from corpses. After all, without factories, clothing had become exceedingly rare. Ruashi preferred not to divulge too much, simply smiling and saying, "Brother Wu, you know I am a homebody. During the times I do not travel, I usually stay at home, so I tend to stockpile a bit more." Wu Weigua picked up a toothbrush that would have cost 10 yuan before the apocalypse, his hands trembling slightly. "But this is far too much." Ruashi tilted her head in confusion. "Is it too much? There's still room." As she turned to leave, Wu Weigua hurriedly caught up to ask, "I heard there's a man here. What is his relation to you?" Ruashi glanced at Wu Weigua, taking in his muscular physique, the glasses perched on his nose, and the incongruity of his scholarly appearance with his current bashful demeanor, which rendered him even more peculiar. Chapter 59. Water Theft. Ruashi noticed that Brother Wu's face flushed, as if he felt embarrassed to pose such a question. She could not decipher the meaning behind his expression, but she was certain that she could not allow him to meet Fu Yunma. In the future, she would also strive to keep Fu Yunma away from these workers. After all, the mere mention of zombies sent shivers down one's spine, and she feared that the workers might oppose Fu Yunma's presence. "Oh, him? He's my husband, usually busy with the children. He's quite the homebody and dislikes going out. It's likely that you won't see him for 6 months." Wu Weigua's face was etched with disappointment. "Oh, I see. You actually have a husband and children? You look rather young." Ruashi chose not to engage further and turned to leave, for there were more pressing matters awaiting her. "Wait," Wu Weigua called out, halting Ruashi in her tracks. Impatience welled up within Ruashi. "What is it?" Her tone was laced with irritation, clearly audible to anyone. Wu Weigua furrowed his brow, pondering, "I would like to know when we can start working. The workers are eager and can hardly wait to begin earning points." This was a challenging question to answer, as even Ruashi was uncertain when they could officially commence their tasks. However, in order to keep the workers occupied, Ruashi led Wu Weigua to a locked room next door and retrieved a key to unlock the door. Inside was a mahjong room, a place where the workers could unwind without spending points. Wu Weigua's eyes widened in disbelief. The workers were not merely fantasizing. They had indeed spoken the truth. There was a mahjong table here. In the midst of Wu Weigua's astonishment, Ruashi tossed him a spare key to the mahjong room, uttering a final remark before dashing away like a rocket. "Hold on to that key. If you lose it, there will be no more mahjong." Suddenly, Wu Weigua slapped himself, questioning whether he was dreaming. Finally free from Wu Weigua's incessant inquiries, she yearned for a good night's rest. Lying on her soft bed, however, thoughts of the project plan invaded her mind, rendering her unable to sleep. Now that they had workers, how would she deal with Fu Yuantian and his 6 sluggish laborers? Should she eliminate them outright? Lost in contemplation, Ruashi found herself at the door of the confinement room and stepped inside. Upon seeing Ruashi, Fu Yuantian had already lost the strength to struggle, slumped against the wall like a lifeless marionette. Meanwhile, old Zhang was demanding water from Ma Lisu, his cracked lips oozing blood. Among the 6, only Ma Lisu possessed the awakened water-based abilities, making her the go-to person for anyone who was thirsty, effectively turning her into a communal water supplier. However, Ma Lisu had also collapsed on the filthy ground from lack of food, devoid of the energy to move. "Grandma, I truly have no strength left. My energy is completely spent," she lamented, as old Zhang mercilessly struck her with his cane in a fit of rage. The air was filled with the dull thuds of impact, yet there were no cries of anguish to be heard, as they were all utterly exhausted, apart from Zhang Lao, who, despite his fatigue, still had the audacity to snatch food from others. At that moment, Ruashi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Do you all wish for some water?" Upon hearing her words, the 6 individuals turned their gazes toward her in unison, their eyes brimming with an intense yearning. Of course, they desired it. Yet, recalling the torment they had endured at Ruashi's hands over the past half-month, they collectively fell into silence. In contrast, Fu Yuan, wearied and haggard, approached the confines of their prison, questioning her sincerity. "Will you actually provide it? Stop pretending to be a benevolent soul. Does it not tire you to feign kindness? Have we not reached this miserable state because of you? Without your interference, we would surely be reveling in abundant feasts and freedom, rather than existing in this wretched limbo." He continued, his frustration boiling over. "What have we done to deserve your malice? At least I have never wronged you. Yet you have plotted so cruelly against me, even infiltrating our team, the Tiger Squad, to ensnare us here. Despite their physical debilitation, Ruashi found herself amused by Fu Yuan's outburst and applauded him encouragingly. Well said. Was your initial approach towards me not driven by ulterior motives? There is no need to elaborate further. Those who have endured similar experiences understand. She was a person who would repay grievances tenfold, and her resolve was unwavering. Struck by her words, Fu Yuan felt a surge of anger flush his pale face red, his mind racing with countless insults. Yet he found himself too drained to voice them, wishing only to tear his throat apart in frustration. Ruashi produced a bottle of water, teasingly waving it before them, a smirk playing on her lips. Do you want it? All six nodded eagerly. They no longer longed for food, merely wishing for a sip of water to quench their thirst. The scorching summer heat was unbearable, the humidity suffocating, making their heads feel as if they might explode. With a playful smile, Ruashi casually toyed with the water bottle. The other six, like marksmen, honed in on their target, moving in time with the bottle's motions. With a series of feigned gestures, she swiftly tossed the bottle into their midst. It rolled to Fu Yuan's feet, and he quickly crouched to retrieve it, only to be engulfed by shadows in the next instant. Meanwhile, Ruashi returned to the monitoring room, just as Fu Yunma approached, carrying a hot pot. We're having hot pot for lunch today. I've discovered a fascinating new combination for the broth. Let us give it a try. He had brought 2 bottles of beer, paired with mint lychee-flavored soda, an exquisite treat indeed. On the nearby monitor, the once haughty parents and grandparents were embroiled in a chaotic struggle over the precious bottle of water, while Ma Lisu lay battered, her face bruised and frothing at the mouth. Fu Yuan appeared to be in distress as well, clutching his lower body in agony, crouched in a corner attempting to recuperate. In a moment of distraction, the 4 individuals fighting over the water inadvertently kicked him, denying him even a moment's respite. Suddenly, Ruo Ba, in a fit of competition, raised the water high, intending to pour it into his mouth. In a bid to seize it, Zhang Lao forcefully struck his hand, causing the already opened bottle to crash to the ground. Time seemed to freeze as the expressions of the 6 individuals varied. Zhang Lao hurriedly picked up the water and poured the last drop into his own mouth without a trace left. Ruo Ba's face darkened, resembling a lump of coal, as they had endured Zhang Lao's antics for far too long. Even Ruo Lao, Zhang Lao's elderly partner, wore a grim expression. The scene was utterly chaotic and gruesome. Ugh! Ruo, she exclaimed in disgust, shutting off the surveillance. It was simply revolting. She took a couple of sips of milk tea to calm herself down. Chapter 60. Theft. As Ruo she walked towards the workers' dormitory, Fu Yunma suddenly appeared and called out to her. You've been frequenting that area lately. What are you occupied with? Do you need me to assist you? Ruo, she pushed Fu Yunma back, saying, You should stay at home. It wouldn't be good for the workers to see you. Fu Yunma felt somewhat aggrieved. You dislike me, don't you? Before the workers arrived, I was the only man by your side, but now there's a whole bunch of unpleasant men. Moreover, he noticed that Ruo she had been communicating with him less and less, spending nearly every day there. Fu Yunma intended to follow her to see what she was up to, but Ruo she resolutely refused, even threatening him with a cold war. Was it possible that she had grown weary of him? He resolved to put in more effort recently, experimenting with dishes that would appeal to her palate, hoping to win her heart through her stomach. Ruo she casually ruffled Fu Yunma's hair. Sigh, this is my first serious relationship. I really want to ask someone if all men are this dramatic and love-struck. I'm looking out for you. You're on the verge of becoming a zombie. If they discover you, it could be detrimental. Fu Yunma pressed his lips together. So, you do think of me as a zombie? Oh dear, such a little temper. He is quite stubborn, spoiled by her. Ruo she struck back with a heavy fist, kicking him back into the room and locking the door. Fu Yunma pounded on the door frantically. Little darling, what are you doing? Let me out. Ruo she had no desire to communicate any further with him. This love-struck fool made her fear that conversing with him would lower her own intelligence. Clearly, she was right. If the workers discovered Fu Yunma's current appearance, it would undoubtedly incite unnecessary panic. She seriously suspected that as Fu Yunma was transforming into a zombie, his intelligence was also gradually diminishing. Upon reaching the small shop at the dormitory entrance, Ruo she took out her keys to unlock the door. What was initially a simple task became complicated when she inadvertently noticed a long white mark on the lock. Had someone attempted to pick the lock? After hesitating for a couple of seconds, she opened the door to take stock of the items. only to find that 2 bottles of beer and 3 packs of cigarettes were indeed missing. Ruashi's expression grew grave. It was possible that some workers, seeing her youthful appearance, had felt emboldened to act on their desires. However, it is quite normal among 20 workers. It is inevitable that a few may possess less than commendable temperaments. Nevertheless, such conduct cannot be overlooked, for a first transgression often paves the way for a second. This incident presents an opportune moment for Ruoxi to establish her authority in front of the workers, making it clear to some the nature of her current status. Just then, Wu Weigua happened to pass by and noticed Ruoxi sitting at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. "What is wrong, Rome? You don't seem very happy. Is there an issue with the construction materials?" Ruoxi shook her head and candidly replied that someone had tampered with the lock last night and stolen items from the convenience store. Wu Weigua, who had initially been smiling, suddenly stiffened at her words, his pupils dilating slightly as a wave of anger washed over him. Damn it, which scoundrel dared to do this? He immediately summoned everyone, some of whom were still engaged in a game of mahjong. Reluctantly, they set aside their game at the boss's call. Ruoxi surveyed the disheveled workers, all from the lower strata of society, who, in their idle moments, resorted to smoking, drinking, or playing cards to pass the time. Moreover, the absence of mobile phones had intensified these habits. Over the past few days, she had indeed neglected this aspect, having endured hardship for so long. The workers were undoubtedly eager for more of the sweet rewards they had recently tasted. The workers were chattering among themselves, speculating about why Wu Weigua had summoned them. "What is going on? Why the sudden call? Let us wrap this up quickly. I want to finish my game." Upon hearing this, Ruoxi's expression darkened. Wu Weigua's fury escalated, and he unbuckled his belt, striking the loquacious worker. "The boss has something to say, and this is your attitude? You're sentenced to do 1,000 push-ups, and your food for 2 days is withheld." The workers' faces paled at the mention of punishment, their demeanor shifting instantaneously. "I was merely speaking out of turn. Is it necessary to penalize me?" Wu Weigua, undeterred, had initially struck with moderate force, but now he was prepared to unleash his full might. Ruoxi, with a touch of compassion, handed him a long whip adorned with thorns. "Don't ruin your belt. Use this instead." Wu Weigua accepted it, albeit a moment's hesitation, and then swung with all his strength, causing the worker to cry out in pain, begging for mercy. "I was wrong, truly wrong. Boss, please don't, The other workers exchanged glances, instinctively stepping back. Ruoxi, unfazed, waved her hand dismissively, her voice resonant and authoritative, akin to a resilient and formidable general, starkly contrasting her usual amiable demeanor. "The purpose of gathering you today is to discuss the rules. There are regulations for survival and regulations for work." A worker interjected, "But we haven't even started working. This is our leisure time. Playing mahjong isn't wrong." Having anticipated such a rude contrarian, Ruoxi did not allow him to finish his sentence, sensing a blatant disregard for her authority. Consequently, her tone grew increasingly severe, her gaze icy as she regarded the worker as though he were on the brink of demise. "The boss is speaking. Anyone who interrupts again shall not dine on a single grain from me for 7 days. Before you speak, take a moment to reflect on the place you reside, the food you consume, and the items you utilize. Who provided them for you?" The worker, taken aback by such a reprimand, felt a flush of anger rise to his cheeks. However, upon further contemplation, he conceded that Ruoxi's words held a kernel of truth, prompting him to fall silent. In hindsight, he expressed regret for his foolish outburst and for uttering such outrageous remarks. Ruoxi cast a penetrating gaze over the workers, causing them to tremble in fear. She continued, stating that although she had yet to assign them any tasks, they should not presume they could behave without decorum. Their dormitory would incur a rent of 400 points per month, and their daily sustenance would cost 20 points. All of these expenses would be meticulously recorded and deducted from their first month's wages. There is no such thing as a free lunch. At that moment, some among them contemplated protesting, but Ruoxi swiftly dismissed their thoughts. "In my domain, I am the law. Should you choose not to comply, you may continue to scavenge for sustenance outside among the zombies. There are plenty who wish to join my ranks. Your absence would not be felt." Unbeknownst to them, Ruoxi possessed a chilling side, leaving Wu Weigua speechless in astonishment. Ultimately, she produced a pair of shackles and requested Wu Weigua to distribute them. The crowd, puzzled by her intentions, refrained from voicing their concerns after witnessing the earlier exchange. They understood that penalties were not to be taken lightly. Chapter 61. Trepidation. They did not inquire further, but Ruashi willingly explained, each of you will wear one of these shackles. They are designed to restrict running, but allow for normal walking. This is not a means of control. It is merely a precaution against any treachery among you. After surveying the workers once more, she noticed one named Lu Biao, who had maintained a disdainful demeanor throughout her address. His arrogance was palpable. What do you mean by this? You provided us with food, yet you restrict our freedom. Do you consider us your slaves? Ruashi had likely caught wind of his insolence. Lu Biao, the second in command among the workers, had long followed their leader Wu Weigua, exhibiting an ostentatious character akin to that of a serpent. Just as Ruashi was about to respond, several workers could no longer bear the situation and stepped forward to defend her. Lu, what is your intent? Though she may be younger than us, she is our employer. You consume her provisions and dwell in her shelter. Who grants you the right to speak so disrespectfully? You are nothing but a disgrace. Indeed, how dare you treat her in such a manner? It seems you require a few more days of hunger and cold to learn your lesson. You are so disoriented that you cannot even recognize your surroundings. Ruashi recognized these workers as the first group who had saved their lives. At last, there were individuals who could be counted upon. Lu Biao, witnessing the multitude of workers rallying around Ruashi, was incensed and bellowed, "Silence, all of you," chattering like a pack of hens. Ruashi recognized the volatility of his temperament and understood that indulging him would only exacerbate his behavior, eventually leading him to overstep his bounds. Lu Biao, with malicious intent, instigated conflict and resorted to verbal abuse, warranting confinement in a small, dark room for 15 days. Everyone was taken aback. What was this small, dark room? Ruashi responded nonchalantly, "It is akin to a prison cell. For 15 days. One must fend for themselves regarding sustenance and hygiene, receiving merely 3 buns and a bowl of water per day." Naturally, Lu Biao vehemently opposed this. Enraged, he approached, attempting to seize Ruashi by the collar in an effort to intimidate her. "Do you wish to treat me like a dog? You dare defy me." In response, Ruashi wielded her extraordinary ability, and the long whip lying behind her levitated in midair, striking Lu Biao with great force. After receiving the first lash, Lu Biao winced and released his grip on Ruashi, yet the whip showed no signs of halting. The workers, having never witnessed such a power, stood in awe, bewildered by her ability to manipulate objects with mere thought. What kind of ability was this? It was terrifying. Had she desired Lu Biao's demise, his head would have rolled long ago. Lu Biao, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, felt like an insignificant insect in her eyes, utterly humiliated. As the pain intensified, coupled with the humiliation from the onlookers, he glared at Ruashi with undisguised malice. This woman must pay. He unleashed his fire-based ability in a sudden ambush against her. Wu Weigua shouted urgently, "Ruashi may dodge." Yet Ruashi anticipated the attack, effortlessly evading it and augmenting the force of her whip against Lu Biao. Her beauty was ethereal, gazing down upon Lu Biao as if she were a pristine flower atop a lofty peak, while he resembled a toad wallowing in mud. In agony from the relentless lashes, Lu Biao sought help with a pleading glance towards Wu Weigua. After all, he was a brother who had accompanied him for so long. If he were to perish here, it would indeed be a loss. Wu Weigua approached Ruashi, imploring, "I believe after this thrashing, he should comprehend his mistakes. Let this matter rest, shall we? His injury will require at least 2 months to heal." He glanced at Lu Biao, who lay on the ground with bloodied legs. Ruashi felt she had imparted sufficient lesson and ceased her assault. If she did not teach him a lesson, he would only become more brazen. "I hope you can understand my reasoning," she conveyed. Wu Weigua nodded earnestly. "I understand, I truly do. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely fear for our loss of labor should he be severely harmed." Wu Weigua displayed commendable awareness of his responsibilities, allowing Ruashi to temper her initial anger. She approached Lu Biao, her expression softening into a gentle smile. "This serves as merely a minor lesson. Should there be another occasion—" "Oh no, there shall not be. I shall take your life before you err again." Despite the venomous undertones woven through the words, the tone remains remarkably gentle, embodying the essence of a captivating yet deranged beauty. Lu Biao shivered involuntarily, timidly locking his body in place, fervently nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, there will be no next time. I truly acknowledge my mistake." Since he is aware of his fault, Ruashi, too, has no desire to pursue the matter further. After all, Her harshness was intended to command respect, to conquer these individuals through formidable strength, compelling them to serve her. In her own reflections, in a world where the strong reign and the weak suffer, she would never yield to a feeble woman devoid of worth. However, a powerful woman would command her utmost respect. The reason for gathering everyone here was not merely to deliberately occupy your time. Rather, it pertains to a theft at the small shop. Last night, a thief broke in and absconded with 2 bottles of liquor and 3 packs of cigarettes. That thief is among you. The workers began to murmur, casting suspicions upon one another. I saw you lurking by the small shop last night. Could it be you? Do not speak nonsense. I was merely curious about what the shop looked like and peered in for a moment. If you are to accuse me, then you too bear suspicion, for you know I glanced at the shop. The commotion intensified. Ruo Shi, asserting her authority, called out, "Silence." Instantly, the workers fell quiet, evidently intimidated by Ruo Shi's earlier display of punishment. Excellent, just as Ruo Shi desired. I have installed surveillance in the shop, equipped with night vision. I shall review the footage when the time comes. Then we can simply check the footage? Ruo Shi smiled. I wish to grant the thief an opportunity. Should they come forward voluntarily, the punishment will be lenient. However, if I must uncover them through the footage, the consequences will be severe. Chapter 62. Rebellion. Ruo Shi cast a meaningful glance at the now-removed Lu Biao, as if to say, this is the outcome that awaits. Soon, someone within began to exhibit signs of panic, hiding in a corner with a guilty expression. He resembled a student dozing off in class. Convinced the teacher could not discern his drowsiness, yet the teacher perceives everything with clarity. Ruo Shi was no different. She immediately identified the thief. The thief appeared to be younger than Ruo Shi, perhaps 18 or 19 years of age. She was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such youth among them. He must be the favored one among the workers. It is no wonder then, spoiled and indulged, he began to act without restraint. Nevertheless, she would not excuse him for his age. Even Wu Weiguo faced her scrutiny equally. Ruo Shi shot Wu Weiguo a glance, inquiring, "What is the name of that individual in the corner?" Wu Weiguo was taken aback for a moment before he spoke. "That is my cousin, Wu Xiaojun. Although he can be a bit mischievous at times, he should not stoop to such behavior." However, before he could finish his sentence, he turned his head and caught sight of his cousin's expression, which was a blatant display of guilt. Instantly, his heart sank. Ruo Shi patted Wu Weiguo's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. After all, parental discipline can often be the harshest. Yet, this did little to quell Wu Weiguo's rising anger. It was utterly embarrassing for him, especially with Ruo Mei present. Wu Weiguo strode toward the crowd, marching directly towards Wu Xiaojun with a menacing demeanor. Wu Xiaojun, quick-witted as he was, sensed the impending trouble and did not hesitate to flee. This act of running away only solidified the accusation that he was indeed the thief, igniting Wu Weiguo's fury. "You little rascal, dare you run? Just wait until I break your legs and arms." The underground work area was already small, and with the assistance of the other workers, they soon apprehended the fleeing Wu Xiaojun. Wu Weiguo seized a nearby feather duster and began to strike Wu Xiaojun, who was being restrained and could only grit his teeth and endure the punishment. Ruo Shi stood calmly to the side, contemplating the situation. Though this group of workers had no malicious intent, their lack of discipline was a significant problem that needed addressing. It was clear that measures such as foot shackles and severe penalties were necessary. Otherwise, theft would become a frequent occurrence. Seeing that the situation had escalated sufficiently, Ruo Shi called for a halt. "Enough. This punishment is merely superficial. If you let him go hungry for a few days, he will surely learn his lesson." Wu Weiguo adjusted his collar, still brimming with energy, his face reddened with anger. Ruo Mei was right. He should confine him to a dark room for half a month to ensure he remembers this lesson. Ruo Shi cast a glance at Wu Xiaojun, who glared back defiantly, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. Adolescents, particularly those in their rebellious phase, often resist authority. Confining him to a dark room would waste a young laborer's potential, leaving him idle. A young person would not learn from the experience if he merely went hungry for a few days. Perhaps a better course of action would be to deduct 1,000 points from his first month's salary for stealing 2 bottles of liquor and 3 packs of cigarettes. A tenfold penalty for his theft. Wu Xiaojun struggled against his captors, protesting vehemently. "No way. 1,000 points? Are you robbing me?" His defiance only angered Wu Weiguo further, who delivered 2 sharp slaps across Wu Xiaojun's face. Wu Weiguo had recognized Ruo Mei's earlier suggestion as a gesture of leniency, a chance for Wu Xiaojun to save face. Yet the boy continued to speak insolently. At that moment, a swarm of green horses seemed to gallop across Wu Weigua's mind. You little rascal! How dare you not thank your elder sister Ruo? Wu Xiaojun, having been coddled throughout his upbringing, was unaccustomed to being struck. His eyes instantly reddened, his voice quivering as he struggled to break free from Wu Weigua's grip. My parents entrusted me to you, not for you to hit me. You have no right to slap me. At that instant, the boy's pride felt as though it had been crushed beneath the weight of humiliation. With a final glare at Ruo Shi, he turned and fled. Initially, I attempted to intervene when Wu Weigua struck the child, Ruo Shi. In this day and age, is there any justification for thievery? What was the child so insistent on kicking her for? Was it a case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? It was Wu Weigua who had struck him. She had not laid a hand on him. When Wu Xiaojun shouted at Wu Weigua, a pang of regret and guilt stirred within him, for he had raised Wu Xiaojun after the boy lost his parents at a tender age. While the boy's actions warranted punishment, he was still his own cousin. Blood is thicker than water. In punishing Wu Xiaojun, Wu Weigua felt a simultaneous ache in his heart. As some workers approached to console Wu Xiaojun, Wu Weigua halted them, his tone cold and unyielding. Do not go. You are merely coddling him. He is acting like the victim when he is clearly at fault. Who is he trying to fool? Though concerned not at him. His words betrayed a different sentiment. Ruo Shi seized the moment to declare, in the future, anyone caught stealing will not only face fines, but also be confined to the small dark room for a duration determined by the value of what was stolen. Do you all understand? The workers echoed in unison, understood. After witnessing the recent incident, who would dare to commit such an act again? Once their wages were dispersed, wouldn't it be better to enjoy their earnings rather than risk a tenfold deduction and imprisonment? Ruo Shi gently patted Wu Weigua's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, fully comprehending his plight. On one hand, the pursuit of justice. On the other, the bonds of kinship with his cousin. Wu Dege found himself in a difficult position. This experience imparted a crucial lesson to her. There must be more than one manager among the workers. She needed to identify someone who could rival Wu Dege, fostering a competitive dynamic. If only one manager existed, it could lead to an imbalance of power that might ultimately disadvantage Ruo Shi. Scanning the workers, she realized she needed time to familiarize herself with them over the coming days. Wu Weigua, head bowed in shame, expressed, I apologize, Ruo Meizi. I never expected to have such a disappointing relative. Thank you for providing Wu Xiaojun an escape earlier. Ruo Shi offered a benign smile. It's nothing. But should there be a next time, there won't be such leniency. Wu Weigua straightened his back, resolutely assuring her, rest assured, I will manage him properly. There will definitely not be a next time. Yet who could truly predict the future? Ruo Shi cast a glance at Wu Xiaojun's defiant silhouette and mused on the advantages of having a relative in a leadership position at the workplace, an invaluable shield against repercussions. Treasure that, you foolish boy, she thought. Wu Weigua inquired, by the way, when does the project commence? The brothers have been idle for too long. They are eager to get to work. Their enthusiasm was palpable. Ruo Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. The 6 individuals under Fu Yuan's supervision were confined in a distant small dark room, far removed from the construction site. However, the filth within had yet to be fully eradicated. They would have to wait another day or two. Particularly troublesome were the claw marks and bloodstains on the walls, which must remain hidden from the workers' eyes. Thus, a fresh coat of paint was imperative. Chapter 63. Secrets. Ruo Shi took a bite of chocolate and reassured, do not rush. We still need a day or two. Wu Weigua nodded, visibly relieved, his shoulders shifting as if he could hardly contain his anticipation. Can the convenience store extend credit? Currently, we possess 0 points. Ruo Shi, I shall advance each of you 400 points, covering both meals and lodging, thereby ensuring that the workers will hardly incur any expenses. The amount will simply be deducted from your salaries in the first month. Naturally, those who misbehaved, Lu Biao and Wu Xiaojun, shall receive no such advance. Wu Weigua nodded in agreement. What about the meals? Who will cook? Surely, it won't be you, Ruo Meizi, taking on the culinary duties? However, it appears that this is indeed the only possibility, as Ruo Shi is the sole woman among a group of rugged men. After finishing her chocolate, Ruo Shi produced 2 bananas, offering one to Wu Weigua. Here, have a banana, would you? Wu Weigua hastily declined, while Ruo Shi, not one to be overly polite, consumed both herself. You need not worry about this. I won't allow you to go hungry. Asking her to cook is a jest. What if she mistakenly poisoned the workers? Of course, it should be her dear Xiaofuzi who handles this task, for Xiaofuzi delights in cooking, which suits his preferences splendidly. However, the workers must not see Xiaofuzi. She should ensure he completes his work before delivering the meals. Soon, the project commenced, and on the first day, the workers were invigorated. To uplift their spirits, Ruashi played an energetic song. Having not worked with mud for quite some time, they felt somewhat out of practice, but after a morning of labor, they adapted. Ruashi sat in the kitchen, snacking, while Fu Yunma busied himself nearby. Uncharacteristically, Ruashi, who had never before offered assistance, stood up this time to wash vegetables for Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma, wearing an expression akin to witnessing the sunset in the west, curiously inquired, "Are you Ruashi? Why does it feel as though you have been possessed today?" Ruashi rolled her eyes, responding, "What do you mean? Am I not flesh and blood before you?" Fu Yunma stifled a laugh, pleased to have someone to share in his banter. Unlike those workers who seemed devoid of joy, Ruashi, resolved to focus on washing the vegetables, dismissed the cheerful fellow beside her. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she splashed water toward Fu Yunma, exclaiming, "I said to concentrate on cooking and stop staring at me." Fu Yunma retorted while evading the water, "But I cook rather well. Is it wrong to glance at my lovely, good-tempered girlfriend?" Good-tempered? Ruashi harbored serious doubts about whether this fellow was subtly mocking her. Tired of the exchange, she resumed her task of washing vegetables. "Just to your cooking." Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from behind her. Both Ruashi and Fu Yunfan turned to see only a small patch of dirt remaining on the floor. Had a worker been eavesdropping on their conversation? Did he catch a glimpse of Fu Yunma's current zombie-like appearance? Alarmed, Ruashi pressed down Fu Yunma's eager head, saying, "You cook, and I'll lock the door." The kitchen had two doors, one leading back to Ruashi's home and the other leading to the construction site. Fu Yunma, unfazed and even secretly pleased, confidently asserted that the child had undoubtedly seen his face. The child? Ruashi furrowed her brow slightly. It could only be Wu Xiaojun, who still harbored resentment against her. If he had seen her, he would surely spread the word. However, to Ruashi's surprise, as she delivered the meals, the workers, drenched in sweat and laughing, greeted her with friendly nods, seemingly oblivious to everything. A fog of confusion enveloped Ruashi. Did Wu Xiaojun not gossip about her after all? A worker opened the lunchbox, took a few bites, and exclaimed, "Wow, there's meat and vegetables, and even fruit. This meal is splendid." Indeed, this was something they had never dared to dream of during the apocalypse. Am I dreaming? Everything feels surreal, yet awakening would still bring tears of joy. Seeing their elation, Ruashi, in a misguided attempt to dampen their spirits, remarked that dinner would consist only of vegetarian dishes and steamed buns, so they should eat heartily at lunch. Yet the workers continued to beam with happiness, simple and sincere. "It's fine, even without vegetables. We couldn't even get our hands on compressed biscuits before. Steamed buns are a great luxury." But the more Ruashi pondered, the more something felt amiss. What was Wu Xiaojun really thinking? Was he trying to threaten her? Sure enough, when no one was watching, Wu Xiaojun approached Ruashi, his face bearing a distinct red handprint, smiling comically. "I need to talk to you about your zombie husband." His cocky demeanor was typical of the young and fearless. Ruashi, displeased, curled her lip. How dare this child threaten her? A flicker of amusement crossed her typically indifferent eyes. "You should first look in the mirror to see how ridiculous you currently appear before coming to chat with me." Undoubtedly, her words provoked Wu Xiaojun, who raised his voice deliberately. "Do you believe I won't spill your husband's secrets to others?" If he intended to draw attention, he certainly succeeded. A worker approached, thinking a fight was imminent, and interjected, "Boss, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. Don't stoop to this brat-esque level. He has just been too cheeky lately and needs a lesson." Ruashi maintained her icy demeanor and offered no response. The worker then turned to Wu Xiaojun, trying to mediate. "Xiaojun, don't be impulsive, otherwise, the boss might just teach you a lesson." Like a fuse igniting, Wu Xiaojun clenched his fists, glaring at Ruashi. "I'll give you one more chance. If you continue this way, don't blame me for being heartless." The worker, caught in the middle, was bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Ruashi silently manipulated a nearby wooden stick, bringing it down forcefully on Wu Xiaojun's head. "Before making such claims, consider if you possess the merit to do so." Hearing of the commotion, Wu Weiguo rushed over, his mouth still unclean from his meal, and upon seeing Wu Xiaojun unconscious on the ground, hurriedly apologized to Ruashi. "Sister Ruo, I'm sorry, this is not a human matter. I'll take him back immediately and ensure he won't come near you or cause you any harm. As Ruashi bit into the sweet, juicy peach, the delightful nectar flowed, instantly filling her with joy. It's quite normal for the young to be impulsive, but I hope there won't be a next time, she remarked. A nearby worker interjected, but Xiao Jun just mentioned something about Boss Ru's husband's secret. Something that seemed rather confidential. That's what led to their argument. Wu Wei was scolded. Their family matters are none of your business. Why meddle so much? The worker nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and apologized. Boss Ru, I hope you won't take it to heart. I was just being thoughtless. Maintaining her composure, Ruashi took a bite of a fragrant pear and replied, rest assured, I shall deduct half of your first month's salary. The worker was taken aback, his previously relaxed demeanor stiffening. What? Really? I was just making a casual remark. I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Please believe me. Noticing Ruashi calmly filling her cup at the water dispenser, the worker panicked, casting a pleading glance at Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua also felt that deducting half of the salary was excessive. If the worker objected and chose to leave, it would pose a problem. Yet he understood the need to respect Ruashi's wishes and not interfere lightly. The worker, feeling the weight of the situation, nearly buckled at the thought of losing half his wages, which could amount to many rounds of mahjong. Seeing that she had sufficiently intimidated him, Ruashi finally spoke. I was merely joking. I won't penalize you, but you must learn to control your tongue in the future. The loquacious worker, Zhang Wu, known for his love of mahjong and being the top player in the parlor, was a rather honest fellow, albeit rather chatty. Zhang Wu let out a breath of relief, patting his chest. That's great. I will definitely keep my mouth in check and won't speak out of turn again. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. I only have an hour for my afternoon nap. Otherwise, I'll be too exhausted to work this afternoon. Originally, there were no plans to grant the workers a break, considering that waking them at 9 in the morning was already a generous allowance. However, after Wu Gu mentioned the importance of a midday rest for the workers' energy in the summer, the working hours were adjusted to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., allowing time for lunch and a nap. Ruashi cast a cold glance at Wu Xiaojun, who lay sprawled on the ground. I think your cousin might not be quite right in the head. Wu Weigua was taken aback, not immediately comprehending. What? Ruashi solemnly patted Wu Weigua's shoulder. My husband specializes in psychology. At Xiaojun's age, it's quite normal for a child to experience some depression, leading to heightened rebelliousness during adolescence. However, without guidance from a psychologist to gently steer him onto the right path of values, he may develop psychological distortions at just 18. Unbeknownst to her, Ruashi had grown accustomed to referring to Fu Yunma as her husband in front of others, yet she had never acknowledged him so in his presence. Therefore, this afternoon, I will grant Xiao Jun half a day off so that my husband can provide him with some proper guidance and correct his unhealthy mindset. Wu Weigua opened his mouth to speak, but Ruashi added another remark. In consideration of our friendship, let us refrain from deducting his wages. Having spoken thus, Ruaxu certainly compelled Wu Weigua to acquiesce, yet he found her reasoning quite sound. Now is a crucial time for nurturing Xiaojun's worldview, and one cannot afford to be negligent or indulgent in his antics. Then I shall thank you, Ruomizi. I will treat you to a meal another day. Wu Weigua intended to suggest a drink or a meal, but before the words could escape his lips, he realized that his sustenance and lodging were all courtesy of her. Ruomizi did not require such trivialities from him, and the words he wished to convey lodged themselves in his throat. If you have any other tasks or errands that require my assistance, I shall endeavor to fulfill them, as I owe you several favors. Ruaxu smiled graciously, her demeanor radiating strength that surpassed Wu Weigua's, despite her being significantly shorter. No need for formality, we are friends. Such concern is a natural duty among friends. Moreover, my husband has been rather idle lately, and it would be beneficial for him to engage in something rather than merely holding the baby while watching Barbie. At that moment, a cacophony of clattering pots and pans resonated from the kitchen, instantly capturing Wu Weigua's attention. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Was there someone else in the kitchen? Ruaxu, maintaining her composure, remarked, no, perhaps it is just the mischievous little kitten we adopted. The kitchen echoed once more. Indeed, it is quite a playful little rascal. Wu Weigua naively accepted this explanation without further thought. Pardon my intrusion, but may I ask, I've noticed that in the past year, you have either been cooped up at home or traveling across the country. Each time I encounter you, there are no signs of pregnancy. How then? Has a child suddenly appeared? Ruaxu replied candidly. Your inquiry is rather presumptuous. Wu Weigua chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I merely thought you appeared quite youthful, barely in your 20s. How could you possibly be married and have a child? That is indeed a good question, Ruoxu mused, but the matter of fate is not easily deciphered. Once, while traveling along the coast, she fortuitously rescued a bunny from a trash bin. Had she not intervened, the creature would have been discovered and sent to an orphanage, ultimately facing demise when the apocalypse arrived. In her previous life, the bunny likely perished long ago, along with Xiaofu, both of whom she had pulled back from the brink of death. Naturally, Ruoxu could not casually disclose the bunny's origins. She wished for it to be known only that she, as the mother, had saved it. I have been at home precisely to raise my child. Why would I squander my good fortune and wealth on frivolous outings? With this rhetorical question, she deftly redirected the focus back to Wu Weigua, who felt a cold sweat break upon his palms, overwhelmed by the formidable aura surrounding him. He could not shake the feeling that someone was covertly observing him from behind. Yet when he turned, he saw nothing but the closed kitchen door. So it is, if the girl takes good care of herself. She hardly resembles someone who has borne children. I have scarcely met my brother-in-law. Has he been at home caring for the child all this time? She squinted her eyes, clearly reluctant to continue the conversation. She spoke slowly. He is a shy otaku, rather introverted, preferring solitude. He only feels comfortable around me. Wu Weigua wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as if he had been force-fed a dose of dog food. Before leaving, he kicked Wu Xiaojun twice and said, "This rascal will be your responsibility this afternoon. If he misbehaves, tie him up. If he speaks out of turn, use a dirty rag from the toilet to silence him. And if he falls asleep, give him a few slaps. Be sure to show him no mercy. To bind him, to silence him with a filthy rag. To slap him awake." She fell silent, acknowledging the ruthlessness of such measures. "Rest assured, when he returns tonight, I guarantee he will be obedient and will no longer argue with you." Wu Weigua did not take her confident words to heart. After all, he knew his brother's temperament all too well. If one afternoon could reform him, he would not have remained such a scoundrel for so long. Chapter 65. Black screen. After Wu Weigua left, she levitated Wu Xiaojun into the air and positioned him in a wheelchair, forcefully knocking on the kitchen door. Fu Yunma reluctantly opened the door, finding the man exceedingly unattractive. Did this little diva truly expect her to converse with such a repugnant face? She offered him no chance to resist, definitively asserting her intentions. She bypassed Fu Yunma and entered the room. A small dark space situated between the first and second floors of the basement, quiet, enclosed, and suffocating. She removed half of the plants in the room to instill a sense of suffocation and helplessness in Wu Xiaojun, facilitating Fu Yunma's hypnosis. As Wu Weigua had suggested, Wu Xiaojun was bound to the wheelchair, and to prevent any escape attempts, foot and handcuffs were also prepared. "Let me handle this." As she reached for the handcuffs to secure another man, Fu Yunma silently approached from behind and snatched the cuffs away. "Give those to me. Do not lay a hand on another man." He cast a glance over Wu Xiaojun's youthful form. He was indeed younger than himself. With a rough motion, he secured the handcuffs on Wu Xiaojun and donned a fox mask before taking a seat 2 meters away. She realized this man was serious. She found a position to observe how little Fu hypnotized others. After all, she had never witnessed it before. Yet Fu Yunma, with his chilly voice, interjected, "Little diva, could you step outside for a moment? I know you find it hard to be away from me, but I have serious business to attend to." She's lips twitched as a flock of crows flew overhead. How was it that little Fu could sound so serious while uttering such frivolous words? "I wish to see how you hypnotize. I've never seen this side of you, and it seems rather intriguing. I don't want to miss it." Despite She's earnest pleas, Fu Yunma remained steadfast in his refusal. "I merely worry that you might fall under my hypnotic influence," he remarked, "for in the realm of one's innermost thoughts, anything is conceivable." Fear gripped her heart. She was indeed frightened. She, with a lollipop in her mouth, puffed her cheeks and shot Fu Yunma a glare. "Fine. I shall go entertain the bunny." The smile concealed beneath Fu Yunma's mask faltered. "Entertain the bunny? Is it not you who plays with the bunny?" The unsuspecting bunny was initially engrossed in her cartoon cars, swaying her little bottom as she twirled about, delighting in her solitary amusement. Yet, mere moments later, she plopped down on the carpet, her round eyes wide in astonishment. Once she regained her senses, her big eyes narrowed, and her tiny mouth opened, emitting a wail of grievance. "Wah, wah." as she sought to stir even the faintest flicker of conscience in the villain who had usurped her rightful place. She was but a 9-month-old child, after all. How could someone dare to commandeer her toy cars? At that moment, the villain, Ruoshi, was seated atop the toy car, her legs gracefully propelling her in circles around the bunny with ease, unabashedly showcasing her triumph. The bunny, who could barely move her own toy car and was relegated to spinning in place, witnessed her mother effortlessly maneuvering the toy, causing her little hands to flail, her short legs to collapse, and she commenced rolling on the floor in despair. Seeing the bunny in such a pitiful state, Ruoshi paused and retrieved a cotton candy from the drawer. In that instant, the bunny's eyes sparkled, her cries ceased abruptly, fixating intently on the sugary treat in her mother's hand. Candy Mama. The rare utterance of Mama from the bunny sent a warm surge through Ruoshi's heart. Tearing open the cotton candy's wrapper, she extended it toward the bunny. The bunny beamed with joy, her eyes shimmering like scattered stars, drool pooling in her mouth as she gazed at her mother. Ruoshi feigned disdain and slowly retracted the cotton candy, popping it into her own mouth instead. Oh dear, why are you drooling? Mama merely asked if you liked the scent. Look how generous I am, she teased. I have a candy, and I even let you smell it. Unlike your father, who hides candy away without a glance in your direction. Though the little bunny understood not a word. The slow withdrawal of the cotton candy felt like a moment frozen in time, inflicting a profound emotional wound on her tender heart. Ruoshi, anticipating the impending outburst, covered her ears, resignedly chewing on the cotton candy. It seemed her daughter had once again been brought to tears by her antics. Turning on the television, Ruoshi was greeted by an episode of Barbie. The chubby little bunny quivered, her cries fading as she became entranced, fixating on the enchanting Barbie princess gracing the screen. Upon witnessing this, Ruoshi felt her very soul was under siege. Who could believe that Barbie had a staggering 38 series? Fu Yunma and the bunny had watched them all in a single night, and they were now embarking on a second viewing. Covering her face, she could bear no more. As Ruoxi clicked the next button, she greeted, "Hello, everyone. I am Peppa Pig. This is my little brother, George. This is my mother, Mummy Pig. And this is my father, Daddy Pig." Once again, Peppa Pig appeared, leaving Ruoxi feeling exasperated, while the rabbit beside her clapped joyfully, thoroughly enjoying the moment. With a resigned sigh, Ruoxi forced down the rabbit's bobbing head, taking a brief pause before ultimately conceding. Very well, she would not stoop to the level of a child. She opened her computer and retreated to her room to observe the live feed from the little black room. Wu Xiaojun, with a mischievous grin, gazed vacantly as if lost in his own realm, uttering, "I adore cute and soft girls. How about you?" Fu Yunma's voice, as clear and melodious as pearls cascading onto a plate, resonated within the empty confines of the little black room. He raised his hand, a ring adorning his distinctly knuckled middle finger, the delight in his tone unmistakable. "I am married." A flicker of envy crossed Wu Xiaojun's eyes. Even though Fu Yunma's face was obscured by a mask, Ruoxi couldn't help but envision the strikingly beautiful expression he must possess. She was well aware that Fu Yunma looked captivating in any expression. His natural charm was undeniable. Yet, at that moment, Wu Xiaojun and Fu Yunma faced each other with an unusual tranquility, discussing their preferences as if they were longtime brothers. Ruoxi furrowed her brows, pondering what she had just missed. She attempted to access the playback feature on the surveillance, but found the screen entirely black. A shadow flitted past in a mere 2 seconds, and she felt herself pinned at the edge of the bed, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. "When did you arrive?" Chapter 66. Thoughts. Ruoxi gazed at the divine visage before her, her mind swiftly grasping the situation. The black screen must have been the handiwork of little Fuzi. If he had been hiding in the room all along, then the scene she had just witnessed was likely a pre-recorded video, not a live feed. Had little Fuzi intentionally captured that segment of surveillance for her viewing? What could his intentions be? Ruoxi suddenly understood. Was he asserting his claim over her in front of Wu Xiaojun? Or was he fearful that she might develop feelings for Wu Xiaojun, wishing to convey that she was neither the cute type nor to Wu Xiaojun's taste? Daydreaming, are we? Thinking of another man. Fu Yunma's displeasure was palpable as he nudged Ruoxi's neck, his breath warm against her skin. Ruoxi, feeling ticklish, forcefully pushed him away, her expression a mix of irritation and indignation. "Did you tamper with my computer?" Fu Yunma winced, shrugging his shoulders innocently. "I'm sorry, it was intentional." Only this fellow could deliver such a bold confession with such audacity in front of her. He leaned closer, his innocent eyes pleading. Little troublemaker. Ruoxi swiftly swatted him away, firmly pressing down on his unruly head. Stop it. I need to check what else you've meddled with on my computer. Fu Yunma inched closer once more, and Ruoxi again pushed him away. There is truly nothing of consequence. I merely observed what your browser was viewing, then made some adjustments to the surveillance, and it vanished. Ruoxi turned with resolute determination, declaring, I do not believe you. Forget it, I cannot locate it. You are right here. Quickly restore the monitoring system and uninstall whatever you have installed. Fu Yunma rubbed the rabbit doll, questioning if the bear was, once again, in tears. Ruoxi felt a sense of curiosity. Initially, when naming it, you held disdain for the name Bear of Power, and now, how did it come to be that it is no longer called Rabbit, but Bear of Power? In the next instant, she realized he was diverting the topic. Do not change the subject. I am discussing serious matters with you. I want to view the surveillance. Her assertive words prompted Fu Yunma to curl his lips. Who had given this little diva such audacity to speak so arrogantly? Oh, it turned out to be himself. You haven't touched me in quite some time. Alas, that little face seemed remarkably aggrieved. One might think she had bullied him. Ruoxi furrowed her brow, insisting, adjust the surveillance for me, honestly. In the footage, she needed to understand how Xiao Fu had managed to make Wu Xiaojun so obedient. She needed to be prepared, lest she be unknowingly hypnotized by Xiao Fu in the future. Fu Yunma mumbled quietly, you only call me husband in front of outsiders. You have never referred to me as such in my presence. Ruoxi bit into a grape, pondering whether Fu Yunma's words were a threat. Is calling you husband the key to accessing the surveillance? Fu Yunma feigned surprise, widening his eyes and opening his mouth in mock astonishment. How could you possibly ask me to call you that in person? That would be too embarrassing. He then added, however, if you wish to call me that, feel free. After all, I am at your beck and call, and I cherish whatever name you choose to call me. Ruoxi helplessly covered her face. Such an obvious game of seduction and tension truly made her want to roll her eyes. Before the straightforward Ruoxi, there was no tone that could not be reclaimed. Xiao Fu, just now, Rabbit was making little noises, seemingly hungry. Why not prepare a cup of milk for her? Fu Yunma's fluffy head nuzzled Ruoxi's palm. Do not change the subject. As long as you call me, I will bring up the surveillance and show you the entire footage. Ruoxi clenched her jaw, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Husband. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Those two syllables nearly cost me my tongue. Fu Yunma quietly lay in Ruoxi's embrace, an adorable little puppy. Cooing. No, it should be said in a gentle tone. This little diva is far too stiff. Ruoxi extended the computer in front of Fu Yunma, insisting, I do not care. I have called you, and you must help me access the surveillance. Fu Yunma grumbled again, but my head hurts here. I suddenly forgot how to adjust it. Perhaps we. He glanced at the Rolls-Royce beside them, then back at Ruoxi. Having a car in the room was merely because Ruoxi had not driven in too long. Her hands felt somewhat clumsy on the steering wheel. So she had placed a Rolls-Royce there, to find her rhythm whenever she desired. As Ruoxi followed Fu Yunma's gaze, she spotted the car. Her red lips pressed tighter together. What peculiar antics was Xiao Fu planning this time? Fu Yunma rose, pulling Ruoxi up with him, gently pushing her towards the vehicle. Sitting inside the car would undoubtedly spark some inspiration. I believe I could swiftly restore the computer surveillance as soon as I take a seat. Ruoxi expressed her confusion, questioning the relevance of restoring computer surveillance while in the car. Reluctantly, she climbed into the vehicle, directly opening the driver's door and taking her place behind the wheel. Fu Yunma gracefully executed a slight bow, proclaiming it an honor to sit alongside the little troublemaker in the passenger seat. Ruoxi coldly retorted, urging him to stop the nonsense and restore the surveillance. Fu Yunma chuckled and began to deftly manipulate the keyboard with his slender fingers, quickly accomplishing the task. The computer screen pivoted to face Ruoxi, his face beaming with pride. I told you, being in the car would lead to clarity. It was done in a flash. Ruoxi chose to ignore him, her gaze fixated on the screen. Upon awakening, Wu Xiaojun panically inquired about their location, invoking the name of his cousin, Wu Weigua. Do you know who my brother is? He is the boss here. Who do you think you are to dare kidnap me? Fu Yunma merely smiled softly, snapping his fingers as the wall clock ticked rhythmically. Just then, the video abruptly cut to black, leaving Ruoxi perturbed as she looked up, only to find herself meeting something soft. Her entire body was pinned down. The already cramped space of the car felt even more constricted with Fu Yunma leaning in closer, further diminishing her range of movement. Fu Yunma held her waist tightly, his breath erratic, his head nestled against her bosom. Isn't the car a place for deeper thoughts and feelings? Ruashi smirked slightly, responding, Indeed, it's a fountain of inspiration. I could write a novel. She gently nudged the towering Fu Yunma, tilting her head to discover that his right hand was propped against the car door, effectively blocking her exit. What are you really trying to do? Fu Yunma traced his full lips along Ruashi's delicate collarbone, stating, I have no intentions, if the little troublemaker disagrees. How could I dare to proceed? His warm breath brushed against her already sensitive skin, causing Ruashi to struggle to sit upright, yet she still felt an itchiness enveloping her. You know I dislike being beneath. Fu Yunma paused, a light laugh escaping him, before replying in a husky voice. All right, I'll follow your lead. The moment he stood, Ruashi forcefully pressed against him, her assertiveness overshadowing his once more. Chapter 67. Forgetting Ruashi was uncertain when she awakened, but she found herself staring at the white ceiling for quite some time. It was not that she didn't want to rise. Rather, she was utterly exhausted, devoid of energy for any unnecessary movements. Fu Yunma approached with a plate of spicy dinner, tenderly offering her a spoonful of food near her lips. Initially, he contemplated expressing his affection, but upon receiving Ruashi's disdainful glance, he refrained. Instead, he gently urged, Be a good girl and finish your meal, all right? You still need to deliver dinner to the workers later. The latter part of his statement struck Ruashi like a bolt of lightning, leaving her face ashen as she reluctantly accepted Fu Yunma's offering. Indeed, dinner time was approaching, and given Fu Yunma's current state, he could not present himself before the workers. Thus, it fell upon her to deliver their nourishment. It was exasperating. She was already fatigued and now had to compel herself to rise. Throughout this, Fu Yunma continued to mutter, but Ruashi, weary in body and spirit, hardly paid him any heed. I know you're upset, but I promise to be more attentive next time. I won't be so harsh again. After all, it's your fault for not touching me for so long. Remarkably, Fu Yunma had turned the blame onto her. Ruashi puffed up her cheeks in irritation, shooting several glares at Fu Yunma, who promptly fell silent. By the way, how did Wu Xiaojun ultimately handle the situation? Ruashi had lost interest in the events that transpired after the surveillance footage. The longest journey she had undertaken was navigating Fu Yunma's schemes. When the topic shifted to other men, Fu Yunma scooped a generous spoonful of meat and stuffed it into Ruashi's mouth. I administered a slight sedative. He likely won't awaken for another 10 hours or so. Should he regain consciousness, he will have completely forgotten all of us, washed away all memories, and transformed into a blissfully ignorant being, akin to an infant. Ruashi chewed the meat for a considerable time before swallowing, playfully admonishing. You're not turning him into a fool, are you? If he becomes foolish, I'll have no explanation for Brother Wu. I fear he might think I've driven him to madness. Fu Yunma tousled Ruashi's hair reassuringly. Fear not. I will ensure your esteemed Brother Wu meets a cousin he finds satisfactory. Ruashi, why clench your teeth while speaking? I still want to eat meat. Unbeknownst to her, the meat on her plate had vanished, leaving only a pile of vegetables and carrots. Yet, instead of complying with her request for more meat, Fu Yunma presented a red carrot before her. Little darling, you must eat a balanced diet for your health. One cannot subsist solely on meat. His voice was as sweet as honey, evoking a sense of comfort and tranquility. Ruashi, with a resigned pout, acquiesced. All right, fine. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Yunma stuffed the carrot into her mouth, and before she could swallow, he offered a second. Ruashi, after concealing the imperfections on her neck with a scarf, felt reassured and donned a mask before stepping outside. Sister Rua, my younger brother behaved relatively well this afternoon, didn't he? Wu Weigua, biting into a steamed bun, gazed intently behind Ruashi for quite some time, yet saw no figure. He wouldn't be sulking and hiding from me, would he? Ruashi turned her neck slightly and replied, No, he will come out shortly on his own. However, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Upon noticing the mask covering Ruashi's face, Wu Weigua's heart skipped a beat. That rascal hasn't he done anything foolish to upset Sister Rua, has he? What has happened to your face? Ruashi touched her mask, revealing nothing. The summer mosquitoes were indeed overwhelming, having bitten her into 2 large welts, prompting her to don a mask. Your cousin may not be the same as before. He might even have forgotten some memories. You surely do not mind, as it is for his own good, aiming to help him cultivate a better temperament from scratch. Wu Weigua quickly shook his head, saying, Ruame, You are too kind. If that could truly happen, it would be wonderful. I just didn't have the time to accompany him when he was younger. Nor did I teach him how to navigate life. Now he has become so rebellious. If I could have a chance to start anew, that would be splendid. At that moment, Wu Xiaojun stumbled out, looking bewildered. Wu Weiguo rushed towards him, grabbing his ear and shouting, "Speak quickly. Have you bullied your sister Ruo again? You little rascal." Wu Xiaojun's eyes were innocent and clear, resembling a 3-year-old child, as he struggled in pain, exclaiming, "Ah, it hurts. Who are you? Why are you bullying me? I will tell my mother." Wu Weiguo was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking again, "What did you just say?" Seeing the man's grip loosen, Wu Xiaojun's eyes darted, and he broke free. "You are a bad person. I will go home and tell my mother." Only then did Wu Weiguo start to believe. Had his cousin truly forgotten him? Or was this little rascal merely pretending? Wu Weiguo's gaze shifted to Ruo Shi, who calmly stated, "Do not worry. He has simply forgotten both you and me, remembering only his mother. However, the foundational knowledge he learned before remains intact. He has merely forgotten everyone except for her." Wu Weiguo stood in shock, his throat tight. How had this transformation occurred so suddenly? Ruo Shi tossed a banana to Wu Weiguo, insisting, "My husband says the root cause of his current rebelliousness, even his tendency to apologize and curse, stems from the influences of those around him and his environment. If one truly wishes to reform a person, they must erase their memories of others. Now that these memories have been wiped, you, Brother Wu, must educate him properly, instilling in him a sound worldview. You must not allow him to fall back into his previous ways, especially concerning the friends surrounding Wu Xiaojun. You must be particularly vigilant to prevent him from going astray." Wu Weiguo stood there, dumbfounded for a while, before stammering, "So, you mean, the current Xiaojun will no longer steal or curse?" Ruo Shi nodded, inwardly lamenting Wu Ji's slow comprehension. After finishing the last bite of her banana, she pushed the cart back to the kitchen, eager to return and rest. Little did she expect, Wu Weiguo caught her again. "I am truly grateful to you, Ruomei. You are such a good person. Taking care of Wu and wasting your afternoon with your husband to handle this troublesome little boy." He then rambled on about a myriad of topics. But Ruo Shi couldn't absorb a single word. "All right, Wu Xiaojun has run off. You should go after him." Impatiently, she shook off Wu Weiguo's hand and entered the kitchen. In the kitchen, Fu Yunma wore a gloomy expression as he stared at his wrist. Chapter 68, Sister. This was the first time Ruo Shi had seen Fu Yunma display such an emotion in person. "Xiao Fuzi, why are you in a daze?" Ruo Shi called out to Fu Yunma several times, yet he remained unresponsive, maintaining his expression. Even those with a hint of timidity felt their legs tremble in fear. However, Ruo Shi remained indifferent, casually brushing past Fu Yunma. "Have you been too tired lately? Why not take a break for the next couple of days? I can take care of the rabbit." Fu Yunma lowered his head. "No need. Taking care of the child is best left to me. You've been quite busy these days, and I don't want to trouble you." Ruo Shi mumbled softly, "How considerate." She then entered the room to sleep, disregarding Fu Yunma any further. Suddenly, Fu Yunma lifted his head. His eyes no longer held their previous innocence, now filled with a sinister glare, complemented by dark veins that made him resemble a vampire lord straight out of a comic book. He bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, the crimson droplets sliding down his lip as the surrounding atmosphere grew ominously chilling. The small shop in the basement was now open, with Ruo Shi seated inside, tirelessly tapping away at the keyboard, calculating the total items, overwhelmed with work. Wu Weiguo arrived unexpectedly, followed closely by Wu Xiaojun, who hid behind him. "Sister Ru, I have something to ask you." Ruo Shi momentarily lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Wu Xiaojun's clear ones. She anticipated their inquiry. "What relationship do we share? Feel free to ask your questions directly. There's no need for such formality." Wu Weiguo sighed in relief. Before the apocalypse, he had never felt so restrained in Ruo Shi's presence. But after witnessing her formidable control abilities, an inexplicable fear had taken root within him. Perhaps it was a natural apprehension towards the strong. Will Xiaojun's amnesia have any side effects in the future? It was a pertinent question, but unfortunately, Ruo Shi shook her head. "I'm not sure. This matter requires Xiao Fuzi's input." "I would assume not." Wu Weiguo pulled Wu Xiaojun closer. "That's good to hear. Actually, I have another matter to discuss, which may seem a bit presumptuous, but I believe it could be beneficial for both you and Xiaojun." Ruo Shi felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Wu Weiguo nudged the neatly dressed Xiaojun forward. "My cousin is 2 years younger than you. Although he might have forgotten many people and events, he possesses a commendable intellect, and he isn't lacking in looks. I wonder what you think of him. What? Ruashi was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Was Wu Gu aware of her marriage and children, yet still attempted to introduce a suitor? She was bewildered and utterly confused. Who would dare to suggest that a relative become a third party? Though she was the only woman in the basement, Wu Xiaojun was merely 18 or 19. Surely, he wasn't in a hurry to find a partner. It felt as though her worldview was once again crumbling. I am blessed with a husband and a daughter, and it is now the pivotal moment for your cousin's moral development. My initial inclination was to voice some unflattering remarks, yet I hesitated, concerned about hurting Brother Wu's pride. Though it is rather embarrassing for him to have broached such a topic, is it truly inappropriate? Wu Weiguo chuckled heartily, dismissing any notion of impropriety, asserting that life is meant for enjoyment and companionship. I am somewhat aware of the intrigues within your affluent circle. Which wealthy woman is ever satisfied with a single partner? Although Brother Wu was ostensibly praising Ruashi, she felt a profound discomfort. She recalled an incident involving a woman whose sister divorced her husband, only to cohabit with him shortly thereafter. Furthermore, during a trip to a coastal city, she encountered a dumpling shop owner who supported her husband while the mistress worked to sustain him, with both women amicably sharing the responsibility of caring for the man. Upon hearing such shocking tales, Ruashi's worldview shattered, and to witness similar realities firsthand was truly disconcerting. Society is indeed a tapestry of contradictions, replete with bizarre occurrences. Despite Wu Weiguo's earnestness in his professional life and his deliberate consideration for the disabled, his views on everyday life, particularly concerning marriage, leave much to be desired. It is no wonder that Xiaofuzi was so certain about the presence of another man in her room. This time, Ruashi's demeanor was resolute and unyielding. I apologize, but our family of three is thriving just fine without an intruder who is oblivious to their current standing. Wu Weiguo attempted to further advocate for Wu Xiaojun, but Ruashi swiftly shut the window with a decisive clap. Faced with the cold barrier, Wu Weiguo gestured for Wu Xiaojun to offer some words of consolation. Having imparted much knowledge to him over the past few days, Wu Xiaojun timidly spoke. Sister, cousin said he no longer wants me and that I should follow you. Look at this pitiful little fellow. Ruashi donned her earplugs, unwilling to hear a single word. It was no wonder that when Wu Weiguo had previously inquired about her relationship status, his face had flushed crimson. She had found it rather curious at the time. It also explained Wu Xiaojun's persistent disdain for her, as Wu Weiguo had urged him to abandon his masculine dignity and become a kept man. Ruashi rubbed her temples, feeling a headache brewing. It seemed she must hasten to find a second worker to assume a managerial role. Scattered across the table were photographs of the workers. After scrutinizing them for some time, Ruashi realized that few possessed distinct personalities or aspirations for advancement. The only individual capable of standing up to Wu Weiguo was Liu Biao, who, having sustained an injury, now lay in bed. With this in mind, Ruashi rose to seek Liu Biao for a conversation. Upon opening the door, she discovered that Wu Weiguo had departed, leaving only Wu Xiaojun standing there, fidgeting with his fingers. Sister, he began. Though he would typically require over 10 hours to regain consciousness, Fu Yunma's intervention had awakened him swiftly. It must be said that the softened Wu Xiaojun was more palatable to the eye, yet Ruashi held no interest in him. She treated him as if he were air, bypassing him directly toward the workers' dormitory. Wu Xiaojun followed closely behind, calling out, Sister, wait for me. Cousin told me to follow you. He had heard that his sister was the leader here, which sounded quite impressive. How did you manage that? I want to be as capable as you. His incessant chatter about his sister was relentless. Ruashi covered her ears, feeling overwhelmed, and snapped, You're so noisy, be quiet. At this reprimand, Wu Xiaojun obediently fell silent, fidgeting with his fingers, his right leg tracing circles on the ground as he pretended to look elsewhere. Sister, what did you say? I'm just talking to myself. I'm not following you. Ah, he was quite the actor. Ruashi, who was fierce and spoke little, promptly locked the iron gate of the workers' dormitory, leaving Wu Xiaojun without a key to enter. She walked away without a backward glance. Hearing the commotion, Wu Xiaojun turned back, realizing the door was locked. He anxiously knocked on the lock, but received no response, ultimately slumping against the wall and drawing circles on the ground. Chapter 69. Tomato. Ruashi's visit took Liu Biao completely by surprise. Though he had managed to feed himself over the past few days, any significant movement sent pain coursing through his bones. As he watched Ruashi stride confidently towards him, a shiver ran down his spine. "Boss, what brings you here?" Since the last incident, the mere mention of Ruashi's name instilled fear in him. Her control over the power system was daunting. Even a casual tap on his head with a stick could be catastrophic. Ruashi sat down, her usual sharpness replaced by a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "I came to discuss something with you." That smile felt more unsettling than reassuring. Lu Biao, trembling with trepidation, asked, "What is it?" "I've been behaving myself here, not going anywhere. I haven't done anything wrong." Ruashi shook her head. "I want to promote you to a managerial position equivalent to that of Wu Weiguo, with a salary to match. I wonder if you would be interested?" Lu Biao thought he had misheard. "What? No way. Just days ago, this woman despised me. How is she suddenly offering me a promotion? Putting me on par with Wu Weiguo?" Everyone knew of her close ties with Wu Weiguo, likened to that of brothers. "Are you serious?" His cautious demeanor revealed his surprise. Ruashi preferred a straightforward approach in human interactions. "Of course, I am serious. Do I seem like someone who enjoys making jokes? If you perform better than Wu Weiguo, I might consider promoting you further, and your salary could increase several-fold." By comparing Lu Biao to Wu Weiguo, she aimed to guide him in her desired direction, encouraging him to measure his actions against Wu Weiguo's. This strategy would not only motivate Lu Biao to strive for excellence, but also keep Wu Weiguo in check, ensuring smoother project progress. A boss who cannot paint a vision is not worthy of being called a good boss. Lu Biao's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Clearly, he was tempted. After all, he found himself in a dire situation, injured and without care, feeling like a forsaken outcast, devoid of money and power, utterly desolate. Yet, despite being humiliated by Wu Weiguo in front of so many witnesses, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him and yearned to avenge this affront. Ruashi cast a discerning glance at Lu Biao's expression, capturing every subtle thought, remaining as composed as a mountain. She understood that, although Lu Biao had remained silent, his heart was already stirred. After all, Lu Biao and Wu Weiguo were natural adversaries. All she needed to do was elevate the former's stature, allowing their rivalry to unfold both openly and covertly. "I merely come to inform you. You have no right to refuse." Lu Biao nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you, Boss Ru. I shall undoubtedly serve you diligently henceforth." While he continued to wax poetic, Ruashi had already risen and walked toward the exit. "This matter is settled. Once you have recovered and are able to work, I will announce it to everyone. Until then, refrain from discussing it with others to avoid any unnecessary complications." It was then that Lu Biao noticed the array of precious medicines on the table, realizing that with these, his injuries would surely heal rapidly. Boss Ru is truly a benevolent soul. Ruashi, not far off, scoffed at this sentiment. A slap followed by a candy, and a heart could be so easily swayed. Unfortunately, her amusement was short-lived. Wu Xiaojun remained foolishly squatting at the doorway, and upon seeing her approach, he hurried over, panting, "Sister, where are we headed now?" Hiss. Didn't Fu Yunma merely erase Wu Xiaojun's memories? How could he be so foolish now? Reluctantly, Ruashi procured handcuffs, forcibly securing Wu Xiaojun's hands to the iron gate. "Sister, what are you doing?" Ruashi offered no reply, leaving behind a cold silhouette as she departed without hesitation. Wu Xiaojun attempted to follow, but the handcuffs proved insurmountable, nearly bringing him to tears. As they passed a construction site, Wu Weiguo happened to be at the entrance. Upon seeing Ruashi alone, he expressed surprise. "Sister Ru, why are you by yourself? Where is that foolish boy of mine?" Ruashi cast him a loaded glance before returning home. "I've put him in the dormitory. Do not entertain any of your little schemes. Next time, I shall deduct half of your month's salary." Upon hearing of the salary deduction, Wu Weiguo swallowed the words he had intended to utter, obediently nodding. "Very well, if you dislike it, then it must be so." Whether Wu Weiguo had truly given up, Ruashi could not ascertain. Her mind was solely occupied with inquiries about what Fu Yunma had done to Wu Xiaojun to render him so dim-witted. As she opened the door, she found Fu Yunma standing rigidly at the entrance, staring blankly ahead, his eyes reflecting an emotion Ruashi could not decipher. "You startled me. Why are you standing at the door?" Fu Yunma smiled. "I was waiting for you to return home." Although she detected an odd undertone in his voice, Ruashi chose to disregard it, still feeling the aches from the events of a few days prior. Upon entering the bathroom for a shower and preparing to disrobe, she sensed a gaze upon her. Raising her head, she found Fu Yunma still there, unyielding in his presence. I am about to take a shower. Are you certain you will remain here? Fu Yunmo remarked. Since I have already seen everything, I wish to linger a little longer in your room. Ruoshi, unaware, felt her face flush with anger and huffed softly. It is not bothersome. What is the condition of those individuals in the laboratory? How many days do you think they have left? Fu Yunmo, still clad in plastic shoes, appeared to have just emerged from the laboratory. What could have transpired that compelled the typically fastidious Fu Yunmo to stand at the door in such attire? Could it be that Fu Yunmo had learned about Wu Weigui's explanation regarding the third party? Fu Yunmo casually toyed with a fountain pen. At most, within a month, I shall extract their ability cores. By then, I can prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Ruoshi shook her head. As for the human heart, let us refrain from that. I have not yet reached the point of sustaining myself on others' hearts. By the way, how did you injure your lips? Fu Yunmo touched the scabbed wound on his lip, offering a faint smile. I accidentally bit them while eating. He could not let the little troublemaker know that he was no longer capable of consuming human food. Before bathing, Ruoshi opened the refrigerator, intending to grab some fruit for a vitamin boost, only to find the section that once held tomatoes was nearly barren, leaving only a couple of small ones behind. Had there been tomatoes in the workers' stir-fried eggs at noon these past few days? They vanished quite swiftly. She had not paid much attention. Fu Yunmo, with an unflustered demeanor, lied. There were some yesterday at noon. I noticed there were none today, so I did not take any. Chapter 70. Heartbeat, is that so? Ruoshi replied as she headed to the bathroom with her pajamas. Then I shall retrieve a few more tomatoes. Suddenly, Fu Yunmo inquired. No need. Where's the storage? I will fetch them myself. Your body is not well suited for extra labor at the moment. The only response was the cold glass door, slightly transparent, revealing the woman's delicate form within. Fu Yunmo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, turned his head and picked up a book of letters. The little troublemaker remained on guard against him. In the laboratory, Fu Yunmo was bent over, disassembling a body when he heard footsteps approaching. He slowly set down the scalpel and walked over, waiting patiently at the door. When Ruoshi opened the door, she was met with another imposing figure. You need not stand there continuously. Skirting past Fu Yunmo, she headed directly toward the room where the 6 individuals were confined. As she glanced at the experimental bed, she noticed something that appeared pixelated, causing her brow to furrow. Whose hand have you removed? Her tone was chillingly detached, as if discussing a pet discovering a new toy, devoid of surprise. Fu Yunmo smiled gently. Guess? Guess? Not a chance. Ruoshi had no time for his games. She stepped into the confinement room to discover the truth. Upon entering and taking a quick glance, her initial thoughts were confirmed. Fu Yunmo had entirely removed Fu Yuan's arm. What did he do to provoke you? Fu Yunmo gazed at the figure within reach, smiling as he shook his head. No, I'm merely feeling a bit under the weather. Would the little diva truly be angry with me for his sake? The words felt somewhat off. Ruoshi replied coolly, just a dying person, after all. You may play as you wish, but you must exercise control. Ensure they do not escape. Fu Yunmo nodded, seemingly absorbing her words. Ruoshi inspected the surrounding equipment, confirming its accuracy before casting a glance at the 6 grotesque figures that had long lost their humanity. So, are you planning to harbor the zombie virus within Fu Yuan? Fu Yunmo ruffled Ruoshi's hair, which bore a regal demeanor. No need. I already possess the zombie virus within me. You may study me alone in the future. Ruoshi evaded his playful gesture. That won't do. If I study the virus within you, I might have to operate on you. It would be ill-omened to voice the rest of that thought, she refrained from saying. Yet Fu Yunmo could deduce her meaning, his face radiating joy and happiness. Is the little diva concerned for me? It seems that after all this time, you've finally developed some feelings for me. How delightful. Ruoshi maintained her frosty expression. Don't overthink it. I'm merely worried you might perish under my experimentation, leaving no one to care for the rabbit. After all, Bear is quite mischievous, and I cannot manage her alone. No sooner had she spoken than Ruoshi shoved Fu Yunmo outside and locked the door. He hesitated, his words unspoken, ultimately falling silent. As long as that man, Fu Yuan, was not inside, it sufficed. Her former fiancé. In the cramped space, Ruoshi remained the sole figure standing, while the feeble Ma Lisu struggled to crawl toward her, too weak to speak. Her hands were smeared with black filth, mingled with crimson stains, and it seemed maggots had infested her wounds, writhing within. Ruoshi, with a look of disdain, produced a handkerchief to cover her mouth and kicked her hand away. Despite being stomped on, Ma Lisu reached out once more, her strained vocal cords producing a jarring sound reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood, exceedingly unpleasant. "Sister, water, please. I beg you for a sip of water. I shouldn't have competed with you for a man. It was my fault. Cough, cough. Please, spare me." Were an ordinary person to witness this pitiable scene, they might soften their heart and offer assistance. Ruoshi, however, lacked such sentiments. She possessed few redeeming qualities. Primarily holding grudges, a single attempt on her life could be inscribed in her ledger. She rummaged through her clothing pockets. A flicker of hope ignited in Ma Lisu's ashen eyes. "At last, this woman is moved by me. After all this time." This woman had gone mad over a dead man, even going so far as to bind and abuse her own parents. Had this love-stricken brain finally seen the light? However, a bucket of cold water soon extinguished her hope. Ruoshi retrieved a small vial containing a concoction of ominous red and green. Crouching down, Ruoshi twisted the cap off the vial and brought it to Ma Lisu's lips. "Drink this, and I shall forgive you." This was what she had casually pocketed as she passed the experimental table, the last remnants of the zombie virus. She had gathered it all. Regardless of whom Zaifuzi intended to inject the virus into, it was imperative to select the individual with the most robust physical constitution from these six, the one who could endure until the end. Fu Yuhan, having lost an arm and with untreated wounds, would not last long. The other four, being aged, had been worn down over the past month, barely able to speak, their minds dulled to the point of resembling vegetative states. Only Ma Lisu remained capable of movement and speech, undoubtedly the best candidate among them. Ma Lisu twitched her stiff lips, questioning, "What is this? Could it be poison?" Her eyes turned malicious, and suddenly, like a rabid animal, she lunged at Ruoshi, baring her teeth in an attempt to bite her. For that worthless man Fu Yuan. We sisters turn against each other, leading us to this dire state. If I cannot survive, neither shall you. Yet, before she could reach Ruoshi, Ruoshi deftly sidestepped. Ma Lisu's face collided with the door, her nose flattened. She pinched it, and it crooked at an odd angle, the artificial nose glaringly obvious at a glance. Ruoshi regarded her comical appearance, but lacked the inclination to mock. With impatience, she grasped Ma Lisu's chin and forcibly administered the medicine. "Not shoving the glass exterior down your throat was the greatest mercy I could afford you. I have not forgotten how you systematically usurped my parents and my family in the last life. I know your temperament all too well." Ma Lisu coughed violently several times, unable to comprehend Ruoshi's words. "You lunatic. What do you mean by last life and this life? Overindulging in rich foods has driven you mad. You must be ill." She gritted her teeth, her molars clicking, wishing to gnash Ruoshi's flesh and swallow it whole. Ruoshi, unperturbed, tugged at her collar. Her alluring visage and expression inevitably evoked a particular term, a refined scoundrel. Chapter 71. Misunderstanding. You do not remember, do you? Huh. None of you possess memories of the last life. Why must I alone dwell in its shadows in this life? Why should I perish while you live on comfortably? None of you shall have peace. Ruoshi admitted that in her emotional fervor, her words had become somewhat incoherent, yet she yearned to unleash her feelings. Ma Lisu, startled by Ruoshi's outburst, trembled in fear at her disturbing expression, her mind buzzing. Though she could not grasp a single word, she understood that Ruoshi was angry, and she would not enjoy her days. Good days? At this juncture, what good days could possibly remain? Mary Sue leaned against the wall, her complexion ashen, devoid of any semblance of vitality. "I no longer wish to live. Do as you please, you madman. It would be best if you kill me swiftly, so I can reunite with Brother Fu." Ruoshi curled her lips in a disdainful smile. "Do you truly believe Fu Yuan is already dead?" At this nonchalant inquiry from Ruoshi, Mary Sue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is he not dead? He was clearly taken away by the man you are now entangled with." Ruoshi smiled knowingly. She understood what mattered most to Mary Sue at this moment, and she intended to extinguish her light personally. "Oh, you mean Fu Yuan? My husband, seeing my affection for him, has agreed to let Fu Yuan go. He is probably outside, sharing tender moments with another woman." "Impossible. How could you let him go so easily? Fu Yuan is mine in life and in death. How can I perish while he lives on? Engaging in those repugnant acts with another woman?" Mary Sue bellowed, her voice strained, causing Ruoshi to frown slightly. Mary Sue wept uncontrollably over a man, while Ruoshi could only find amusement in the irony. Reflecting on the past, when Mary Sue had stolen her fiancé, Ruoshi had suffered just as acutely. Betrayed by both family and betrothed. Ruwa, she turned to leave, calculating the time. Soon the zombie virus would completely invade Mary Sue. She had reconciled with her past life and with herself. Yet, Mary Sue was not inclined to let her depart, frantically lunging forward, tears streaming down her face. You cannot simply let him go. He seduced me first, and he told me that his engagement to you was merely for your wealth. The incident that led to your fall was orchestrated by him as a heroic act. You must not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Ruwa, she raised an eyebrow with interest. So what? I have already let him go. Mary Sue had completely lost her grip on reality. Bring him back. Let him die with me. How can you not feel jealous seeing him with another woman? Ruwa-she's gaze was filled with mockery. It appeared Mary Sue sought to manipulate her thoughts. Apologies for your disappointment, but I have never liked Fu Yuan. My affections lie solely with my current husband. With a playful tone, she uttered her final words and shut the cold door decisively. Mary Sue slid down the wall to the ground, as if struck by lightning. What? Is this a hallucination? How could Ruwa-she not like a sharp, piercing scream erupted from the confinement room, akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig? Ruwa-she disdainfully walked away, brushing off the dust from her clothes and spraying herself with disinfectant. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Fu Yunma staring at her intently. His eyes clouded, perhaps a consequence of the zombie transformation, with dark strands threading through his irises. In his gaze, Ruwa-she discerned no trace of emotion. Xiao Fuzi, what troubles you? Fu Yunma shook his head. I am just a bit fatigued lately. What did you discuss with them? Did you mention Fu Yuan? As Ruwa-she removed her protective gear and exited the laboratory, Fu Yunma followed closely behind. I have injected the final strain of the zombie virus into Mary Sue, she stated. She asked me to bring Fu Yuan to keep her company. Ruwa-she answered truthfully, expecting Fu Yunma to display surprise. However, he maintained a calm demeanor and proceeded to pose a third question. You once held a fondness for Fu Yuan. What was it that you admired about him? This inquiry struck Ruwa-she as somewhat perplexing, prompting her to pout. Who told you I liked him? He is merely my nominal ex-fiancé, and besides, that was all in the past. Goodness, can you refrain from being so sentimental? All that I taught you previously seems to have been in vain. She continued. Even if I were to personally dismantle Fu Yuan's corpse, I would hardly feel a significant emotional upheaval. Fu Yunma seized upon the key point. Dismantling the corpse? Are you interested in his body? A mere skeleton. It's a pity you've misjudged. Ruwa-she resolved that from this moment forth, she would engage in a silent treatment with Fu Yunma for 3 hours. As Fu Yunma attempted to loosen her clothing, Ruwa-she deftly evaded him. She suddenly flung the door open and strode towards the construction site, declaring, I announce that from this moment, the little diva shall engage in a 3-hour cold war with little Fu. Do not disturb me. In truth, she herself was uncertain about the root of her anger. Was it Fu Yunma's lack of self-assurance or his incessant sentimentality and sensitivity? Yet, such traits were a product of his tumultuous upbringing, resulting in a profound sense of insecurity. At that moment, Ruwa-she felt she ought to be by little Fu's side, offering him comfort and affirming his worth. However, human nature tends to grow weary. Initial tolerance may suffice, but ultimately, little Fu must undergo his own transformation. Fu Yunma stood, gazing at her resolute figure, momentarily frozen in place. Had he erred in his words? His fingers aimlessly poked at the door, his eyes reddening. Meanwhile, Wu Weiguo persisted in attempting to promote Wu Xiaojun to Ruwa-she. A slight displeasure flickered at the corners of her brows. It was undeniable that Wu Gu, a self-made man, had encountered his fair share of capital and understood the nuances of human interaction. He recognized that finding a spouse was already difficult for men. In this apocalyptic era, women in poor health were perishing, leading to an even more severe imbalance in the male-to-female ratio, rendering the search for a partner even more arduous. Wu Xiaojun blinked with innocent eyes, tilting his head in a pitiful manner. Sister, do you dislike me? Ruwa-she shuddered at the thought. Wu Gu, do you not have important matters to discuss? Why have you brought along others who are irrelevant? She interrogated Wu Weiguo, who awkwardly scratched the back of his head. This lad is quite fond of you. He beamed with joy at the mere mention of your name. Ruwa-she was not inclined to accept this excuse and insisted, please send him away. Her tone was imbued with an irresistible command. Wu Weiguo had no choice but to comply, instructing the other workers to escort Wu Xiaojun away. Now, shall we proceed to the construction site? Our workers have discovered an opening. Chapter 72. Corpse Transformation. Ruwa-she furrowed her brow gently, as she followed Wu Weigua into the construction site. Ahead, there lay an opening of moderate size, resembling a sewage drainage pipe. Logically, such infrastructure should not exist in this desolate area. Rural regions typically rely on cesspools. Moreover, this pipe appeared remarkably new, as if it had only recently been constructed, with fresh signs of labor evident upon its surface. Wu Weigua suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Ah, I remember now. Just before I entered, there was a fervor outside for excavating underground bases. This must be the work of others who have stumbled upon our site." As if summoned by the mention of his name, a plump, shadowy face abruptly emerged from the pipe's far end. "Is someone speaking over there? Just call me Lao Wang. I'm your neighbor. I look forward to our future interactions." Ruo Shi, taken aback by the unexpected encounter in such a remote location, inquired, "May I ask if there are any other neighbors?" Lao Wang bellowed dismissively, "Let your man speak. What business does a woman have interrupting?" His words dripped with condescension toward women, yet Ruo Shi maintained her composure. Conversely, Wu Weigua's temper flared, and he retorted, "How dare you speak like that? This is my boss, for whom I work. Mind your tone. Perhaps if she is pleased, she might reward you with a pound of apples." His tone was laced with a prideful arrogance. Ruo Shi shot a look to restrain Wu Weigua, aware that drawing attention could be perilous. Initially, she had considered a pound of apples to be trivial, but her later encounters with Chun Xuanbei had illuminated just how rare fruit had become in the apocalypse. If the neighbor discovered the valuable resources they possessed, the possibilities of mischief were troubling, for harmony underground did not guarantee a similar rapport above ground among people. Unconvinced, Lao Wang sneered, "Your boss? Huh. In this day and age, a man toiling for a woman. How pathetic." His tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Wu Weigua clenched his fists, muscles tensing, but Ruo Shi restrained his impulsive arm. "We shan't converse with the dying. We risk contamination," she declared before turning away, her back straight and resolute. With their boss's words echoing in his mind, Wu Weigua refrained from further confrontation, casting a few disdainful glances at Lao Wang before securing the opening with various materials. Angered by the rebuke, Lao Wang attempted to retaliate, yet the others paid him no mind, leaving him irate and silent. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. It was as if Ruo Shi possessed a form of telepathy, for she commanded Wu Weigua to set 5 or 6 traps around the opening. Should he attempt to sneak in, not only would he find himself ensnared in a cage, but he would also be caught by powerful clamps that would surely sever at least 2 of his toes. Wu Weigua followed closely behind. "Sister, do you really think he will crawl through the pipe at night, knowing full well that there are more than just 1 or 2 of us here? Alone, he is utterly powerless." Ruo Shi appeared despondent. When one reaches a dead end, they may resort to anything, as long as there exists a glimmer of hope for survival. I observed his current state. Despite the flesh upon his face, fatigue permeated his brow, his lips were chapped, and he kept swallowing, indicative of a prolonged absence of food. Coupled with his incessant digging of the pipeline, it was highly likely that he was excavating a burrow in search of a gopher to eat. Earlier, you inadvertently divulged to him that our food resources are quite abundant, given his nature. Would he truly forsake such a bounty to continue digging into a bottomless pit for sustenance? Wu Weigua's eyes lit up as if a veil had been lifted. Ruo Shi's keen observation was indeed astute. I had almost forgotten his appearance. Ruo Shi dismissed the notion, stating, "I too have forgotten. As long as one remembers the unique traits of each individual, recognition follows." Wu Weigua resumed his fervent endorsement of his cousin, prompting Ruo Shi to return home without further ado. Upon seeing Fu Yunma standing at the door, Ruo Shi suddenly recalled a question she had yet to pose. "Did you not say you only erased Wu Xiaojuan's memories of others? How has he become so foolish? What exactly did you do to him?" Fu Yunma's body was somewhat rigid. His complexion had taken on a deathly pallor, and dark strands of hair clung to half his face like cobwebs, creating a frightful visage. The prominent dark circles under his eyes rendered him far from the handsome figure he once was. Even Ruo Shi had forgotten when he had transformed into this state. "Has the little diva begun to find me distasteful?" Fu Yunma muttered in a dazed manner. Just as Ruo Shi intended to refuse, Fu Yunma spoke first. "He is introducing you to a new man, is it not, Wu Xiaojun? Though he may not be as handsome as I once was, he seems to surpass my current appearance." As he uttered these words, Ruo Shi averted her gaze, unable to bear looking at him, fearing that he might suddenly smile. Regardless of how he smiled, it would only manifest as a sinister grin, devoid of any true expression. In recent days, Ruoxi had been preoccupied with work at the construction site, neglecting Fu Yunma's feelings. This was indeed her fault. She could not utter cold-hearted words like a callous husband returning home after a long day's labor, declaring that all her efforts were for the family while he merely needed to remain obediently at home. Ruoxi remained silent, yet Fu Yunma continued to speak, stepping closer and leaning in. You know, I just want to feed the little rabbit. She seemed frightened by my face, knocking over the milk bottle and crying for her daddy. But I am her daddy. Why can she not recognize me? The moment I approach, her cries grow louder. You were right. She should not be called Rabbit, but rather Bear Power. She truly is mischievous and disobedient. It is because of her that I dared to look in the mirror, to face the ghastly visage I now possess. Little diva, why do you not dare to look at me? Please, take a glance at me. You do not look at me because you have grown tired of me while observing other men, have you? Ruoxi promptly refuted, no, do not overthink it. Shall we sit down and have a proper conversation? Surprisingly obedient, Fu Yunma complied and settled across from Ruoxi. All right, I will be good. Please do not dislike me. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and sincerity. Ruoxi's heart tightened, and she replied hoarsely, rest assured, that won't happen. If you are feeling down lately, I can spend more time with you at home. Fu Yunma chuckled in disbelief, teasing, wasn't it said that the little shop needs someone to act as cashier? What will happen to the shop if you are not around? Chapter 73. Old Wang Ruoxi gently ruffled his hair, embracing her insecure little boyfriend. What is a shop compared to having someone special? Besides, my purpose in opening the shop and expanding the underground base is for you and Rabbit, to ensure a better future for us. If you are unhappy now, then what do I have to look forward to? Ruoxi had become quite adept at comforting. Whenever the giant in her arms felt insecure, she knew just how to soothe him. Initially reluctant to console, she could not bear to see his eyes glistening with tears. His lips pouted in distress. Oh, that little appearance, reminiscent of a teary-eyed puppy scratching at her door in the middle of the night, evoked a deep sense of compassion. Love is a mutual journey where both individuals make adjustments, accommodating and yielding to one another, ultimately walking hand in hand into old age. If one party refuses to change, the other will eventually reach a breaking point, leading to the demise of the relationship. Just as a proud boy and a stubborn girl are unlikely to yield favorable outcomes. This is a universal truth. Fu Yunma was quite taken by Ruoxi's words, quietly expressing his grievances and sorrows in the stillness of the night. He released all the pent-up negative emotions, for love is a sanctuary, not a storm. Ruoxi softly comforted the sensitive and self-doubting little Fuzi in her embrace. One was oblivious, the other acutely aware. Why did they initially believe they could not come together? It was merely a lack of willingness to change, a testament to insufficient love. In that moment, Ruoxi also grasped her own feelings. This night was destined to be sleepless. In the living room, Rabbit, trembling in fright and yet to be fed, wrapped herself tightly in her little blanket. Daddy, I want a drink, but no one remembered her. She turned over, crying softly. In the dark construction site, a plump body struggled to crawl through an opening. Upon landing, the cage clanked, trapping him inside. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, indeed, Old Wang found himself in a wretched state, lying on the ground, ensnared by the cage, with 3 or 4 toenails torn to his astonishment. He casually tore some cloth strips to bind his wounds and fell asleep, snoring peacefully, utterly unconcerned about his current predicament. Wu Weiguo was taken aback. This fellow was indeed formidable. Ruoxi sauntered over, a lollipop dangling from her lips. Feeling the pain now, yet you still dare to return? Old Wang opened his eyes, and upon seeing a woman, scoffed coldly. Humph, you lot are quite ruthless, setting up 5 or 6 traps. One might think you were guarding something precious. Yet, it appeared rather unremarkable. Old Wang cast a disdainful glance around, noticing the unfinished walls covered in dirt, with some areas still plastered with cement. Had Ruoxi not been present, Wu Weiguo would have long since rushed over to give this scoundrel a good thrashing. I've told you countless times, she is our boss. If you're deaf, there is no need for you to have eyes. Speak to Ruoxi like that again, and I swear I'll poke your eyes out. Such bloody words were indeed befitting one who had constructed a base outside. His character was rather fierce, a trait Ruoxi particularly admired in Wu Weiguo. He was only harsh towards others, fiercely protective of his boss, and receptive to suggestions. However, when it came to the matter of stuffing men into her room, Wu Weiguo seemed perpetually oblivious. Ruashi shot a cold glance at Wu Xiaojun, who had been staring at her with a foolish grin. Old Wang's expression momentarily reflected shock, but it was soon overshadowed by a provocative demeanor, exuding a second-rate rogue's bravado. Well, who would have thought? A woman like you has managed to find two such obedient male companions. No sooner had he spoken than a dull thud of punches reverberated through the air. Wu Weigua swung a fist, intending to land a second blow, but just as he was about to strike, he turned to seek Ruashi's counsel. Ruashi, may I hit him? Seizing the opportunity, Old Wang lunged for Wu Weigua's vital points. Quick as lightning, Ruashi summoned a nearby wooden stick, swiftly striking Old Wang twice on the back of his head, drawing blood. Before Old Wang could process the shock and disbelief, he raised a finger to point at Ruashi, only to collapse weakly. You actually, Wu Weigua, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped disaster, hoisted Old Wang up, securing him with handcuffs and leg shackles. Thank you, Ruashi. Ruashi shook her head, locking him away, then summoned a few workers, instructing, come with me to Old Wang's residence to assess the risks. Wu Weigua was baffled by her actions. Why? What if there's an ambush? I should lead my brothers to scout the way. Since Wu Weigua insisted so adamantly, and given Ruashi's chronic laziness, she relented. Fine, you go. Wu Weigua stood dumbfounded. Huh? Just like that? Ruashi raised an eyebrow. What else? Should I? Your benefactor who has provided you with food and shelter and saved countless lives, be the one to scout ahead? In the face of self-interest, one often reveals their selfishness. Thus, regardless of how devoted Wu Weigua may appear on a daily basis, Ruashi is compelled to promote another Lu Biao to stand alongside him as an equal. In ancient times, official positions included the Left Chancellor, Right Chancellor, and Minister of Rights. Why, then, amidst such loyalty, does the emperor allocate so many official roles, instigating rivalry among them through the competition of sending daughters into the imperial harem? With matters having escalated to this extent, Wu Weigua has no choice but to grit his teeth and lead the way, with several brothers following closely behind him. It is evident that he holds these brothers in high regard, having shared countless perils together. Ruashi stifled a yawn. The dust at the construction site was overwhelming, prompting her to retreat to the small shop to continue her idle daydreaming. Unlocking the door with her key, she paid little mind to the marks left by Wu Xiaojun's previous lock-picking efforts. However, upon entering the shop, her keen perception immediately caught sight of a small trace of blood on the corner of a nearby table. Blood? At present, the only one injured is, don't move. A sharp blade pressed against Ruashi's neck, slicing a thin line of crimson as Old Wang menacingly lifted the knife. To think you, a mere woman, have stockpiled such provisions and even possess a good number of daily necessities. It is no wonder your two male favorites are so obedient to you. Ruashi remained unperturbed, calmly replying, you're not so bad yourself. You managed to easily break those chains and even pick the lock to infiltrate the shop. Though I must say, you were somewhat foolish. In the next moment, Ruashi nimbly executed a trick reminiscent of the golden cicada shedding its shell, removing her outer garment and swiftly maneuvering to seize Old Wang's neck. In an instant, she drew her knife against his throat, drawing blood in the process. Old Wang, a formidable character himself, disregarded the blade at his neck and resolutely attempted to overpower her. Yet, he found himself unable to prevail. At that moment, a flicker of unease crossed Old Wang's eyes. Your strength surpasses mine. Are you also of the power-based abilities? Yet, why can I sense no energy emanating from you? Ruashi denied him the luxury of further dialogue, delivering a swift kick to his backside, sending him crashing 3 meters away into the wall, eliciting a muffled grunt, perhaps a blow to a sensitive area. Ruashi then stepped back, passing a few workers on her way, instructing them to bind Old Wang securely and return him to the holding room. Upon entering the holding chamber, Ruashi realized that Wu Weigua had merely locked the door without securing it further. It was no wonder Wu Weigua was careless. She had doubted him and failed to share the password or the method for setting up facial recognition. She had, however, established fingerprint, facial recognition, and password locks. Old Wang, regaining his composure, forcefully pried the door open right before Ruashi's eyes. His audacity reached new heights. Yet, he soon discovered that even with the door pried open, it remained locked, secured by several additional locks. Old Wang let out an enraged roar. Release me at once. I am a member of the 5-star organization. If our leader discovers my absence, you shall all regret it. The 5-star organization? Ruashi curled her lips. feeling a sense of familiarity as she recalled that it seemed to belong to Chun Xuanbei's organization. She wondered if the young man would turn beet red upon waking, especially since she had effortlessly rendered him unconscious. Turning her head, she noticed that Wu Weiguo and the others had returned. Wu Weiguo shot a few accusatory glances at old Wang, whose face was smeared with streaks of black and gray, resembling camouflage. "What's going on with him?" Ruoshi asked, shaking her head. "I just pried open the lock. Did you find anything?" A quick glance at their hands revealed they had taken nothing, evidently. They had discovered nothing of significance. However, Wu Weiguo nodded. "We found no food, only a few nearly spoiled buns. Yet, judging by his equipment, he should not be alone. It seems others have been here." Wu Weiguo contemplated beating old Wang to extract information. Ruoshi intervened. "This man is cunning. Do not engage him. His current compliance is merely a guise for some scheme." Inside, old Wang laughed smugly. Come on, try to kill me." Since Ruoshi disapproved, Wu Weiguo clenched his teeth and restrained himself. Disappointment flickered across old Wang's face as he muttered, "Tisich, useless coward, how dull." Noticing several workers behind Wu Weiguo, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a brazenly inquisitive gaze directed at Ruoshi. To his surprise, this petite woman had managed to support so many men and manage a small base. The gravity of the situation was as shocking as witnessing Mars explode or the sun rising from the west. Clearly, Ruoshi dismissed him, continuing her conversation with Wu Weiguo. "This person belongs to Qin Xuanbei." Upon hearing the name of his young master, old Wang bristled like an agitated tiger, pride radiating from him. "How dare you utter our young master's name so brazenly?" Ruoshi interrupted sharply. "You are a defeated foe. Comprehend your current predicament. Should you incite my displeasure, extinguishing your life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I could fill your hiding hole, and your organization would simply assume it was a rain-induced collapse. Believing you met with an unfortunate accident, no one would care about your worthless life." Initially filled with enthusiasm, old Wang was now intimidated, his previously straightened back slightly bent. Ruoshi had struck a chord deep within him. With so many people in the organization, it was likely they would not even bother to retrieve his corpse. He had once thought there was no lock he could not break, but today he found himself facing an insurmountable challenge. Was it possible that the king of locks from Jiangnan would bow before this little girl? No, he refused to accept it. Old Wang desperately clung to the door, reaching for Wu Weiguo's clothing. "I possess a multitude of skills. You cannot simply eliminate me. I can assist you in numerous ways, and my organization holds me in high regard. If I were to perish, they would undoubtedly pursue this matter relentlessly. Should they uncover your existence, they would surely resort to explosives to obliterate your presence." His bombastic declarations elicited an involuntary laugh from Ruoxu. While he boasted of his capabilities, he simultaneously threatened her. Ruoxu proceeded with a pointed series of inquiries. Which employer would willingly hire an employee who poses a threat? What nutritional value can you offer me? What utility does your abbreviation hold? If I were to accept you as my subordinate, would you obediently comply and forsake your former affiliation with the five-star organization? Such incisive questions left even old Wang and Wu Weiguo in a state of bewilderment. What? Is Sister Ruoxu actually considering recruiting this individual into their labor team? Ruoxu found the situation tedious and a waste of time, glancing leisurely at her wristwatch. She had promised Xiao Fuzi to reserve extra time for him each day and could not afford to break her word. With a self-deprecating smile, she declared, "I will grant you just one day to ponder this." With that, she turned and strode away, her movements decisive and unhurried. Old Wang shouted something behind her, but Ruoxu paid no heed, having heard not a single word. Wu Weiguo caught up and inquired, "What shall we do about the hole near the living pipe?" Ruoxu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Cover it with soil. We have plenty to spare and are in need of a place to put it." The earth excavated for the basement expansion would be conveniently stowed away in her space when no workers were present. Now, she had saved some effort by directly filling the hole that old Wang had dug. Wu Weiguo nodded and commanded the workers to commence their tasks. Ruoxu interjected, "Let us first have a meal at noon. We can resume work afterward." Wu Weiguo acquiesced. Suddenly, Ruoxu recalled something and called out to him, instructing that during the meal, the workers should take turns eating in front of old Wang, allowing him to savor the aroma of the food, yet ensuring he did not receive a single grain of rice. Wu Weiguo praised her ingenuity, exclaiming, "Sister Ruoxu, This tactic is truly brilliant. Wu Xiaojun appeared from nowhere. But Ruoxia chose to ignore him, heading into the kitchen. Cousin, does the sister not like me? Wu Weigua encouraged Wu Xiaojun. It's all right, keep at it. You are still young and will surely outlast the old man. In the kitchen, the old man Fu Yunma, upon hearing Wu Weigua's remark, burst into laughter, clutching his spatula. Stop laughing. This is not amusing at all. Ruoxia struggled to contain her laughter, finally conceding. All right, I shall refrain from laughing. Ha ha ha. Fu Yunma, feigning irritation, turned away, subtly maneuvering a cart with his leg. The vegetables are in, and I am weary. I shall take a respite now. By the way, the little rabbit has become distant, crying whenever I approach her, so henceforth, her daily care will fall upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Ruoxia felt a sense of unease. The thought of taking care of the little rabbit overwhelmed her. A smile gradually faded from her face. The poor rabbit, having gone hungry for hours, wailed incessantly, prompting Ruoxia to prepare a bottle of milk and present it to her. To her surprise, upon seeing Ruoxia's face, the rabbit's large eyes overflowed with tears as if they were pearls cascading down. Mama bad. Goodness. It seems she still holds a grudge against her for having pulled the television plug. Ruoxia had no choice but to turn on the TV, cradling the rabbit as they lounged on the sofa, watching Barbie Princess together. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, it was Fu Yunma who held the rabbit in this very spot, watching fairy tales while she played computer games, scoffing at their childishness. Now, the rabbit bounced on the sofa, clapping her little hands with rapt attention as the princess on screen performed a royal greeting toward her. The rabbit mimicked the gesture, resulting in a clumsy display that nearly sent her tumbling headfirst. Fortunately, Ruoxia reacted swiftly, catching her by the scruff of her neck. Otherwise, she would have collided with the table and perhaps drawn blood from her forehead. With no other option, Ruoxia confined the little one in her embrace, continuing to watch the fairy tale. Initially drowsy, the rabbit's energetic antics dispelled Ruoxia's sleepiness. Since she was idle anyway, she decided to indulge in watching Barbie Princess as well. Eventually, when Fu Yunma called her to deliver meals to the workers, Ruoxia felt a pang of reluctance, not wanting to leave. Just one more episode, please. Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow with interest, recalling how she had previously deemed such shows juvenile and beneath her as an adult. Ruoxia felt a twinge of guilt. Thinking to herself, it wasn't me. Stubbornly, she maintained her stance. With a resigned sigh, Fu Yunma turned away, stating that if she was unwilling to deliver the meals, he would have to do it himself, lest the buns grow cold. Upon hearing that he intended to go himself, Ruoxia hastily called out to stop him. Oh, in your current state, how can you go? If they see you, it would create quite a stir. After delaying for a few moments, she finally tossed the remote to the rabbit. You stay here, I will go. The workers gathered around as Ruoxia arrived. Wu Weigua gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Ru, you're truly impressive. Sure enough, after showcasing a sumptuous lunch in front of Old Wang, he could no longer contain himself and revealed that he knew the locations of several of Chen Xuanbei's bases, pointing them out on the map, but insisted on waiting for her to arrive before divulging further details. Ruoxia furrowed her brow, her mind still lingering on the images from Barbie Princess. What do I need to know about Chen Xuanbei's bases for? I have no enmity with him. His affairs concern me not. At this moment, Ruoxia resembled a leader venting her displeasure toward her subordinates, as if she had just experienced an unpleasant incident at home. Well, in truth, Ruoxia was aware that she still clung to the unfinished tale of her Barbie doll, while Wu Weigua forcibly dragged her into discussions of Chen Xianbei. Chen Xianbei. Suddenly, Ruoxia's thoughts drifted to another figure, Fu Yunhai. She recalled that Fu Yunhai had ultimately been rescued by Chen Xianbei. Could it be that these two had intertwined their fates? Indeed, Fu Yunhai bore a grudge against her, harboring a desire to see her harmed. Let us seek out Old Wang and see what pearls of wisdom he might dispense. Upon arriving at the holding room, Old Wang's eyes brightened at the sight of Ruoxia, his earlier disdain replaced by an eager, obsequious smile. Boss, I admit my folly in underestimating your stature. I implore you to grant me a chance for redemption. I assure you I will divulge every location of Chen Xianbei's bases that I am privy to. Ruoxia perceived a flicker of amusement in his demeanor. Speak, what is it you desire? His sudden subservience seemed insincere, as if it were not merely the preservation of his life that he sought. Perhaps he had seen the hearty meal the workers were enjoying and wished to partake in their bounty. Old Wang leaned against the door. I possess strength and am diligent. I am honest as well. Why not take me in too? Ruashi could scarcely contain her laughter at the absurdity. You honest? Reflect upon your actions today before uttering such claims. Old Wang smirked, exuding a rather greasy charm. I meant honest in a different sense. Ruashi nearly retched. Did she appear to be the sort of woman who would entertain such advances? Before she could respond, Wu Weiguo erupted. What kind of man are you? There are far better men than you around here. Besides, Ruashi has a husband and children. Ruashi's complexion darkened as she cast a sharp glance at Wu Weiguo. So you are aware that I have a husband and children, yet you persist in trying to shove others into my bed? Upon learning of Ruashi's commitments, Old Wang's expression turned regretful. Alas, I arrived too late. Ruashi could no longer endure the conversation. It was an affront to her senses. Quickly mark the locations on the map. Cease your petty tricks. Finally, they had moved past the previous topic. Old Wang pouted, taking up a pen to sketch on the map, occasionally feigning deep contemplation. After a considerable time, Ruashi received the map and immediately noticed a glaring inconsistency. One of the marked locations was a courtyard that happened to belong to her basement, rendering it impossible for it to be Chun Xianbei's base. Old Wang had deceived her. With a cold smile, she remarked, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Alarm bells rang in Old Wang's mind as he sensed impending danger, yet he maintained a facade of unwavering loyalty. The addresses I provided are accurate. I must not have erred. I truly did not deceive you. Wu Weiguo also took the map to examine its contents. He is the principal overseer of the basement construction. Although he may not be well versed in the intricacies of the renovation, he retains a vivid recollection of its specific locations and has discerned several flaws upon closer inspection. Yu Ruashi intercepted Wu Weiguo just in time, nearly divulging critical information about the basement. Without further ado, she urged him to proceed with the props. Chapter 76. Hostage. The room was filled with anguished cries, and Ruashi emerged with a cold demeanor. Since Old Wang managed to dig into this area, it suggested that Chun Sun-bei and his associates were not far off. Ruashi scrutinized the surveillance footage and, as expected, spotted Chun Sun-bei and others near a courtyard. However, Fu Yunhai was conspicuously absent. Alas, what a pity! Had he been present, she would have pressed the detonation switch and obliterated him. Sister, we need to buy something. Hurry and open the shop. Wu Xiaojun frantically knocked on the door. As Ruashi opened it, a few workers stood outside, one of whom was Lu Biao. She was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lu Biao to have healed so swiftly. Enduring the pain, Lu Biao stood up, each step sending sharp pangs through his back. With a strained smile, he said, Boss Ra, do our previous discussions still hold? Wu Xiaojun looked on in confusion. Uncle Biao, what did you and my sister talk about? With a light bulb overhead, Ruashi proceeded to settle the accounts at the shop, then discreetly retained Lu Biao. Wu Xiaojun insisted on staying, but was promptly kicked out by Lu Biao. Bang! Ruashi cast a glance at Lu Biao before returning to her calculations, ignoring him thereafter. Are you fully healed? Lu Biao, his lips pale and teeth clenched, feigned calmness. Yes, I'm ready to work now. Ruashi's piercing gaze swept over, and Lu Biao straightened his slightly hunched back. What if something happens while working with an injury? Cold sweat trickled down Lu Biao's forehead. Rest assured, I won't encounter any issues unless someone targets me specifically. Ruashi continued her calculations, finally balancing the day's accounts. I will inform the workers at tomorrow's morning meeting and assign you areas for manpower. During this period, should you injure yourself again, do not expect compensation from me. No work means no pay. Lu Biao nodded, beginning to take an oath. Meanwhile, the little rabbit was crying again. Ruashi donned her earplugs and turned on the television, reluctantly handing over the remote. Xiao Fuzi, why don't you wear a mask and tend to her? Reluctantly, Ruashi acknowledged her own laziness. Caring for children was exhausting. And she finally understood the trials that Fu Yunemo had faced over these past days. In his room, Fu Yunemo had chosen to ignore Ruashi. Hey, what are you doing in there? Upon opening the door, she found him engrossed in a single-player game, Angry Birds, thoroughly enjoying himself, with a platter of fruit and juice beside him. What bliss! Ruashi had intended to intervene and pull the plug on his computer, but recalling her own past indulgences, she sighed and let it go. To her surprise, Fu Yunma extended the power cord with a serious expression, playfully urging, Go on, unplug it. It was as if they shared a silent understanding. Ruashi waved her hand, saying, You continue your game. I shall tend to the bunny. Just moments after departing, the bunny scampered back to Ruashi's lap, blinking its large eyes. One word captured its essence: tender. The little creature was indeed adorable. Clumsily, Ruashi cradled the bunny and asked, "What's the matter? Are you hungry?" The bunny, suckling on its pacifier, could not respond, its tiny mouth pouting cutely. Ruashi pinched the bunny's chubby cheek, eliciting a couple of droplets of saliva that fell onto her apron. The sensation was delightful, and she found herself addicted to the act of squeezing. The bunny's eyes widened, its mouth agape in surprise, before it could cry out. Ruashi pressed its lips together, rendering it unable to move its mouth. Once she released her grip, the bunny let out a soft whimper. "Don't cry," Ruashi urged. As the bunny gazed up with teary eyes, looking pitiful, unable to express its sorrow with its mouth covered by the mischievous mother. With another release, the bunny burst into soft cries, and thus began a playful back and forth of silence and sobs, much to Ruashi's amusement. Eventually, Fu Yunma could no longer bear to watch. Donning a mask, he emerged and took the bunny from Ruashi's embrace. Both were dear to him, and with an irate glare directed at Ruashi, he expressed his displeasure. Ruashi, with a playful pout, defended herself. "I was just playing a game with her. I didn't mean to make her cry, though perhaps she did intend it." Just as Fu Yunma was about to retort, a cacophony of knocking echoed from outside. It was Wu Weigua's voice. "Sister Ruo, Lao Wang has escaped." Ruashi's expression shifted dramatically, her earlier mischief evaporating. However, she did not rush outside. She sensed something amiss in Wu Weigua's tone. There was no urgency, only a slight tremor. Something was wrong. Peering through a crack, she confirmed her suspicions. Wu Weigua was being held hostage by Lao Wang. A knife pressed against his neck. Ruashi pinched the bridge of her nose, pondering how Wu Weigua could be overpowered while attempting to interrogate someone. Let him run. It's just a life, she thought. Lao Wang's face abruptly paled, and Wu Weigua's expression was equally grim. "Sister Ruo." Ruashi munched on a chip, feigning ignorance. "What's wrong?" It seemed Wu Weigua's hands were handcuffed, rendering him immobile. A wave of doubt washed over Ruashi. If Wu Weigua was indeed captured, what had happened to the other workers? With the power of strength-type abilities, could it be that the other workers had been silenced? Just as despair began to set in, a familiar figure rushed in. A large frame, slightly slimmer than the stout Lao Wang. Ruashi instantly recognized him. As Lu Biao charged forth, Lao Wang, alerted by the commotion behind him, forcefully shoved Wu Weigua to the ground, engaging in a struggle with Lu Biao. Wu Weigua spat blood multiple times, collapsing onto the ground. His condition dire. Seizing the opportunity, Ruashi slipped away and directed nearby plants to strike Lao Wang on the head. As the impending impact approached the back of his head, Old Wang deftly altered his trajectory, causing Lu Biao to shift his position just in time. "Quick dodge!" Ruaxi urgently called out. Fortunately, Lu Biao reacted swiftly, evading the blow thanks to Ruaxi's timely warning. He cast a wary glance at the nearby potted plant, now in ruins. Feeling a pang of anxiety, "Boss Ru, please be more careful. You nearly struck one of your own." Ruaxi offered an awkward smile, her neck instinctively retracting in embarrassment. "My apologies." Old Wang had initially intended to jest at Ruaxi's expense, but Lu Biao seized the opportunity to launch a series of punches. He endured 2 strikes with sheer grit. Spitting in frustration, Old Wang's face was left disfigured, his gaze towards Lu Biao mixed with resentment and, increasingly, admiration. "You two possess strength-based abilities, and yours surpasses mine." Lu Biao, suppressing the pain in his back, retorted smugly. "You, a vanquished foe, lack the standing to speak." With that, he raised his middle finger in defiance. Old Wang, incensed, spat blood again. At this point, Ruaxi interjected with a hint of mischief. "Let's not forget that Brother Biao is injured. He should have been resting for over half a month, yet he has pushed through to work after just a week. You couldn't even defeat an injured man." Upon hearing this, Old Wang coughed up more blood and promptly fainted. Not only Old Wang, but Wu Weigua also spat blood, as he had just been bested by Lu Biao's subordinate. Had it not been for Old Wang's treachery. In Chapter 77, Rewards, the task of interrogating Old Wang was ultimately assigned to the still recovering Lu Biao, which Wu Weigua vehemently opposed. "Sister Ru, let me handle this. I assure you he won't deceive me this time." Lu Biao interrupted, his voice laced with irritation. "Your life was saved by me." He glared at Wu Weigua, a fiery intensity in his eyes. Lu Biao could not forget that the injuries he bore were inflicted by this very man. If he had the choice, he would have left Wu Weigua to his fate, But upon witnessing Wu Weiguo's attempt to impress Boss Ru, he reluctantly saved him. Wu Weiguo was at a loss for words. Indeed, his life was spared by Lu Biao, and he could not act like the farmer with the snake. Xiao Lu, I'm just concerned for your injuries. I know your condition. The recent exertion must have torn your wounds again. It's truly unfair to have you interrogate someone in your state. Wu Weiguo raised his hand to pat Lu Biao's shoulder, only to have Lu Biao deftly evade him. I appreciate your concern, but after lying here for so long, I fear you all might forget me. It's been 3 days without food. I'm left with nothing but stale bonds. If this continues, I worry my injuries won't heal, and I might starve to death. This blatant complaint drew Ruoxi's amused attention. As she watched the two fierce competitors clash, entertained by the spectacle, Wu Weiguo's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the worker beside him. What was happening? The worker hastily slumped to the ground, believing that Lu Biao, known for his volatile temper, would be disliked by everyone. Thus, he had selfishly consumed Lu Biao's meal. Little did he know that Lu Biao had inexplicably formed a bond with Boss Ruo. Boss, I must have been too exhausted from work these past few days and forgot. I'm truly sorry, Biao Go. Lu Biao turned his head away, clearly rejecting the worker's apology. Wu Weiguo's face fell. The atmosphere had become exceedingly awkward, especially with Miss Ruo studying him intently. I shall deduct half a month's wages from you. Ruo Shi, who had remained silent until now, punctuated the moment with her words, adding, and let's confine you to the small black room for a week. Upon hearing this, not only did the worker frown, but even Wu Weiguo knitted his brows in disapproval. Lu Biao was merely an ordinary worker. Forgetting to deliver a meal for 3 days warranted a deduction of half a month's wages, but to confine him as well seemed excessively harsh. Since the rules were established, no one had ever truly been locked in the small black room. Lu Biao himself had only spent 1 day there due to concerns about his wound becoming infected. The dust in that small black room surpassed that of the construction site, teeming with rodents, particularly the kind of large gopher that Ruo Shi kept as a pet. If one were to sleep there at night, the gopher would undoubtedly gnaw at their clothes and flesh, making it impossible to rest. The environment was so deplorable that one couldn't even stomach a steamed bun. For a normal person, spending a week there would feel akin to a death sentence. The worker collapsed on the ground, clutching Lu Biao's pant leg, pleading for mercy. Biao Go, I truly understand my mistake. Please, speak to Boss Ruo on my behalf. Lu Biao had endured many disparaging glances from this worker in recent days, leading to a less than favorable impression. Yet, a poor impression did not equate to wishing him harm. Lu Biao glanced at Ruo Shi, observing her tightly pursed lips and the authoritative aura she exuded, causing him to swallow his words. He had finally cultivated a good impression in front of Boss Ruo and could not afford to ruin it now. Ultimately, it was Wu Weiguo who stepped forward to plead on behalf of the worker. Miss Ruo, Lu Biao is just an ordinary worker, and it has only been 3 days since he last ate. Deducing half a month's wages is sufficient. Confining him to the small black room is tantamount to extinguishing his livelihood. Our workforce is small. Losing even one member would have dire consequences for us. It must be noted that Wu Weiguo possessed a certain eloquence when it came to persuasion, and Ruo Shi was indeed swayed by his arguments. To clarify, starting tomorrow, Lu Biao will be the second manager on site. I will assign half of the workers under his supervision, and I hope you all can support and uplift one another moving forward. Wu Weiguo was taken aback, glancing between Ruo Shi and Lu Biao. Miss Ruo, you're not jesting, are you? Ruo Shi encouragingly patted Wu Weiguo's shoulder, assuring him, I'm not joking. An official announcement will be made tomorrow morning, detailing the allocation of teams. Just follow the instructions provided. Having been in a leadership position for so many years, Wu Weiguo had never found himself on equal footing with anyone, especially not with a former subordinate. Wu Weiguo cast a meaningful glance at Lu Biao, remarking, You rascal. When did you manage to charm that young lady? Lu Biao had long harbored aspirations to eliminate him and ascend to the position of leader. This ambition was not a fleeting desire, and Wu Weiguo found it unsurprising. However, he was taken aback by Ruo Shi's sudden promotion of Lu Biao. After all, Ruo Shi and Lu Biao had been at odds just a few days prior. Yet, since Ruo Shi had made her decision, he resolved to comply with her wishes, fully aware that defying her intentions was out of the question. This statement is heartfelt. Even though Wu Weiguo wishes to introduce his cousin to Ruo Shi, he will respect Ruo Shi's feelings. After all, both he and his brother owe their lives to the benevolence of that young lady. Ruo Shi gently tapped her small hand and departed, leaving the expansion project in your capable hands. The little rabbit is still waiting for her to be fed. Wu Weigua and Lu Biao exchanged glances, then each turned their heads to one side, huffing in unison. Wu Weigua suddenly recalled something and called out to Ruashi. By the way, Ruashi, have you forgotten? Tomorrow marks the end of the month. Ruashi couldn't quite remember what was significant about the month's end. What about it? She inquired. Wu Weigua felt somewhat helpless. Did you not mention that at the end of each month, we would take the 3 most diligent employees on an outing? It was only then that Ruashi remembered. Oh, I see. My goodness, she had completely forgotten about the outing at the end of the month. To inspire the workers' enthusiasm for their tasks, Ruashi devised a series of rewards, including the Diligence Award and the Effort Award. The Effort Award would allow the 3 most industrious workers each month to embark on an excursion. However, since Ruashi had not yet prepared anything, she could only respond dismissively, assuring them, I haven't forgotten. Rest assured, everything is ready. We shall simply go and enjoy ourselves tomorrow. However, when venturing outside, the workers are certainly required to remove their ankle chains, as safety must be taken into account. Sometimes, when the pastry is being crafted, one might find oneself improvising. And alas, Wu Weigua assumed that Ruaxu was merely apprehensive about the crowd. Rest assured, among those incapacitated by Old Wang, there is a worker who is unable to join the outing tomorrow due to injury, thus only 2 workers will attend. Chapter 78, The Outing. Upon returning home, Fu Yunma gazed at Ruaxu with an expression reminiscent of a slighted spouse, filled with melancholy. Did he overhear the previous conversation? Fu Yunma obediently nodded, her lips pouting in a display of grievance. Wasn't the little troublemaker supposed to spend more time with the 2 of us, father and daughter, in the future? Tomorrow, I am to embark on an excursion with that rugged group of men. Am I unable to attend? Ruashi gently massaged the restless head of the large fellow. Silence. Cease your unfounded musings. It is merely a necessary engagement for work. Fu Yunma fell silent, his obedience eliciting a pang of sympathy. His eyes reddened as if he had been wronged. Though he uttered not a word, it seemed as if he had conveyed everything. With a sigh of resignation, Ruashi fed him a handful of raisins. These raisins are delightful. How about I record a video of my adventures tomorrow, and upon my return, you can watch it. Consider it a way for us to enjoy the outing together, shall we? If Xiaofuzi finds it amusing, perhaps in a few days, our family of 3 can embark on another excursion together. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to scout the path. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma stifled his tears, his large, watery eyes glinting with a cunning fox-like smile. Just moments ago, he had been a bullied little pup, but now, with the gift of a grape, his spirits were lifted. Ruashi pinched Fu Yunma's cheek and remarked, You rascal, why are you so easily satisfied? This is hardly a good trait. Fu Yunma changed into his clothes, responding, It is precisely because of you that I find such ease and satisfaction. I pay no heed to others. This was indeed a candid truth. Ruashi had often witnessed Ma Lisu and her mother deliberately enticing Fu Yunma. Typically, men would show disdain, perhaps even a flicker of pity. However, Fu Yunma had reacted as if confronted by cow dung, his face awash with distaste, shoving it away with a stick. The hem of his clothing had been brushed against. And thereafter, Ruashi never saw him wear that particular outfit again. It was only after that incident that she discovered Fu Yunma harbored a cleanliness obsession. Though this aversion did not extend to her. Having prepared their outing essentials, Fu Yunma donned a mask and took care of the child at home. Though Ruashi was outside, her heart remained tethered to her family. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? Wu Weigua had taken it upon himself to bring Wu Xiaojun along. It turned out that the injured individual had not come, and instead, his cousin was joining the outing. Ruashi cast a meaningful glance at Wu Weigua. Keep an eye on your cousin. Do not let him wander. The 2 workers and the Wu brothers were clad in bulletproof vests. Ruashi declared them to be protective gear, though in truth, they were real-time explosives. Should she press the detonation button, the designated individual would be blown to smithereens. Despite the nature of their outing, Ruashi had no intention of risking her life. If one of them were to betray her, it could pose a grave threat and expose the location of her basement, which would be disastrous. Anyone who turned against her would meet a dire fate. Wu Weigua, his chest puffed up by the bulletproof vest, nodded with a smile as he pulled Wu Xiaojun closer. Rest assured, I will keep him in check. Ah, indeed. This adventure with these rough men was devoid of any enjoyment. Ruashi observed the men frolicking in the trees, her expression weary. Searching for bird nests was dreadfully dull. In this day and age, where could one find birds? Perhaps only empty nests remained. She missed Xiaofuzi and the little rabbit. Wu Xiaojun, having gathered a bouquet of wildflowers from who knows where, eagerly presented them to Ruoxi. Sister, these flowers are for you. With nothing better to do, Ruoxi accepted the wildflowers and began plucking the petals, counting them meticulously. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Wu Xiaojun squatted beside her, watching intently. As if witnessing something extraordinary, his eyes brimming with childlike innocence. Ruoxi felt a twinge of bashfulness at his earnestness and playfully shoved Wu Xiaojun aside. Suddenly, a breeze rustled past her ear. It was uncertain whether it heralded the approach of the undead or of humanity. As Ruoxi finally came to her senses, it was already too late. The worker who had been rummaging through the bird's nest in the tree was bitten by a dark creature and plummeted straight down. It was a mid-level zombie, capable of flight and astonishingly swift. We must retreat to the basement. Wu Weigua shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The mid-level zombie's speed was far too rapid for humans to match. Another worker sat paralyzed nearby, seemingly horrified by the gruesome fate of his fallen comrade, his legs trembling. The mid-level zombie turned around, revealing its true form to Ruoxi. It had a single eye, grotesque teeth, and wings, resembling a monstrous amalgamation of a wild beast and a bat, ghastly and terrifying. It lunged ferociously at the worker's neck. Damn it! Ruoxi seized a nearby stick and struck the zombie's back with all her might, momentarily diverting its attention. However, the mid-level zombie merely glanced at Ruoxi's frail figure with disdain, hardly taking her seriously, before returning its focus to the worker. Wu Weigua, a man of deep loyalty, understood the gravity of the situation and shielded Wu Xiaojun behind him. Unfamiliar with the zombie's true strength, he dared not act recklessly. Boss Ru, we should retreat. Ruoxi commanded sharply. Wait. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through the air. A large bird, perched on a nearby cliff, had been observing Ruoxi for some time and noticed her gaze. The bird soared into the sky, landing before Ruoxi, from which a man descended. Ruoxi fixed her eyes on him. He was none other than Fu Yunhai, the man who had escaped from her grasp. With a mere wave of his hand, Fu Yunhai commanded the large bird, which then raised its foot and crushed both the tree and the mid-level zombie beneath it, along with the surviving worker. Wu Weigua shouted in anger, "Stop! Our people are still there." But it was too late. The bird lifted its foot, reducing the worker to a bloody pulp. Remarkably, the zombie, despite being flattened, defiantly lifted its head. Such tenacity for a mere mid-level zombie. Ruoxi, masking her appearance in front of Fu Yunhai with an air of mediocrity, realized he would not recognize her. Similarly, Wu Xiaojun had never encountered Fu Yunhai before, and faced with a face identical to Fu Yunma's, he assumed he was a stranger. Since no one recognized her, Ruoxi had no choice but to play along. Stepping behind Wu Weigua with her head bowed, feigning the demeanor of an inconspicuous bystander, Fu Yunhai smirked, raising his chin and folding his hands. "I just saved your lives. And this is how you treat your benefactor? TSK, had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to rescue you." His words were undoubtedly incendiary, igniting the fury within Wu Weigua. Even without this fellow, given their strengths, they could easily retreat to the basement. Moreover, if that girl at his house has yet to unleash her true power, spare me your sarcastic remarks. Without your interference, we would still manage to survive. Chapter 79. Entering the base, Fu Yunhai cast a teasing glance around at Wu Weigua and his two companions. Just based on your capabilities? A delicate beauty and a fool. Do you truly believe you can protect them alone? Such arrogance. After saying this, he couldn't resist throwing flirtatious glances at Ruoxi. "My dear lady, following such unreliable companions, why not join me instead? I could take you on a delightful escapade as a carefree couple." Ruoxi, bewildered, shook her head. Her exquisite features paired with a deliberately feigned expression made her appear as an innocent flower untouched by the world. Lowering her gaze, a flicker of malicious amusement danced in her eyes. If Fu Yunhai were to discover that she was the mastermind behind his torment for over half a month, he would likely be rendered speechless by shock. Recalling that nightmarish period, one could only wonder if his muscle memory would still harbor fear. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, Fu Yunhai had never encountered such a tender and delicate beauty. He had seen many women, but they had all gone days without bathing, their hair in disarray, failing to pique his interest. This young girl, however, was different. as a gentle breeze wafted by. Fu Yunhai could even catch a whiff of Ruashi's enchanting fragrance, instantly captivated. He took a few steps closer, intending to caress her face. In an unexpected move, Ruashi stepped back in alarm, while Wu Weiguo promptly seized Fu Yunhai's wandering hand. Dare to entertain any thoughts towards her, and I shall not hold back. Fu Yunhai chuckled lightly, retracting his hand as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Perhaps you should consider your own age. Still monopolizing such a young lady without even inquiring about her feelings. Who knows, she might long to part ways with you. Confident in his own appearance, Fu Yunhai believed that in the base, with just his impressive stature and abilities, a mere smile would summon all manner of women to him. Wu Weiguo scoffed. You seem to misunderstand. She already has a husband and children. She is surrounded by men aplenty and certainly does not lack for someone like you, who offers himself for free. His own Xiao Jun had yet to take Ruashi into his room, and now another man was harboring intentions towards her. Casting a glance at the lifeless workers behind Fu Yunhai, Wu Weiguo's expression darkened. As they traversed this perilous path, the death toll among their brothers had only increased. Witnessing corpses had long since numbed his heart. Yet, he felt a sense of relief to have brought only 2 brothers out today. Otherwise, the loss of manpower would have severely impacted their future plans. However, with the recent grouping, losing 2 workers on his side would inevitably lead to Liu Biao's relentless pressure. Leaning closer to Ruashi's ear, he whispered, I will distract this man. Could you take Xiao Jun back first? Ruashi shook her head. I have thought of a thrilling game. Upon hearing Ruashi's subsequent words, Wu Weiguo was taken aback, incredulously questioning whether she was truly intent on such a course of action. What if he were to? Ruashi raised her gaze, fortuitously locking eyes with Fu Yunhai. Adopting a facade of sorrow, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet her words were devoid of any genuine emotion. Rest assured, upon encountering an amusing pet, one must certainly engage with it. After all, having previously let him go, how could I possibly allow him to escape so easily this time upon this unexpected encounter? A prey within reach. After deliberating for a considerable time, Fu Yunhai, growing increasingly impatient, urged, You 2 have conversed for so long. What on earth have you been discussing? Speak candidly. Wu Weiguo shot a furious glare at Fu Yunhai before reluctantly pushing Ruashi forward. The woman you desire, here she is. Ruashi bit her lip. A delicate beauty evoking an instinctive urge for protection and tenderness. Fu Yunhai's eyes brightened, eagerly watching as Ruashi approached him step by step. Fear not, dear sister. Follow your brother, and I shall ensure you receive a share of my bounty. Such emotional intelligence was indeed concerning. Ruashi slowly reached Fu Yunhai, who promptly pulled her in, lifting her by the waist and placing her upon the great bird. Ruashi feigned shyness, covering her face. This act perfectly catered to Fu Yunhai's protective instincts. The women at the base were rather coarse, lacking the softness of femininity. His heart melted at the sight. With a sense of triumph, Fu Yunhai cast a knowing glance at Wu Weiguo, silently acknowledging his perceptiveness. As for Wu Weiguo's prior assertion regarding the little woman having a husband and children, Fu Yunhai dismissed it as mere fabrication. She appeared far too youthful to be wed or bearing offspring. Clearing his throat, Fu Yunhai cautiously inquired, Sister, may I ask your name? He regarded Ruashi as a fragile vase, fearful that any harshness in his tone might shatter her. Most importantly, he could not bear the thought of her shedding tears, for it would tug painfully at his heartstrings. Fu Yunhai mused that perhaps he had fallen in love at first sight. The delicate figure in his arms trembled, seemingly afflicted by a fear of heights. Indeed, Ruashi's lips quivered as her sparkling eyes glistened. Big brother, I am called Xiao Su. You may call me Su Su. Fu Yunhai's heart soared, his spirits lifted by Su Su's expression. In a gentle and soothing tone, he reassured her, Su Su, do not fear. I shall protect you. With me around, you shall encounter no harm. Ruashi nodded softly, casting a tentative glance below, her beautiful eyes tightly shut. Despite her outward display of fear, her inner thoughts were quite the contrary. This great bird was truly exhilarating. Could they soar even higher? Before long, Fu Yunhai brought Ruashi to their base. Others sought Fu Yunhai for matters of importance, revealing that he held a significant role here. Little did Ruashi anticipate that it had been but a brief moment since she had extracted him from her grasp, and he was already thriving so remarkably. The disfigured face has astonishingly regained its original appearance. If Ruashi wishes to penetrate the inner circle, she must conceal herself and proceed with caution. The inhabitants of the base, upon noticing the arrival of a newcomer, a beautiful and fair maiden, whistled lewdly, while the women brandished bows and arrows, gesturing menacingly at Ruoxi. She feigned terror, hunching her shoulders as she followed the individuals arranged by Fu Yunhai, trailing behind. Despite their apparent intimidation, the arrows remained unloosed. Likely out of fear due to Ruoxi's association with Fu Yunhai. In a lawless post-apocalyptic world, a defenseless woman without connections would have long since met a tragic end. Ruoxi obediently entered Fu Yunhai's tent, awaiting his return. Had she recklessly wandered in this unfamiliar place from the outset, it would undoubtedly arouse Fu Yunhai's suspicions. Not only would it raise doubts, but she could also fall prey to those with malicious intent. It was not that Ruoxi feared being bullied. Rather, she simply wished to avoid revealing her talents too soon. The commencement of her first life at the base was imminent, and she found herself rather eager for it. Just as she intended to feign sleep, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside the tent. Is Chun Xuanbei here as well? Chapter 80. Moon-gazing listening closely. It seemed someone was about to enter. Ruoxi scanned her surroundings for a place to hide and slipped into the wardrobe. Before long, Chun Xuanbei and Fu Yunhai entered together. The expansion project has been temporarily halted. One of our reconnaissance personnel has gone missing. Logically, it is impossible for anyone to vanish underground, and the excavated tunnels have collapsed. Are you suggesting that there are other biological threats lurking beneath us? The individual they referred to as missing is likely old Wang. Ruoxi, confined within the cramped wardrobe, found her breathing somewhat labored. She cautiously pried open a small crack, allowing a breath of air to flow in, alleviating her suffocation. Their conversation became increasingly discernible. With a furrowed brow, Chun Xuanbei asked, "How is your research on the virus progressing?" Fu Yunhai, shedding his previous nonchalance, adopted a serious demeanor. "The situation is dire. We require more viruses for study. My recommendation is to directly procure specimens from living subjects to gather more viral data." Upon hearing this, Ruoxi inwardly scoffed. "How absurd. Your identity is a mere facade, borrowed from another. You possess no genuine expertise. What are you pretending for?" Chun Xuanbei's expression darkened, and after a few moments of silence, he replied, "No. If this information were to leak, it would be detrimental to our organization. We cannot attract powerful ability users, and our organization would inevitably face ruin." Fu Yunhai remained undeterred, insisting, "It's just one person. We can find someone with a fragile constitution, an inconspicuous individual to serve as a scapegoat. There are always more solutions than difficulties." Chun Xuanbei shook his head once more. "Did you not bring a woman from elsewhere? Use her for the experiment. She has already begun to decay and can accompany you." In his eyes, women were all the same. Once their utility was exhausted, they could simply be discarded. If you intend to conduct experiments on that woman and others discover her disappearance, simply assert that she has stealthily fled. After all, she has only just arrived, and no one will pay her any mind. Ruoxi's heart sank. Could it be that she is so unfortunate? Just when she came to have a little fun, she is forced to return home. "Mr. Fu, you had better lend me some assistance so I may enjoy my time here a little longer." Fu Yunhai firmly refused, stating that it was unacceptable. Anyone could be involved, but not her. It seemed he had touched upon a sensitive nerve, and Fu Yunhai's demeanor grew rigid. Chun Xuanbei chuckled, surprised to see that even you are susceptible to romantic inclinations. "I wonder what kind of woman could captivate you at first sight. I have been here for quite some time and have yet to see that woman. You must not be hiding her away, unwilling for other men to behold her, right?" Fu Yunhai glanced around, scratching his head in confusion. "I distinctly remember asking someone to bring her to my tent. Where is she?" Chun Xuanbei, believing Fu Yunhai was indeed hiding her away from the prying eyes of others, offered a diversion, saying, "Never mind, perhaps she is merely shy and has hidden herself. You need not be so secretive, it's just one woman." "Are you, a man who nearly met his demise, truly entangled in such mundane worldly affairs?" Ruoxi felt speechless. What does he mean by mundane worldly affairs? He looks down on women. "You have been played by women several times, haven't you?" "Unfortunately, she is currently hiding in the wardrobe and cannot speak." After a painstakingly long time, Chun Xuanbei finally departed, and Fu Yunhai anxiously sought to find Ruoxi. "Susu, where are you?" Ruoxi emerged from the wardrobe, exclaiming, "I'm right here, big brother." Her face flushed with shyness. She averted her gaze from Fu Yunhai. Noticing the hem of Ruoxi's clothing dusted with dirt, Fu Yunhai kindly brushed it off for her. Why did you hide in the wardrobe? It's so dirty. Ruashi fidgeted with her fingers, hesitantly admitting, I am shy. Her soft, delicate voice stirred something deep within Fu Yunhai's soul. Shy. Has Susu come to regard him as an acquaintance? No worries, Susu. In the future, when you have nothing to do, just play nearby. And I will ensure others keep their distance. Ruashi shyly nodded in agreement. Thankfully, for the time being, Fu Yunhai harbored no ulterior motives towards her and did not share a tent with her. Otherwise, this fellow's little brother would not survive the second night. The nocturnal base was not as tranquil as one might imagine. A group encircled a bonfire, holding hands and dancing. Though no music played from phones, someone sang, and the atmosphere was joyously vibrant. Ruashi surveyed the scene from the entrance and found nothing particularly interesting, wishing to return. However, she was halted by Fu Yunhai grasping her hand. Susu, it's quite lively outside. Shall we go to that crooked tree over there to watch the festivities? There are fewer people up there. Goodness, he even considered the sparse crowd in the tree. Ruashi eagerly nodded, feigning frailty and claiming she could not climb the tree without Fu Yunhai's assistance. As her waist was supported by Fu Yunhai, Rushi gritted her teeth, barely suppressing the impulse to kick him to the ground. Remarkably, the scenery from the tree was indeed exquisite. It was not particularly accommodating for those with myopia, fortunately. She was not among them. Fu Yunhai pointed towards the moon in the sky and began to expound on grand aspirations. Look, the moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight, but it pales in comparison to your beauty. Rushi's eyes had a mind of their own, almost rolling in exasperation. Suddenly, Fu Yunhai lowered his head, gazing at Rushi with a passionate yet overly sentimental look, clasping her hand against his chest. Rushi quickly hit the brakes, her eyes nearly twitching in disbelief. Gazing at his face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Yunma's, Rushi felt an overwhelming urge to leave a few slap marks on it for the first time. Susu, do not be modest. To me, you are the most beautiful. Suppressing the turmoil in her stomach, Rushi forced a semblance of a touched smile. Is that so? I think you are quite wonderful as well. Experiencing the novelty of flirtation, Rushi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Meanwhile, Fu Yunhai's spirits soared, his smile nearly reaching the heavens, as he seemed on the verge of leaning in to kiss her. Unconsciously withdrawing her hand, she contemplated how to swiftly incapacitate him. A cough from below interrupted the bubble of pink atmosphere. Fu Yunhai, in a fit of anger, yelled down, Who is that? Can't you see we are enjoying the scenery? Have a little awareness. Chun Xianbei, who had been watching the unfolding scene, chimed in with a teasing remark about how Fu Yunhai could focus so intently on flirting while often being distracted during experiments. Ah, the men of this era. Fu Yunhai retorted, Chun Xianbei, as if you were any less of a man. Chun Xianbei? Rushi calmly tilted her head, relieved that the shadows of the branches concealed her features, allowing her to avoid an embarrassing encounter. Fortunately, Chun Xianbei was soon ushered away. Seizing the moment, Rushi rubbed her temples, feeling unwell. Little brother, I have low blood sugar and cannot stay up late. I feel faint. Jokingly, she thought of herself as a formidable warrior, fully capable of enduring an all-nighter. Yet, as her body swayed precariously, Fu Yunhai's concern for her escalated. Chapter 81. The blueprint, then you should not stay up late. I will escort you back to rest. With her goal achieved, Rushi staggered into the tent. Not far off, Chun Xianbei turned back, captivated by the silhouette of the woman who had appeared in his dreams countless times, momentarily lost in thought. Was it mere coincidence, or did that figure seem hauntingly familiar? The next day, Rushi could hardly contain herself. Seizing a moment when no one was around, she stealthily slipped into the hall where they had conversed, which contained a study. Examining the handwriting and titles, she discerned they were penned by Chun Xianbei. After searching for a while, she still could not locate their base of operations for sampling. If the sampling point is near Ruashi's basement, she must be cautious. Listening to the footsteps, someone is approaching. Ruashi discreetly hides in a small corner. It is Fu Yunhai. After entering the study, he unknowingly triggers a mechanism and disappears within seconds. It is likely he has gone to the laboratory they mentioned. With Fu Yunhai inside, Ruashi cannot afford to act recklessly. She remains by the door for an indeterminate duration, until the cicadas in the grass grow weary. Finally, Fu Yunhai emerges. She must deliver lunch to the workers punctually, so Ruashi needs to return to the basement before noon. She must act swiftly. After confirming that there are no mechanisms, she dons gloves and casually fiddles with the bookshelf. Alas, it does not budge. Consequently, Ruashi employs her control-based supernatural ability and forcefully splits the bookshelf apart, unveiling the entrance to the laboratory. Inside, it appears rather modern, likely a laboratory from the pre-apocalyptic era. Samples and such are commonplace until she sees her own name. The wall prominently displays the characters Ruashi. Judging by the handwriting, it must belong to Chun Xiuanbei. Ruashi feels speechless. What is this guy up to? If he can paint, will he not create a portrait of me to adorn the walls? After a thorough search, she discovers nothing particularly intriguing. As she steps around, she realizes the floor is hollow, indicating another space beneath. The components on the laboratory walls are coated in dust, suggesting that Fu Yunhai's so-called experiments are mere facades. He is too lazy to even touch the instruments. However, the wall covered in her name bears some wrinkled paper. Sensing something amiss, Ruashi taps on the wall and indeed activates a mechanism. With a click, an endless black passageway reveals itself. Switching to a pair of shoes that do not produce a sound, she cautiously descends. Feeling along the wall, she turns on the light. The interior is surprisingly a cool-toned living room, showing signs of habitation. On the table lies an unflattering portrait. Although Ruashi is reluctant to admit it, the inscription reads Ruashi. She feels nauseated. Her family member, Fu Yunma, is far superior, excelling in all forms of art. Thoroughly searching every nook and cranny, she taps into her detective instincts. Finally, beneath the entrance rug, she discovers the address that Chen Xiuanbei and his associates had marked. A brief glance reveals that two locations are not far from her small courtyard. Suddenly a sound. Someone is coming. Ruashi swiftly hides beneath the bed. Observing the shoes, she surmises it is Chen Xiuanbei. After lounging on the sofa for a while, he picks up the portrait and glances at it. Did I fold this before I left? I forgot. What is Ruashi doing? Answering herself while playing this roller coaster of a game in front of me. Suddenly, Chen Xiuanbei approached the entrance and discovered that the blueprint was missing. He hurriedly ran outside. Ruashi, not being foolish, thought that if she ventured out now, they might encounter each other unexpectedly. However, it seemed inconsequential. After all, they had been playing for quite a while and would eventually return. Ruashi emerged and ascended the staircase step by step until she reached the door, only to find a gun aimed at her head. Brother Chun, it's me. Don't be alarmed, Ruashi said with a smile, gently pushing Chen Xiuanbei's gun aside. Intrigued, Chen Xiuanbei raised an eyebrow, initially expecting him to keep the gun trained on her, but to his surprise, he holstered it and gestured for her to enter. What is this? After pondering for so long, have you finally decided to seek refuge with me? Ruashi, in a reckless attempt to deflect attention, replied, Yes, I've thought about it extensively. The last time I knocked you out and tied you to a tree. You must see me as an enemy. How could you possibly take me in? I only came here to. Chen Xiuanbei interrupted. Regardless of what you've done, I would still welcome you. So will you stay? The intention was clear. Ruashi's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, yet she nodded with a smile. She made herself at home, casually reclining on the sofa and even turning on the television, which unfortunately displayed nothing but static. Of course I want to stay. Your home seems quite nice, she mused. However, if I do stay, I surely wouldn't reside in such a lovely house, but rather in a humble tent like those outside, which I cannot endure. She agreed, yet hesitated. Chen Xiuanbei offered her a bowl of peanuts. As long as you're willing to stay, you may live with me. Ruashi tilted her head in surprise. Isn't that inappropriate? If your future girlfriend finds out, she might be furious with me. Stop chatting and hurry. It's almost mealtime, she exclaimed, needing to return to deliver food to the workers. Chen Xiuanbei raised an eyebrow. No worries. I'm not interested in women and want to have a girlfriend. Ruashi placed a hand on her forehead, feeling the heat. It seems a bit warm in here. Perhaps we should talk outside? Chen Xiuanbei, sensing her intention, agreed, fine. But first return the blueprint to me. It's useless to you unless you're a spy sent by another base. Ruashi straightened her back. Don't accuse me without reason. I'm just too hot. Use your blueprint to fan yourself. She handed the blueprint back to him in good condition. After examining it, Chen Xiuanbei agreed to step outside. Ruashi joyfully shook her head, relieved that there was a printer in the space, allowing her to print the documents during her earlier concealment. Once outside, it was indeed her domain. She eagerly pulled out her sports car and hopped in, tossing a note at Chen Xiuanbei. Here I am for a visit. She giggled behind her hand. Chen Xiuanbei wore a grim expression but refrained from firing. His experience had taught him that shooting would be futile and the car's tires would not burst. Fu Yunhai hurriedly arrived. only inhaling a waft of exhaust fumes without catching a glimpse of Ruashi. His expression was fraught with concern as he urgently inquired about Susu's whereabouts. Have you seen her? Chun Xuanbei, feeling slighted, was in a foul mood. At that moment, Fu Yunhai continued to flaunt his affection, indulging in displays of romantic bliss. She has probably been whisked away by another man. Chun Xuanbei scoffed, leaving Fu Yunhai with a cold, indifferent back. Fu Yunhai scratched his bald head in confusion. Chapter 82. Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon returning, Ruashi discovered that the construction site had come to a standstill, with not a single worker present. Sensing something amiss, she slipped into the kitchen. Fu Yunma was absent from his culinary duties. Considering the time, he should have already rinsed the rice and started cooking. However, the kitchen was desolate, devoid of any activity. Continuing her ascent, she heard the sounds of a distressed rabbit. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma sat nearby, nervously tapping his fingers. His gaze disheveled. What transpired, little Fuzai? Upon hearing the voice he had longed for through sleepless nights, Fu Yunma abruptly lifted his head. You're back, little diva. I thought you had abandoned both me and the child. Oh dear, what a pitiful sight he was. Even his tears seemed to echo the delicate sorrow of a famed literary heroine. It tugged at one's heartstrings. I merely stepped out for a day. Where are the workers? Fu Yunma pouted in grievance. You seem to carry the scent of another man. Ruashi felt an urge to protest vehemently. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, she realized he had a point. Indeed, she had merely exchanged a few pleasantries without any wrongdoing. She gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Fu Yunma frowned. What else transpired? Ruashi felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. This predicament was such that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse her of suspicion. There's truly nothing to it, she thought, resembling a scorned femme fatale. Straightening up, she forced a smile. Where have the workers gone? Ultimately, Fu Yunma sighed. I shall check the surveillance footage. With someone here who already knew the truth. Why bother with the monitors? What a waste of time. Yet, Fu Yunma refused to direct his ire at Ruashi any further, prompting her to retreat and fetch her laptop. At last, in the dormitory building, she spotted all the workers. Each bore injuries on their mouths and shoulders, clearly having just engaged in a significant brawl. Ruashi furrowed her brow and clicked to replay the footage. It was then that she grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that in the morning, as the workers departed, Lu Biao incited the crowd, claiming that Ruashi had accompanied Wu Weigua, leading to the disappearance of both workers and Ruashi, thus stirring the masses against Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua, defenseless, asserted that the workers had been bitten by mid-level zombies and that Ruashi had gone off to play at another base. No one believed his words. After a brief exchange of heated arguments, the two factions erupted into chaos. The class was abandoned, and a senseless struggle ensued. Absurd. Ruashi stormed into the workers' dormitory, forcefully kicking the door open. The bandaged workers turned their attention towards her in unison. Boss Ruashi, you're alive. Could it be that what Wu Weigua said was true? In this day and age, there are still employees wishing for their boss's demise. With a stern expression, Ruashi demanded, where are Lu Biao and Wu Weigua? The workers promptly led her to a separate dormitory. The two once boastful commanders now lay there, grievously injured, encased in unsightly plaster casts. Lu Biao's pupils trembled, then narrowed sharply. Boss Ruashi, you've returned. That Wu fellow didn't do anything to you, did he? Wu Weigua, a man in his 40s, felt a pang of grievance upon seeing Ruashi's return. If anything had happened to her, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime, even at the cost of his own life. However, with her safe return, tears welled in his eyes, and his heart ached. Ruashi delivered a few sharp slaps to the two. No wonder I didn't see anyone working upon my return. It turns out you two leaders were busy fighting. As leaders, you've already broken the rules. The punishment would be devoid of any leniency. Once your injuries heal, you will both be confined in the small black room for half a month. Lu Biao hesitated, but who was there to manage the site? Ruashi cast a cold glance at the swollen-faced Lu Biao. This is none of your concern. Not only would there be confinement, but also a deduction of half a month as salary. Lu Biao wore a pained expression, glaring resentfully at Wu Weigua. Oh, still daring to glare at me in my presence. Ruashi swiftly landed a few more strikes on Lu Biao's wounds. Focus on healing your injuries. Don't spend all your time thinking about fighting. If you have that kind of energy, it would be better spent on managing the site and improving work efficiency. Ruashi was well aware of Lu Biao's ulterior motives. It was merely an attempt to undermine Wu Weigua. This was precisely why she had elevated both Liu Biao and Wu Weiguo to equal standing. However, regardless of their private disputes, any disruption to normal operations was absolutely intolerable. Wu Weiguo remained silent, touched by Ruoshi's defense of him, rendered speechless. Ruoshi waved her hand, interrupting, "If you feel guilty, repay me with your work. Spare me the superfluous words. You know I only value the final results, not the process." Gazing at the desolate construction site, Ruoshi felt overwhelmed. Forget it. Consider this a prolonged holiday for them, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. Fu Yunma, in a rather foolish manner, hung up a few red lanterns. Ruoshi remarked, "We are celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. You only need to make a few mooncakes. Why hang these things?" Staring at the swaying lanterns by the door, she thought how eerie it would be if the lights dimmed. Fu Yunma's features radiated joy. "As long as it's festive. Our little family of 3 will be just fine." Suddenly, these words were uttered, leaving Ruoshi feeling rather embarrassed. However, the term a family of 3 is indeed accurate. In the apocalypse, one can engage in romance without the necessity of marriage, free from the myriad complications that come with it, and without the concerns of in-law relationships. How delightful! Fu Yunma wandered into the kitchen to tinker with something. Ruoshi, who had never ventured into the kitchen before, slowly followed suit. Upon seeing Fu Yunma making dumplings, she attempted to mimic him. "Ah, wait. Why do your dumplings look different from mine?" Fu Yunma pinched Ruoshi's cheek playfully, calling her foolish, explaining that this was mooncake making, and that they would simply need to be baked in the oven later. Ruoshi, having never done such a thing, nodded in confusion. After a few attempts, she realized her mooncakes resembled dumplings, so she decided to stop and simply taste them instead. "Oh, make plenty. I'll take some to the workers' dormitory to let them try, while also boasting about my exceptionally skilled husband. Let us see who dares to introduce me to a mistress again." Realizing her slip of the tongue, Ruoshi quickly covered her mouth. Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow in displeasure, pulling the mooncake from her mouth. "What did you just say? Introducing a mistress? My goodness, no more pretending to be a little puppy. You've transformed into a domineering CEO." Ruoshi questioned whether he might be suffering from a personality disorder, shifting from a little puppy to a little wolf to a tyrannical president. With a grin, she freed her chin from his grasp. "It was merely a playful joke among the men at the construction site. Don't take it seriously. I wasn't serious. MMPF. Half an hour later, utterly exhausted, Ruoshi lay upon Fu Yunma's shoulder, drenched in sweat. "I nearly suffocated, almost perishing from your foolishness." Yet, Fu Yunma seemed unfazed, continuing his tasks, even whistling a carefree tune. In a moment of revenge, Ruoshi exhaled softly against his ear, teasing him. She initially believed Fu Yunma would endure for a while longer. But to her surprise, his stamina had only improved since he had become a zombie. In the kitchen, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her up, and pushed aside the bowls on the counter. The oven is done. Are you certain you don't want to retrieve the baked mooncakes?" Taking advantage of the moment, Ruoshi finally spoke up. Her originally fair collarbone had flushed a deep red, dotted with little marks. Yet the man beside her showed no signs of stopping. The further down, the more his body trembled. It was only the sound of a rabbit crying that interrupted his actions. "The rabbit seems to be crying again. Why don't you go comfort her?" A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes as he set Ruoshi down and adjusted her disheveled collar. After lingering for a moment, he reluctantly stepped out to soothe the rabbit. "All right." Ruoshi hastily made her way to the restroom to splash some water on her face, gently patting her flushed cheeks to calm herself. Curse it, when did Xiaofuzi become so alluring? A mere glance could send shivers down her spine. Adjusting her disheveled dress, Ruoshi applied her favorite shade of lipstick. Upon exiting, she accepted the beautifully wrapped mooncakes from Fu Yunma. The moment their hands touched, an electric connection sparked between them. Fu Yunma, ever so perceptive, grasped Ruoshi's hand and pulled her into his embrace. His long, slender fingers wove through her soft hair, playfully tousling it. "Return home early. I shall await your arrival," he said. Damn it, such an innocuous statement. Ruoshi could hardly believe her own heart was racing uncontrollably, breaking free from Fu Yunma's embrace. She wondered what she might do if she lingered any longer. Fu Yunma, aware of Ruoshi's sensitivity, leaned down to whisper in her ear, gently nibbling on her earlobe while exhaling softly. "Darling, promise me you'll come back soon and refrain from cavorting with other men, or I might not be able to resist devouring you." A cold sweat trickled down Ruoshi's back, sending shivers through her. She felt the warmth of his lips brushing against her sensitive earlobe, his touch sending tingles throughout her body. In light of Fu Yunma's earlier remarks, it dawned on her that he, like any ordinary zombie, craved blood and harbored a desire to bite. If that were the case, was he currently exerting tremendous restraint? It suddenly made sense why the tomatoes in the refrigerator had been disappearing at an alarming rate. Initially, Ruashi had paid little attention to it, but later realized something was amiss, yet lacked the motivation to delve deeper. With open arms, Ruashi encircled Fu Yunma's neck and leaned in closer. Their lips met in a tender kiss. Though Ruashi intended to keep it brief, Fu Yunma seemed unable to stop, his breaths growing increasingly frantic. Ruashi began to panic. Realizing this time Fu Yunma appeared to be quite serious. "Zaya Fuzi, I still need to deliver mooncakes to the workers." Just as she uttered those words, Fu Yunma seized her lips again, denying her a chance to breathe. "It's all right. The mooncakes are still hot. It's better to deliver them once they've cooled." By the time she arrived at the workers' dormitory, it was quite late. The lights remained off, and she had planned to leave the mooncakes at the door before heading home to rest. However, she was startled to find Wu Xiaojun squatting at the entrance. "What are you doing here?" Recalling Wu Xiaojun, she realized he seemed to be the only worker capable of actually doing any work. Yet, it would be cruel to ask him to labor. Wu Xiaojun's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Sister, what did you bring?" "Cousin said today is a good day. My mother has come back to find me, so I waited here at the door and didn't expect to see you." Ruashi couldn't shake the feeling that something about his words was somewhat off. Ruashi did not ponder for long before handing the packaged mooncake box to Wu Xiaojun, instructing him earnestly, "This contains treasures. It must be personally received by your cousins. You cannot keep it for yourself." Wu Xiaojun nodded obediently. "All right." He yearned to grasp Ruashi's hand, yet she discreetly evaded his touch. For a fleeting moment, his smile faltered, only to be restored in the next breath. Affecting nonchalance, he waved goodbye. "Sister, you must come to visit Xiaojun often." Ruashi responded perfunctorily, sighing in relief. Phew, she nearly allowed another man to touch her. If Xiao Fu at home caught sight of it, she would surely lose sleep that night. Just seconds after Ruashi disappeared down the corridor, Wu Xiaojun peered out again. His previously naive eyes now sparkled with clarity. Pressing his lips together, he silently gazed in the direction Ruashi had vanished. "Sister, what should I do? It seems I have developed feelings for you," he mused, wondering whether that monstrous zombie, having lost his beloved woman, would descend into madness. Upon returning home, as expected, Fu Yunmo sniffed at Ruashi. "You still carry the scent of another man." Ruashi, taken aback, thought, "Is this guy truly insufferable?" Surely, she couldn't have visited the workers' dormitory, where rugged men abounded, without acquiring some hint of their presence. If she bore no scent at all, that would indeed be peculiar. Fu Yunmo raised an eyebrow. It's not entirely filled with rough men. There's also that young lad, isn't there?" Ruashi dismissively waved her hand. "Do not mention him. I asked you to hypnotize him to forget the memory of seeing your face, but instead, you left him daft. Had it not been for that, would I have shown leniency to Wu Weiguo on 2 occasions?" Fu Yunmo shook his head. "I merely intended for him to forget. His foolishness was unforeseen, and I had no intention of complicating matters for you." Ruashi sighed. "Ah, that boy is still young. It was merely fate." She then inquired, "What of old Wang? Confined in the holding room? Has he confessed?" Fu Yunmo replied, "No, he remains steadfast, evidently loyal to his master." Ruashi felt a twinge of envy towards Chun Xianbei for possessing such a commendable subordinate. Were it not for old Wang's allegiance to Chun Xianbei, she would have considered recruiting him to compete with Liu Biao and Wu Weiguo. She wondered if her workers would exhibit similar loyalty if one of them were captured. Subsequently, Ruashi retrieved the map of the site from her pocket, a copy acquired from Chun Xianbei. He would never have imagined that this blueprint, which she had printed, would ultimately find its way back to her. Chapter 84. Poisoning with everyone on strike. Ruashi took it as an opportunity for a brief respite. After ensuring that the surrounding area met safety standards, she reclined comfortably. Just then, Fu Yunmo emerged from the laboratory, his expression less than favorable. "What troubles you? Is the research not proceeding well?" Ruashi inquired with genuine concern. After all, despite the mere passage of a few months, they had yet to decipher the structure of the zombie virus. Xiao Fuzi had previously excelled in this field, but now he faced obstacles at every turn, making it disingenuous to claim he was in good spirits. Furthermore, having succumbed to zombification, his intelligence had notably diminished. As Ruoshi momentarily lost her focus, Fu Yunma seized a toy rabbit and began to play with it, sporting a foolishly joyous expression. Ruoshi covered her face in exasperation, genuinely questioning whether Xiao Fuzi's transformation into a zombie had resulted in a split personality. Just days prior, he had been the charming flirt. Now he had regressed to the demeanor of a child. Never mind. Ruoshi decided to disregard him and let things be. However, as Xiao Fuzi's intelligence gradually declined, conducting experiments would inevitably become more challenging. Ruoshi had to master the intricacies of experimentation and learn from Fu Yunma. Upon entering the laboratory, the air was thick with the acrid scent of fresh blood. In the confinement chamber, the completely zombified Ma Lisu had bitten the other 3 individuals, resulting in a chaotic scene filled with a horde of zombies. Ruoshi remained unfazed, leisurely observing the spectacle. On the experimental table lay a fresh, severed arm, likely the result of Fu Yunma having removed the other hand of Fu Yuan. The intact human was confined in one room, while the zombified individuals were locked away in another, allowing for a comparative analysis of human blood and zombie blood. Just as Ruoshi pondered this, an urgent alarm rang out. Since she seldom visited the convenience store, she had installed an emergency doorbell. If any of the workers encountered an emergency, hearing the bell would prompt her to rush over immediately. True to form, when she arrived, Lu Biao was foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back. The situation appeared grim. What on earth could be happening? Ruoshi was also taken aback, questioning the others. Wu Weigua quickly shook his head, stammering, his complexion quite grim. What have you done to Lu Biao? Ruoshi inquired, her gaze piercing with skepticism directed at Wu Weigua. Sensing her suspicions, he exhaled deeply and divulged the truth. He had consumed the mooncakes you gifted him, and it seemed he had suffered an allergic reaction. Or so it appeared. The atmosphere became palpable with tension. Ruoshi produced her stethoscope and commenced a diagnosis for Lu Biao. Fortunately, her adoptive parents had taken her to the hospital for several years during her childhood, and with additional studies during her university years, she swiftly identified the cause. It was merely a case of mild diarrhea, triggered by something he should not have ingested. She advised him to drink some warm water, and even if he found it difficult, to force it down, followed by a couple of pills to remedy the situation. Lu Biao gradually regained his composure, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Boss Ruoshi. If it weren't for you, I would have truly been in dire straits today. Ruoshi pressed her lips together, gazing intently at the half-eaten mooncake of Lu Biao for quite some time. Why is it that you alone experience such a situation, when you all consume the same mooncake? For safety reasons, Rushi had no choice but to conduct a diagnosis for each of them. In the end, she discovered that only Lu Biao exhibited such a condition. Could it be an allergic constitution? Ruoshi cast a fleeting glance at Wu Weigua, who fervently shook his head, insisting, it wasn't me. He might genuinely be allergic. Lu Biao let out a scoff, his face flushed from the recent incident. Brother Wu, I still have half a mooncake left. To avoid waste, why don't you help me finish it? This was an obvious provocation. Wu Weigua swallowed hard and, with a clear conscience, patted his chest. All right. I've already consumed my share without any allergic reactions. Surely, eating your mooncake won't trigger anything unusual. Yours isn't particularly unique. Ruoshi took a seat, showing no intention of stopping Wu Weigua's actions. She scanned the crowd and noticed the absence of Wu Xiaojun. Where has Wu Xiaojun gone? A worker replied. I don't know. He is probably off playing with ants in some corner. I see, Ruoshi mused. She recalled that she had entrusted all the mooncakes to Wu Xiaojun for distribution, especially since he was the only one unscathed amidst the chaos. Who distributed the mooncakes to you? Ruoshi's tone was gentle, yet the workers felt a chill run down their spines, unable to suppress their shivers. Given the precedent of previous punishments, no matter how soft Ruoshi's demeanor was, she still evoked fear, as if she were a strict teacher. It was Xiaojun, right? Didn't you give them to him to distribute to us? Have you forgotten? Ruoshi shook her head, acknowledging the oversight. Amidst their conversation, Wu Weigua had finished the remaining half of the mooncake. For the moment, no issues arose. However, after a while, Wu Weigua exhibited the same frothing at the mouth symptoms that Lu Biao had shown earlier. As Ruoshi allowed him a moment to catch his breath, she began to analyze the situation. Thus, the issue lies with the mooncake given to Lu Biao. It should be traced back to Wu Xiaojun. It had been a while since Ruoshi had worn a stern expression. Now, her gaze turned sharp as she surveyed the workers, each of them wrapped in white bandages. Go find Wu Xiaojun. Recovering from his shock, Wu Weiguo appeared frustrated and disappointed, yet he still grasped Ruoxi's arm, hoping to plead for his cousin. Xiaojun was taken by you for treatment, and he is a bit slow. Perhaps this was an unintentional act on his part. Ruomei, what you're saying shifts all the blame onto you. Ruoxi smiled gently. Brother Wu, I believe Xiaojun's foolishness has indeed improved. Do you think someone who is foolish would think to add something to a mooncake? If you consider it a childish prank, I must disagree. That is merely an excuse. Her tone was already sufficiently soft. Wu Weiguo found himself at a loss for a counter-argument, merely letting out a resigned sigh. Lu Biao, standing nearby, sneered, It seems your family enjoys playing tricks. I suspect you incited your cousin to harm me. Fortunately, it wasn't tea poison. Had it been, I would have no evidence to prove my case. I refuse to share a room with you. What if you suddenly strangle me at night? Wu Weiguo retorted angrily. If you say that, I might as well take matters into my own hands. If I were aware, why would I harm myself deliberately? Lu Biao's thick eyebrows knitted together. That is merely an attempt to obscure the truth, pretending to be uninvolved to escape accountability. The two began to bicker again. While Wu Xiaojun was nowhere to be found, Ruoxi frowned, plugging her ears. Ugh, it's truly noisy. Hiring a dozen workers was akin to the intrigues of an ancient palace. For the first time, she felt it was inappropriate to say that 3 women could create a drama. Rather, 3 men could certainly compose a play as well. Chapter 85, Identity Exposed. I'm tired. If I find Wu Xiaojun, I shall confine him directly and ponder his punishment when I have the time. Lu Biao nodded. Such repugnant individuals deserve severe retribution. For heaven's sake, cease your chatter. Were it not for Ruoxi's presence, the two of them would have engaged in a brawl despite their injuries. Initially, she intended for them to keep each other in check, but she never envisioned they would spend their days plotting fights, neglecting their duties. Fu Yunma gently massaged Ruoxi's temples. What has transpired with the workers that has caused you such distress? Ruoxi, weary, did not wish to respond. What else could it be but trivial matters? Then she added, By the way, it seems Wu Xiaojun isn't as foolish as I once believed. I misjudged you before, but why didn't you hypnotize him to forget that memory as I instructed? Fu Yunma halted. Perhaps I overlooked it amidst many recent events. That hypnosis may not have been executed properly. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow. Fu Yunma leaned closer, attempting to evade the topic through physical contact. Ruoxi swiftly pushed him away. Do not employ such sly tactics. If you do not wish to answer, then do not. I am exhausted and need to sleep. Tutu nearby hummed and clapped joyfully at the sight of Mama and Papa quarreling. Go for it. The argument was interrupted, and Ruoxi promptly fell asleep, unresponsive to Fu Yunma's attempts to wake her. What shall I do with this little diva? When Ruoxi awoke again, she found herself clad in dinosaur pajamas. Lying on her large bed, she felt invigorated and comfortable. It struck her that she had even taken a bath. Lifting the collar of her pajamas to peek inside, she found nothing. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Fu Yunma, what have you done to me? At that moment, Fu Yunma was in the kitchen preparing soup. Upon hearing Ruoxi's voice, he swiftly approached. Little diva, what is the matter? I'm making your favorite corn rib soup. Ruoxi's eyes sparkled at the mention of the soup. Wait, don't change the subject. What did you do to me last night? Although we are somewhat like an old married couple, this is too embarrassing. Did you help me bathe? Fu Yunma blinked innocently with wide eyes. What is the matter? Ruoxi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, How can you treat me this way? Confused, Fu Yunma asked, What way? I won't chat with you now. If the soup isn't cooked properly, it will be ruined. You little troublemaker, sleep for a while. I'll help you wash up once I'm done. With that, he dashed off, leaving no trace behind. Ruoxi felt herself brimming with frustration. Helping her bathe was one thing, but wanting to assist her with her grooming? What a ridiculous notion. She wasn't a helpless child. Yet, getting out of bed felt insurmountably challenging. She was exhausted and longed to lie down a little longer. She allowed herself 2 more minutes, assuring herself she would rise afterward. But with a thud, she fell back down again. An hour later, Ruoxi found herself seated at the dining table, having been fussed over by Fu Yunma. She cried as she consumed the ribs. Woo, I don't have to lift a finger. It's all thanks to others catering to me. How delightful. Fu Yunma, beside her, wore a blissful smile, gazing at her dreamily. Quite the love-struck fool. After finishing her meal, Ruoxi intended to continue lounging. Just when she thought Fu Yunma would remain obedient, he suddenly leaned in, cupping her chin for a morning kiss. In light of how dedicated little Fu Yunma had been, Ruoxi eagerly reciprocated. Fu Yunma deepened the kiss, their breaths growing increasingly frantic, spiraling into an uncontrollable fervor. Ruashi gasped, "No, I'm tired. I want to sleep." Yet Fu Yunma nibbled at her earlobe, whispering, "Darling, this is how it is. Don't be nervous. You sleep, and I'll take care of everything." Ruashi was utterly bewildered. He could assist with bathing and grooming. But this too? Her legs entwined around his waist, her hands clinging to his neck. The temperature in the living room surged to an unprecedented height. Surprisingly, the little bunny, who usually cried, remained silent. Even if she did cry, no one would comfort the little darling. They would only provide her with 2 large diapers. The 10-month-old bunny needed to be strong. With her back against the door, she gently pushed it open. The two had completely lost track of time, oblivious to the world still turning, forgetting the cruel apocalypse raging outside. Meanwhile, at Chun Xianbei's base, a horde of intermediate zombies was wreaking havoc. Fu Yunhai, entranced, sketched Ruashi's likeness inside the tent, capturing her essence with remarkable precision, as if a real person might step out from the drawing at any moment. An art major, Fu Yunhai's work was distinctly different from Chun Xuanbei's hasty sketches. He even remembered the number of eyelashes Ruashi had and rendered them meticulously. Chun Xianbei rushed in, noticing Fu Yunhai, who was lost in his artistic reverie, resembling a classical literary figure, his expression stern. "The zombies are attacking. What are you doing just standing there? We need to take shelter in the emergency passage." Upon seeing the portrait of Ruashi before Fu Yunhai, Chun Xianbei became momentarily speechless. The pupils gradually constricted, fixated on the portrait. Fu Yunhai downed a bottle of wine in one gulp. Noticing that Chun Xianbei was also entranced by the image of Su Su, he hastily tucked the portrait away. Su Su belonged solely to him. He could not permit any other man to covet her. "Let us go," he said, patting Chun Xianbei's arm, who burned with seething anger. A frigid glare was cast upon Fu Yunhai. "That portrait depicts your Su Su, the one with whom you admired the moon atop the tree?" Fu Yunhai's expression was one of profound anguish. "Yes. Do you know where she is now?" At Chun Xianbei's inquiry, Fu Yunhai momentarily felt a flicker of joy, thinking perhaps his Su Su had arrived. However, the words that followed from Chun Xianbei left him stunned. With a cold smirk, Chun Xianbei retorted, "She does not go by Su Su. Her true name is Ruashi. You are merely a fish in her pond. Do not be deceived by that woman. Her prowess is formidable." Ruashi, Su Su. This woman had been deceiving him all along. How could she betray him and consort with Fu Yunhai? Jealousy surged through him, gnawing at him like ants, causing Chun Xianbei immense distress. "That night, did she sleep with you?" Fu Yunhai, a seasoned player in this game, recognized from Chun Xianbei's demeanor that his Su Su had caught this man's eye. He retorted defiantly, "So what if we did? She has left me now. Who knows which scoundrel has lured her away?" Chun Xianbei's fingers tightened into a fist, a metallic taste of blood filling his throat. "Shut your mouth. She is not that kind of person." Chapter 86. Reporting Chun. "What madness has possessed you? The zombies are upon us, and I have no time to spar with you." Fu Yunhai gripped Chun Xianbei's arm tightly, suspended in the air. His eyes reflected confusion and impatience, as if questioning his absurdity. The fury within Chun Xianbei blazed ever hotter, and he withdrew his hand in indignation. "Fine, we shall settle this later." Fu Yunhai, already in a foul mood from losing the woman he had fallen for at first sight, felt provoked. Were it not for the fact that Chun Xianbei was now his superior, he would have unleashed a flurry of punches. "What are you playing at, you rascal?" Chun Xianbei cast a meaningful glance at Fu Yunhai before departing, as if regarding a fool, though a flicker of envy and jealousy danced in his eyes. As their banter lingered, the outside world was besieged by zombies. Flames erupted, and Fu Yunhai's majestic bird swooped down. It was a firebird, capable of spewing flames. Thus, the two men, who had been at odds, were forced into reluctant cooperation. They mobilized everyone, yet failed to locate Wu Xiaojun. In the holding room, they discovered that old Wang had vanished. He must have been freed by Wu Xiaojun. Wu Weiguo arrived at the scene, limping, and upon grasping the situation, wore an expression of deep remorse. "That wretched soul, had I known earlier, I would have confined him, locking him away in a room, day in and day out, only to bring me trouble." "Lu Biao, huh?" Ruashi cast a glance at the damaged door lock, tightening her lips. They were all shackled, unable to escape from the basement. They should search further. Wu Weiguo wished to express his apologies, but Ruashi raised her head to signal him to cease. Rubbing her temples, she felt a headache brewing. Stop. I am currently quite occupied and have no time to waste entangled with unnecessary matters. Tell the brothers to be vigilant, lest Wu Xiaojun launch a surprise attack. Wu Weiguo reassured her, rest assured, Rua's sister, although Xiaojun is troublesome, he would never resort to murder. Rua, she furrowed her brows and brushed past Wu Weiguo, who had obstructed her path home. If Wu Xiaojun is incapable of such heinous acts, then why did he poison the mooncakes distributed to Lu Biao? If it were a lethal poison, what responsibility would he bear? Moreover, even if he cannot commit such a crime, what of the old Wang he freed? Do not forget, you nearly lost your life at his hands, saved only by Lu Biao's timely intervention. So let us cease this quarrel. Simply apologize to Lu Biao, and this matter shall pass. Your ignorance is excusable, but Wu Xiaojun cannot evade responsibility. Wu Weiguo was taken aback, not anticipating Ruashi's forthrightness. Casting a glance at Lu Biao, who appeared dejected with his head lowered, he said, Lu brother, my life was saved by you. Xiaojuan's actions are on me. I failed to manage him. I am truly sorry. Since Ruashi had spoken thus, Wu Weiguo also bowed his head in apology to Lu Biao. Lu Biao smiled warmly, scratching his bald head. It's nothing, Wu Gu. We are all in this for work. As long as I am not truly harmed, it is fine. After all, I am still in good health. There was an undertone of sarcasm in his words. Once Ruashi departed, Wu Weiguo's expression turned cold again as he turned to head back to the dormitory. Lu Biao, feeling somewhat disheartened, merely scoffed. Upon reaching a dimly lit area, a hand suddenly rested on Wu Weiguo's shoulder. Instinctively, he reacted by attempting a shoulder throw, but upon seeing the face of the person behind him, he proceeded with the throw anyway. Ah, be gentle. It hurts, brother. Wu Xiaojun winced, cradling his arm, which seemed on the verge of dislocation. Brother, let me explain. It was old Wang who emerged and threatened me into doing this. Wu Weiguo paused, his brow furrowed with icy severity. Old Wang personally coerced you to poison Lu Biao, using a non-lethal toxin no less. Pray tell, what could his motive be? I cannot say. All I know is that you, my only relative, nearly lost your life. I thought, since it was not lethal, I would comply to save myself. Wu Xiaojun lamented, his face drooping, twisted in despair. Wu Weiguo fell silent. Naturally, he leaned towards his own kin over outsiders. Grasping Wu Xiaojun's hand, I urged him to follow, insisting that I would clarify matters with Rua Meizi. You might as well mention where old Wang is now. Wu Xiaojun suddenly interjected, forget it. That woman's husband is a zombie. Keeping us around is likely just to provide sustenance for him. Besides, even if I were to tell her, I lack evidence. She knows I haven't lost my memory and is aware of her secret, that her husband is a zombie. She would undoubtedly frame me, and in a moment of discord, might kill me. Wu Weiguo furrowed his brows. Rua Meizi's husband is a zombie? How do you know this? He recalled that on the morning they took Wu Xiaojun for treatment, Xiaojun had mentioned something about Rua Meizi's secret. Yet, she had swiftly incapacitated him and taken him for care. Upon returning, Xiaojun appeared dazed. Wu Xiaojun, feeling wronged, pouted. I accidentally saw her grotesque zombie husband preparing lunch for us in the kitchen. Rua, she claimed she made the meal herself. But it was actually her zombie husband who did it. We haven't seen her husband for days, likely because he perishes in the light, being a zombie. This explanation seemed to hold some merit. Wu Weiguo squinted, lost in thought. Only the injured brothers had seen Rua Meizi's husband, and since then, he had not been spotted again. She had claimed her husband was socially anxious and a recluse. Wu Xiaojun continued to stoke the flames. Yes, if she is deceiving us, then she is utterly useless and incapable of anything. I longed to escape, unwilling to remain below any longer. The longer I stayed, the more I feared becoming fodder for the zombies. Wu Weiguo's brows knitted tightly, his expression grave as he pondered. Are you asking me to help you escape? Wu Xiaojun froze, questioning, cousin, what do you mean? You know the true nature of Ruashi, yet you wish to stay here? Desperately, he clutched Wu Weiguo's hand, shaking it with a pleading demeanor. Wu Weiguo quietly extricated his hand from Xiaojun's grip, his demeanor cold. My life was saved by Rua Meizi. In truth, all the brothers, including you, owe their lives to her. If she hadn't provided us with food, we would have long since become carrion for worms. One must not be ungrateful. You are merely 18, still young. I understand your desire to explore the world beyond these confines. If you truly wish to leave, I can assist you. However, if you prefer to stay, I can plead your case before Rua Meizi. She is kind and will surely spare you. Chapter 87. The will of the many. Wu Xiaojun clenched his jaw, nearly grinding his molars in frustration. Ultimately, he could only muster a few words, "Fine. But do not regret it." Such childishness. Wu Weigua shook his head in resignation, feeling helpless. After all, he had watched this child grow up. Regardless of the situation, he could only indulge him. In search of a secluded yet nearby exit, Wu Weigua tentatively opened the door. However, the fingerprint lock proved to be persistently unyielding. Resorting to a rather forceful method, he wrapped it with white tape and began to pry it open. He estimated that once he succeeded, his hand would be nearly useless. Had it not been for his extraordinary abilities, it would undoubtedly have been broken by now. Wu Xiaojun, seemingly yet to awaken his powers, merely stood by with a detached gaze. Ironically, it was he who yearned to escape, yet he presented himself as an uninvolved observer. Wu Weigua had evidently underestimated the lock's robustness, having struggled fruitlessly for quite some time. Wu Xiaojun, growing increasingly impatient, urged his cousin, questioning why it was taking so long and lamenting his cousin's diminished stamina post-injury. With a sudden crack, the bandage on Wu Weigua's wounded hand came undone, causing the injury to split open anew, blood oozing uncontrollably. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, yet he grit his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaojun yawned in boredom, leaning against the wall, feigning sleep. "I was held captive by old Wang last night, and have had no rest. I'll lean against the wall for a bit. You keep at it, cousin. Wake me when it's done." Wu Weigua remained silent, his resolve hardening within. He felt a deep sense of resignation. Once he managed to send his cousin away, they would be free of each other's burdens, strangers once more. By then, he would no longer care for Wu Xiaojun's fate, whether he lived or died outside. It was foolish to have exerted so much effort to assist him onto the bed of that girl. That little rascal was utterly oblivious. Suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Startled, Wu Weigua looked up and met the icy stare of a striking pair of eyes. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively sought to explain himself, only to realize he was caught in a moment of silence, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Wu Xiaojun remained blissfully unaware, lost in the excitement of their imminent escape, until a chillingly melodious voice rang out from behind them. "Where are you going, Wu Xiaojun?" Ruo Xian stood behind them, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes narrowed in apparent friendliness. Yet beneath this facade, the atmosphere had begun to freeze. Wu Weigua turned swiftly, while Wu Xiaojun froze, a sense of dread enveloping him, as if he were trapped in an ice cellar. "Ruo girl, let me explain," he stammered, but the words caught in his throat. Never mind, it was futile. Unwillingly, Wu Xiaojun turned to face Ruo Xian, glaring at her defiantly. "Hey, you dead woman, your husband is a zombie and so hideous. How do you manage to swallow your pride every night?" This remark felt oddly familiar, as if echoing from some distant memory. Ruo Xian's smile widened, each glance and smile resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, ethereal and enchanting. Even her fairy-like attire seemed merely a backdrop to her beauty. However, the warmth in her smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Lock them up," she commanded. The workers hesitated at the sight of Wu Weigua. After all, he was once their leader. Perhaps Boss Wu was merely momentarily confused. Should we not show him mercy? Ruo, she let out a cold laugh as one person after another came forth to plead on Wu Weigua's behalf. Had it not been for the surveillance, she would have arrived too late and allowed Wu Xiaojun to escape. If Wu Xiaojun managed to flee, the consequences would be dire. He could very well return with others to launch an assault here. In that event, the underground chamber that Ruo had painstakingly cultivated would be utterly destroyed. Ruo calmly turned her gaze elsewhere. Fortunately, there remained another faction, Lu Biao's side. Lu Biao, catching her cue, began to incite dissent. "Who is the leader here? Why does everyone seem to stand with Wu Weigua? Consider who has provided for your food, drink, and shelter. Wu Weigua has contributed nothing yet seeks to abuse his authority to shield miscreants." "Exactly. Understand your place," they echoed. "You who disregard Boss Ruo's orders. If you have the guts, why not remove your clothes? You can't even discern who provided the bitter tea, yet you dare to retort." The workers who had previously voiced opposition fell silent, each tightening their belts, exchanging glances, yet none dared to shed their garments. Lu Biao's comrades laughed heartily, their mockery unabashed. Unexpectedly, it was Wu Weigua who stepped forward. "Ruo Mei, I admit my fault this time. I implore you to spare Wu Xiaojun. He is still young." Ruo, she smiled nonchalantly, twirling a strand of hair. At this point, no one remains 18 forever, yet there will always be someone who is. Brother Wu, do you not agree? Wu Weiguo lowered his head, feeling more humiliated than ever. However, his silence did not quell Wu Xiaojun's defiance. Struggling against the bonds that restrained him, Wu Xiaojun boldly spoke. Ruo Shi, do not overestimate your worth. Regarding your husband's affairs, do not think that just because you had me fooled before, I have forgotten. He paused deliberately, gauging Ruo Shi's reaction. Regrettably, Ruo Shi merely watched him with interest, her expression betraying none of the response he sought. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his revelation. Your husband is a zombie. The declaration sent a hush over the crowd, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Xiaojun, are you spouting nonsense again? How could that be? If Boss Ruo's husband were truly a zombie, how could she have spent so much time with him and appear completely unscathed? Wu Xiaojun sneered, taking 2 steps forward. Yet, as he approached Ruo Shi, she swiftly interposed an object, frowning as she said, do not come too close. I find you repulsive. Wu Xiaojun froze for a second before erupting in fury. Has anyone ever considered why Ruo Shi's husband has never appeared before us, except for that brief glimpse at the beginning? Could it be you've all been deceived by her lies? What kind of recluse never steps foot outside his room? At first, no one believed him. But as the accusations spread, more and more began to doubt. People instinctively distanced themselves from Ruo Shi. Even Lu Biao retreated, observing from the sidelines. Chapter 88. The Gilded Cage. Better to believe than to doubt. Lu Biao was the first to speak up. Boss Ruo, surely what Wu Xiaojun is saying isn't true. Right. Wu Weiguo lowered his head, muttering under his breath. Sorry, Ruo. Wu Xiaojun glared at Ruo Shi. If we ask her directly, she'll just deny it. Why not have her husband come out? Then we'll know if I'm lying or not. His suggestion was met with immediate agreement from the other workers. In an instant, Ruo Shi became the accused, the center of everyone's scrutiny. Each person harbored their own suspicions. Yet, Ruo Shi herself remained eerily composed, as if detached from the chaos. She didn't speak, merely observing them with an indifferent gaze. This calm demeanor swayed some back to her side. After all, if Wu Xiaojun's claims were true, shouldn't Ruo Shi be panicking like a cornered animal? Did she really think she could handle a dozen grown men alone? Boss Ruo, stop wasting time. If your husband is truly fine, just let him show himself. Ruo Shi had initially planned to lock them all away without another word. No matter what, she would never hand Fu Yuma over. But then, her gaze shifted behind the workers. Following her line of sight, the men turned. There stood a strikingly handsome face. Fu Yuma had arrived. The unnatural pallor had faded from his skin, replaced by a healthy complexion. His lips were full and flushed with color, nothing like a zombie. Ruo Shi chuckled softly. Heh. Wu Xiaojun's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. Ruo Shi's husband is a zombie. This can't be him. It must be some other man she's hiding in the basement. Before Ruo Shi could dismantle his claims, workers who had seen Fu Yunma before spoke up. That's the man who saved us when we were surrounded by zombies in the courtyard. It's definitely Boss Ruo's husband. Exactly. Wu Xiaojun. You're just trying to shift blame and turn us against Boss Ruo. She saved my life. I'll stand by her no matter what. Don't think you can frame her. Fortunately, Ruo Shi had anticipated this scenario the moment Wu Xiaojun went missing. After all, if Wu Xiaojun were not a fool, it would inevitably imply that he would divulge the sight of Fu Yunma's zombie-like appearance. Thus, a pigskin mask was crafted in advance for Fu Yunma, indistinguishable from a real human face. Wu Xiaojun, being alone, could not escape the basement. His only relative here was Wu Weiguo. Therefore, Wu Xiaojun would certainly return quietly to seek out Wu Weiguo. It would not be difficult to locate Wu Xiaojun's whereabouts by simply having someone follow Wu Weiguo for a short period. Ruo Shi leisurely found a spot to sit, drawing Fu Yunma into her embrace, presenting a delightful scene reminiscent of carefree lovers, evoking envy among many single workers, including Wu Xiaojun. He stifled his tears, glaring intensely, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he bit his lower lip in frustration. It was impossible. He had seen it with his own eyes, and there could be no mistake. Wu Xiaojun seemed entranced, repeatedly muttering these words. Ruo Shi, bored, playfully curled her finger and turned to sit on Fu Yunma's lap. In her eyes, Wu Xiaojun appeared nothing more than a clown. I warned you to play less and study more. You refused to listen. Now look, at such a young age, you've developed presbyopia. Lu Biao chuckled, and many workers stifled their laughter, turning their heads away. That's nearsightedness, not presbyopia. Denying Wu Xiaojun any chance to protest. Orders were given to take him away. Take him down, lock him up, don't let him out without my command. Into the little black room he goes. Wu Weiguo knelt down in desperation, pleading, Ruomei, I beg you, for the sake of our friendship, be lenient with Xiaojun. He is a human life. Ruoshi suddenly grew serious, stating, do you understand that if I had arrived late today and you had truly let Wu Xiaojun go, the consequences would be dire? The outcome would be that Wu Xiaojun could attract others, leading to all of our demise. You speak of Wu Xiaojun's life as if it were singular, but are not our lives valuable as well? The workers erupted in applause, echoing her sentiments. Lu Biao, now devoid of suspicion, joined in the applause. Positioning himself protectively in front of Ruo, she to prevent Wu Weiguo and Wu Xiaojun from acting impulsively. Fu Yunma kissed Ruoshi briefly before departing, casting several meaningful glances at Wu Weiguo, as if to assert his claim. Wu Weiguo trembled, cold sweat cascading down his back. Ruomei, can't you give him one last chance to amend his ways? He is still so young. If, in the apocalypse, age could serve as a shield, would my 10-month-old daughter not be the pinnacle of existence? Wu Xiaojun was to be confined in the little black room for half a year, while Wu Weiguo faced a week's punishment from the previous incident, totaling half a month. Should he err again, there would be no hope for survival. Wu Weiguo appeared as though sentenced to death, collapsing to the ground, allowing the workers to drag him away. Wu Xiaojun continued to cause a ruckus until Ruoshi rendered him unconscious. Finally some peace and quiet. In the end, Fu Yunma carried Ruoshi princess style, disappearing from everyone's sight. Upon returning home, Ruoshi rewarded Fu Yunma with a lingering kiss and sighed in relief. That was close. We almost got exposed. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Fu Yunma nuzzled against the delicate curve of Ruoshi's collarbone. And if I hadn't teammated in time, what would my little troublemaker have done? Picked a fight with them? Ruoshi shook her head. I don't have the energy or patience for that. Balancing my love for food with exercise is exhausting enough. So there's no if, you were always going to come through for me. Amused, Fu Yunma arched a brow. Oh, you trust me that much? Ruoshi wrinkled her nose and shoved him away. Ugh, you reek of that pigskin mask. Stay back. Impossible. I even wore your favorite cologne. He tugged her closer, relentless. Come on, tell me, what was your backup plan? Lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, Ruoshi finally deigned to open them. There's a cage trap in the underground passage, a gilded one. If they were smart, they'd keep working for me, enjoying good food and entertainment. If not, her smile turned icy, reptilian in its cruelty. Yet even this side of her was one Fu Yunma adored. Every version of Ruoshi was precious to him. Ooh, a golden cage? He grinned. How about you step inside and let me see how pretty it looks? Chapter 89. The Trap Ruoshi? Fu Yunma frowned. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Irritated, Ruoshi clenched her fist and thumped him on the head, leaving a visible bump. Whimpering, Fu Yunma clutched his skull. Fine. Suddenly, the red alarm blared again. Ruoshi pulled up the surveillance feed and spotted the figure they had let escape, Old Wang, sneaking behind the workers guarding the Wu brothers. Old Wang was clearly plotting to rescue Wu Xiaojun. Ruoshi studied the screen, lips curling in a cold smirk. How noble of him. Instead of fleeing, he's risking himself for the man who freed him. Little troublemaker, are you going after him? Fu Yunma peeled off the pigskin mask and synthetic gloves, revealing the dark, jagged scars on his face. His eyes, however, remained their usual hue. I can't get these colored contacts out, they hurt. This brand doesn't suit me. Help me take them off? He clung to Ruoshi's wrist, refusing to let her leave. With a resigned sigh, she pinched the bridge of her nose. You should remove them yourself. Unless you want me to accidentally poke your eye out if you flinch. However, Fu Yunma stubbornly refused to remove the decorative contact lenses, despite the discomfort in his eyes. Left with no choice, Ruoshi proceeded with utmost caution, braving the challenge. She drew closer, her eyes locked onto his. A torturous ordeal that nearly left her cross-eyed. Yet, Fu Yunma, like a mischievous child, could not remain still. Ruoshi admonished him sternly, warning, do not move. If you do, I shall devour you. Unfazed, Fu Yunma retorted playfully. Oh, you can consume me anytime, my little diva. After all, zombies possess remarkable stamina. This was undeniably suggestive. Ruoshi's perception of Fu Yunma's shamelessness was thoroughly transformed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Curse you. Silence, she exclaimed. Fu Yunma, undeterred, countered. Are you implying you want to kiss me? In that moment, Ruashi, exasperated, swiftly removed both contact lenses and pressed forward with fervor. As you wish. The security of the small, dimly lit room was significantly more stringent than that of a typical holding cell, a conclusion drawn from old Wang's prolonged observations. Clearly, rescuing Wu Xiaojun was an arduous, nearly impossible task. Yet, old Wang thrived on challenges, relishing the thrill of the improbable. Worst case, he could return after 18 years. Still a valiant man. He noticed that each time the workers delivered food, they only opened a small hatch, while the outer door was fortified with fingerprint locks and numerous other security measures. The door itself was crafted from diamond, impervious to any force. Thus, to liberate Wu Xiaojun, he would need to exploit the food brought in daily. After all, navigating the locks from the outside was far more difficult than it would be from within. Old Wang had witnessed Wu Xiaojun's impressive lock-picking skills, which appeared to be instinctive. Therefore, upon devising a plan to rescue Wu Xiaojun, he not only intended to repay his debt of gratitude, but also sought to take him on as a disciple, eager to learn the essence of his craft. Following the daily delivery of buns by the workers, he discovered that the buns were placed directly on a table, with the workers absent, likely off to the restroom. Truly, fortune favored him. Approaching the door, he pried it open and stealthily inserted his cherished lock-picking tools into a bun, covering it with a napkin to avoid detection. However, just as old Wang prepared to exit, he realized the lounge door had been locked. Alas, he had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, the realization came too late. Ruashi, perched on a stool, leaned against the high window, mockingly observing old Wang. As he hurled invective at her, she remained unperturbed. With a snap of her fingers, she looked down upon him, akin to gazing at a bloated pig in a cage. Suddenly, the wall cracked open, and a golden cage descended, ensnaring old Wang securely. Oh, old Wang, do exercise caution next time. You truly thought I had forgotten you? Though I could have captured you even if you hadn't walked into this trap. After all, escape was never an option. There was no need for you to rush to your demise. Wouldn't you agree? Speak your last words. Ruashi's tone dripped with condescension. Old Wang was not one of her people, and his unwavering loyalty remained with his former master, Qin Xuanbei. Since he couldn't be of use to her, and posed no value alive, why keep him? The only logical course was to eradicate the root of the problem. Ruashi resembled the king of hell himself, casually decreeing life or death with the tap of a gavel. Utterly ruthless. To her, old Wang was nothing more than a disposable pawn. In this apocalyptic world, countless had perished. What difference did one more make? Leaving loose ends meant inviting her own demise. Besides, she had already uncovered the secrets she sought from old Wang through other means. He was now utterly worthless. Seeing Ruashi issue the death sentence, old Wang panicked. I can tell you the location of our base's resource points. This time it's the truth. I swear on my life and future happiness. I won't lie to you again. Ruashi rose from her seat, letting out a derisive scoff. TCH, I gave you a chance before. You wasted it. Old Wang pleaded desperately, please. Grant me one last opportunity. I promise I won't deceive you this time. I swear. Ruashi merely smiled and tossed him two icy words. Too late. Old Wang froze as if struck by lightning, his soul seemingly vacating his body, his eyes hollow and lifeless. The next moment, the cage restraining him began ascending once more. A flicker of hope flashed in his eyes, only to vanish instantly. The walls around him started closing in, slowly compressing the space like a deadly puzzle room. With no plants to purify the air, oxygen grew scarce, the pressure suffocating. Every second awaiting death was excruciating torment. In such an environment, even the strongest will would crumble under the overwhelming sense of asphyxiation. Wait, I know Qin Xuanbei's weakness. Old Wang gasped. There's a girl he loves. Capture her, and you'll have him in your grasp. Ruashi, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, opened them slightly, a glint of amusement flashing within. Oh, that man once claimed he had no interest in women.